251, just like this makes me happy. Sheena didn't immediately go to Shishio's room. Instead, she went to her room to pick up the manuscripts that she had drawn before. Shishio didn't follow Sheena and went back to his room. The truth, he wanted to take a bath first, but when he thought about Sheena, who was eager to show the manuscript, and he thought to do it later, but before that. Mashiro, wait a moment. Sheena stopped and looked at Shishio curiously. Shishio looked around, and when he confirmed that there was no one, he hugged Sheena in his arms. Sheena was surprised when she was hugged, and she also hugged him back. They hugged each other, and they stayed like this for a while. Shishio had to admit that he felt guilty for leaving Sheena alone after he had taken her virginity. If possible, he wanted to stay with her for an entire day, but he had made a promise to both Saki and Nana. Sorry for leaving you alone, Shishio said as he caressed her hair. Sheena, who pressed her face against his chest, shook her head gently. It's all right. She looked up at him and asked, can we sleep together? Sure. Sheena nodded happily, then continued to rub her face and sniffed his smell. It was so comforting, but at the same time, she had to admit that she was a bit jealous when he went out with other girls. Still, unlike the other girls, she could sleep with him together, which made her happy. Should we part now? Let's stay like this for a moment. You sure are spoiled, Shishio said with a smile. Looking at this smile, Sheena was in a daze before she tiptoed, trying to kiss him, but it was a bit hard to do it, considering her legs were a bit weak, and Shishio was tall. Shishio. Calling his name softly, she looked at him with a pitiful expression and tried to pull him closer. Shishio was amused and kissed Sheena's lips. Sheena felt happy when she received her kiss. Somehow all the worry that she had felt when Shishio had gone melted and disappeared without a trace when their lips were touching each other. Fortunately, Shishio still could read the mood and didn't ravage her lips and tongue. As they parted, Sheena touched her lips. It feels nice. Isn't it? Shishio knew that Sheena didn't want to be parted from him, and he was also the same, so. Get your manuscripts first. I'll be waiting in my room. Sheena's face was red, and then she stared at him with a blank expression. Pervert. Shishio. As he entered his room, Shishio thought about many things, especially what he should do after this. He knew that Nana wanted to live alone, which somehow made him think about Tokugawa and Tokugawa's promise to get him a house after he won the battle. He thought about visiting Tokugawa tomorrow, talking about the match he would have, then after he won, he thought to ask Tokugawa to get him the apartment building that Nana had decided to live in. After his match on the Kengan match, Shishio had gotten 2 martial arts, and those martial arts were ninjutsu and taekwondo. His physical ability also doubled, so going on a match at Tokugawa's venue might be a good thing since he wanted to test his new power. Shishio didn't intend to test his ninjutsu since it was better to keep it a secret, but he wanted to try his taekwondo. He knew that the opponent that Tokugawa had chosen for him was a Chinese martial art practitioner. The Chinese martial art had 4,000 years of history, and on the other hand, taekwondo was a new martial art developed in the early 20th century. In other words, compared to Chinese martial arts, taekwondo was still young. However, Shishio had to admit that taekwondo was a quite intriguing martial art, especially about the theory of power that the founder of taekwondo developed from the combination of various martial arts and science. As for whether taekwondo or Chinese martial art was better, everything depended on the user. Shishio had decided to visit Tokugawa tomorrow, and at the same time, he thought to show Tokugawa not to mess up with him. Then as Shishio entered his room, he put his bag on the side and took out the camera given by Yuki Nashida. He thought about his promise to take a cat photo and thought to give those photos to her tomorrow. Shishio took his phone and then directly called Yuki Nashida's number. As for Sorita, Shishio had forgotten about him. Yuki Nashida was in her room alone, reading a book quietly, but at the same time, she couldn't help but think about her bold action when she suddenly came to Shishio's room at that time. She wondered why she had done that before since she knew that there was a lot of misunderstanding happening because of that. Yuki Nashida rubbed her temple as she closed her book after putting a bookmark on the page where she read. She was about to get something to drink, but then she saw her phone vibrate, which caused her to raise her eyebrow since it was rare for someone to call her. Yuki Nashida didn't have a friend, and she was also living far away from her home and came to Tokyo to study in Swime. In other words, besides her family, who she tried to avoid, no one knew about her number except for one person. Yuki Nashida raised her eyebrow for a moment and thought about his promise to give her a photo of a cat, which somehow made her giddy and accepted the call without hesitation. What's wrong, Oga-kun? Still, Yuki Nashida thought that Shishio might call her for something else, considering it might need some time to take such a perfect photo, but... Sorry for calling you so suddenly, Yuki Shinoda-senpai. I have taken the cat photos, when are you free? I'll give you the photos. Hearing Shishio's voice, Yuki Nashida's eyes were blazing, and she said, tomorrow. Tomorrow. Hearing such an exciting answer, Shishio couldn't help but chuckle. What? Why are you laughing? Yukinashita asked with a displeased tone. Sorry, I just thought of something funny, senpai. Shishio wouldn't tell the truth about why he was laughing, considering it was troublesome if he made Yukinashita angry, but he had to admit that even though she was angry, she was still cute. Yukinashita's heart was as vast as a Kanto plain, so she decided to forgive him, and asked, so can we meet tomorrow? Sure. Shishio nodded, but then he thought for a while and said, how about during the break? I'll take my lunch too if you don't mind. Sure. Yukinashita agreed without hesitation. Let's do it in my club room since I don't want to become the center of attention again because I came to your class. It was your own decision to come to my class, right? Shishio said. What did you say? Yukinashita felt a bit annoyed when she thought that this guy didn't even come to her club room even though she had invited him. I mean, isn't it obvious that you have become the center of attention? You're cute, after all. If we're in the same class, and I'm in the second year, then I might stare at you all the time, Shishio said naturally since he was too lazy to fight back. Yukinashita suddenly became quiet, so Shishio asked, Senpai. That's true, I'm cute, Yukinashita said with confidence. Shishio. Can you be humble, senpai? Shishio asked. It's a fact, right? Well, it's true that you're cute, but your personality is. My personality is perfect too, Yukinashita said without hesitation. Shishio rubbed his temple and then saw his room was opened. He saw Shina enter his room with a manuscript in her hands and walked directly toward him, sitting on his lap. Who? Shina asked. Senior at the school, Shishio said as he caressed Shina's hair. Shina nodded gently and enjoyed his caress as she snuggled into him. Oga-kun. Yukinashita was confused since Shishio didn't say anything. Sorry, senpai, my cat is asking for attention, Shishio said. Can you take the photo? Yukinashita asked. Shishio looked at Shina, who also looked at him. Well, senpai, I'll try, but this cat is a bit naughty. What type of cat is that? Shishio looked at Shina and wondered what kind of cat this was. Senpai, let's talk again tomorrow. I'll meet you in your club room during the break. Can you tell me where your club room is? Yukinashita talked with him for a moment, telling him the location of her club room before she ended the call. She didn't put down her phone for a while and stared at it, and she didn't realize that she was smiling at that moment, but at the same time, she also felt a bit disappointed since their conversation was a bit short. She might not realize it at this moment, but his presence made her dull life more interesting than she had thought, especially when he told her that she was cute. Humph. What a cheeky junior. Yukinashita sounded quite annoyed, and there was a tint of redness on her cheeks, seemingly embarrassed, but if someone saw her appearance at this moment, they would say that she was so lovely at this moment. Unfortunately, no one could see such a lovely appearance, but a certain someone might be able to see that expression in the future. As for that certain someone, there was no need to guess, right? Shishio ended the call, but then he heard Shina's voice. Shishio, are you having an affair? Shina asked. Shishio was lost for words as he looked at Shina. Where did you learn such a line? From the television, Shina asked. Shishio then caressed Shina's belly and asked, have you felt better? Shina knew that Shishio dodged her question, but she didn't think too much and said, I still felt you inside. She rubbed her belly and could feel his thing inside her. Shishio's mind was blank for a moment, and somehow it made his little brother hard. Are you feeling alright? It's alright, but... Shina could feel his hard thing on her back, which made her blush. After all, Shishio had changed his clothes into a more comfortable one, and his pants were quite loose, so when his thing got hard, it would be noticed immediately. They stared at each other, and the air between them started to become ambiguous. Shishio. Shina still remembered how good they were doing before and caused her panties to drench. It is dangerous to do it in this place. Shishio was still sober and knew that even though he was tempted, it was dangerous to do it in this place. Sakurasu's wall was thin, and the building was old, so it was pretty hard to do it in this place, but... You don't want to? Shina asked and moved closer, kissing his neck, and her hand moved toward his hardened penis. Shishio sighed softly, and he gazed into Shina since there was no way that he would reject her invitation, right? They stared at each other and knew what they were about to do. Can I use my mouth as you did before? Shina asked since she remembered how Shishio used his mouth to suck her dirty place, so she also wanted to do the same. Don't worry, I'll teach you a lot of things tonight, Shishio said with a dangerous smile. What kind of things? Shina asked with a blush. Very fun things. Shishio then kissed Shina's lips then started to teach her a lot of things, but then he wondered whether he could use his ninjutsu mastery and Bajiquan mastery so that no one would hear Shina's loud cry, but for now, he could only use his mouth to keep her quiet. 252, Sakurasu is very peaceful today 3. As the morning came, Shishio brought Sheena back to her room silently, as usual, kissing her lips before he went to work out. Even though it wouldn't affect him whether he was working out or not, he wanted to exercise his mind so he wouldn't be lazy. Sometimes, humans' mind was working mysteriously, sometimes they were lazy, and sometimes they were full of energy, and Shishio wanted to exercise his mind so even though he was lazy, he wouldn't postpone or stop what he was going to do. In other words, Shishio wanted to exercise his willpower. With his body, if he wanted to get stronger, it was impossible to work out in a normal way, and the best way to get stronger was to fight someone, which was why tonight, he had decided to visit Tokugawa's house, and he was going to do it secretly. After receiving a lot of abilities, even though Shishio had mastered their abilities instantly and remembered all of them in his mind and body, he still needed to use them on his body. After all, there were so many techniques, especially both Bajiquan mastery and ninjutsu mastery. Shishio had to admit that both Bajiquan and ninjutsu were his favorite abilities out of all the things he had gotten. After all, with both of those abilities, he could hide his presence. There was no need to explain ninjutsu mastery since he had become a ninja by mastering this ability. Like a ninja, it was natural for him to know how to conceal his presence, but Bajiquan was different since it gave him the ability to manipulate qi. Qi is a concept from the Chinese, and it is known as life energy. Still, until now, it can't be proved scientifically, and most people think of it as a mere myth, but after he received Bajiquan mastery, he slowly learned about the existence of qi inside his body. By manipulating qi, Shishio could perceive the exact conditions of the immediate environment and make use of the resulting perception to adjust and minimize the noticeability and impact of his existence. In other words, as long as Shishio didn't want to, no one could find him. Shishio was simply the strongest assassin in the world. Qi manipulation might seem to be magic, but it wasn't the case since the human body was full of mystery, and until now, even though science had progressed so much, there were a lot of things that couldn't be explained by science. If Shishio had to give an example, then it was a plane. We were often told that the reason why a plane could fly was because of Bernoulli's principle, but the truth was no one really could explain why a plane could fly. It was the same as qi, even though no one could see it and no one could feel it, it didn't mean that it didn't exist. His meeting with Sakurajima Mai yesterday might be one of the triggers that Shishio decided to develop his qi more. Sakurajima Mai went unnoticed, and no one could see her, but if she said that to someone, would anyone believe her? No. Shishio was sure that most people would think that Mai was crazy and thought she might need to rest, thinking that it might be because of a physiological problem. Still, he knew that her problem really existed, and she became unnoticed by people. The thought of being unnoticed and ignored, Shishio was sure that Mai was so frightened at that time, so it might also be why she didn't care much and decided to dress as a bunny girl in the original story. As for the MC of the bunny girl, Shishio thought that Sakuta had the most common ability of the harem protagonist, and that ability was known as a lucky accident. Someone might notice them, but the reason why the common harem protagonist whose face was normal and a loner could have such a beautiful girlfriend was that they just happened to be there when the heroines were in trouble. Shishio was also the same. He just happened to be in Inashima when Mai noticed that she had become unnoticed by people. Shishio thought of how to save Mai except for confessing her in front of the crowd in the school, and he knew that there were many ways. The first one was to make her return to the showbiz industry, and he thought that it was the best way, considering he knew how she felt regret about her hiatus. However, considering Mai's strong personality and independence, Shishio knew that his help might not be accepted. All he could do was wait for her, then told his conjecture at why she had disappeared. It was impossible for Shishio to confess to Sakurajima Mai in front of the crowd, so he could only use the other method that he had thought of, and he needed someone's help for this method, so after he greeted some beautiful housewives along the way, he returned to Sakurasu and took a bath before he went to Ryu Unosuk's room. Knock, knock. Ryu Unosuk, I need your help. Shishio didn't knock on the door again and waited for a while before a creaking sound was heard, and the door was opened slowly. From the door opening, Ryu Unosuk's head showed a listless and impatient expression on his face. What? I have an interesting plan. Let's talk, Shishio said. Still, he was glad that Ryu Unosuk didn't seem to know what he was doing with Sheena last night. Hearing Shishio's words, Ryu Unosuk's eyes, who was still sleepy, opened up as he gazed into him. He looked at him for a moment and nodded. Good. He opened the door, and Shishio entered his room, and the two of them started to talk about their plan. In the kitchen, Shishio was cooking breakfast, and since he knew that tomorrow, he could implement his plan, which put him in a good mood. Good morning, Shishio-sama. Hearing this voice, Shishio turned his head and smiled gently. Good morning, Roberta. Roberta's face flushed as she gazed into his smile, and she was unable to wake up. She didn't know why, but she felt like the world was so beautiful and happy when she saw this smile. She also forgot all the bloody and tragic life before she met him, which made her want to see him show her this smile forever. Watching Roberta, who was in a daze, Shishio's lips were twitching and asked, "Roberta, can I ask you something?" He thought that he should refrain from smiling since he felt that his charm was too dangerous. He was afraid that he might destroy a perfect family around this neighborhood since he seduced the mother or the wife because of his smile. "Yes, Shishio-sama." Roberta moved closer, or rather she wanted to be close with him. "Can you buy me this?" Shishio took the list of the things that he wanted to buy and gave them to Roberta. Roberta looked at the list and couldn't help but raise her eyebrows, especially when she saw the soundproof compartment written on the list. She wasn't blind, or rather, she had noticed how Sheena didn't return to her room and went to sleep in Shishio's room. She also noticed how tired Sheena was after Sheena returned to Sakurasu on Sunday at that time. When Roberta connected everything, she knew that both Shishio and Sheena had that kind of relationship, but the feeling that she felt at this moment was jealousy. However, she knew her position, and just by his side, she was happy. "Yes, I'll prepare all of them when you return," Roberta said. "Thank you, Roberta," Shishio said with a smile. Looking at this smile, Roberta wondered whether it was wrong for a master and a maid to be together. Shishio really wanted to get the soundproof compartment as soon as possible. Still, when he thought about the condition of Sakurasu clearly, he felt that it should be saved for him to do that with Sheena in this place, considering there was only him and Ryu Unosuke on the second floor. Shiro-san lived on the first floor and Sorita and Mitaka had moved from Sakurasu, so as long as Sheena could keep her voice low, it should be alright, right? However, when Shishio thought about his technique and ability, it was impossible not to make Sheena not moan so loudly. It was impossible to tell her to keep quiet, so all he could do was to shut her mouth by kissing her at that time, but it wasn't effective, which was why he needed the soundproof compartment. But at the same time, Roberta wanted to remind Shishio. "Shishio-sama, can I give you some advice?" "What's wrong, Roberta?" Shishio asked. "I think you should refrain from smiling from now on," Roberta said. "Shishio." Looking at the stunned Shishio, Roberta quickly explained. "I think that you should only smile at the people that you know, and if you smile so carelessly, you might get unwanted trouble." She knew how big Shishio's charm was, especially when he smiled. She had seen many crimes in this country, especially those committed by women. She didn't want Shishio to be followed by a stalker or raped by someone, so she thought it was better not to smile unless in front of the people he knew. Hearing her concern, Shishio smiled and nodded. "Thank you for your concern, Roberta. I'm glad to have you beside me." That was the truth, since he was glad to have Roberta beside him since she could help him with many things. There were many things around him that he couldn't explain to the people around him, so having someone he could trust to help him manage those things was a great thing. No, I'm just glad that I can stay beside you, Shishio-sama," Roberta quickly said as she blushed. Shishio looked at Roberta for a moment and said, "Roberta, to show my gratitude toward you, I'll give you a reward." "Reward?" Roberta was surprised. Shishio nodded and said, "You can ask me anything. As long as it is within my power and it doesn't cross my morals, then I'll give that reward to you." Anything?" Roberta asked quietly and started to imagine a lot of things. "Yes." Shishio then moved closer and whispered. "For example, I can be your butler and serve you for a day." Roberta felt that her head was almost blowing up as her heartbeat raced at that moment. I. She stuttered and blushed, which made her look quite cute since the gap between the cold-blooded soldier and this blushing maid was huge. "Well, you don't need to be in a hurry. You can think about it slowly, all right?" Shishio said with a smile. "Yes." Roberta said without hesitation, wondering what kind of reward she should ask for, but before that, she needed to finish the task that he gave. Soundproofing compartment. She thought that she should ask someone to put them in Shishio's room as soon as possible, and if possible, she should also put them in the other room beside his room. That way, there were a lot of things that she could do. As Shishio continued to cook, the tenants of Sakura came up one after another while greeting him with a smile. Shishio thought that this peaceful morning wasn't bad as he greeted them back. "Good morning." 253, what's wrong? 1. As expected, the breakfast that Shishio cooked was heavenly. It was so delicious that they couldn't help but show a smile on their faces. Delicious. Everyone ate happily, but then they noticed something strange. They looked at Shishio and Sheena, and they knew that their relationship was close to each other. However, they were too close, right? They saw Shishio styled Sheena's hair into a Dutch braid ponytail, making her even more beautiful, or rather they had noticed that when Sheena returned on Sunday before, they felt like she had become more attractive, which made them confused. Sheena was still sleepy, and she didn't even open her eyes when she ate her breakfast, but her skin was rosy and as beautiful as ever, considering she had eaten extra protein last night. Looking at Sheena's situation, Shishio sighed inwardly since Sheena's stamina was too bad, but when he thought that she was also quite busy with her manga, he knew that he couldn't bring her to bed every day, which made him helpless. It was also why he made a healthy breakfast that would give her stamina, hoping that she would become a little stronger. He also thought to help her by becoming her manga assistant so she wouldn't be too tired. After all, in the original story, Sheena drew her manga alone, which caused her to be sleep deprived and get tired every day. Shishio also knew that this was real life and wasn't a hentai manga, so it was simply impossible for an ordinary woman to handle his sexual drive every day. He also wasn't cruel enough to force Sheena to have sex every day since she was still recovering. The best time to have sex with her was probably 3 or 4 times a week, or maybe even 2 times a week, considering her body. As for what they were doing last night, Shishio was just helping Sheena to sleep comfortably, though the method was only suitable to be done by him alone, or rather, he was the only one who could do it. Still, even though this was reality and this world wasn't a hentai manga, it was possible for Shishio to make women into a similar state on the hentai manga and couldn't walk away from him after they tasted his ability. As Shishio was in deep thought, Chihiro, Mayumi and Sayaka had some thoughts on their minds, but they quickly threw away that thought, considering it was impossible, right? It was impossible because they knew that Shishio had a girlfriend and he was also a virgin, so they didn't think that he would lose his virginity so quickly, right? However, they didn't care about any of that, and they noticed the strangeness on Shishio this morning. Shishio then noticed everyone's gaze and asked, "Do you want me to set your hair too?" "Yes." They answered subconsciously, but then they realized that this wasn't what they wanted to ask. "Shishio-kun, what's wrong?" Misaki asked after she finished her breakfast with concern on her face. "Nice, Misaki." Everyone thought at that moment. "What's wrong?" Shishio was confused and asked, "What do you mean? Did something happen?" Misaki asked with a worried expression. She didn't care about her script at that moment and was cornered about what had happened to Shishio. Shishio became even more confused. "No, nothing has happened. Why do you think that something has happened to me?" Sheena also looked at Misaki and also showed confusion. Roberta didn't say anything and only ate her breakfast quietly, but she knew somehow why they asked Shishio this question. Shishio, I think you should talk if something happens to you," Ritsuo said. "Yeah, if you need help, just ask me," Shiro-san said without hesitation. With Shishio's way of communication and food every day, they had been tamed by Shishio, so when they noticed the strangeness on Shishio, they quickly asked him in concern. They might have realized it yesterday, but they thought that he was just tired. However, when the same thing happened in the morning, they were cornered, wondering what had happened to him. "Did you get dumped by your girlfriend?" Mayumi asked curiously, but at the same time, she felt happy if that happened since, that way, no one in this Sakurasu was in a relationship. She was single, and she didn't want anyone to be in a relationship with someone until she was in a relationship. Everyone stared at Mayumi with a speechless expression. "No, my relationship with my girlfriend is good." Shishio wondered what they wanted to say, so he asked without hesitation, "If you have something to ask me, then ask. It is so confusing when you try to be so vague. Then I'll be straight." Chihiro looked at Shishio and asked, "Shishio, why don't you smile?" Shishio was lost for words and asked, "That's all." "What do you mean, that's all?" Everyone couldn't help but get agitated when they heard Shishio's words. After all, Shishio had always been full of smiles, and even though they didn't want to admit it, they felt like his smile was nice, and they wanted to see it every day, so when he didn't smile, they felt so weird and quite uncomfortable, wondering what had happened. "I'm happy that you are worried about me, but I have my reason why I don't smile," Shishio said vaguely. "Oh? For what reason?" Sayaka was curious, looking at him with a cute expression. Shishio looked at Sayaka and wondered how many hours that she had trained to create such a cute expression in front of the mirror, but at the same time, he had to admit that her perseverance to become cute was something that he had to admire. Not all girls were beautiful when they were born in this world. Luckily, there was an invention which was known as makeup. With makeup, everyone could become attractive. Some people might argue that the beautiful face created by makeup was fake, but Shishio didn't think so. After all, it was the result of their hard work, and since they had become beautiful, what was the use of complaining? Wasn't it better that there were more beautiful girls in this world? Still, the problem now was they were asking him why he didn't smile until now. Shishio wanted to say that he didn't want to make a girl fall in love with him and hurt them, so he didn't smile. However, he felt it was too narcissistic if he said that, but then he felt his sleeve was tucked. "Shishio, just smile," Sheena said blankly. Shishio looked at Sheena for a moment and nodded. They were confused why Sheena said those words, but then, they saw him smiling for the first time, and somehow they understood why he didn't try to smile. Somehow, it might be their imagination, but they felt the world was bright and felt like they were healed. Even Shiro-san was also dumbfounded by this smile. Shishio then stopped smiling and continued to eat. Everyone was in silence for a while as they were staring at him in a daze. Chihiro took a deep breath and said, "Shishio." Try not to smile too much, Chihiro said without hesitation since she knew the smile of her nephew was dangerous. Yes, especially in front of those housewives that you're close with around the neighborhood. Mayumi had a rare solemn expression on her face. Don't destroy someone's family. Shishio knew that his smile was dangerous, but was it really that dangerous? Shishio didn't think too much, but then he saw the weather prediction and told them that it would be raining later, so he decided to bring an umbrella before going to the school. As they ended their breakfast, they walked together to school. As usual, Shishio, Shina, Misaki, and Ritsu went to school together. Are you going to bring them for your classmates, Shishio-kun? Ritsu asked, looking at the paper bag in Shishio's hand. Yes. Shishio recalled that there was a tradition where someone needed to bring a souvenir for their coworker after they went back from a holiday in this country. Of course, it was only for those salarymen, and as a student, he didn't need to do that. However, he wanted to control his entire class after all, so it was necessary to do this. Do you want some, senpai? I have brought a lot. No, I'm still full, Ritsu politely rejected since she had tasted the souvenirs that Shishio had brought before and she wasn't in a mood to eat for now since her mind was a bit complex, especially when she saw how close Shishio and Shina were, especially when they saw their matching watches. It was hard not to notice it, and Ritsu could see that Shishio and Shina were wearing a matching watch, which made her feel a bit uncomfortable. At the same time, she realized that Shina didn't return to her room until midnight yesterday. However, Ritsu sighed in relief when she checked that both Shishio and Shina were discussing manga and drawing together, but at the same time, she felt a bit lonely since she felt that they had become further away from her. Even though she had prepared for it, she didn't feel comfortable with this change. Ritsu glanced at Shishio and sighed inwardly. If only. She then realized her bold thought, and her face flushed before she quickly shook her head. Shishio-kun! Shishio-kun! Try to smile again. Misaki asked as she held a camera in her hands. Shishio looked at Misaki for a moment, then smiled. Shina, Misaki, and Ritsu. They had somehow prepared for his smile, but somehow, it was so destructive when they saw it again. Have you taken the photo? Shishio asked. Oh. Misaki quickly reacted and took Shishio's photos since she forgot to take them when he smiled before. Shishio looked at Misaki, who took his photo, and asked, why did you take my photos so suddenly? For my anime, Misaki said without hesitation, even though, in truth, she might want to collect them for herself. Shishio nodded and didn't say much. By the way, senpai. Your script should be ready tomorrow. The script he had written for Misaki was ready, but he had something to do tonight, and he didn't want Misaki to bother him. Great. Misaki was beaming with a smile. I can't wait for it. She then thought for a while and asked, by the way, didn't you want someone to become a CEO for the female character? Can I see her first? It's possible. Shishio nodded. I'll tell her first since I haven't told her anything about this matter. Even though he had intended to invite Nanami to become a CEO for his and Misaki's anime, he hadn't told her anything. Is it that Aoyama-san? Ritsu asked since she recalled that hard-working girl. Yes. Shishio nodded. Don't worry, senpai. She's studying at CEO school, so even though she's a beginner, it should be alright. You don't need to worry. Misaki patted her chest, causing her boobs to undulate up and down. I'll teach her thoroughly, so she will become a perfect heroine in my anime. Thank you. Shishio nodded. As for the meaning of this thank you was because she let Nanami become a CEO or let him see her boobs that were undulating up and down, it was better to keep vague. Still, Shishio-kun, can you also help me with the dubbing for the male character? Misaki asked. You want me to become the CEO of the main character of your anime? Shishio was speechless. Yes. Misaki nodded with a smile. You're the writer of the story, after all, so I think that you should know the feelings of each of the characters in the story better than anyone. You're good at music too, right? So it shouldn't be difficult for you to help me with the dubbing, right? Shishio thought for a moment and nodded. I don't mind. He felt that it was also a good idea to try a lot of things. Yay! Misaki jumped happily and directly hugged Shishio. Thank you. Shishio felt two soft things pressed against his chest, and he had to admit that it felt so comfortable, but he could see that Shina and Ritsu were staring at him, so he needed to maintain his image. Senpai, don't hug me so suddenly. Sorry. Misaki smiled and didn't care much. Still, she had to admit that Shishio smelled so good. If Shishio knew what Misaki was thinking, he would say that he could make his smell better and make her horny by his pheromone manipulation. Shishio hadn't tried his pheromone manipulation, but he knew that it was a dangerous ability. Similar to his hypnotic mastery, so unless it was necessary, he wouldn't use them. As they talked, they had arrived at the school, but when Shishio was about to change his shoes. Good morning, Oga-kun. Shishio was surprised and looked back. He saw Futaba greet him with a red face and thought that it seemed she tried to walk out from her comfort zone slowly, which made him feel happy, so he nodded and greeted her back. Good morning, Futaba. Hearing Shishio's greeting, Futaba sighed in relief and felt happy. Then she heard she was greeted by Shina, Ritsu, and Misaki one by one, and their greeting put a smile on her face. Futaba also realized that after she finished greeting everyone, she felt there was a sense of fulfillment on her chest. She thought that greeting someone wasn't as difficult as she had thought, and she had to admit that it felt comfortable. Futaba had tried hard and thought about Shishio's words before, so without hesitation, she greeted him, ignoring the fact that many people were looking at them. She saw that Shishio, Misaki, Shina, and Ritsu seemed to ignore everyone's gaze, and if they could ignore everyone, then shouldn't she be able to do the same thing? Futaba then noticed Shishio brought a paper bag in his hand, which made her quite curious about what was inside. Shishio then took out some yokan, castella, and mochi on his bag and gave it to Futaba. Futaba, take this. Futaba subconsciously received all of them and asked, this is? I bought them when I visited Inashima yesterday, Shishio said. Inashima. Futaba was surprised, and with how smart she was, she didn't need to guess who Shishio came with to Inashima, which made her feel quite bitter. However, she nodded with a smile and said, thank you, Oga-kun. They also didn't say much and said goodbye after Shishio talked for a while and went to his class. When Shishio walked away, Futaba looked at his back, and there was one question that she wanted to ask, but she was quite unsure. She wondered what had happened to him since she didn't see him smiling. What's happening? In Shishio's class, everyone was directly surrounded by Shishio when he told them that he would share the souvenirs that he had bought on Inashima. Even though it was only sweet, they were happy since everyone received one, especially those who were loners and the herbivore ones in the class since they received a sweet from Shishio. They had prepared not to receive anything, but not only did they receive one, and Shishio also remembered their names, which made them happy. As for Sorita, he didn't move and had a complicated expression on his face. He looked at everyone happy when they received a sweet from Shishio and couldn't help but snort inwardly, thinking they were childish. However, when he saw everyone showing surprise and amazement on their faces, he was quite curious whether it was that delicious. Oga, give me one more. Tegami said without hesitation. Me too. Me too. USA also asked. They were grown-up boys, so they ate a lot. Hey, don't be so greedy. We want to eat some too. The girls felt unhappy when the boys were greedy since they also wanted to eat the souvenirs that were bought by Shishio too. As for Shishio, he didn't care what Sorita was thinking and returned to his seat after he had shared the souvenirs with everyone and pacified their relationship since they almost got into a fight. He looked at Meiko, Maya, and Nana, who were talking to each other. He could see that they were in a deep discussion, so he didn't bother them since he knew they were talking about troublesome conversation, and it was better not to be involved since it would become even troublesome. Shishio thought that a high school student was simple, or rather a human was simple, but they loved to make everything so complicated. I'm not that different, though. Shishio let out a sigh inwardly. Shishio-kun, what's wrong? Nanami turned and asked him. The truth, there were a lot of questions that she wanted to ask, such as whether Shishio was at Shinjuku on Saturday, but right now, she needed to ask this question first. What's wrong? Shishio raised his eyebrow and felt confused. What do you mean? He was wondering how many times someone had asked him this question. Has something happened? Nanami noticed that Shishio didn't smile from the beginning to the end, which made her wonder what had happened to him. Nothing has happened. I'm all right. Shishio wondered whether it was so rare for him not to smile, but then he changed the topic of conversation directly. Right, Nanami, can I ask you something? What? Nanami asked curiously, wondering what Shishio wanted to ask. Do you know Misaki-senpai? Shishio asked. Of course, I know. Nanami nodded without hesitation. She's very famous throughout the school as the famous genius animator. She had a dream to become a CEO, and of course, she knew about Misaki. If she didn't know, then her will to become a CEO was just like that. What's wrong? Why did you mention Misaki-senpai so suddenly? Misaki-senpai is about to make a new anime. Do you want to become the main heroine in her anime? Shishio asked. That was the only word that Nanami could say at that moment. Watching her reaction, somehow, Shishio felt that it was a bit too cliché, right? 254, what's wrong? 2. When Shishio shared the sweets he bought on the Inashima, Nana, Maya, and Meiko talked to each other. Hearing that both Shishio and Nana went to Inashima together, even though Maya and Meiko had a hobby of staring at a cute boy, they had to admit that they were jealous of Nana. However, they also knew that Nana dated Shishio with Saki, but they had to admit that they were still jealous of Nana. Still, there was one question that Maya and Meiko wanted to ask Nana. Say, Did something happen to you two again? Mako asked. What do you mean? Nana was confused. Did you fight again? Maya asked. Huh? Fight? Nana was dumbfounded and confused. Why do you think so? That guy hasn't smiled from the beginning to the end. Mako pointed at Shishio, who returned to his seat and told the strangeness on Shishio. Yeah, it's rare not to see him smile, Maya said and agreed with Mako's point. Mako and Maya had to admit that it felt strange when they didn't see Shishio smiling, which was why they were wondering whether something had happened again. Smile, hey. Nana's lips twitched when she thought about Shishio's smile, and she was glad to know that he didn't try to smile since she knew how destructive his smile was. Well, I don't mind telling you too. But before she finished her words, she heard Nanamai's scream. Eha! At 3x. Nana, Mako, and Maya turned their heads and wondered whether Shishio tried to seduce someone again. Shishio looked at Nanamai with an amused expression. You don't want to? At. Nanamai was stupefied, but then she was surprised, happy, and lastly, she showed an unconfident expression. What's wrong? Shishio asked and thought that Nanamai's expression was quite rich. But is this all right, Shishio-kun? I'm happy that you're helping me, but I don't think that I'm good enough. Nanamai had never seen Misaki, and when she thought about the anime created by a genius senior, she felt pretty unconfident with her ability. She knew that Shishio might have asked Misaki to make her into the CEO for the heroine of Misaki's anime, but she was afraid to disappoint them. She knew that she wasn't a genius, and all she had was her hard work. Hey, what are you talking about? Nana, Maya, and Mako walked closer to Shishio and Nanamai. Wait a moment. Shishio grabbed Nana's waist, pulled her closer, and let her sit on his lap since he could see that this girl wanted to cause him trouble. Nana was stunned, but she didn't fight back, slowly letting herself lean on his chest. Nanamai, Maya, and Mako. Nanamai, let me ask you a question. Shishio looked at Nanamai and said, which horse wins the derby? Which horse wins the derby? Nanamai was stunned when Shishio suddenly asked this question, but then she thought for a while and said, wouldn't it be the fastest one? Nana, Maya, and Mako didn't disrupt the conversation between Shishio and Nanamai and only listened to their conversation quietly while wondering what they were talking about. That's not incorrect, but it's different from what I have in mind. Then which one is it? Nanamai asked curiously. It's the horse that participates in the derby, Shishio said. Hey, isn't that obvious? Maya couldn't help but interject. However, a horse that didn't participate has no chance of winning, Shishio said. Ah. Nanamai realized what Shishio wanted to tell her. It's the same as you. Shishio looked at Nanamai and said, it doesn't matter whether you're confident or not, but do you want to do it or not? You have come so far away from Osaka. Do you want to let go of a chance like this? Nanamai looked at Shishio in a daze and thought about her fight with her father. She wanted to show her father that she could become a CEO even without his help, but when the chance was right in front of her, she hesitated. If I hesitate right now, how can I become famous CEO? Nanamai took a deep breath and bowed her head. Shishio-kun, let me do it. No, please let me do it. Give me the chance to become the heroine in Misaki-senpai's anime. Shishio nodded and felt happy, watching Nanamai's growth somehow. That's great. I'll tell her later. You should be prepared. As for the script, I'll give it to you tomorrow so you can be prepared. Yes. Nanamai nodded without hesitation. Since you are done talking, can you tell us what you were talking about? Nana asked. Shishio looked at Nana, then told her about Misaki's plan to create an anime and invited Nanamai to become the CEO of that anime. As for his participation as the scriptwriter, he was too lazy to talk about this matter. Maya and Mako nodded and didn't feel surprised since they knew that Misaki was living in Sakurasu and Shishio was living in that place too, so it wasn't surprising for both Misaki and Shishio to know each other. Still, they were wondering if this guy had also tried to seduce Misaki. You must be hiding something, right? You haven't told us all, Nana said, and her beautiful eyes were staring at him as if trying to see the secret that he was hiding. What secret? Shishio looked at Nana helplessly and patted her bouncy butts. Koharu-sensei is going to come. You should go back to your seat. Nana blushed when Shishio patted her butts, so she twisted her waist, trying to seduce him. Luckily, they were surrounded by Nanamai, Maya, and Mako, so Nana's action wasn't seen by everyone in the class, but the three girls thought that the interaction between Shishio and Nana was too shameless, right? Shishio was speechless, and his thing reacted. Luckily, he reacted fast and lifted Nana as he glared at her, wondering whether his girl wanted to provoke him again. Nana only smiled and didn't think too much before talking with Nanamai, Maya, and Mako. Sorita, who saw Nanamai talking happily with Shishio, couldn't help but clench his fist tightly, wondering how they could talk so happy without him. Luckily, Their conversation ended when Koharu came to start the class. As Koharu came, she learned that everyone was eating the sweet that Shishio bought from Inashima, and she couldn't help but feel jealous when she knew it. Shishio was speechless and also shared one with Koharu. Sensei, I didn't forget about you. I have also bought something for you. Ah, thank you, Oga-kun. Koharu said with a smile, but then suddenly, a gloomy aura started to appear around her. Sensei, what's wrong? Shishio asked with some confusion. Not only Shishio, but everyone also looked at Koharu with a strange expression. Koharu laughed sadly and said, he, when you went to Inashima to have a date with your girlfriend. Here, I was staying in my apartment, sleeping, eating, without doing anything alone. Haha. She then laughed hard, but this laugh was so sad. Everyone pretended that they didn't see anything, and they only looked away so they wouldn't touch the bomb. Still, they worried about Shishio, who had touched the bomb, but they knew they couldn't do anything. Shishio was speechless, and when he saw that, everyone was looking away. He then showed a mischievous expression and whispered, then Koharu-sensei, do you want to go on a date with me? Koharu was stupefied, and her face was so red. Sensei, you're cute, and I'll be happy if I have a chance to go on a date with you, Shishio said in a whisper so no one could hear his flirt. What are you talking about, Oga-kun? We're a student and a teacher. Koharu quickly reprimanded Shishio with a red face. I'll pretend that I don't hear anything, so don't cause trouble again. However, after being told that she was cute, her face was full of smiles, and everyone could see many flowers around her. By the way, call me Shirayama-sensei. Not Koharu-sensei, alright, Oga-kun. Okay. Shishio only nodded in a perfunctory manner. Hey, did you listen to me? Koharu pouted and showed annoyance, but if someone saw her at this moment, she was like a girlfriend who tried to ask her boyfriend to pamper her. What the fuck is happening? Everything thought at that moment as they looked at Koharu, then looked at Shishio with some confusion. As for Nana, Nanami, Maya, and Meiko, even though they didn't hear what Shishio and Koharu were talking about, they knew some or less the content of their conversation, and at the same time, they wanted to smack this guy's head. The time quickly passed, and before long, it was time for a break. Shishio didn't immediately meet Yuki Nashida and waited for Shina, Saki, Miu, and Ritsuo to come to his class since they usually eat lunch together. Hey, do you like Koharu-sensei? Nana asked directly. Shishio looked at Nana for a moment and said, if I have to choose whether I like her or hate her, then I like her, but my like here is different from the like that I have for you. Nana once again blushed and thought that this guy had a way with a word, right? By the way, you're not going to have lunch with us? Nana asked. Yes, you know my promise with Yuki Nashida-senpai, right? I'm going to give her the photos that I have promised. Shishio had told Nana that he would give the photos he had taken since he had promised Yuki Nashida. Well, don't forget about the karaoke later, alright? Nana said and didn't think too much since she believed in him. You don't need to worry. Shishio nodded since he didn't forget his promise to go to the karaoke even though he was a bit too lazy to go. Then it didn't take a long time before Shina, Ritsu, Miu, and Saki came one after another, and Shishio, Nana, Maya, and Meiko also walked out from their class to have lunch together in the club room. Sorry, I have something to do. Shishio apologized, then looked at Saki. Saki was a bit embarrassed and didn't look at him, feeling slightly nervous, then gave him the bento she had made. Shishio looked at Saki's expression for a moment and said, Saki, thank you for making my lunch, and I'm grateful for it, and as usual, I know that this will taste very delicious. Saki looked at Shishio in surprise before she blushed. She had always been worried that her food didn't fit his taste, but she forgot that Shishio had always tasted that her food was delicious, which somehow made her realize that her worry was redundant. She shook her head and said, No, I have always enjoyed making lunch for you. Everyone. Cough. Cough. How about we make lunch together tomorrow? Let's do a taste tasting, Nana said with a bright smile. That's a great idea. Maya nodded without hesitation. Shishio, you should make your own lunch. Meiko quickly reminded Shishio. Well, I don't mind. Shishio didn't think too much, then looked at Shina, Ritsu, and Miu. When his eyes met Miu, she looked away in a blush, which somehow made him sigh. I'll go first. He then waved his hand and left since he needed to meet someone first. They didn't feel surprised when Shishio left since they knew he had something to do, but then they looked at Shina since they felt something had changed around her. Mashiro, can I ask you a question? Nana asked since she wanted to know how Shina could help Shishio, whose personality was so complicated, and wanted to know what stage they had reached. Shina looked at Nana with a confused expression. Did something happen between you and Shishio? Nana asked. Everyone also looked at Shina, wondering whether something had happened since the aura around Shina changed. They also noticed the match watch that Shishio and Shina wore at that moment, which somehow made them slightly jealous. Still, except for Ritsu, everyone knew the relationship between Shishio and Shina, so they didn't feel that surprised. When suddenly being asked, Shina was still in a daze, but her cheeks gradually covered in blush since she recalled the time she was with Shishio at Iwafune and what had happened last night. Looking at her cute blush, they knew that something must be happening. Nana and Saki looked at each other, and they had to admit that they were a bit jealous of Shina since they knew that Shina was the one who saved Shishio. Still, at the same time, they were grateful for Shina, so without hesitation, they brought Shina to the club room to talk. Everyone also followed, but Ritsu was confused. What's happening? Ritsu thought. As for USA, who was left behind, he could only cry, but he knew it was too late to join them. Still, he wondered whether Shishio would go since if Shishio wasn't there, he couldn't join them, right? As for Sorita, he wasn't sure why. There was a dreaded feeling in his heart when he saw Shina change. It felt that Shina was no longer pure and someone had painted her with a color, which made his face pale, and he was in shock, but then he quickly shook his head and thought that he might think too much, right? However, Sorita had to admit that Shina was so beautiful. Unfortunately, Sorita wasn't part of Shina's life, and they were now just strangers. It's on a special use building, on the 4th floor, in an unnamed class. Shishio walked in the direction that was told by Yuki Nashita and came to the clubroom of the service club. As he walked, he had to admit that this building was quite empty, and he was sure that there was a lot of empty room in this building, which made him couldn't help but think that he could use one of those rooms for himself. Unlike the literature club, which was located in the main building, the service club was located in the special use building, which meant that this club was newly established or the club didn't have many members. Shishio walked for a while before he arrived at the unnamed room and knocked on the door lightly. Enter. Hearing this cold yet gentle voice, Shishio entered the room without hesitation as he called the owner of this voice. Yuki Nashita senpai. As he entered, he saw the beautiful girl whose body was basked by the hazy sunlight, but as he glanced at her legs that were wrapped in black tights, he had to admit that this girl's legs were perfect. 255, as expected, Yuki Nashita's legs are the best. Sitting quietly inside her clubroom, Yuki Nashita read the book in her hands, flipping page after page, but obviously, her focus wasn't on the book. Instead, she kept glancing at the door of her clubroom, waiting for someone. Last time, that guy didn't come and caused her to wait for him for a long time and made her come to his classroom, attracting everyone's attention, and even now, the girls in her class looked at her with a contemptuous expression. Yuki Nashita was known as a cold queen, after all, and no guys had ever entered her eyes, but she approached Shishio, who was so popular in the school, which caused the girls to think that she wasn't much different from them. In the end, Yuki Nashita was a girl, and she was attracted to a handsome guy. She wasn't that much different from them, which somehow made her more humanized and approachable in people's eyes, but she didn't realize it, and she also didn't care either since she mostly ignored everyone. Yuki Nashita was alone, and she didn't care about other opinions, so even if she complained to Shishio at that time, she didn't think too much since she just wanted to tease him. However, she didn't expect that she would be teased back by him. Thinking back, Yuki Nashita felt that she had been teased by him several times, which made her annoyed. Still, when she thought that Shishio didn't come to his appointment a few days ago, she was annoyed, but at the same time, she also understood, considering she forced him to come and he also had a girlfriend. If his girlfriend knew that he had come to visit her, Yuki Nashita also thought it would get them into an argument, so Shishio decided not to come to her clubroom, so she understood why he didn't come at that time. She understood, but it didn't mean that she didn't feel annoyed. However, she didn't understand why she felt annoyed. After all, she had only met him a few times, and they weren't even friends either. I wonder why. Like her, Shishio was popular, and he was like a sun, the center of the solar system, being surrounded by many planets, meteoroids, and various other things. Yuki Nashita was the same, she was also a star, but she was alone in her system, unlike him. She thought that she had met someone similar. Unfortunately, Shishio was different, there was a single planet that orbited around him, and that planet was known as Nana. Yuki Nashita had to admit that Nana was cute and all, she was smart and famous in the first year, but more importantly, her boobs were so huge that she felt that people were born unequal in this world. Still, if Yuki Nashita knew that there were more planets around Shishio, she might directly call him scum without hesitation. She was on her own thought, but suddenly she was startled when the door of her classroom was knocked on. Yuki Nashita senpai, I'm here. Yuki Nashita calmed herself then said, enter. The door was opened, and Yuki Nashita understood why Shishio had so many fans even in her class since this guy was too handsome, right? However, Yuki Nashita frowned and thought that there was something strange about Shishio at that moment. What's wrong? Shishio entered and stared at Yuki Nashita's legs for 0.02 seconds before he looked straight into her eyes. He could see that she was staring at him, seemingly deep in thought or something. He then raised the camera that she had given him back then and said, "Senpai, I have taken the photos of the cats. Do you want to see them?" Hearing Shishio's words, Yuki Nashida quickly sobered up and nodded with a serious expression. "Let me check them." Her words were strict, but they contained unhidden excitement. Shishio didn't immediately walk toward Yuki Nashida, but he took a chair and table at the back of the class so he could eat his lunch. "While you're watching, can I eat my lunch here?" "Sure." Yuki Nashida nodded as she drank the tea that she brewed inside the club room. She also prepared her bento and also thought about eating it in the club room. Hearing his words, she also took out her bento, prepared to eat, thinking she would eat them while looking at various cute photos of cats. She was eager, but she still maintained her composure, showing the calmness of a senior. Shishio was, after all, her junior, and Yuki Nashida knew that she needed to educate him since she knew that under the mask of a good student, this guy was simply a delinquent. "Why are you looking at me like that, senpai?" Shishio was speechless as he put the table and the chair next to Yuki Nashida, but he still maintained some distance since they weren't particularly close. He also knew the importance of personal space, but unlike the original MC, who put his seat so far away, he didn't put his seat and table too far from Yuki Nashida. If someone asked how far the distance between them was, then it was similar to the space between two seats in the classroom. Yuki Nashida didn't say much, but her eyes were attracted to the paper bag that Shishio had brought. "Oh, right, senpai." After Shishio set up the table and chair, he put the paper bag that he had brought to Yuki Nashida's table. "It might not be much be compared to your camera, but it is for you." "Hey." Yuki Nashida was surprised and hesitated for a moment before she decided to reject. "Oga-kun, I didn't give you the camera for this intention." "I know." Shishio nodded and said, "After all, you just want to see a photo of a cute cat, right?" Yuki Nashida was stunned, and her face was so hot at that moment. She felt ashamed since this cheeky junior had teased her again. "Please don't reject this, senpai. After all, it is only a snack," Shishio said simply, then returned to his seat to prepare to eat. "A snack?" Yuki Nashida's expression was at ease when she heard Shishio's words since a snack wasn't that expensive and no girls hated a snack. She also missed her chance to return the paper bag, so she curiously looked at the paper bag, looking at various snacks and sweets that she had never seen before. "Where did you buy them?" "Inashima." "Inashima?" Yuki Nashida was surprised and asked, "Why did you go there?" It was normal for her to show such a reaction. After all, Inashima was located in Kanagawa Prefecture. Even though it wasn't that far, there was still considerable distance. "I went on a date with my girlfriend there," Shishio said and took out the camera before he gave it to Yuki Nashida, but then he noticed that she was in silence after hearing his words. "Senpai." "Nothing." Yuki Nashida shook her head and accepted the camera and the paper bag. "By the way, thank you for the photo and the souvenirs." She then threw the strange and uncomfortable feeling on her heart and quickly focused on the various cute photos of cats on the camera while thinking that his photography skill was amazing. "You're welcome." Shishio nodded, but inwardly he felt strange by Yuki Nashida's reaction since they weren't particularly close, right? So her reaction surprised him for a moment, however, he didn't overthink this matter and ate his bento quietly since he was a bit hungry. Yuki Nashida also did the same as she looked into the photos, then asked, "Oga-kun, can I eat those snacks?" "Sure, sure." Shishio nodded without hesitation. "I hope that it suits your taste. I don't know whether you like it or not, after all." "Don't worry, even if it doesn't taste good, I'll eat it," Yuki Nashida said with an understanding expression. Shishio rolled his eyes and asked, "Senpai, if I'm not wrong, this is a service club, right?" Yuki Nashida nodded and asked, "Do you want to ask for help?" "I just want to ask, is that okay?" Shishio asked. "Sure." Yuki Nashida nodded, then glanced at Shishio's bento and thought it was pretty plain, but then she thought he should make it by himself. She looked at Shishio and thought that there were many things that she didn't know about him, so she also thought to use this chance to ask him a question. "Are you the only member of this club?" Shishio asked. By asking this question, Yuki Nashida also wouldn't feel offended since he knew that this girl was a lone wolf similar to his girlfriend, Saki. Shishio didn't ask, "Are you alone?" Since this is a very sensitive question to ask, considering Yukishida's situation. After all, unlike Saki, who had gained many friends after knowing him, Yuki Nashida was alone, and Shishio didn't want to trigger trouble, considering he didn't have much interest in Yuki Nashida. She might be beautiful, and all, but his Shina, Saki, Nana, and Miu wouldn't lose to her, alright? Out of all the questions she thought, Yuki Nashida didn't expect Shishio to ask this question. However, her expression was still calm, showing her moniker as an ice queen. She nodded gently and said, "For now, I'm the only member." She wasn't sure about the future, but she wasn't lying, right? Does this club have a strict requirement to enter? Shishio asked. Strict requirements? What kind? Yukinashita looked at Shishio curiously. Like you don't have an interest in ordinary people and only accept aliens, time travelers, or espers, Shishio said as he looked at Yukinashita's reaction. No, I don't have such a weird requirement. Yukinashita was speechless. Then you only accept a beautiful girl? Shishio asked curiously. Yukinashita was lost for words, but then she showed a sweet smile, but this smile contained a coldness that could freeze anyone who saw her, and at the same time, she also asked with an icy voice that would make anyone shudder. Oga-kun, what do you think of me? I'm not going to be angry, so tell me what you think of me. Liar. Shishio rolled his eyes. You're clearly angry. Yukinashita was wondering what kind of girl she was on Shishio's head. Somehow she wanted to open his head so she could inspect the inside of his brain at this moment since the way he thought was really different from other people, and even though she didn't want to admit it, she really had fun talking with him. No, I thought that you're afraid if a guy decides to join, he might fall for you since you're cute and all, so it'll be troublesome, Shishio said truthfully. Even though Yukinashita's personality was a bit unique, she was still a beautiful girl. It was normal for a guy to fall for her, considering most guys would fall for a girl based on their appearance. He wasn't a hypocrite and knew that appearance was important. Some girls might have a disappointing personality, but they wouldn't lack suitors as long as their appearance was suitable. Unlike before, hearing Shishio's words, Yukinashita blushed before she looked away. She tried to calm herself for a moment before she rubbed her chin and thought that it would be quite troublesome if there was a male member in the future since, without a doubt, that guy would fall for her. She knew about her beauty and cuteness, but at the same time, even though she was grateful for her beauty and cuteness, she also knew a lot of trouble that was brought by it. That's true, I'm cute after all, so it is normal for a guy to fall for me. Senpai, aren't you too narcissistic? Shishio was lost for words by her narcissism, but he also knew that Yukinashita wasn't wrong. Her personality might be a bit disappointing, but most guys wouldn't think too much since they were greedy for her beauty. Oh? Am I wrong? Yukinashita smiled sweetly, showing her best smile, and said, then try to name someone who won't fall for me. Your father, Shishio said without hesitation. Yukinashita knew that Shishio wasn't wrong since there was no way for her father to fall for her, but it wasn't counted. Isn't that obvious? Yukinashita rolled her eyes. Who else? Gay. Yukinashita's eyes pierced Shishio and said, be serious. Then isn't there one in front of you? Shishio pointed his finger at himself. Yukinashita wanted to refute, but she couldn't since she knew that this guy had a girlfriend, so he didn't have an interest in her. She felt a bit conflicted, but at the same time, she started to think of a good idea. Shishio looked at Yukinashita, who was deep in thought, but he didn't bother her and continued to eat. However, suddenly she said something outrageous. Oga-kun, how about you join the service club? Ha! Shishio thought that Yukinashita was joking, but looking at this girl's expression, it seemed that she was serious. He then felt confused. He didn't smile and didn't remember that he made a move on her, but why did this girl start to get chummy on him? 256, Shishio is popular. You don't want to. When Shishio didn't answer her, Yukinashita couldn't help but become a bit dejected. She had never shown much interest toward other people, and she also had never asked someone actively and mainly did everything alone, which was why when Shishio was in silence, she thought he had rejected her. Yukinashita felt a bit of regret when she suddenly invited him and wondered why she had always been impulsive when she was with him, but then she heard his chuckle, which somehow annoyed her. She stared at him with her usual icy expression and asked, Oga-kun, have you not been taught manners? Shishio wondered why Yukinashita suddenly invited him to join her club, which was why he didn't answer her invitation for a while, but he didn't expect her to show such an expression. If he had to give an example, then her expression was like a sad cat. He could even see an imaginary cat's ears on the top of her head lowered, showing her disappointment and sadness. Still, he didn't feel that surprised since he knew that she might not have a lot of friends, or rather, she might not have a friend, so it might be her first time to invite someone or it had been a while, which was why it must be uncomfortable when she thought that she had been rejected. Sorry, I just didn't expect you to show such an expression. If it is someone else, then they might directly join the club when they see how cute you are right now, senpai. Even though Shishio tried not to smile, he just couldn't help but smile when he saw Yukinashita, who showed such an expression. Yukinashita was in a daze when she saw Shishio's smile before she quickly looked away with a blush. Shishio also realized his mistake and stopped his smile before saying, before I answer, can I ask you a question, senpai? Looking at Yukinashita, who looked away to hide her embarrassment, Shishio had to admit that this girl was cute, but at the same time, she was so easy, but he didn't feel surprised, considering this girl could even fall for such a twisted man. Shishio had to admit that Hikigaya Hachiman's personality was interesting, but personally, besides kindness, Yasushi, he didn't see any good point in him. He knew that a lot of people loved Hikigaya Hachiman, considering Hikigaya's character might resemble them. Still, he knew that such a character wasn't attractive to a woman, especially when Hikigaya was a bit creepy and awkward most of the time. Hikigaya was also quite passive, and the only reason he could get Yuki Nashida was that there were no other guys beside him. If Hikigaya was in the world of shoujo manga, where there were many handsome and rich young men, then without a doubt, Yuki Nashida might have been stolen from him. After all, those guys had a lot of tricks, and Yuki Nashida was easy prey. Luckily, Hikigaya was at the world of harem story, so he could get Yuki Nashida, even though Shishio had to admit that Hikigaya's confession was quite awkward, but it was so memorable. Still, Hikigaya was 100 times better than Mitaka, Sorita, and other protagonists that appear in this world, including Shishio, of course. Why was Hikigaya better? It was because Hikigaya was a truly good guy. Hikigaya dared to become the enemy of the entire school so he could save someone. He dared to confess to someone, so he could save someone. He dared to save a dog, even if his leg was broken and all of his hard work to have a high school debut became pointless. Still, even if Hikigaya was better than most of the protagonists in this novel, he was still a prick, and similar to most of the guys, he was also perverted. Still, his feelings toward a girl were sincere, and as long as he loved someone, he would love this girl dearly forever. As for him, Shishio knew himself better than he was a scumbag, and he wasn't a good guy. Now back to the main topic of why Shishio said that Yuki Nashida Yukino was easy prey. His words might be rude, but that was the truth. Shishio thought that Yuki Nashida was easy prey. Yuki Nashida might be cold, but she did this to hide her weakness. Her childhood wasn't easy. She had become the enemy of the girls because she was cute, she was isolated, most girls were jealous of her, and she was also often compared to her big sister. Yuki Nashida also didn't have anyone that she could depend on, and the only way that she could protect herself was by becoming cold, rejecting everyone who wanted to get close to her, so that way, she didn't need to be hurt. She also wouldn't be troubled by various troubles again. Yuki Nashida was tired. With all of that, how could someone conquer Yuki Nashida? It was easy, and all they needed was to give her a warm feeling, in other words, gentleness. By using gentleness, her icy exterior would melt slowly, and before long, she would fall. It was that simple, but it couldn't be done deliberately since with her beautiful face, she must have had a lot of experience being confessed to, so she had always been wary around men. If someone confessed to her without waiting for her heart to melt, then without a doubt, she would reject this person without hesitation since a confession would always give her no end trouble. The reason why Hikigaya succeeded in wooing Yuki Nashida was that in the beginning, he had never thought that he could become Yuki Nashida's boyfriend since he knew himself that it was impossible. Moreover, he still carried the wound and the trauma that he received from confessing to a girl in his middle school, so he had never thought to confess to Yuki Nashida, which weakened her guard. The other reason was that it was Hirotsuka Shizuka's request to put Hikigaya in the service club. If Hikigaya entered the service club by his own initiative, then without hesitation, Yuki Nashida would reject him since she had always been wary of men. It was also the reason why Hikigaya was so grateful toward Hirotsuka since the reason why he could get Yuki Nashida was because of Hirotsuka, who had brought him to the service club. Without that chance, even if he was hit by Yuki Nashida's car during his freshman, then, without a doubt, Hikigaya and Yuki Nashida wouldn't even cross to each other in their high school life and graduate from high school without knowing each other. As for Shishio, he had never taken the initiative, and all the initiative was taken by Yuki Nashida, which was why she didn't put her guard around him. She also actively invited him to the service club. He also showed her various flaws by chance and showed her his photography ability, which made her interested in him. Lastly, it was his face, which gave her a passive plus point on her mind. When someone's face was so handsome or beautiful, most people would actively approach them even if their personalities were shit. Shishio had seen an otome game, a harem visual novel for a girl. He had seen a lot of scumbags and psycho characters with handsome faces in that game that no one had ever thought to appear in reality. Still, it existed in reality, and sadly, those characters were more popular with women than Hikigaya's type of men. After all, those guys, even though their personalities were shit, could act, showing a perfect personality that girls like even if it was just an appearance. It was sad, but girls' imagination was so wild that sometimes they wanted someone to mess their lives up, and when those girls had woken up from their imagination, they might have lost everything from family, friends, purity, and future. Shishio might be a scumbag, but he was several times better than trash since he took responsibility for his women. Shishio had 3 girlfriends, and there was also one girl to whom he had confessed, but she still hadn't given him an answer. He had confessed to 4 girls, so he wouldn't actively confess to someone right now, but if they threw themselves at him, why should he reject them? Jokes aside, even though Shishio had to admit that Yuki Nashida was beautiful and her legs were amazing, he wouldn't chase after her so obsessively since he had 3 girlfriends. Still, he didn't mind helping her, considering she had given him a reward. He knew that he would meet many girls that would trigger his rewards if he stayed beside Yuki Nashida. Still, at the same time, he also needed to consider the feelings of his girlfriends since he knew that they might not stop him from joining the service club and letting him do what he wanted. However, he knew that inside their hearts, they would be saddened by his action. Shishio had promised to make them happy, so how could he make them sad? Shishio needed to put his priority right. What question? Yuki Nashida's complexion returned to normal and asked Shishio curiously, wondering what kind of question he wanted to ask. Senpai, are you the only member of this club? Shishio asked. Yuki Nashida raised her eyebrow and nodded. For now, I'm the only member of this club. After she said those words, she could see that Shishio's expression started to change, making her confused. What's wrong? No. Shaking his head, Shishio told the truth. If you're not alone, then I might reconsider joining your club, but since you're alone, then it might be hard for me to join, senpai. Why? Yuki Nashida was confused. I have a girlfriend. I don't want her to misunderstand, Shishio said helplessly. Yuki Nashida was silent since she knew that Shishio had told the truth. It didn't really matter the real reason why he joined the club, but without a doubt, his girlfriend would misunderstand him. She knew that she was cute, and it was normal for a girl to misunderstand her since it wasn't the first time, or rather, she had many similar experiences in her middle school. As for her high school time, Yuki Nashida was lucky that most of her classmates were female, but even so, there were still many stupid guys who wanted to confess to her, and she just rejected them without mercy. However, by giving her this answer, Shishio's impression of Yuki Nashida's mind became better. If Shishio agreed to her request, then Yuki Nashida would only nod and think that this result was something that she had expected. At the same time, she would also label him as a player, rascal, and scumbag since even though he had a girlfriend, he still stayed together with another girl. However, by rejecting her request, Yuki Nashida thought of him as a loyal boyfriend, and she also felt better, hearing why he rejected her request. Still, Yuki Nashida felt a bit uncomfortable hearing Shishio's reason even though she knew that was the truth, but she didn't think too much. That's true, that might be troublesome. She murmured and agreed with Shishio's thought. Then, if there's one more member, you can join, right? Shishio looked at Yuki Nashida helplessly and wondered why this girl was so eager to invite him to the club. 257, let's be friends. Shishio took a deep breath then asked, Senpai, why do you want me to join the club? Hearing Shishio's questions, Yuki Nashida showed a smile and had a confident expression on her face. Oga-kun, you're a delinquent, right? Shishio blinked his eyes and wondered what this girl was talking about. No, I'm not a delinquent. Yuki Nashida nodded as if she had expected Shishio's answer. It's alright, you don't need to force yourself to admit your delinquency, and I won't report it either, but you should know that you might cause trouble to your parents and yourself if you continue this way. Shishio looked at Yuki Nashida and asked, let's say that I'm a delinquent. You don't have an obligation to help me, right? He knew that this girl had a big misunderstanding about him, but he also couldn't blame her either, considering she thought of him riding on a motorcycle without a driving license. However, Shishio had to admit that he might also be a delinquent since he had joined an underground fighting arena, and he also had fought few people after he came to Tokyo, but there was no way that he would say that, right? Even Hirotsuka, the advisor of this club, had seen him fighting a group of people, didn't invite him to the club since she knew that Shishio wasn't a troubled student. Instead, he was a model student. Even though he ignored the lesson most of the time by reading a book during the class, he was quiet, and his seat was on the back, so the teachers didn't say much either since his result was everything. Our advisor, Hirotsuka-sensei, once said that exceptional people have a duty to help the less fortunate, Yuki Nashida said. Senpai, do you think that I'm less fortunate? Shishio asked. He knew about the noblesse oblige, but wasn't it obvious that he wasn't part of the group that needed the help of exceptional people? Shishio knew that he was exceptional, and he also had a system. He might not have told someone before, but sometimes, he thought to dominate this world by creating a virus and turning 80% of the human population into a zombie, then controlling them, becoming the god of the new world. Shishio wasn't joking since he had that ability. By combining his language mastery and hypnosis mastery, he could control various animals, and it was also possible to control a zombie whose intelligence wasn't high. As for humans, who had a complex mind, it was also possible for him, but he needed time to control them. Shishio also felt that the total population of people on Earth was too much. By turning 80% of the human population, leaving only 20% of the total population, no one would be worried that the resources on Earth would be exhausted and everyone could live happily without worry. Lastly, if Shishio was a less fortunate person, then there wouldn't be any exceptional people in this world. I'm not saying that you're less fortunate, but your attitude might cause you trouble, Yuki Nashida said without hesitation. If it's about the motorcycle, then you don't need to worry. I have a driving license, Shishio said and showed his driving license to Yuki Nashida. Yuki Nashida didn't say much and took Shishio's driving license quietly, looking at it for a while before she gave it back to him. She didn't say anything for a while, looking at Shishio for a moment, and asked, "You don't want to join the club?" Shishio looked at Yuki Nashida for a moment and asked with a teasing tone, "You want me to join, senpai?" Yuki Nashida couldn't say anything and her face flushed since she felt embarrassed. Shishio was a bit amused and asked, "Why do you want me to join?" Hearing this question, Yuki Nashida took a deep breath as she looked at Shishio. "Oga-kun, I think that you're an exceptional person, and I think that you're suitable to join this club, so why shouldn't we guide those less fortunate people together? Even though you said that I'm a delinquent?" Shishio asked in a tease. Yuki Nashida. "Senpai, why don't you tell me the truth?" Shishio moved his seat closer naturally as he rested his head on Yuki Nashida's table, staring at her eyes without looking away. What? Yuki Nashida blushed and flustered, but she didn't show her weakness and kept staring at Shishio. Both of them stared at each other without looking away, and both of them had to admit that he was handsome/beautiful. Still, her heart was beating so fast, Yuki Nashida had a hard time maintaining her calm and somehow understood why most girls in her class were crazy about him. "The reason why you want me to join the club is..." Gulp. Yuki Nashida couldn't maintain her calm, and her heart was beating so fast, "But... you're greedy for the cat's photo, right?" Shishio said. Somehow Yuki Nashida felt cold water pouring down on the top of her head, and her heart was so cold at this moment, especially when she saw Shishio teasing smile. She felt a bit annoyed and couldn't help but pull his ear. "It hurts." "Senpai, what are you doing?" Shishio cried, acting as if it was hurt. "Humph." Yuki Nashida snorted, but she let go of Shishio's ear. "I didn't pull your ear so hard. Why are you acting so exaggeratedly?" She saw Shishio, who rubbed his ear as if her action really hurt him, which made her heart soften and wondering whether she might have done too much. The truth, Shishio was just pretending, but he wouldn't say this out loud since he didn't want to make her angry again. He had teased her enough, so there was no need to add more chaos. He then looked at Yuki Nashida and said, "Well, I don't mind joining, but I can't join if there's only the two of us in this club." "I know." Yuki Nashida nodded and didn't say much since she also didn't want to cause a misunderstanding with Shishio's girlfriend. Still, she just couldn't understand why she felt so uncomfortable at that moment. "Besides that matter, I also want to tell you that I might not be able to join the club that much since I have joined a club and I'm quite busy," Shishio said. "Have you joined a club? What kind of club?" "Sports?" If it was a sport, then Yuki Nashida also understood why Shishio couldn't join her club since she knew how hard a sports club was. She had seen the members of the baseball club who trained both in the morning and after school almost every day, and if he joined the baseball club, then he might not have much of a chance to join her club. "Literature," Shishio said. Unexpected. That was how Yuki Nashida thought at that moment since she could see how well built Shishio's body was, and she also had heard that he was so good with football, so she thought that he might join a sports club, so she didn't expect him to join the literature club. However, the image of the scholar was also unexpectedly suitable for Shishio. "Do you like literature?" Yuki Nashida asked curiously. "My dream is to become a writer, then live from royalty," Shishio said without changing his face. Yuki Nashida. "Then by accumulating the popularity that I have gained by writing, I'll enter politics, then become prime minister," Shishio said, full of confidence. Yuki Nashida. Shishio was waiting for her to retort him, but he saw Yuki Nashida was stunned which made him speechless, so he said, "Senpai, you know, you should laugh at this situation." Yuki Nashida let out a long sigh while rubbing her temple tiredly. Shishio only laughed and rested his head on Yuki Nashida's table again. The distance between the two had become so close, and Shishio tested Yuki Nashida whether she was alright by him invading her personal space. Yuki Nashida didn't say anything, and even though she was a bit shy when Shishio was so close, she didn't feel uncomfortable. Instead, she felt strangely relaxed and comfortable. She sighed and said, "Your dream is surely big. Boys, be ambitious." William S. Clark's quote, "Hey. I'm a man. Of course, I should have a big ambition." Shishio smiled and said, "I have come to Tokyo from Kyoto. Of course, I need to do something big, right?" Looking at him, who was resting on the table lazily while smiling toward her, Yuki Nashida wasn't sure whether Shishio was joking or not. Still, if he was serious, she might not doubt that he might be able to achieve his ambition, and at the same time, she had to admit that her instinct as a woman told her that there might not be a better man other than him in this world, but... Yuki Nashida shook her head and quickly threw that thought away. "By the way, senpai." His voice quickly awoken Yuki Nashida, and she looked at him curiously, wondering what Shishio was going to say. "Let's be friends, Shishio said sincerely. Yukinashita was stunned, but then she looked away, hiding her blush with the camera, then nodded shyly. Looking at Yukinashita, Shishio had to admit that this girl was adorable. They talked for a while before Yukinashita continued to look at the photos he had taken on the camera. Yukinashita had to admit that no matter how many times she saw the photos that Shishio had taken, it was amazing, especially when the quality of the camera had become better. She thought that he could become a photographer, but then when she thought about a photographer, without a doubt, there would be a model. Thinking that he might indulge himself in those models, she felt that it might be good to support him on his dream to become a writer then become a prime minister. Anyway, her father was a Diet member, and as Shishio had said before, boys, be ambitious. They were friends, so in the future, if Shishio decided to become prime minister, Yukinashita would support him, but before that. Oga-kun, where did you take this photo? Looking at Yukinashita, whose eyes were red as if she had taken a drug, Shishio had to admit that this girl's addiction toward a cat was too much, right? Before the end of the break, both Shishio and Yukinashita walked back to their class, walking next to each other. Now that you mention it before, you're from Kyoto, right? Yukinashita asked and thought that Shishio had the guts to come to Tokyo from Kyoto. She also wasn't from Tokyo, but she wasn't that far from her family since she was coming from Chiba. Yes. Shishio nodded and didn't think too much since he had never hidden his origin. He also knew that there was a lot of discrimination in Japan as most people from the town would look down on someone who was coming from the countryside. Still, he was coming from Kyoto, no one looked down on him, but they had some kind of prejudice like he always drank green tea or he wore traditional Japanese clothes all the time. It was harmless, so he didn't think too much, but he had to admit that it was annoying. Alone? No, I'm living in a dorm that my aunt manages, Shishio said. Dorm? Yukinashita looked at Shishio curiously. Sakurasu, Shishio said, but then, when he reached the first floor, he saw a girl that was about to be splashed by water from someone above position, so without hesitation, he dashed to that girl to save that girl. Sakurasu. Yukinashita was dumbfounded, but before she said something, she was stunned when she saw Shishio move so fast toward somewhere. Oga-kun. She quickly followed the direction where he had gone, then saw an unexpected scene. Shishio, who dashed, quickly pulled the girl's waist with his arm, then moved her away from the spot that was about poured with water. The girl was stunned when someone hugged her and pulled her so suddenly, but then she saw a lot of water was dropped in front of her. Splash! Shishio looked up and saw some girls who dropped water from a bucket, and when they noticed him, they quickly ran away. He couldn't help but shake his head, then looked at the girl on his arm and asked, "Are you all right?" Ah! It might be because this accident was so sudden that the girl was stunned and only reacted now. She didn't care much that she was on Shishio's arm. Instead, she was glad on his arm at that moment since she knew that he had helped her. She turned her head and was stunned for a moment before she looked at him with a blush and a shy smile. Thank you. Shishio was stunned but wasn't toward the girl, instead toward his reward. What the heck? 258, another. Medium height with shoulder-length reddish-brown hair tied in pigtails with bangs swept towards the left side, bright blue eyes, an alluring frame, and large breasts. Shishio knew very well who this girl was, especially after he received the enhanced memory, and he also knew her situation, but he didn't expect that she would be bullied this way. Still, he had to admit that the reward that he received from this girl was a bit weird, not that he would complain since the reward was quite interesting. I'm sorry for hugging you so suddenly. Shishio quickly let go of the girl and moved back to maintain her personal distance since he was afraid that she might be uncomfortable. He glanced at the place where the group of girls had dropped the water to this girl before and thought that no matter where it was, there had always been bullying. Still, he wondered who was free enough to bully someone, considering how strict this school with grade was. The girl showed a bit of disappointment when Shishio let go of her waist, but then she quickly cheered up and said, "No, it is all right. Thank you for your help, Oga-kun. You know me?" Shishio raised his eyebrow. "I don't think that there are any girls in this school who don't know about you," the girl said with a smile. Really? Shishio knew that he was famous, but was he this famous? Are you all right? Hearing this voice, Shishio and the girl turned and saw Yukinashita, who also moved in their direction. "Ah, yes, thank you," the girl said with a smile toward Yukinashita and nodded. Yukinashita looked at the girl for a moment before looking at the location where a group of female students had dropped the water before. "Do you want me to help you report them? I can make them stop coming to school for a week or so. Expulsion is also possible." She hated bullying, and of course, she couldn't tolerate someone who had fun by bullying someone. Hearing Yukinashita's words, the girl smiled and said, "Thank you, Yukinashita-san, but I'm all right." Yukinashita didn't seem surprised when this girl knew about her name and said, "Are you sure that you don't want me to report them? You have the two of us as witnesses. If you report them, you can win and let them receive the punishment that they deserve. Even though she wasn't a follower of Hammurabi, she felt that if someone harmed someone, they needed to pay. The girl was a bit overwhelmed by Yukinashida's words and then looked at Shishio for help. Shishio wasn't surprised by the girl's reaction since most people in this country liked to avoid trouble, and when trouble was coming, they would pretend that nothing had happened. He then showed his camera and the photo where the girls dropped a bucket of water at the girl. I know that you don't like to be troubled by this matter, but you still need something to protect you from them. I have taken their photos, and if they still bother you, you can use this photo or tell us about this matter so they won't bother you again. This girl had given him a reward, so he owed her something. Shishio knew that there was a lot of injustice in this world, whether it was war, famine, poverty, etc., and he wasn't a hero who would help everyone in need, or rather, he wasn't a good guy, but if that injustice happened in front of him and he could help, then he would help. Great job! Yukinashida said without hesitation when she saw Shishio taking the photo of a group of girls who dropped a bucket of water at this girl. She thought that the best thing that she had done recently was to give Shishio this camera since it could help someone, and at the same time, she also had to admit that his photography ability was amazing since, with just a second, he could take a clear evidence photo so easily. Ah, thank you very much. The girl said gratefully. She knew that with this photo, then she didn't need to worry that a group of people would bother her again. If you still need help, then come to the service club, Yukinashida said. Service club? The girl looked at Yukinashida curiously. You can say that it is a club to help someone, and I'm the president of that club. I'm Yukinashida Yukino, Yukinohita said. My name is Momo Kashiwabara. Momo smiled and nodded. I'll come if I need help, Yukinon. Yukinon. Yukinashida's lips twitched. Is that not okay? You can also call me Momo, Momo said with a smile. I don't really mind. Yukinashida sighed. Momo then looked at Shishio and said, you can also call me Momo, Oga-kun. Yukinashida frowned, but she didn't say anything. No, I'll call you Kashiwabara-senpai, Shishio said calmly. Yukinashida nodded, and she wasn't sure why she felt a bit happy at that moment. Why? Momo was surprised since she didn't expect to be rejected. I don't really want to be misunderstood by my girlfriend, Shishio said. Yukinashida. Girlfriend. Momo then looked at Yukinashida, showing an understanding, then nodded. Sorry, Yukinon. Yukinashida. Momo felt a bit disappointed, but then she smiled toward both Yukinashida and Shishio. Thank you for your help. I'll come to your club room if I need help. Bye, Yukinon, Oga-kun. Looking at Momo, who had left, Shishio looked at Yukinashida and asked, you're not going to fix the misunderstanding? Well, it doesn't really matter. We can fix the misunderstanding later if we meet her later, Yukinashida said while looking away, trying to hide her blush since she didn't expect that she was misunderstood as his girlfriend. That's true. Shishio nodded, but then he asked, do you know her senpai? Oh? Why do you think so? Yukinashida looked at Shishio curiously. Just a feeling, but if you don't know her, then it is all right, Shishio said. Yukinashida raised her eyebrow and asked, you're interested in her? She thought about Nana, then thought about Momo, and found the similarity between the two, and that similarity was their big boobs. What are you thinking about? I have a girlfriend, and even if I have an interest, it has nothing to do with you, right? Shishio said while looking at Yukinashida. Yukinashida was in silence for a moment, then asked, then why do you ask? It's just. I wonder why something like before happened, but if you didn't know, then it's all right, Shishio said. He knew why such a thing happened to Momo, but he wouldn't say much in this situation. Yukinashida thought for a moment and said, whatever the cause, when she needs help, we just need to help her, right? Shishio looked at Yukinashida for a moment and said, you sure said something nice, senpai. Yukinashida rolled her eyes, but she didn't say much. The truth was, she knew why something like that happened to Momo since she also had heard a rumor about Momo. However, she didn't want to tell this rumor to Shishio since she didn't want him to view Momo the same way as those bad people did. Looking at Yukinashida, Shishio had to admit that this girl was really nice. Oga-kun. Suddenly someone called his name, which caused both Shishio and Yukinashida to turn their heads simultaneously. Tachibana-sensei, Shishio said in surprise, looking at Hina, who was leaning on the window on the corridor, waving her hand toward him with a smile. Hina smiled happily, but then she was surprised when she saw Yukinashida behind Shishio. Hey? Yukinashida-san. Hello, Tachibana-sensei. Yukinashida nodded toward Hina, but at the same time, she was wondering how Shishio and Hina knew each other since Hina was a second-year teacher, so there shouldn't be a chance for Hina and Shishio to meet each other, right? Hina was surprised by Yukinashida's appearance but then frowned and quickly gestured to Shishio to move closer. Oga-kun, come here for a moment. Shishio raised his eyebrow, then looked at Yuki Nashida. Senpai, I'll go to the teacher first. You should go back to your class first since I don't want to make you late. Saying that, he walked toward Hina, wondering what Hina wanted to say to him. Yuki Nashida could only nod and wonder about the relationship between the two, but in the end, she could only shake her head, thinking about who she could invite to join the club since that way, she could invite Shishio to the club. Without looking at Yuki Nashida, Shishio approached Hina and said, Sensei, can you move a bit? Hey! Hina wanted to ask about Shishio's relationship with Yuki Nashida, but after hearing his request, she nodded and moved to the side for a bit. Shishio directly entered the building from the window, which caused Hina to feel speechless and couldn't help but pull his ear. You! Not only do you ride on motorcycles, but you even do something rude. It hurts, Sensei. Stop! Stop! Shishio cried out and pretended that it was hurt. Hina let go of Shishio's ear and asked worriedly, was it hurt? It hurts. Shishio was quite pitiful at this moment, and Hina couldn't help but feel sorry and caressed his ear. Is it all right now? Well, try to caress it a bit more, Sensei, Shishio said without hesitation and had to admit that Hina's hand was so soft and it felt nice when she caressed his ear. Still, the reason why he dared to do this was that there wasn't anyone in this place, but then he suddenly felt a jealous gaze toward him, which made him frown. He then turned his gaze to the side and saw a familiar young man, which somehow made him understand why he received this gaze. What's wrong? Hina asked curiously since Shishio suddenly looked away. Nothing. Shishio quickly covered Hina's gaze by standing in front of her and asked, so what's wrong, Sensei? The bell is almost ringing, you know. Hina only remembered now and asked, Oga-kun, are you playing with Rui? Playing with Rui? Shishio's lips twitched and asked, Sensei, did you misunderstand my relationship with Rui ne? You're not dating Rui? Hina asked with doubt. I'm not. Shishio shook his head and said, we're only friends. He didn't lie since that was his relationship with Rui. Then that Yuki Nashida-san? Hina asked. She's also my friend, Shishio said simply. Oga-kun, you sure have a lot of female friends, Hina said with a sigh, feeling that Rui might have a hard time taking down this beast. Shishio only shrugged his shoulders and asked, by the way, have you met Uncle Fujii's family, Sensei? He was wondering if Hina had met the main character of the domestic Kanacho. Yes, I have. Hina nodded and said, I met Fujii-kun yesterday. Oh, he's my senior, right? Shishio asked. Yes. Hina nodded and said, his name is Fujii Natsuo. He's the second year. I'll introduce both of you if there's a chance in the future. I can't wait for that, Shishio said with a smile, and then he remembered something. Sensei, if I'm not wrong, you're going to move into a new house, right? That's right. Hina nodded, then looked at Shishio up and down, and asked, Oga-kun, are you free on Sunday? What's wrong? Shishio asked with doubt. We might need help moving out into the new house. If you're free, how about you help us? Hina said with a smile and thought that it might be a good chance to make the relationship between Shishio and Rui closer since she knew that Rui had a feeling for Shishio. Shishio didn't answer Hina's question for a moment and asked, you're going to move out this Sunday, right, Sensei? Yes. Hina nodded. Well, I should have had time at that time, Shishio said after a moment. Thank you, Oga-kun. Hina smiled and wanted to say something more, but suddenly the bell rang. No problem. Shishio nodded and said, the bell is ringing. I'll go back first, Sensei. He then left since he didn't want to be late. Yes, but don't run in the corridor, all right? Hina shouted. Shishio only waved his hand, telling her not to worry. Hina looked at Shishio's back and smiled, but then she forgot to tell him that Rui would be transferred into this school, which made her slap her forehead subconsciously. She then shook her head and thought that she could tell Shishio later and decided to go to her next class since it was troublesome if she was late, but at this moment, she didn't realize that someone was hiding, staring at the chummy conversation between her and Shishio. When Shishio returned to his class, he talked with Nana, and she told him how they had spent their lunch before. Nana didn't ask Sheena how Sheena had helped Shishio since, with so many people around them, it was quite hard to ask about that matter. Sheena also didn't really want to talk about what she was doing with Shishio on that day since it was her precious memory, and she only wanted them to be known by him and her. However, their lunch was quite enjoyable, and everyone was happy, eating, talking, and playing together. Even so, Nana didn't forget and said, don't forget about later, alright? Karaoke, right? You don't need to worry, I remember, Shishio said. Good. Nana smiled happily and couldn't wait to go on the karaoke, but when the class ended, and they were about to go home, everyone was staring outside, and they were speechless at this moment. Raining. 259, Beautiful Rain. Even though it was raining, they didn't immediately go back, but waited for a while at the club room, waiting for the rain to end since they had decided to go to the karaoke, but after a while, the rain didn't stop, and it kept pouring as if telling them to go home rather than playing around. No way, it is still raining. 3x. Mako, Nana, and Maya were disappointed when they saw that it was raining. They saw the sky was dark, and the rain was pouring down from the sky. They had been so excited to go to the karaoke together, but now? I have told you before, right? Did you bring your umbrella? Shishio asked, looking at the three girls. Of course, I bring it, but... If Shishio didn't remind her, then Nana wouldn't bring her umbrella. She was happy that she didn't need to wait for the rain to pass at the school, but could they go to the karaoke while it was raining? We can go there anytime, so let's just go back now, alright? Shishio asked. Before Shishio went to school, he reminded most of the people on his contacts, so they didn't forget to bring their umbrellas before they went to the school. If the weather prediction was wrong, it didn't matter, but if it was right, they needed to wait on the school for a long time until the end of the rain since they didn't bring an umbrella, which was pretty much an inconvenience. Well, that's true. Nana nodded and said, it'll be bad if we're caught by cold after all. Shishio sighed in relief since he didn't need to go to karaoke. He didn't mind going to the karaoke, but he felt that it was necessary to solve one of the troubles that he hadn't solved first. No one also had any intention to go to the karaoke since it was raining, and it was also pretty bad if they were caught in the cold, so then they decided to go home together. Ritsu also sighed in relief since she didn't need to go to the karaoke. She then looked at Miu, who showed a troubled expression, and asked, "What's wrong, Miu?" Her relationship with Miu was pretty good since they were from the same class, and she also didn't mind staying with Miu since Miu was quiet, polite and well-spoken, so it was nice to talk with her. Seeing her show a troubled expression, she couldn't help but ask. "Ah, I forgot to bring an umbrella," Miu said with a troubled expression. Ritsu thought that she could lend her umbrella to Miu since she knew that Shina, Saki and Shishio brought their own umbrella, and she thought that she could go back by sharing an umbrella with either of them. She glanced at Shishio secretly, but then she noticed that he was looking in her direction. "No, it's Miu." "Then senpai, do you want to go home with me?" Shishio asked. Miu was surprised, and her face instantly turned red. Shishio knew that Miu tried to avoid him, so he didn't remind her to bring her umbrella today, and this way, he could use that reason to go home with her. They were stunned when they heard Shishio's words, but before Miu replied, some of them quickly reacted. "Why do you want to go home with Miu senpai?" Maya asked with a frown. "Are you going to do something bad with Miu senpai?" Mako also frowned. Both Maya and Mako knew that Shishio was a scumbag, and not only Shishio was dating Nana, but he also dated Saki. Even though they couldn't accept it, watching how happy Nana and Saki were, they could only forgive him, but if this guy was going to add more girls, then he needed to walk over their dead bodies. "You're thinking too much." Shishio looked at Maya and Mako helplessly and said, "I want to ask about the development of the literature club." The development of the literature club. Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard Shishio's words. Shishio nodded and said, "I mean, from what I have listened to, what you were doing from previous club activity was either talking, reading, drinking tea, or eating a snack, right? I'm not sure what the previous literature club was doing last year, but I feel that there should be a change in this club." "What kind of changes?" They seemed to be affected by his words and couldn't help but ask. "If it's a sports club, then we'll train to win a competition, right? Then is the literature club, we shouldn't lose to those clubs. However, I'm not sure what kind of activity we can do, so I need to discuss it with Miu-senpai," Shishio said without hesitation. Everyone nodded and thought that it was reasonable for him to go with Miu, but we have a club tomorrow, right? Why don't you talk tomorrow? You can even talk with Kiria-sensei about this matter, Nana said while squinting her eyes. Shishio didn't expect that his girlfriend would bring him trouble. Nana rolled her eyes and said, "Well, Miu-senpai might be troubled if she goes back like this, and it's also pretty sad to leave her alone at school, so can you help her to go home?" Shishio. "Don't worry. I'll send her back." Shishio then looked at Miu and asked, "Is that okay with you, senpai?" He had to admit that Nana was a great girlfriend at that moment, and at the same time, he knew that he needed to make up Nana, Saki and Shina after this. After all, he also knew that it was selfish of him to confess to Miu. Miu knew that what Shishio had said before was just an excuse so he could go back with her. She was a bit shy, but at the same time, she also knew that she needed to talk with him. Yes. Shishio and Miu had decided to go back together. Maya and Mako looked at Nana, who seemed to be okay, and didn't say much. Ritsu also looked at Saki, who didn't say much about this matter and even told them to go back together. Still, the thoughts of Maya, Meiko, and Ritsu were pretty similar since they were wondering what was happening. The sound of rain hitting against the umbrella was mixed with the sound of their shoes stepping into the wet ground. Miu could feel how wet her shoes were at that moment, but she didn't care about any of that now. As they walked out of the school, Miu glanced at Shishio shyly. She observed him from the side and could see how tall his body was, but what attracted her the most was how happy he was at that moment. Why are you smiling? She wasn't sure why, but she had to admit that he was so handsome when he smiled. I'm happy that I have taken your first, senpai, Shishio said. Miu's cute face turned red instantly. I was joking. Shishio-kun. Shishio laughed and said, still, is this your first time to share an umbrella with a guy, senpai? Miu snorted, but then she shook her head. No. I have shared it with my father and little brother in the past, Miu said with a smile and felt happy when she saw Shishio's stunned expression. Shishio didn't expect that Miu would tease him, but at the same time, he was wondering why the high school students in this country thought too much about sharing an umbrella with the opposite gender. Not only sharing an umbrella, drinking from the same bottle, holding hands during a dance, and various other more. Shishio never thought too much about those things, but for some people, they thought about the activity above as a lewd thing. Shishio-kun, how about you? Miu asked nervously. Me? Shishio looked at Miu curiously, what this girl wanted to say. Have you shared an umbrella with a girl? Miu's expression was a bit unnatural, and she quickly said, I guess this must be nothing special for you, right? You must have a lot of experience in the past. She just wasn't sure about Shishio's feelings toward her, especially when he had already dated 3 girls and he also couldn't even say I love you, but even though she wasn't sure about what kind of feeling that he had, she was happy that she could walk side by side like this with him, being teased, and sharing an umbrella with him. Miu wasn't sure how long this kind of day would continue, or rather, she hoped that the rain wouldn't stop so they could stay like this. However, she knew that she couldn't. No, this is my first time sharing an umbrella with a girl, Shishio said. Really? Miu was surprised. What are you surprised by, senpai? Shishio was speechless and said, it's pretty normal, right? It was the second time that he had experienced rain in this world. His first time with rain, he carried Sheena directly to the hotel so the rain wouldn't hit them, and they didn't have an umbrella at that time. As for the memory of the previous Shishio Oga, even though he knew that there was an existence of a girl in his memory, and there was also a memory of him sharing an umbrella with this girl. It was still his first time sharing an umbrella with a girl, considering the previous Shishio Oga was different from him. Miu couldn't help but smile and laugh, hearing his response since she could see that Shishio wasn't lying at this moment. Shishio could only shake his head when he saw Miu smiling and laughing, but he had to admit that this girl was cute. Miu looked at Shishio, but then she noticed something. Oh. I'm sorry for making you hold the umbrella, Shishio-kun. I'll hold it for you. She felt that she had caused too much trouble for Shishio by bringing her back home, holding the umbrella, and even helping her revive the literature club. Oh, I don't mind. Shishio looked at Miu and said, it works better if the taller person holds it, right? Miu pouted and held the shaft of the umbrella. Shishio-kun, let me hold it. She knew that she was short compared to Shishio, but she didn't want him to say that. No way. But your left side is soaked, Shishio-kun. This is your umbrella. Make sure you leave some room for yourself too. But I don't want you to get wet, Miu-senpai. It's fine. Then Miu and Shishio moved closer and stared at each other before they laughed. Shishio looked at Miu and said, I think this is my first time to see you laugh so happily for a while, senpai. Really? Miu looked at Shishio with a helpless expression. It's probably because you've caused me a lot of trouble, Shishio-kun. Did I cause you so much trouble? Shishio asked with a guilty expression. Looking at Shishio's guilty expression, Miu felt her heart tighten, and she also held the umbrella shaft tightly. She wanted to say that the truth was she had fun being with him, but she was wondering whether it was okay to say that so easily. But Miu couldn't bear to see Shishio's guilty expression and quickly said, Shishio-kun, it'll be a big trouble if you catch a cold. She then looked around and noticed a closed shop where they could take shelter from the rain. How about we stop there for a while? I'm fine. Come on, just for a while. Miu brought Shishio to the shop, standing under the eaves before putting her bag on the bench. Wait a moment. I should have. She searched over her bag and found a white towel inside. Shishio looked at Miu, who spread the white towel and said, you really come prepared, senpai. It's just a habit since my siblings are a bit naughty. Holding her towel, Miu said, please sit down on the bench first, Shishio-kun. Even though she didn't want to admit it, compared to Shishio, she was a bit short. Shishio didn't say much and sat down on the bench, but then he looked at Miu, who put the towel on the top of his head and dried his hair with a towel, which made him unable to help but sigh helplessly. He had always been the one who doted on someone, but this might be the first time someone had doted on him. You're very doting, Miu-senpai. Please stay still, Shishio-kun. Miu couldn't help but reprimand Shishio, who tried to move around as she kept drying the wet part on his body. Okay, just one more. Shishio stared at Miu, who was so kind and couldn't help but say, you're so kind-hearted that I'm a little worried that I'm taking advantage of that. Miu tilted her head, looking at Shishio. I know that you might not be able to accept the fact that I have dated several girls at the same time. I have also tried to confess to you because I don't want our relationship to change, but I have realized how selfish I was. I've started to worry you might try to put up with me, and you're just forcing yourself. I'm scared that you'll end up hating me because of it. Are you sure that you're okay? Shishio knew that he had already 3 girlfriends, and he was thinking of adding Miu again because he didn't want his relationship with Miu to change, but at the same time, he also knew how selfish he was. He also had kissed her before when she hadn't accepted his confession, and he was also wondering how she felt about that. Hearing Shishio's words, Miu felt that she was the one who was being pampered, and when she saw this expression, but at the same time, she just couldn't help but feel that this expression was quite unfair, right? Miu knew that she couldn't hate him, and she also knew what she felt about him. Shishio-kun. Shishio raised his head, but then he was stunned when he was kissed. Miu knew that she was quite bold now, but she didn't hate it, and she felt happy when she saw his stunned expression. Still, his lips were too nice, right? She was wondering why she didn't do this in the past. Miu kissed his lips as she closed her eyes before she parted her lips and showed a bright smile, looking at Shishio. I'm fine. I'd never forced myself, and I'm happy with your confession before, Shishio-kun. Her face flushed, but she kept staring at him and said, so this time, I'll say this to you, Shishio-kun. She took a deep breath and said, I love you, Shishio-kun. Shishio blinked his eyes and asked, can you say that one more time, senpai? Miu was shy, but she said, I love you, Shishio-kun. Again. I love you, Shishio-kun. One more time. Geez, Shishio-kun. Miu pouted with a red face. Shishio and Miu then sat next to each other, and he tried to coax her since she was pouting after he teased her. Senpai, let's stay like this for a little longer. Can we? Sure, Miu said with a red face. Yay. Miu saw Shishio, who smiled happily as he leaned his body at her. She flushed once again and felt happy, and at the same time, she realized how warm his body was, which made her greedy. She wanted his warmth more and tried to hold his hand, but she felt a bit nervous until she felt he held her hand. Miu was surprised before she smiled at Shishio. Her heart was so uncomfortable before, thinking about how to answer him, thinking about their future, and thinking about what she was about to do. Still, right now, when she was able to say that she loved him, she felt that everything was so clear and everything was so beautiful. Even the rain that made her shoes wet was also beautiful. Sitting next to each other as they talked, Miu was attracted to the hydrangea planted on the shop's side. Shishio-kun, what color hydrangea do you like? Miu turned her head to ask Shishio that question, but when she turned her head, he kissed her lips, which stunned her. Then, as they parted their lips, she blushed again and could see him, smiling as if he had succeeded in teasing her. I love you, Miu. Miu's lips trembled, her eyes were red, and tears dripped from her eyes, but her smile couldn't be hidden, showing how happy she was. She saw him, wiping her tears gently as she held his hand in silence, rubbing her cheek against his tough hands. She loved this feeling, and at the same time, she realized that today might be the most beautiful rain that she had ever seen. By the way, Miu. Can I kiss you again? Miu blushed, but then she looked at him with a helpless expression. Geez. This is the last time, all right. As the rain continued, they closed their distance once again. 260, period. See you tomorrow, Shishio-kun. Waving her hand, Miu smiled happily as she said goodbye, though, the truth, she was a bit reluctant to part with him. See you tomorrow, senpai. Waving his hand, Shishio saw Miu enter her apartment before he turned, walked for a moment, and said, have you watched me enough? He had realized that someone had been following him for a while, but he didn't sense any harm from this guy, so in the end, he ignored it. Still, he had guessed the identity of this person. The moment his words fell, someone walked out of a hiding place, holding an umbrella and wearing a hoodie, cap and a face mask, staring at Shishio. Why did you follow me, my san? Shishio asked curiously, wondering why this girl had been following him for a while, especially when the rain hadn't stopped, but it had slowed down since the rain had become a slight drizzle. Looking at Shishio, who had just walked away with another girl, Mai felt a bit annoyed, and her mood wasn't good. I have wanted to call you out, but you've been flirting with a new girl. She thought Shishio would only date Nana and Saki, but she didn't expect this guy to date another girl. However, strangely, even though Miu knew that Shishio was dating two girls simultaneously, Miu was still happy and even kissed him several times at the shelter before. When they were kissing each other under the shelter, Mai was standing under the umbrella, and her body was freaking cold. Mai was scared of her problem, and when she saw that the phenomenon happened once again in the morning before she went to the school, she ran directly back to her home. After calming herself for a while, she decided to meet Shishio, waiting for him to go home from school, but she didn't expect to see him flirting with a new girl. Mai had to admit that Shishio was different from any other guys she had met, but was he so special that three girls would date him together even if they had to share him? If Mai had a boyfriend or a husband, she would want him for herself. As for sharing him with someone else? Mai had never had such a thought. Love was selfish, after all, and she wanted him to be for herself. Mai was on her period, she was still under this strange phenomenon that made her invisible to the eyes of others, she needed to wait for him in the rain, her clothes were wet, and she felt so cold. It would be weird if her mood was good at this moment, but Mai felt relieved that Shishio could see her. Shishio looked at Mai for a moment and asked, "Is it that problem that you told me about yesterday?" Mai wanted to answer Shishio's question, but suddenly she felt a sudden pain in her abdomen that made her frown and feel weak all of a sudden. Luckily, she was caught by Shishio. If she wasn't caught, then she would be all wet because of the puddle. What's wrong? Shishio was startled when Mai suddenly fell. My stomach. Mai tried to hold the pain in her abdomen. Shishio's nose was quite sensitive since his body was 3 times stronger than an average human, and he could smell a unique smell from Mai. Are you on your period? Ugh. Mai blushed and wanted to pinch Shishio's waist for being so blunt, but the pain on her abdomen was so unbearable. It hurts. Let's go to the hospital, Shishio said and carried Mai directly in his arms. No, no. Mai quickly refused when she heard Shishio's words. Why? Shishio was confused. I don't want to enter a gossip tabloid, Mai said with all of her willpower since her abdomen was so painful. She felt a bit surprised when Shishio suddenly hugged and carried her, but she didn't have a choice, and somehow it felt comfortable since his body was so warm, so she hugged him tightly so he could share his warmth with her. Then where should we go? My place is a bit too far here. Shishio had never thought that Mai's status as a public figure would be so troublesome since they couldn't even enter a hospital. If his hospital was nearby, then he would bring her there. Unfortunately, his hospital was far, and the nearby hospital was a bit far from this place. Hotel. Shishio felt that it was awkward to bring Mai to the hotel, and even if he brought her there, what could he do there? As for Mai's house, Shishio didn't know where it was since he sent her back yesterday. They didn't stop right in front of Mai's house. Instead, they stopped at a nearby convenience store, but even so, he could guess more or less where her house was. However, if Shishio said those words, he was afraid that Mai would think of him as a creep since he knew the location of her house, so he needed to wait for her decision. Still looking at Mai, who was in pain, Shishio quickly said, "Let's go to the hospital. You can think about tabloid gossip later since it is important to take care of your body first." He was about to go to the nearby hospital, but... My house is nearby. Mai said quietly. "Let's go to my house." Hey! Shishio was dumbfounded when he heard Mai's words. "Bring me home," Mai said in pain, and right now, she just wanted to go home. "Where's your house?" Shishio asked and became serious since he knew that Mai was in pain at that moment. Mai then guided Shishio to where her house was. She didn't think that much of a worry that he knew her address since whether she realized it or not, she had trusted him since when she went unnoticed, the person that came to her mind was Shishio. Under Mai's guidance, Shishio arrived at Mai's apartment building but looked at her pained expression. He knew that she didn't even have the energy to walk or normally talk with him. "Mai-san, we have arrived," Shishio said quietly, hugging her gently in his arms. "Ugh, it's painful." Mai's eyes were red, and she was crying since she needed to hold the pain for so long. Looking at her expression, if possible, Shishio wanted to send her chi to her body, but he knew that it was unrealistic. "Should I carry you all the way?" Shishio asked. Mai, who put her face on his neck, nodded after a moment of hesitation. "What is your apartment number?" Shishio needed the number and the card so they could enter her apartment building since it was protected with a password, electronic locking system, and various safety devices. Looking at this apartment, he knew that it was pretty expensive. As he entered, Shishio moved quite fast and calmly to her apartment room. "We have arrived, Mai-san," Shishio said. They were right in front of Mai's apartment, but Shishio stopped since he knew it was pretty bad to enter her room. They were just acquaintances, and Shishio didn't want to become a criminal since he didn't receive permission to enter her apartment. Thank you." Shishio let go of Mai slowly as Mai used the wall as her support to stand up. Looking at Mai, who could fall anytime just by walking, Shishio was so worried at this moment. Mai, who had parted from Shishio's arms, felt that it was so difficult to walk and felt that it was better to stay in his arms all the time. She wanted to open the door of her apartment, but it took a lot of toll on her body. She wanted Shishio to help her, but she was afraid that she might trouble him. Let me help you. Shishio decided to help since he couldn't leave Mai alone like this. He carried her again in his arms, opened the door of her apartment, entered without hesitation, and closed the door. The moment Shishio entered, he was hit by a rose-like fragrance that made his nose itchy. He took off his shoes directly and helped her take off her wet shoes and sock gently, drying her white and beautiful feet with his hands and warming them up. Mai-san, can I enter? Shishio asked. Mai nodded on his arms, agreeing without hesitation since she was so weak, and right now, she didn't want to think, and she just wanted to be pampered at this moment. She wanted someone to take care of her and didn't want to be alone. Shishio then entered her apartment and wanted to put her on the sofa in the living room, but she didn't want to move away from him since his body was warm, hugging him like a koala, so, in the end, he gave up, and went to the kitchen while carrying her in his arms. Mai-san, can I borrow your kitchen? Mai nodded weakly as she hugged him. Entering the kitchen, Shishio looked at various ingredients before he made warm lemon ginger brown sugar water in a fast manner. Unfortunately, Mai closed her eyes and didn't see his action at this moment since if she saw it, she would be dumbfounded. Shishio then brought Mai to the sofa again, letting her sit on his lap before feeding her with the warm lemon ginger brown sugar water that he made with a spoon. Mai-san, drink this. Mai didn't know what it was, but she opened her mouth slightly when she felt the warmness from the spoon. She then tasted a sour, sweet, spicy, and warm liquid in her mouth before she subconsciously drank it. When she drank it, she felt her stomach was so warm, and she felt so comfortable that she opened her mouth again. Does it taste good? Shishio asked as he fed her again. Mai nodded and let Shishio feed her again and again. When Mai felt better, Shishio let her sleep on the sofa before he said, Mai-san, where's the towel? Ugh. Mai didn't have the energy to answer him, but she pointed her finger at the bathroom. Wait a moment. Shishio then went to the bathroom and filled the bathtub with hot water before walking out, bringing a towel to dry Mai's wet body. Without hesitation, he went to her room to bring a blanket and a sock, though, during the process, he happened to see her underwear, which was amazing. However, he didn't have any idea about her underwear since Mai was sick. Mai then felt that her body was being dried as she closed her eyes. Her feet were covered in socks before her body was covered in a blanket. She felt so comfortable and just wanted to stay like this right now and didn't want to move. Mai-san, are you hungry? Mai nodded gently. Do you want to eat something? Mai nodded again. Wait a moment. I'll make something for you. Shishio had entered Mai's house and even saw her underwear, so there was no need to shy away from using her kitchen again. Shishio checked the fridge and saw chicken tenderloin, cherry tomato, shimeji mushroom, egg, and some condiments on the side and decided to cook tomato and tenderloin egg drop soup. Mai, who felt slightly better, saw Shishio in the kitchen, watching him, cooking for her, making her feel so comfortable. Right now, even if Shishio stole her underwear, she might forgive him since she was so grateful to him. Mai waited for a moment before she smelled something delicious permeating through the entire room. She opened her sleepy eyes and felt a bit hungry. Can you eat? Mai saw Shishio in the kitchen and moved her body slightly, sitting on the sofa. Shishio also walked toward Mai and brought a bowl of soup that he made up before he gave it to her. Here, eat it while it is still warm. Mai nodded and gently received the soup, feeling the warmth of the bowl on her palms before she slowly ate it. The moment she ate it, she felt like she was full of energy and could KO the chicken with her fists at this moment. Is it good? Are you feeling better? I have prepared a bath for you. You should take a bath before you rest, Shishio said. I will go back now. Take care, all right. Shishio said and was about to go home, but Mai grasped the sleeve of his blazer. What's wrong? Stay here for a moment. I want to talk with you, Mai said weakly, hoping for him to stay. Shishio looked at Mai for a moment, then looked at the time on his watch and nodded. I'll stay here for a while. Thank you. Mai showed a beautiful smile on her weak face, and somehow she understood why this girl was so popular with a girl and had a lot of girlfriends at that moment. Wait. What am I thinking? Mai quickly shook her head and thought that this guy was dangerous. 261, Mai Sakurajima 1. Mai was in the bathtub, resting her body on the warm water, feeling so comfortable. She let out a sigh of relief and somehow wanted to sleep, but she knew that she couldn't, especially when Shishio was still outside. When Shishio brought her socks, Mai knew that he got them from the place where she kept her underwear, which made her blush, but she didn't blame him since she knew that he was helping her and if she didn't wear socks, then her body might be all cold and she might need a long time to recover. Mai also had a feeling that Shishio wouldn't steal her underwear, considering he had a girlfriend, but she was beautiful, and wasn't it normal for him to be attracted to her? Mai also thought that she might be a bit bold to take a bath when a man was outside. If he enters to peek at me, what should I do? Mai didn't feel sleepy anymore, and there were many things on her head at this moment, thinking about what Shishio was about to do, but if he decided to peek at her, she knew that she wouldn't blame or hate him that much. Mai had a good feeling toward Shishio since he had helped her during her weakest time. When she needed someone to see her, he was there, and when she was in pain because of her period, he took care of her patiently with food, warm drink, warm bath, etc. If that guy doesn't have 3 girlfriends. Feeling strangely disappointed, Mai rubbed her face with her wet hands, and after a moment, she didn't even see him peeking, so in the end, she stopped and prepared to go out. She was about to dry her body, but she heard him talking with someone. Unlike her, Shishio wasn't alone, which made her quite depressed. Mai had never thought to get a boyfriend since no one had ever caught her eye, and she didn't even have the interest to make one, but when she thought about Shishio, who helped her on the beach and helped her before. Mai then shook her head and wondered whether she was this easy since she could fall for someone because he saved her during her distress. Mai knew that her plot was similar to a damsel in distress. She was in trouble, and a handsome prince helped her. Unfortunately, this prince was a scumbag with 3 girlfriends. Mai dried her body with a white towel and started to wear thick clothes and socks since she still felt a bit cold. Walking out of her room, she saw him, sitting on the sofa and talking with someone. She didn't think too much and walked toward the sofa, sitting beside him, and turned on the television. She saw an advertisement about a movie which made her raise her eyebrow for a moment before she let out a low sigh. Yes, thank you, Roberta. Shishio glanced at Mai for a moment before he looked away. He ended the call and planned to visit Tokugawa tonight since he thought he could get an apartment for Nana since she had decided to live alone. However, he needed to wait for which apartment she was going to choose since there were a lot of apartments on Tsujinami. Shishio then turned and asked, "There's still lemon ginger water. Do you want some?" "Yes." Mai nodded, and her expression was a bit complicated. Shishio poured some of the lemon ginger water mixed with brown sugar on the cup and gave it to Mai. "Thanks." Mai nodded, feeling the warmth from the cup, and gently sipped the lemon ginger water. She let out a gentle sigh, feeling warm and comfortable on her entire body, then she looked at Shishio and asked, "Your girlfriend?" "I asked someone to pick me up since it is still raining now," Shishio said as he looked at the window of Mai's apartment. He wondered why the rain became harder now, and it made it hard for him to go home. "Anyway, let's talk about your problem. Did you encounter it in the morning?" He knew why Mai came to see him before was probably that she might encounter the same problem that she had experienced yesterday. Mai's expression was a bit heavy and depressed, but she nodded. "Yes." Her voice was a bit low since she was afraid that she might go unnoticed like this, and before long, no one would be able to see her again. Such a thought scared her, or rather, she was frightened at this moment. Her body was shaking, but she felt a strong hand holding her shoulder. "Calm down. Let's search for the solution together, all right?" Shishio said calmly. Mai looked at Shishio with a complex expression and nodded. "Thank you, Oga-kun." She looked at him and wondered why he decided to help her so much, but before she asked, "You can thank me after your problem is solved." Shishio shook his head and asked, "Have you ever thought about the cause of your problem?" Hearing Shishio's question, Mai shook her head and said, "I don't know. Yesterday, I thought that it was just my imagination, so by today, I should be all right, but I didn't expect." She didn't expect that when she was about to buy breakfast at the convenience store in the morning, the staff seemed to ignore her and at the same time, she realized that she had gone unnoticed again, which made her scared and returned to her apartment again. If Mai hadn't met Shishio yesterday, she might not have thought of meeting him. Instead, she might spend her time holed up in her room before she tried to search for a solution for her problem, such as trying to attract everyone's attention by wearing a bunny girl costume. Hearing Mai's story, Shishio thought for a moment and asked, "I just wanted to make sure that this has nothing to do with your physiology problem, right?" Mai smiled bitterly and asked, "Do you think that I am crazy?" However, she also understood that someone couldn't believe her problem easily and even herself. If she was told that someone had caught a similar situation, she didn't think that she would believe either since it was just too strange. Suddenly become unnoticed. If someone told those other people that they had this kind of problem, they would think of them as crazy. Looking at Mai, whose eyes were red and almost cried, Shishio quickly held her shoulders again, trying to calm her down, and said, "No, I trust you, but I want to make sure since your situation is unique." If possible, he wanted to hug her since she smelled so nice, but he knew that shouldn't act like a scumbag right now. As a scumbag, he knew that she was at her lowest and weakest point, and even if he pushed her right now, she would accept him, but he didn't want that since even though he was a scumbag, he wasn't trash. Staring into his eyes, Mai could see clearly that Shishio didn't doubt him, and she also blushed lightly. She felt a bit ashamed when she thought that she got embarrassed by someone who was younger than her and said calmly, "Thank you, but how long are you going to hold me?" "Sorry, it feels nice to hold you," Shishio said to lighten the mood and raised his hands quickly. "You have 3 girlfriends, and that's not enough for you?" Mai asked in a snort. Shishio was in silence since Mai was wrong and he had 4 girlfriends rather than 3, but he wouldn't say it. "What is important right now is to find a solution for your problem, right? Let's talk about this matter now." Mai knew that this guy tried to change the subject, but she decided to forgive him and asked, "Do you know the cause of this problem?" Shishio showed hesitation and said, "You know, after I have heard about your situation, I tried to search some information on the internet whether someone had a similar situation as you, but I'm not sure whether you can believe this information or not since it is an urban legend." Urban legend? Mai was a bit stunned, but then she asked, "What kind of urban legend? Do you want to hear it?" Shishio asked. "My problem isn't something that someone can't believe anyway, and it doesn't hurt to know more." Mai also felt that her problem was quite weird, and someone with logic wouldn't believe her, so it wouldn't be hurt to hear something like an urban legend, considering how desperate she was. "Hear me first. I'd thought about 2 reasons why you are in this situation now." Mai nodded and told him to go on. "First, I'd thought that someone hated you and gave you some curse that made you become invisible in the eyes of others." Looking at Mai's stunned expression, Shishio said, "But I don't think that this is the cause since you have been on hiatus for a while, and why does it happen now? Why doesn't it happen when you are still active as an actress? So I think this isn't the reason why this situation happens to you." Hearing Shishio's words, Mai nodded in silence and also agreed with his explanation. After all, even though it was weird and she didn't believe it that she might be cursed, what had happened to her wasn't something that could be explained by logic, and she also had a lot of competitors in the world of showbiz, so she had been exposed to the human ugliness during her childhood time, and it wouldn't be weird if some people hated her since she had stolen their chance on the showbiz world. However, as Shishio said before, why does it happen now? Why didn't it happen during her active time? What about the other reason? Mai asked quietly. "It's just an urban legend, but I strangely feel that this urban legend resembles your situation." "What urban legend?" "Adolescence syndrome." Shishio thought he wouldn't be able to discover about the adolescence syndrome, but since Mai and Futaba were in this world, it wouldn't be weird to find out about these strange, abnormal experiences. Adolescence syndrome. Mai was confused by this term since it was her first time hearing it. Shishio wasn't surprised by Mai's reaction and explained what adolescence syndrome was. In simple terms, adolescence syndrome, also known as puberty syndrome, is a term used to describe abnormal experiences during adolescence as a result of sensitivity and instability. Those who have adolescence syndrome are susceptible to various events or experiences that would be considered abnormal and irregular. Shishio looked at Mai and said, "In your case, you have become invisible in the eyes of others." Mai was in silence, hearing Shishio's words, then looked at him and asked, "Then what about the solution?" This was the most important thing that she needed to know. "Before we search for a solution, we need to know the cause first," Shishio said. "Cause?" Mai was confused when Shishio asked this. Since there is a word of adolescence on the adolescence syndrome, then it should happen to someone in puberty. In other words, it should happen because of someone's school life. Shishio looked at Mai and said, "I can tell that your school life is quite unhappy, right?" Mai couldn't refute Shishio's words since he was right. "Don't worry, since you met me, you're going to have a rose-colored high school life rather than a grey-colored high school life," Shishio said, trying to lighten the mood. Mai was quite amused by Shishio's words. "Rose-colored high school life, hey?" She smiled, but at the same time, she looked at him and asked, "Oga-kun, can I ask why you look out at me so much? You know, usually, people don't look out for troublesome girls like me." She looked at him and asked, "Do you want to add more girlfriends? Did you fall for me?" Shishio asked. "Who is falling for you?" Mai blushed and denied him without hesitation. "That's good." Shishio nodded and said, "Don't fall for a scumbag like me, alright." Mai's expression became complex when she heard Shishio's words, but she shook her head and asked, "But seriously, why did you help me?" Looking at Mai, who showed a serious expression, Shishio knew that Mai wouldn't let her go until he explained why he decided to help her. The truth was there wasn't much of a reason why he decided to help her. She needed help, and he helped her, that's all. He didn't have a strange reason or anything, but he had to admit that her situation was quite similar to him. Shishio was alone in this world, and he couldn't scream, he couldn't ask someone for help, and all he could do was solve his problem by himself after becoming Shishio Oga. Luckily, 1 month after Shishio became Shishio Oga, there was a system, and he also met a lot of wonderful girls who had helped him solve his problems. Mai was in a similar situation. She was alone, facing her problem, without anyone's help. Luckily, Mai happened to meet Shishio on Inashima before. Not sure which one was lucky, but with Shishio, Mai wouldn't be alone to solve her problem until she made a crazy decision by wearing a bunny girl costume in the middle of the street. Well, you just resemble me a bit, Shishio said quietly. Hey. Mai was confused by Shishio's words. Shaking his head, Shishio said, do you need a reason to help someone? You need help, and I just happen to be the person who saves you. My role can be changed by anyone. Rather than thinking about the reason why I'm helping you, isn't it better for you to tell me more about yourself so we can understand why this problem happens to you? He was wondering why someone always wanted to make something so complicated. He just wanted to help, that's all. Why did someone need a reason to help someone? Shishio had to admit that Mai was beautiful, and as a man, he would be lying if he wasn't tempted, but he had 4 beautiful girlfriends. Even though he didn't mind adding more, it would be weird if he actively chased Mai, and she would think of him as trash. Also, if he actively chased after her now, his chances of getting her would decrease rather than increase. Shishio also felt that he had enough reward, and he also knew that he should be strong enough to protect his women. He also felt that having 4 girlfriends should be enough, but he wouldn't reject more girls. Joking aside, if he had to choose Sakurajima Mai and 4 of his girlfriends, wasn't it obvious who he should choose? Lastly, could Sakurajima Mai, who was one of the most popular child actresses, accept sharing her man with other girls? Shishio wasn't sure, but he knew that Mai was prideful, but it was normal since, with all of the achievements that she had gotten from her childhood time until now, it would be weird if she didn't feel pride toward her achievements. Still, even so, Shishio knew that Mai was a kind girl, and it was also quite easy to get her since he knew that she was just a girl who starved for love and would fall for anyone who would be a little nice to her, but even though it was all good to receive all of those rewards from the girls, he didn't feel comfortable taking advantage of those girls. As for the original MC, who helped Sakurajima Mai, Shishio didn't think too much and decided to ignore him since this guy was practically harmless. Hearing Shishio's words, Mai stared at his face at a loss, but then she shook her head and said, not all people are willing to jump into the river to save someone who is drowned. She had seen a lot of ugliness in humans, and of course, she knew that not all people would be willing to believe and save her like Shishio, and somehow she understood why he had 3 girlfriends at the same time. What? Shishio pretended that he didn't understand Mai's words. Nothing. Shaking her head, Mai was at a loss again when she thought about Shishio's previous words. Don't fall for a scumbag like me, alright. Mai then looked at Shishio and asked in a teasing manner, okay, Mr. Nice Guy, what do you want to know? It's a little funny that you can call a scumbag like me as a Mr. Nice Guy. Shishio raised his eyebrow. Oh, I don't mind calling you that from now on. Mai looked at Shishio with a charming smile. Stop it. It creeps me out. Shishio shuddered. One thing that Shishio hated was called nice guy by a girl since it wasn't praised. Instead, it was an insult for him. Can you tell me how your school life is? Shishio asked. He could guess more or less what kind of high school life that Mai lived with, but even so, he needed to ask since that way, he could understand better what kind of girl Sakurajima Mai was. Hearing Shishio's question, Mai sighed and said, it isn't something fun. If it's fun, then will you have this problem now? Okay, but I hope that you won. I will go home. Wait a moment. Holding onto his wrist, Mai blushed for a moment before she let go of his wrist. She let out a sigh, then said, then I'll tell you, but don't you dare to spread it around. Yes, yes, so can you tell me now? Why you're not so gentle with me? You're so gentle with your girlfriend. Mai pouted and grumbled. Because you're not my girlfriend. So Sakurajima Mai-san, can you tell me now? Looking into his eyes, Mai let out a long sigh while wondering why this guy had a girlfriend. I'll tell you, but stop calling me by my full name. It creeps me out. Is that a payback, Mai-san? Mai looked at Shishio for a moment with some amusement, holding the cup filled with warm lemon ginger water with both of her palms, and started to tell him her uninteresting school life slowly. 262, Mai Sakurajima 2. As the sound of the rain and the small volume of the television were mixed inside the living room of this apartment, those sounds seemed to disappear when Mai started to tell of her uninteresting high school life. There was nothing special really, and her problem was quite similar to what Shishio had thought before. When Mai decided to take a hiatus and got into high school, she still had work commitments before she decided to go on hiatus, and she wasn't able to attend school until halfway through her first year. By then, social circles had formed, making her the odd one out, causing her to be isolated. As a result, the students didn't know how to deal with her. While they had no reason to bully her, they also feared associating with her would cause them to be isolated as well. Telling those stories wore her down, but at the same time, it also made her feel comfortable that someone could hear her complain since she had always been alone after she went on hiatus. It isn't interesting, right? That's right. It is boring. Mai couldn't help but fall into self-depreciation when she heard Shishio's words. She was in a helpless situation, and no one could help her. She also spent most of her time working, so she didn't have much experience dealing with people from the same generation since she mostly spent her time with someone older, considering her job. She also wanted a friend, but she couldn't have it because everyone felt that they weren't fit and inferior toward her, which made her high school life lonely. If she knew that this was how her high school life would be, then wasn't it better to continue to work like before? Staring at her reflection through the surface of lemon ginger water inside her cup, Mai wondered why she needed to endure all of this. If only that didn't happen. If it was possible to travel to the past, Mai would return to her middle school time and change everything. That way, she could continue doing what she loved and didn't need to endure this pain, loneliness, and agony. Your classmates are boring. Hey! Mai was dumbfounded when she heard Shishio's words. I mean, isn't it right? Shishio looked at Mai and said, if I have you as my classmate, then I won't hesitate to befriend you even if they isolate me. I mean, it is a rare chance to become friends with a famous child actress. Even if we're part of it because you continue to become an actress, I can at least brag about someone that I'm your friend, and when I graduate from university, I can at least ask your help to help me get into a job in the media industry. So rather than being jobless and not being isolated in high school, I choose being isolated in high school and getting a well-paid job in the future because I know you. Mai was speechless when she heard Shishio's words and directly punched his shoulder. Bastard, you're using me. She didn't expect this guy to be so crafty to use her connection like this, though she didn't really hate this side of him. Shishio caught Mai's fist, looking at Mai, and said, then when I have become a bigwig in the media industry, I'll help your career when your career is stagnant. Mai looked at Shishio in a daze. What? You don't believe me? Shishio tried to provoke Mai. Being taunted by Shishio, Mai also provoked Shishio back. What about after that? You have become a bigwig in the media industry. You're going to marry me then, trying to get your crush during high school. But then she realized what she was saying, and her face was so hot at that moment. Well, it is a bit impossible for us to marry, Shishio said unnaturally. Mai was dumbfounded, raised her eyebrow, and asked subconsciously, why? When I have become a bigwig, I might already have a family, a wife, and children. Shishio then looked at Mai unnaturally and said, even if we're together, then you might become my mistress. Bastard. Mai was so furious at this moment and couldn't help but want to teach this cheeky junior. How could she be downgraded into a mere mistress? Okay, calm down. I was joking. I'm sorry, Mai-san. Shishio didn't fight back since he knew that he might have said too much. Looking at Shishio, who acted like he was in pain, Mai snorted, but she stopped. Her nose flared, but it might be because she got quite emotional that she got a cramp again. Ugh. What's wrong? Shishio quickly asked. It was your fault. Mai blamed Shishio as she held her stomach. Shishio nodded and said, yes, it is my fault so let me take responsibility. Mai was a bit stunned and asked subconsciously, how are you going to take responsibility? I have heard that you'll feel better if your belly is being rubbed, so I'll take responsibility and rub your belly, Shishio said without hesitation. Mai. Though, I won't force you if you don't want to. Shishio felt a bit uncomfortable by this stare. Mai looked at Shishio for a moment, and she had to admit that if she ignored his 3 girlfriends, he was so pleasing to her eyes. She knew that what he was about to do was a bit indecent. Still, when she thought about what he had done before, especially when he had carried her all the way to her apartment and even took care of her until now, she felt that she could believe in him and at least, she knew that he wouldn't do something that hurt her. Mai then turned her back toward him and said, it is an exception. You need to take responsibility for me now. Her face was so red, and she felt pretty embarrassed when she thought Shishio would rub her belly. Are you sure? Shishio was a bit dumbfounded since he was joking just now. What? Are you chickening out? Mai asked with a snort. Say someone whose body is all tense, Shishio said in a tease. Hey? Who is all tense? I'm your senior, and I have a lot more experience. It feels a bit let down when I know that you have a lot of experience. Hearing Shishio's words, Mai also realized that her words were a bit misleading and quickly said, you were wrong. I'm still a virgin. How about we stop talking now? Mai glared at Shishio and wondered why she had always lost control when she was with him, but then she couldn't help but let out a cute squeal when suddenly his hand was on the top of her belly. What are you doing? Didn't you ask me to rub your belly? Well. Mai then looked at Shishio and said, don't do anything weird. I know. Shishio didn't put his hand on her skin directly but rubbed her belly over her clothes. Feeling the softness of her belly, he was wondering whether he had a belly fetish. Mai stared at Shishio's hand for a moment and saw he didn't do anything weird, so she let him rub her belly, and she had to admit that it felt so comfortable that she almost let out a moan. Fortunately, she was an actress, and she was good at acting. She looked at his expression that was quite calm, and couldn't help but feel slightly dejected since she knew that this guy had a lot of experience. Mai then wanted to ask about his experience, but Shishio beat her first. Let's continue our conversation before. Mai nodded. The abnormal situation that you felt before, I guess it must have something to do with how you are being isolated by your classmates. Everyone pretends that you don't exist, even though you are right beside them. I'm not sure why, but then not only your classmates, but you also become unnoticed outside of the school, Shishio said calmly, but the truth, when he thought that he was in Mai's place, he couldn't help but think how frightened this experience was. Still, if he was in Mai's place, he was wondering what he would do. If Shishio was in Mai's place, then he would be alone, and no one would help him since he was alone, and frankly, it was so scary. Hearing Shishio's explanation, Mai also felt scared, moving her body closer to him. Feeling the warmth of his body, she felt quite relieved since she knew that someone was able to see her right now. Then what should I do? Shishio didn't answer Mai's question, but he recalled a philosophical thought experiment that raised questions regarding observation and perception since it resembled Mai's abnormal situation. Have you heard about if a tree falls in a forest? If a tree falls in a forest? Mai raised her eyebrows and didn't understand what Shishio was saying. It is a philosophical thought experiment that raises questions regarding observation and perception. Shishio looked at Mai, who leaned on his chest, and said, I'll explain to you so you'll understand. Mai nodded and listened to Shishio's explanation. The experiment is a question about if a tree falls in a forest and no one is around to hear it, does it make a sound? Shishio looked at Mai, who was in deep thought, and asked, what do you think? It does make a sound. Mai looked at the hand that rubbed her belly gently and said, the definition of sound, simplified, is a hearable noise. The tree will make a sound, even if nobody heard it. That's true, but the answer is yes and no. Hey! Mai was confused. The answer to this question depends on the definition of sound. If the definition of sound is like what you have answered before, then the sound does exist, but if the definition of sound is our perception of air vibrations, then sound does not exist since we do not hear it. Shishio explained and said, right now, your situation is similar to a tree that falls in a forest. Right now, you exist in front of me. I can see you, I can hear your voice, I can feel your body's heat, and I can smell you. You exist in front of me, but at the same time, you don't exist in the eyes of others since your classmate ignores you. He didn't continue his explanation since he knew that Mai understood his explanation. Then, what should I do? Mai understood her situation and the cause of it. The problem now was how to solve this situation. Everyone must know that you exist. You're there right beside them, and they can't ignore you again. As long as you can do that, no one will ignore you, Shishio said. How do I do that? Mai asked subconsciously. You need to return to the showbiz, Shishio said. Shishio didn't want Mai to answer him and continued. By returning to the showbiz, even if they want to ignore you, it is impossible. You'll be seen. You'll return to normal, and you won't. No. Shishio was a bit stunned by Mai's sudden rejection and asked, why? Just no. Shishio raised his eyebrows and said, didn't you want to return to the showbiz world? When you watched the advertisement for a movie on television before, didn't you frown at it? You want to become the heroine in that movie, right? Go home. Mai-san, Go home. Mai moved away from Shishio and didn't look at him. Can you just go home now? Looking at Mai's condition, Shishio let out a sigh and picked up his bag. Then I'll go back. Be careful. You're still on period. I have made porridge and lemon ginger water in the kitchen. If you want to eat or drink them, just warm them up. It made her guilty when Mai heard his every word, and she knew that Shishio just cared about her, which was why he told her to return to the showbiz world, but the experience that made her go on hiatus made her unable to go back so easily. He didn't understand her feelings, which was why she was angry, but at the same time, she knew that she couldn't blame him since he didn't know anything. Hearing his footsteps, Mai knew that Shishio was about to leave, and she wanted to stop him, but she knew that she didn't have a right, especially when she had scolded and rejected him. She knew that he was about to walk out, and when she thought she wouldn't meet him again, she felt indescribable regret, and she wanted to call him, but she knew that she couldn't, especially when she had lashed him out. Mai-san, I know that I might be insensitive before since I don't know what kind of circumstances have made you go on hiatus, so I'm sorry for making you angry and reminding you of something that you hate. Hearing Shishio's words, Mai wanted to say something, but I'll try to search for other solutions to solve your problem. You can call me if you have a problem. Also, I know that it is so scary to declare something you like, but you should know that there's someone who is supporting you, so just do what you like to do. Shishio didn't say anything anymore and walked out since more than this was useless. The rest was Mai's decision. Still, there were a lot of ways to solve Mai's problem, but this was the quickest one, and this method also gave him the least trouble. Hearing the click sound of the door, Mai knew that she was alone now, and the bright room returned into a pale dull, full of loneliness. She leaned to the side, resting her head on the edge of the sofa, strangely feeling so cold, while wondering what she should do right now, feeling regret that she couldn't stop him. 263, Gods of Swime. Shishio didn't turn back and kept walking to the entrance of the apartment. He knew what kind of trouble that Mai faced, but at the same time, he also knew that she wanted to return to the showbiz, which was why he said those words even though he knew that she might get angry. As for trying to seduce Mai, even though such thought crossed his mind, Shishio knew what was important right now was to help Mai solve her problem. He had made his preparation, and as for the matter of heart, he was going to leave it on the side. Shishio was thinking about his preparation, but then he was dumbfounded when he saw Roberta waiting with an umbrella outside of the apartment. He didn't hesitate to dash and came to Roberta. "Roberta, why did you wait outside? You're going to catch a cold." He didn't hesitate to scold this woman when she didn't even put her health first. He took out his handkerchief and wiped her wet face. "Don't do this again. Next time, just wait for me inside the car, all right?" Even though he knew that this woman was a female Terminator, she was still a human after all, and anything could happen to her. "Yes, Shishio-sama." Roberta's answer was still calm as usual, but there was a tint of blush on her cheeks. "Let's go. Let's go back and take a warm bath later." Shishio took the umbrella naturally as he held Roberta's hand, guiding her to enter the car. Roberta looked at Shishio and wondered how this guy could be skilled. She didn't even have time to reject, and she was put in the passenger seat by him. She then stared at Shishio, who was in the driving seat so smoothly, that she couldn't even say anything. "What's wrong, Roberta?" Shishio asked. "Nothing, Shishio-sama." Roberta shook her head gently. Shishio started the car and said, "By the way, Roberta." "What's wrong, Shishio-sama?" "I'll have another match. Not sure when, but probably this week." Shishio knew that Roberta would follow him, so he decided to tell her about his match in Tokugawa's arena. Roberta looked at Shishio for a moment, feeling a bit worried, but when she thought about his strength, she nodded and said, "Yes, I'll prepare later." As for his decision, she had never questioned it, and she would stay by his side to support him no matter what. "Thank you." Roberta nodded with a smile on her face. "By the way, Roberta. Is there something wrong, Shishio-sama? Has a soundproof compartment been installed in my room?" Roberta. As Shishio and Roberta returned to Sakurasu, Shishio thought to visit Tokugawa tonight, but he would visit him alone since he wanted to show his ability to Tokugawa. As the descendant of the Tokugawa clan, Shishio was sure that the security around Tokugawa's house must be powerful, and there must be various advanced security machines and a lot of bodyguards that protected Tokugawa's house. Still, even so, he believed that he could sneak into it easily. "Have you eaten, Roberta?" Shishio asked. "I haven't, Shishio-sama." "Then I'll take a bath first, and I'll cook something for dinner after that." Shishio looked at Roberta and said, "You should also take a bath since your body must be cold." "Yes." Roberta nodded, feeling warm in her heart. Shishio then went to his room to get his clothes before he took a bath, but before that, he checked whether his room was really soundproof or not at this moment. After closing the door, he shouted out loud before he walked out and knocked on Ryu Unosuk's room. Ryu Unosuk opened his room then said, "It's done. Do you want to see it?" Looking at Ryu Unosuk's reaction, Shishio knew that Ryu Unosuk didn't hear anything, so he also wouldn't say anything. He nodded and said, "You sure work so fast. Your idea is interesting," Ryu Unosuk said calmly. "Let me see it." "It's still empty, though. You need someone to write something there." Shishio, who had entered Ryu Unosuk's room, looked at the forum website that had been made by Ryu Unosuk on the computer screen and nodded in satisfaction. "It's good enough. But your idea is good." Ryu Unosuk, sitting on the chair, checked the forum website, looking at the design template that Shishio had prepared. He had to admit that the design prepared by Shishio was pleasing to the eyes, and it felt so comfortable on his eyes. "Even if we don't do it, someone will do it in the future, so while there's still no one who has done it, I thought I'd do it first." Shishio's idea wasn't something new. Instead, it was quite normal since he asked Ryu Unosuk to create a community forum where the students at the Swime Academy could communicate with each other. His idea wasn't new, but no one had done it in the school, which was why he was going to do it since this way, he could have a weapon in his hand. His way of describing this community forum as a weapon might sound exaggerated to some people. Still, by controlling this community forum, he could destroy someone's social life, for example, by creating a fake rumor about the person that he wanted to destroy. However, at the same time, it also gave him the means to protect himself and the people that he cared about. Shishio then looked at Ryu Anosuk and said, Ryu Anosuk, you should remember that by controlling this forum, we can destroy someone's life at school, so you should be careful. Still, if you have someone that you hate, then I don't really mind that you use this forum as a way for revenge. I know. Ryu Anosuk nodded without hesitation. He knew that controlling this forum meant he controlled the media. The media was a powerful weapon. With just a few words, someone's social life could be destroyed. But what's your plan for this forum? Ryu Anosuk asked. If possible, I just want to create a healthy community where everyone can share about everything in the school. Whether it is about food, study tricks, or various positive things, but I know that sometimes humans are just mean, Shishio said as he stared at the monitor while checking the website. Ryu Anosuk nodded and agreed with Shishio's words since sometimes humans were just mean. They were jealous, hateful, angry, and unreasonable toward you even though you didn't do anything. So, should we show the name of the ID? Ryu Anosuk thought that if the ID was shown, then they wouldn't do anything weird. Shishio shook his head and said, let's keep the ID anonymous, but we can keep their information data for ourselves. Why? Nearly all men can stand adversity, but if you want to test a man's character, give him power. Ryu Anosuk raised his eyebrow and asked, Abraham Lincoln. Staying anonymous will give them a sense that they won't be responsible for what they're doing. It gives them an illusion that they can do anything in this forum, which is why their characters will be tested there. If they do nothing and are good kids, then we can happily watch them, but if they're naughty, then we can remind them that we watch them, Shishio said. Ryu Anosuk looked at Shishio and said, it feels like we're gods at this swim if this forum is successful. Shishio laughed and said, we're gods of the new world. He then shook his head and said, enough of joking. If possible, can you help me to copy the popular discussion or trick on the website or forum to our website? He knew that no one would be interested in an empty forum, so it was necessary to fill it with various interesting discussions. It might be impossible to create a lot of them, but it was possible to copy them. I know. Ryu Anosuk nodded without hesitation since if this forum community was successful, they would become gods on the Swim Academy. They could decide the death of someone's social life so easily if their forum was successful. But you should know that copying isn't the way, right? Instead, we need someone to create a discussion. You don't need to worry. I'm part of a literature club. I'll handle the rest. I'll make sure that this forum community is popular, Shishio said without hesitation. As for the discussion on the forum, even though it was a bit empty now, he could ask the literature club members to help him. He also knew that they would keep this a secret for him, considering all of them were women, though he might need to keep this a secret from USA since he didn't really believe in USA, especially when USA was in love with Ritsu. Shishio was afraid that if USA had a broken heart, this guy might do something ridiculous, which was why he kept the matter of forum community as a secret. Looking at Shishio, Ryu Anosuk couldn't help but smile, but then he asked, can they keep a secret? He was a bit worried that their information would be known and they would be known as the founder of the school forum. It's all right. Leave the outside to me, and I want you to handle the inside, Shishio said without hesitation. He knew how disappointing this guy's social life was, so it was useless to leave the rest to the matter outside to Ryu Anosuk. I know. Ryu Anosuk nodded without hesitation. He knew that Shishio was better than him in programming, but Shishio believed in him, and he had to admit that it felt great being entrusted with something. More importantly, it was even better when his partner was talented. This way, he wouldn't be burdened, and they could move together freely in the future. Shishio looked at the website for a moment and said, well, I'll take a bath now. You should take a rest, and I'll make dinner soon. You should go down. I know. Hearing that Shishio was going to make dinner, Ryu Anosuk nodded without hesitation. Can you make me something with tomato? Leave it to me. Shishio nodded without hesitation, but then when he was about to walk out. Right, Ryu Anosuk, did you hear something before? Hey. Ryu Anosuk looked at Shishio in confusion. Well, it is all right if you don't hear anything. I'll see you in the dining room. After confirming that Ryu Anosuk didn't hear anything, Shishio knew that everyone was all right, and he didn't need to worry if Shina made a noise later tonight. Wait, Oga. What's wrong? Shishio looked at Ryu Anosuk, who called him so suddenly. This is just the beginning, right? Ryu Anosuk asked since he had a feeling that Shishio was about to do something big. You think too much. I might spend most of my time with my girlfriends after this forum is successful. Sorry for taking your time on my whim. You're busy, right? Shishio said and didn't say much about what he was planning to do in the future. He had a lot of ideas that would give him a lot of money, but he wasn't kind enough to provide Ryu Anosuk with a share even though Ryu Anosuk was talented. Shishio had his team, and even without Ryu Anosuk, he could create his internet empire. Still, he might need to talk about this with Ryu Anosuk, asking about his thoughts since he knew he also needed someone talented. It's okay. Ryu Unosuk's expression was a bit complicated, then said, you should stop wasting your time on love. It is a waste of time. Without love, the world wouldn't matter. Without wasting his time, Shishio went to take a bath, enjoying the warm water. He was too lazy to argue with Ryu Unosuk, who was asexual. Looking at the bathroom ceiling, he knew that his plan was in progress, and he was going to make sure that he was going to save her. As for Ryu Unosuk, he felt a bit complicated and had a feeling that Shishio was going to take a flight somewhere to the place where he couldn't imagine, but at the same time, he felt a bit frustrated that he couldn't be part of Shishio's journey. 264, The Scream. As the rain stopped, the night also came. Shishio felt that the temperature was chilly, and he was afraid that someone might catch a fever. Recalling Ryu Unosuk's request, who asked him to cook something with a tomato, he felt that it wasn't a bad idea since tomato was full of vitamin C and it would boost someone's immunity just by eating it. Shishio thought for a moment and decided to cook tomato egg noodles. It was quick, easy, nourishing, and it hit the spot like a good bowl of noodle soup always does. With that being decided, Shishio also started to cook. It's cold. It's cold. Mayumi entered the living room as she rubbed her shoulders. Shishio, what are you going to cook? She looked at Shishio in the kitchen curiously. Tomato egg noodles, Shishio said. Oh? Is it good? Where does this dish come from? Mayumi asked as she got closer, pressing her chest against his Shishio's deliberately or subconsciously. Okay, I'll cook one for you, so stay away from me for a bit. Shishio looked away since he had to admit that Mayumi smelled good and her boobs were just too soft. If this continued, he was afraid that the demon inside him would push Mayumi to bed later. Looking at Shishio, who was embarrassed, Mayumi smiled brightly, thinking her charm as a woman was strong and his reaction was so cute. Still, she had to admit that his body heat was so warm that it felt so comfortable. Your body is so warm. Let me stay like this for a moment. She rubbed her face against his shoulder, and somehow she was intoxicated by his smell. Damn, why does he smell so good? She felt that it would be bad if this continued since she might not get away from him. Shishio looked around and saw that there were only both of them right now, but he knew that sooner or later, more people would come. However, he felt that this situation was a bit dangerous since he knew how big his sexual drive was, and even though Mayumi's personality was a bit disappointing, she was still a beautiful woman after all. By the way, where's Sayaka-san? I haven't seen her for a while. There was no reason why he asked this, and he just asked this question randomly. Hearing Shishio's question, Mayumi snorted and said, why are you asking about her? Do you have an interest in her? I am just asking, why do you react so exaggeratedly? Shishio was speechless. By the way, stay away for a bit. I'm going to make noodles. It wasn't that he was interested in Sayaka, but this girl's appearance in the novel was quite rare, so he was afraid the readers might forget about her, which was why he asked this question. Well, if you ask where she's at, then she's probably at the party. Mayumi stepped back for a bit and looked at Shishio, who had a hand pulling noodle skillfully. Pulling, twisting, slapping, repeating that process several times, she was dumbfounded when Shishio made noodles. Hey? It's really a noodle. By the way, it is different when you make udon at that time. It's noodles from China. There is a difference between the two countries' noodles. Shishio had to admit that China had various unique ways to create noodles. Like an Italian, who was proud of their pasta, the Chinese were also proud of their noodles. Okay, don't cause trouble for me, alright? Can you sit down in the living room? What's wrong? Are you afraid that something that shouldn't be stood up will stand up? Mayumi stood right behind Shishio, whispering those sweet words right in his ear. If it's stand up, should this Oni-san take care of it? Shishio's lips twitched, and he said, Ah, Chihiro-ne. Wah. Mayumi was dumbfounded and turned her head quickly, but she didn't see anyone there. Hey, I didn't see anyone. She sounded quite displeased since she knew that Shishio had fooled her. Looking at Mayumi, who turned around, Shishio thought to mimic those martial art movies and gave a hand chop to Mayumi's neck so she would pass out, but he knew that it was dangerous, so, in the end, he slapped her butts directly. Hey! Mayumi was startled when her butts were slapped, and when she was about to say something, she heard his whisper. Don't play around, or I'll take your advance seriously, Mayumi-san, Shishio whispered to Mayumi's ear while pushing his body toward Mayumi. Mayumi's body trembled and felt that something that shouldn't be awakened might be awakened at that moment. However, she didn't fear Shishio and wanted to taunt him again, but... Shishio, I'm hungry. Misaki's cheerful voice was heard. Hearing Misaki's voice, Shishio and Mayumi also quickly distanced themselves, especially when Roberta, Shina, Ritsu, Shiro-san, Chihiro, and Ryu Unosuk also came one by one. The food was also ready, so Shishio put all the noodles in the bowl, and Mayumi, who saw this, knew that her chance to flirt with Shishio had ended, but even so, there should be a lot of opportunities again in the future, right? As everyone ate the tomato egg noodles, they tasted the refreshing and delicious taste of this dish. Somehow, they felt that they were on the top of the tomato garden, feeling the freshness of the surrounding area. Still, they felt a bit strange when they saw Shishio helping to feed Sheena. Is it good? Shishio asked. Sheena nodded with a smile, then opened her mouth again. Mashiro, you can eat on your own, right? Shishi asked. Mashiro still opened her mouth. It can't be helped. Shishio sighed as he fed the noodles into Mashiro's mouth, and when she chewed the noodles, he also ate the noodles. Hey! You two have an indirect kiss. Misaki was dumbfounded and couldn't help but exclaim. An indirect kiss is an act of kissing an object that someone else kissed recently, symbolizing a kiss between the two people. For example, someone touching one's lips to an object that someone else has touched their lips to, such as food or a cup. It might sound silly to some people, and they didn't really understand what was so special about it. However, some people were so excited about it, and they might not be able to sleep once they did an indirect kiss. As for Shishio and Sheena, they didn't care too much since they had done something bolder than an indirect kiss. However, Sheena felt happy and warm when they shared their food together, eating together since she had never had such an experience. As for Shishio, he didn't think too much since they were just eating. As for the rest, they thought that the act of Sheena and Shishio were so bold that they might think of them as an adult since they dared to do an indirect kiss and feeding play right in public. Everyone knew that Shishio had been tasked to take care of Sheena, but they were too close, right? What? Do you want me to feed you too? Shishio asked calmly. Misaki didn't expect this response, and she didn't know how to answer for a moment. In some situations, she might be bold, but when it came to the real thing, she was so embarrassed that she didn't know what to do. Ritsu wasn't sure what to say in this situation. She looked at Shishio, Misaki, and Sheena before she buried her head in the bowl and kept eating while thinking the moral quality of the Sakurasu might have lowered. Shaking his head, Shishio asked, now that you mention it, Mashiro, you're drawing manga with a computer, right? He decided to change the subject since it was dangerous to continue this conversation since he was afraid that he might need to feed Roberta, Misaki, Ritsu, Chihiro, Mayumi, and Shiro-san too. Sheena nodded and asked, what's wrong? Unlike the traditional mangaka that drew using paper and a pen, Sheena drew her manga with a computer, which was more convenient and cheaper. Still, at the same time, it was also quite tricky since the sense of drawing on a computer was different from the sense of drawing with paper. Is it difficult? Shishio asked curiously. It's okay. It's faster. Sheena was a genius, so it was quite easy to get used to the feeling of drawing with a computer. It was still 2005, and Shishio knew the difference in specs at the computer was quite huge compared to the future. Shishio thought for a moment and felt that he might need to create a drawing software, computer, and a drawing pad for Sheena so she could draw easier. Shishio. I'll come to your room to talk about a manga. Shishio stopped, thinking, and looked at Sheena for a moment. He could see her eyes were clear, but he knew what she was thinking about, so he nodded. Well, you can come later. He thought about his plan to visit Tokugawa and wondered whether he should bring her. Sheena nodded and didn't say much afterward, and after the dinner ended, she strode to her room, preparing her material to visit Shishio's room. Shishio also returned to his room after he finished his dinner. As for everyone, they didn't doubt their words, thinking that they were really in the middle of preparing their manga. Shishio-kun, don't forget about my manuscript. Misaki quickly said. I'll finish it tomorrow. You don't need to worry, Shishio said as he waved his hand. It might be a bit random, but Shishio, who went back to his room, couldn't help but lament how expensive the condom was. He knew that if he wasn't rich, he might have trouble buying a condom every day since he needed to use many of them. So why did such a thought cross into his mind? It was because he was thinking about the reward that he had received before. He had always wanted to accept this reward before, so now, he was going to accept it. Shishio accepted without hesitation and felt warm on his balls. He felt a bit weird with his reward, but he was quite curious what kind of reward it was, so he accepted it. Shishio realized how amazing this reward was. The enhanced testicles gave him a lot of things, but more importantly, his balls were indestructible and couldn't be destroyed no matter what. Shishio knew that someone might target his balls during a fight, and even though he knew that he could avoid them, there was a small chance that his balls might be damaged or busted, but now, with this reward, he didn't need to worry about this anymore. It also gave him an unlimited amount of semen, and he could control whether his semen would get a girl pregnant or not, which was a great thing. Shishio knew that a condom was a great thing, but it would reduce the happiness of having sex since they couldn't transmit each other's warmness. Shishio thought this was a great reward, but then the door of his room was opened and closed before he saw someone who suddenly leaped into him. He caught this person smoothly, but then he was kissed. The person who entered his room was Sheena, and as she entered his room, she hugged him directly and kissed his lips. She had always wanted to do this before, and now, she could do it. As they kissed each other, they also used their tongues, embracing each other, and didn't want to part. As they parted, Sheena panted as she leaned into his chest. "We're not going to talk about your manga?" Shishio asked. "No." Sheena could feel his hard thing on her butts, and she knew what they were about to do. Her face flushed, and her hand was about to reach his penis, but... "Mashiro, wait a moment." Shishio quickly stopped Sheena. He didn't feel surprised at how eager she was since he had taught her many things last night. "What's wrong?" Sheena's mind was a bit muddled since the pleasure of kissing intoxicated her, and she wanted more. "I will go somewhere first," Shishio said. "Where?" Sheena's mind cleared up and wondered whether Shishio was going to go. Shishio hadn't explained his fighting hobby, so he explained to Sheena his appointment to fight on Tokugawa's ring. Hearing Shishio's explanation, Sheena was a bit dumbfounded and felt a bit unreal. She looked at Shishio and asked, "You're going to fight today?" She held his arms tightly, showing how worried she was. "No, I'm going to check the ring now, so let's continue when I have gone back," Shishio said. "I will go with you," Sheena said without hesitation. "Can I?" Sheena asked as she stared at Shishio with a pitiful expression. "Let's go then." Shishio then changed his clothes by wearing a cap and a hoodie. He also gave Sheena his hoodie and cap so she wouldn't catch a cold. He also didn't forget to bring Sheena's shoes to his room since he wouldn't use the front door. It wasn't her first time wearing Shishio's clothes, and she had to admit that it felt so comfortable. "Are we going out now?" Shishio carried Sheena in his arms and walked out of the window. "Sheena. Don't be surprised, all right?" Shishio said, then jumped out of his room from the window like a ninja. In Shishio's arms, Sheena felt like she was flying right now and looked at Shishio in amazement, jumping from the roof to another roof quietly without any noises. "Shishio, are you a ninja?" She, of course, knew about a ninja and didn't expect her man to be a ninja. Shishio only smiled and didn't say much. "We can talk later. Don't talk now since you'll bite your tongue." Sheena nodded, but right now, even though she was still worried, she knew that her man was strong. Tokugawa had insomnia. After he met Shishio at his school at that time, he couldn't fall asleep, especially when he recalled how he was cut in half. After the accident, he tried to ask a famous kendo practitioner that he knew, and as expected, they didn't believe his words, which annoyed him. When Tokugawa thought of those people, he couldn't help but snort, thinking they were too weak to understand Shishio's ability. He wasn't in the mood to eat, and he spent all his time drinking warm tea alone while watching the garden from his room. He still remembered the taste of the tea that Shishio brewed and had to admit that even though the tea that he drank was expensive and rare, its taste was quite so-so compared to the tea that Shishio brewed. Tokugawa let out a sigh and said, "I want to see him fight." "Then how about you visit him?" "It isn't that simple. He's dangerous. Unlike the majority of people who want to prove that they're the strongest, he doesn't have that aspiration, and what he just wants to do is to protect the people that he cares about." Tokugawa also understood the difference between Shishio and the rest of the fighters he had seen in his life. The majority, no, all the fighters that he had ever seen wanted to prove that they were the strongest, but Shishio was different. Shishio just wanted to protect the people that he cared about, which was why he threatened Tokugawa. Tokugawa also felt slightly bad towards Shishio, so even though he wanted to see how strong Shishio was, he didn't force him to fight again. "I see. It's great that you don't have an intention to force someone." Tokugawa nodded, but then he realized that he was talking with someone. Tokugawa was dumbfounded, then turned his head, and he was in shock when he saw Shishio carrying a girl in his arms, was sitting right on his side. Tokugawa opened his eyes wide before he screamed since he was too shocked. Shishio looked at Tokugawa and wasn't sure what to say until his sleeve was tucked. "What's wrong, Mashiro?" "He's like," the scream, Sheena said in a surprise. Shishio thought about the famous painting by Edvard Munch and thought that Tokugawa was quite similar to that painting right now. 265, Dream. "Oh, how did you enter, Shishio-kun?" Looking at Shishio, who entered his house together with Sheena, without anyone noticing, Tokugawa felt a shudder. He knew how powerful the security of his house was, and even a mouse had a hard time entering his house, but Shishio could enter his room so easy together with his girlfriend in his arms. Not only had no one noticed them, but they were chatting to each other for a moment that Tokugawa only realized that Shishio was right beside him, which made him scared, but at the same time, he was amazed. "Shishio-kun, did you learn ninjutsu too?" "It's Bajikun. Have you not heard from the record that Li Shuen can hide his presence from his enemy?" Shishio asked. Tokugawa knew that Shishio was a Bajikun practitioner, but he didn't expect him to be so strong. Hiding someone's presence, Tokugawa knew that it wasn't that simple, and he could also feel that Shishio's technique was quite different. It felt like even though they were sitting in the same room, Shishio was in a different place. It was as if Shishio was in a different space. I want to visit the arena, is that all right? Shishio asked. Yes. Tokugawa forgot all the worry that he felt before and quickly agreed to Shishio. Should we go now? Yes. Shishio nodded, but... Tokugawa-sama. The sound of footsteps was heard, and a group of people quickly approached Tokugawa's room after they heard his scream. You stupid! Go away from me! Tokugawa shouted toward his bodyguards, who were too late to come. Wait a moment, prepare a car for me. I want to go to the arena. Hearing Tokugawa's words, even though they were a bit dumbfounded and felt a loss since they were confused about why Tokugawa was angry, they also quickly followed his order. Tokugawa sighed, then looked at Shina. He had to admit that she was cute, but he was already old, and his place didn't work anymore, so he didn't have much interest in the opposite gender and indulged himself in watching a fight on the underground arena. This is... However, he felt that Shina was somehow quite similar. Where have I seen her? She's Shina Mashiro. My girlfriend, Shishio said. Hello. Shina nodded then asked, who is he, Shishio? Hearing Shina's question, Tokugawa smiled kindly and said, my name is Tokugawa Mitsunari. You can call me Grandpa, Mashiro-chan. Still, he had to admit that Shina was too cute, right? Tokugawa looked at Shishio then Shina and had to admit that they were matched, but why did he feel that he had seen Shina? Hello, Grandpa. Shina nodded and didn't think too much. Looking at Shina, Tokugawa looked at Shishio and asked, she's going to the underground arena too. I don't really want to hide anything from her, so I think it is necessary for her to know more about me, Shishio said. Tokugawa nodded and said, good. Of course, it wasn't uncommon to see a fighter with a lover or a wife, or rather, he had seen a lot of them, so he didn't feel surprised when Shishio wanted to bring Shina with him. Still, have I seen her somewhere? She's a famous painter, so it isn't surprising for you to know her, Shishio said. Tokugawa was dumbfounded before his lips twitched. Looking at Shishio, he felt that Shishio really resembled his grandpa. Still, at the same time, he also felt that Shishio was amazing since Shishio could make a famous painter as his girlfriend, and from their interaction, he could see that both of them were truly in love. Grandpa. Tokugawa then looked at Shina, who suddenly called her, showing a kind smile, and somehow felt that he just wanted to pamper her. Is Shishio going to fight? Can he not fight? Shina asked worriedly, hoping that Tokugawa could stop asking Shishio to fight. Hearing Shina's words, Tokugawa didn't feel surprised since many women also showed such a reaction when their men were fighting in the underground arena. If you're his woman, you should believe him. He didn't say much and only said those words. Shina was quite surprised since, unlike Tokugawa's previous gentle tone, this time Tokugawa's voice was quite strict as if Tokugawa was teaching her, but even so, Tokugawa was still gentle. She was in silence for a moment, then looked at Shishio. You don't need to worry, Shishio said as he patted Shina's head. Shina nodded and decided to believe in him. Your relationship is so good, Tokugawa said with a smile. It might be his first time seeing Shishio's gentle smile, and Tokugawa had to admit that Shishio was so handsome, and he might remember this smile for his entire life. I love her, Shishio said with a gentle smile. Shishio. Shina showed a gentle smile. I love Shishio too. Shishio then looked at Tokugawa and asked, do you remember the deal, right? Of course. Tokugawa nodded without hesitation. Have you chosen which place you want your house to be? I'll tell you later. Shishio wanted to get an apartment building for Nana, so he needed to ask her which apartment she wanted to live in. Tokugawa nodded and didn't ask much. He wanted to see Shishio's fight, and he didn't mind paying him. Tokugawa-sama, we have prepared the car. Tokugawa's bodyguard's voice was heard from the outside. Tokugawa nodded and looked at Shishio. Shall we go? Good. Tokugawa, Shina, and Shishio walked out of the room, but it made the bodyguards dumbfounded since they wondered where they were coming from. Inside the luxurious car, Tokugawa started to tell the story of the underground arena. During the summer siege of Osaka, 1615, the Toyotomi clan fell to ruin. But there were a lot of masters of fighting who only saw the battlefields as a place to express themselves, and they treated it as merely the coming of winter when they couldn't fight anymore. The inevitable result was an increase in bloody incidents all over the country. Worried about the chaos and the public order, the shogun of that time, Iemitsu Tokugawa, in order to take hold of the fighter's place of self-expression, made the decision to create an arena. He ordered this from his most trusted friend, Mitsukuni, child of Yorifusa Tokugawa. Mitsukuni, also known as Mitokuman, had a villa at Kuriku, Bunkyo, Tokyo. In other words, he created the arena in that place. But in 22 years of the Meiji era, 1889, the duels became outlawed. Then Mitsunobu Tokugawa, with the interest of upholding public order, established a tolerable alternative. And according to Mitsunari Tokugawa's, his son, words, even if Mitsunobu was eventually assassinated, he wouldn't let it fall. Later, construction on the Tokyo Dome Stadium began on the 5th month and 60th year of the Showa era, May 1985. At that time, in exchange for financing the construction costs, a single financer, Mitsunari Tokugawa, made a deal to have his own private room in the Tokyo Dome. Everyone thinks the stadium is 6 stories above ground and 2 stories below ground, but the truth is that there are 6 stories below ground, and at the very bottom, there's the underground arena. Tokugawa told the story of the underground arena. Sipping her orange juice, Shina listened to Tokugawa's story, but her eyes had been on Shishio. Shishio looked at Tokugawa and asked, "Are there any rules?" "Of course." Tokugawa nodded and told the rules of the underground arena. There are 4 rules in the underground arena: no weapons allowed, no matter how small, the arena takes no responsibility for any injuries that occur, no awards, rewards, or money are presented, and champions will be remembered and honored for all eternity. "Oh? So I'm an exception?" Shishio asked. "Yes." Tokugawa nodded and said, "You might be the first fighter who asks me for money." Shishio nodded and didn't say much. "Still, why are you asking for money? It doesn't seem that you need money, right? You have a lot after all, especially when you have ransacked the Kengan Association before." Moreover, Tokugawa knew that Shishio had bet 500 million yen on his own match, and since Shishio had won that much, Shishio had won at least more than billions of yen. Even though it was quite easy for Tokugawa to gather that amount of money, it was still a considerable amount of money. "I don't want a small fry to gather in front of me," Shishio said simply. Tokugawa nodded and understood his words since, unexpectedly, there were many stupid people in this world. You should know how stupid a martial artist is. Looking at Tokugawa, Shishio said, "They want to prove themselves as the strongest, and they want to fight someone strong, so you should understand after I have won Agito Kano, there will be many people who will try to challenge me, right? If I don't set a requirement, then how many people are going to ask me for a fight?" He didn't mind trouble, but he didn't want to face a stupid problem. Tokugawa blushed in shame since he knew that he wasn't that much different from those stupid people that he had agreed with before. "I'm sorry. If you have something to ask more about, then you don't need to hesitate. You don't need to worry too much." Shishio's eyes turned sharp, and he said, "Still, if they don't know what's good for them, then I don't mind turning them into a pellet on the Tokyo Bay." Tokugawa had a shudder when he saw Shishio's eyes, and it was the eyes who didn't hesitate to kill someone. "Shishio." Shina held Shishio's hands worriedly. "You don't need to worry, Mashiro. I was joking," Shishio said with a smile. Shina looked at Shishio for a moment before she leaned on his shoulder as she held his hand. She knew that he was good at acting, but unlike before, this time, she was here to support him. Tokugawa looked at Shishio, then Shina before he nodded. He had a feeling that if someone dared to do something on Shina, then Shishio might wreck the entire Tokyo. Luckily, even though he also agreed that the martial artist was a stupid creature, they were respectable beings, and they probably wouldn't commit a crime. Well, even if they did, Tokugawa had a feeling that they would die. He didn't doubt it and knew that Shishio would kill someone to protect his woman. After that conversation, the trip turned quiet. Luckily, before long, they had arrived at the Tokyo Dome, and they didn't waste their time, so without hesitation, they entered the lift that led them into the underground arena. As they arrived on the bottom floor, Shina, who was walking right next to Shishio, could feel the pressure that was coming from the arena, and as they arrived at the underground arena, she could feel an intense feeling that made her a bit overwhelmed, but when Shishio held her, she felt serene, warmth, and a secure feeling. "Are you all right, Mashiro?" Shina nodded with a gentle smile. "Tell me if you don't feel well." They arrived at the underground arena and stepped into the octagonal arena. Shina couldn't describe her feelings since it was her first time to see this place, but if she had to give an example, she felt that she was watching a bloody battlefield right in front of her. She could also imagine many people were fighting to gain their honor and pride so they would be known as the strongest. "Welcome to the underground arena," Tokugawa said with a smile, showing how proud he was at this place. Shishio looked at the surrounding area, and it was empty. He then looked at the sand ground and grasped it with his hand. Not only sand, but there were teeth and nails mixed on it. As for his feelings, there was nothing much really since, in his mind, the underground arena was just a place for someone to fight. There was no special meaning, but since there were thousands of fights that had happened in this place, it might give a different kind of sense. It was like when a dark and abandoned house would give anyone a sense of horror. This place would be a sense of chill to anyone who saw it, but not for Shishio. Shishio grasped the sand that was mixed teeth and nails, causing a cracking sound, before he threw them from his palm. Shina and Tokugawa were dumbfounded when they saw the sand that Shishio held had become dust, but more importantly, they had never seen someone who was so harmonious when he was standing in this place. When Shishio stood in this place, it felt like he was the ruler of this place. Tokugawa gulped and asked, Shishio-kun, can I ask you something? What's wrong? What is your dream? Dream? Shishio raised his eyebrow. That's right. Tokugawa nodded and said, for the martial arts who come to this place, they have a dream to become the strongest fighter, but what about you? Is it necessary to answer? No, but I just want to know. For you, someone who is so talented with everything, what do you seek in this world? What do you want to do? Tokugawa asked with an eagerness. Shina also didn't say anything and was waiting for Shishio's answer in anticipation too. Tokugawa and Shina weren't sure why they felt this feeling, but they just wanted to know what he wanted to and what he wanted to achieve in this life. Shishio thought for a moment and said, I'm looking for a way to live forever. Shina and Tokugawa. Tokugawa was dumbfounded and asked, Yo, you want to achieve immortality? Immortality wasn't something uncommon, or rather, a lot of emperors in history and even Tokugawa's predecessors also sought a way to become immortal so they could live forever. Even some wealthy people were using their money to research a method to live forever, which was why Tokugawa was dumbfounded when he heard that Shishio's dream was to become immortal. Nay, I don't mean that kind of immortality. Literal immortality will get boring fast. His momentum started to change, and everything seemed to bow down at him from the air, the building, everything seemed to bow down by sheer of his presence. I'll perform feats to shake the earth and heavens. Then, my name will pass down through the generations and become legendary. Until they're telling bedtime stories about me. The name Oga Shishio will live forever. My image, my words. They'll paint pictures and pen tales far into the future and beyond. That is true immortality. Those words seemed like a joke if other people told them, but in Shishio's mouth, it felt like a declaration. This declaration would tell everyone that he would make a name in history, and they felt that Shishio would really be able to do it. As for Shina, who heard it, she wanted to go home now and have a child with him. As for Tokugawa, he lamented that he didn't have a cute daughter who he could betroth with Shishio. As for Shishio, he was just joking since his inner Chiyunobi wanted to act, but he didn't expect that both Shina and Tokugawa would react like this, which made him helpless. He looked at both of them and wondered what would happen if he said, I was kidding. Shishio was sure that both of them would be speechless. 266, as a man, there is something that I need to do. I was kidding. Don't look at me like that. Finally, Shishio couldn't hold it anymore and decided to tell them that he was joking. Shina and Tokugawa. They weren't sure how they felt, but somehow they felt so complicated at that moment. When they heard Shishio's words before, they felt that he really could achieve his dream, but when he told them that he was joking, they somehow felt he played them. Looking at Shina, who pouted, Shishio laughed and hugged her with his arms. He then looked at Tokugawa and asked, Can you set up the match on Wednesday? I can even set the match for tomorrow. Tokugawa said without hesitation since the one who was the most impatient to watch Shishio's fight was him. No, I have a promise with my girlfriend to go to karaoke tomorrow, Shishio said. Tokugawa. By the way, you're the only audience, right? Shishio asked. What are you talking about? Of course, the seats will be fully seated. Tokugawa said without hesitation. Shishio. Shishio-kun, do you know how famous you are? Even if we set up the match tomorrow, a lot of people will come without hesitation, Tokugawa said. After his match with Kano Agito, Shishio instantly became a celebrity on the underground fighting circle in this country. After all, he had defeated Kano Agito, and his face was also so handsome that he had a lot of female fans. Tokugawa was sure that even if he announced Shishio's match tomorrow, the seats would be fully seated. I don't really mind, but can you spare me a few empty seats? Shishio asked. Sure. Tokugawa nodded and asked, Who are you going to invite? My girlfriends and my maid, Shishio said. Tokugawa felt the malice of the world. My opponent is Kaiuretsu, right? Shishio asked once again, trying to remember what kind of person Kaiuretsu was. That's right. Tokugawa nodded. Kaiuretsu is a very accomplished fighter of Chinese Kenpo. When he knew that you were a Bajikwan practitioner and also had defeated Kano Agito, who was known as one of the strongest Chinese martial art users, he showed a lot of interest and had an intention to fight with you. Kano Agito was also a Chinese martial arts user and a strong one at that, but it was normal if he was strong since he was the champion of the Kengan match, and if he wasn't strong, he wouldn't be the champion. Okay. Shishio nodded, but then he said, but I might disappoint you since I might not use a Bajikwan. Hey. Tokugawa was dumbfounded. Shina didn't say much, but she just looked at Shishio curiously. She knew that Shishio was a Bajikwan practitioner, and at the same time, she remembered that he wanted to learn Aikido. Did you learn Aikido, Shishio? Have you visited Shikubawa? Tokugawa quickly asked. Before Shishio asked Tokugawa to introduce him to the Aikido master, Tokugawa introduced him to Guki Shibukawa. Still, it had been a while since he had given Guki Shibukawa's contact and address, but he had never heard any news from Shibukawa that Shishio had come to Shibukawa's dojo, which made him confused. After all, he knew that Shishio hadn't visited Shibukawa. However, when Tokugawa thought about Shishio's concealment skill, he wondered whether Shishio had secretly observed Shibukawa's training. No, I'm going to use Taekwondo, Shishio said. Tokugawa looked at Shishio, wondering whether he had misheard something. He rubbed his ears for a moment and felt a bit annoyed that he started to get old, but... Taekwondo? Shina was confused. Yes, it's Taekwondo, Shishio said. Shishio-kun, why Taekwondo? It wasn't that Tokugawa was looking down on Taekwondo, but in the actual combat, he felt that Taekwondo was useless, and even though he didn't say much, he looked down on this martial art a bit since when it was compared to both karate and kung fu, this martial art was too young. Kung fu, or Chinese martial art, had been developed for 4,000 years, and karate had been developed for 500 years. But, on the other hand, Taekwondo hadn't even reached a century. There were a lot of strong martial artists in the underground arena, and each of them had used various martial arts, and Tokugawa also had seen a strong Taekwondo user, but compared to both Chinese martial art and karate, in the eyes of those powerful people, Taekwondo was simply an acrobatic move, it was merely a joke in front of other martial arts. Shishio didn't blame Tokugawa that much, even though Taekwondo seemed cool since they could use their feet well, but compared to hands, there was still a distance how versatile humans could use their feet just by training, compared to when someone used their hands. A kick might be 3 times stronger than a punch, but even so, it needed a lot of movement to use it. In that process, a lot of things could happen, whether they were pushed to the ground, their feet being caught, or anything, which was why it was normal for Tokugawa felt that bit worried by Shishio's choice, and he also didn't know how strong Shishio's Taekwondo was. Shishio was famous for his Bajikwan techniques, and suddenly he told them that he would use Taekwondo? If it was someone else, Tokugawa might get angry directly, but it was different with Shishio since he could see that Shishio was a genius. For someone who could practice Bajikwan to Shishio's extent, and defeat the strongest fighter on the Kengan match, if he was asked how strong Shishio would be if he practiced Taekwondo, then he would be lying if he didn't feel curious. However, it was different now. Shishio was about to face one of the strongest fighters on the underground match. More importantly, Tokugawa didn't want to see Shishio play around in this sacred arena. Tokugawa thought that Shishio had just learned Taekwondo, and Shishio might have gotten smug by winning against Kano Agito and tried to learn other martial arts half-heartedly. However, it was normal for him to doubt Shishio. After all, Shishio was just a 15-year-old boy, and even if Shishio's talent was strong, there was no way for him to believe Shishio could develop a Taekwondo into a master level. Shishio's talent in Bajikwan was so scary. So why should he waste his time on Taekwondo? Tokugawa couldn't help but pity Shishio and felt that he should tell him that humans always had a limit. Shishio didn't feel surprised by Tokugawa's reaction and said, "You just don't think that Taekwondo is a strong martial art, right?" It was normal to see someone who looked down on Taekwondo since most of the users of these practitioners couldn't even use them in the fight. As for someone who could use them in a fight, compared to the number of karate, boxer, Muay Thai, even Silat, the number of those fighters who used Taekwondo was small, and they also weren't that strong either. The reason why they were famous was that it was pleasing to see them in a fight since their kick techniques were beautiful. Tokugawa. Then do you want to see it? Shishio suddenly asked. What? Tokugawa was dumbfounded. Do you want to see how strong the Taekwondo that I have developed? Shishio asked. Tokugawa became even dumbfounded. You want to see it, Mashiro? Shishio asked. Shina nodded without hesitation. I want to see. She hadn't seen how strong Shishio was, and she was also quite curious at how strong Shishio was, while she also wondered what kind of martial art Taekwondo was. Shishio nodded, then let go of Shina, distanced himself from Shina and Tokugawa, then used his Taekwondo mastery, showing it to both of them. When Shishio started to move, even though Tokugawa and Shina hadn't seen him use an attack technique, they were a bit dumbfounded by his movement technique since it felt like he had created multiple afterimages. In the eyes of others, Shishio was just walking, without any sounds, but the truth, he was moving at fast speed and in a manner that could confuse the enemy's rhythm, which caused them to see his afterimages. See? It's interesting to know what you can do with your feet, right? Shishio's voice reverberated through the octagonal arena. Is this a Taekwondo technique? Why does it feel like an assassination technique? Tokugawa was at a loss, but at the same time, he was also fascinated. Then, since it is taekwondo, should I show you a kick technique? Shishio stopped then asked. Yes, yes. Tokugawa forgot that he doubted Shishio before and just watched this movement technique. He had just fallen in love and wanted to see him fight as soon as possible. Taekwondo versus Chinese Kenpo. Tokugawa wanted to see it. Shishio took off his shoes since he didn't want to destroy them, then after taking some distance from both Tokugawa and Shina, he planted his feet firmly to the ground, breaking it, before unleashing a shockwave-backed kick. Boom! Tokugawa and Shina. Shishio didn't look at the result of his kick, put on his shoes again, and walked to Shina. Tokugawa-san, I'll go back first. Oh. Tokugawa nodded dumbly. Let's go back, Mashiro, Shishio said. Shina nodded and let him carry her. Wait, Tokugawa wanted to say something, but then he saw them had disappeared so suddenly. Tokugawa let out a long sigh and felt so cold at that moment. He felt that Shishio was quite scary since Shishio could disappear without anyone noticing as long as Shishio wanted to. Luckily, they weren't enemies, so he walked toward the result of Shishio's kick. Is he really a human? Looking at the part of the destroyed octagonal wooden arena and a huge fissure on the ground, Tokugawa felt that his legs trembled, and he was amazed by Shishio's power. Still, at the same time, he really anticipated the fight on Wednesday. The location of the underground arena wasn't that far from Sakurasuo since it was located in Bunkyu. There were only tens of kilometers between Sakurasuo and Bunkyu. It might be long distance for some people, but it wasn't for Shishio. Shishio jumped from one building after another while carrying Shina in his arms, moving silently and swiftly. Shina, who was in Shishio's arms, was amazed by the sight before her. It was so breathtaking, watching the sight of the town at night mixed with various dazzling lights from vehicles and buildings. She also realized that even though it was night, the town hadn't slept yet. Should we stay here for a moment? Shishio asked. Shina nodded without hesitation. On the top of the building at night, Shishio was hugging Shina from behind, watching the scenery tonight. Shina, who was being hugged, blushed, then looked at Shishio's handsome face in a daze. What's wrong? Shishio asked. Shina recalled this gentle side and his fierce side that he showed on the car, mixed together, standing on the top of a building in the arena, feeling that she should put his image into a painting somehow. She also couldn't help but recall when he declared his dream before. Should we go back now? Shishio asked. Shina nodded as she hugged him. Let's go back, Shishio. The way Shina hugged him was a bit different somehow, but Shishio could smell an intense smell from her and knew what she wanted. He didn't hesitate to carry her and sprinted toward Sakurasuo since, as a man, there was something that he must do tonight. 267, 2 battles. Shinshinkai Karate School is a huge karate school, if not one of Japan's biggest martial arts schools, which is led and created by the 10th Dan Karate Grandmaster, Doppo Orokai. Doppo Orokai is a famous karate user, if not the most important figure that leads the future of karate in this country. He is known by many titles, such as the God of War, Man-Eater Orokai, and Tiger Slayer. However, out of many titles, most people knew him as a Tiger Slayer since he was famous for his feat to slay a tiger with his bare hands. It was also the reason why there was a picture of him slaying a giant tiger outside of the Shinshinkai headquarters. Even though it was night, the Shinshinkai headquarters was still full of light, and there were still some people who trained inside. Those people were the strongest members of the Shinshinkai, and they were watching the fight spar between the successor of the Shinsekai and the adopted son of Doppo Orokai, Katsumi Orokai, against one of the strongest Chinese Kenpo users, Retsukaio. The two of them were fighting fiercely as if they were trying to take out each other's lives. The people, who watched them, could feel that their hearts were beating so fast, and they were full of tension, watching the match between the two of them. Doppo was also there, watching the match between Katsumi and Retsu, and when he saw his son had lost, he said, "Stop." He then told the rest of the students to go back, telling them to comprehend what they had watched today. OSU. Leaving such a word, everyone bowed before they walked out from the dojo, leaving Doppo, Katsumi and Retsu alone. Katsumi, who had lost, twitched his lips and said, "Thank you, Retsu-san." Retsu had this solemn expression on his face, and he also nodded, showing his respect. "No, I should be the one who is thankful for you to help me." Katsumi frowned and said, "Are you telling me that you want to fight that brat?" The brat on Katsumi's mouth was, of course, the main character of this novel, Shishio Oga. When the news that Kano Agito, who was known as the champion of Kengan match, had lost against a 15-year-old boy, it caused a loud noise among all the fighters that had participated in the underground fight. Even though there were a lot of venues and organizations that had set up an underground arena, Kengan match was one of the biggest organizations, and anyone who had seen Kano Agito fight, they knew that his strength was without a doubt, but for him to lose against a 15-year-old boy, it caused them to feel disbelief. Some of them were curious, some of them disdained, and some of them were wondering how strong this 15-year-old boy was. Don't underestimate him. Dapo suddenly interjected and said, don't you forget that we know someone who isn't that much older than him, and he also has become the champion of that place. But Kengan match is weaker than our place. Katsumi snorted and said, the fighters on the Kengan match are just money-greedy fighters. They have been corrupted by money. Unlike the Kengan match, where the fighters would get money when they fought, the underground arena wouldn't give a reward to the fighters who participated in the match, and the reward that they got was pride, which was known as the strongest. Even though Tokugawa might step down as a shogunate, without a doubt, this family still had a massive influence over this country, and it was also the reason why the underground arena was known as the strongest underground fighting organization in this country. Dapo didn't say anything since he also agreed with his son's thoughts. But Kano Agito is a strong opponent. Retsu, who had been silent, started to talk. You have fought him, Retsu-san? Katsuki asked curiously. Yes. Retsu nodded and said, I almost lost against him in the past. Dapo and Katsumi were silent when they heard Retsu's words. But I have become stronger now compared to the past. Retsu clenched his fist, thinking about his match with Kanon Agito in the past, and somehow he felt the wounds he received in the past from Kano started to tremble. Dapo and Katsumi nodded at the same time since they knew how strong Retsu was, and if they were fighting seriously, then no one would be able to tell who would be the final winner. I have also heard that this 15-year-old boy is also a Bajikun practitioner. As the same comrade who learned Chinese martial arts, I want to fight him, Retsu said with a serious expression. Chinese martial arts have a long history since it has existed for the past 4,000 years old. Even Retsu, who had practiced Chinese martial arts for his entire life, didn't think he had mastered all the Chinese martial arts. But isn't it difficult? Katsumi sighed and understood why Retsu wanted to fight Shishio Oga since, as a martial artist, it was normal for them to want to fight someone strong, right? I have heard that his family is rich, and they have a considerable influence on politics, military, and even police, right? Even Tokugawa Ji might have trouble inviting him. There was a rumor that Shishio Oga was a descendant of an influential family, which was why no one dared to cause him too much trouble since they were sure that as long as they provoked him for a fight, they would become a prisoner. Even if Dapo had considerable influence over karate, it didn't mean that he had the power to control the military, politics, and police. If their opponent was only a normal person without any status, then they might come in a group, trying to ask him for a fight. Unfortunately, the opponent was a giant that might cause a massive bleed to his organization. Dapo, who had a massive organization under him, was still hesitant to challenge Shishio in the fight. As for a normal martial art, they wouldn't think to fight Shishio since they still needed money. As a martial art, of course, they wanted to be known as the strongest, but if they couldn't eat, what could they do? As for Tokugawa, they weren't sure whether he wanted to try to taunt Shishio's family, causing unending troubles. Retsu didn't say anything. He was sitting in silence since, as a martial artist, he had a feeling that he would fight Shishio Oga sooner or later. He might not know where this feeling came from, but he knew it, and it was also the reason why he asked Katsumi for a spar before. He also had a feeling that he might have achieved enlightenment and become stronger after he had won against Shishio Oga if he had been given a chance to fight him. He wanted to fight him. No, he needed to fight him. Looking at Retsu, who didn't seem to be trying to give up, Katsumi was a bit helpless and said, he might not be as powerful as you're thinking, you know? His family is rich, after all. He might buy that Kano Agito for losing during the mat. Don't insult him. Retsu cut Katsumi's words and said, I know what kind of person Kano Agito is, and I don't think that he'll purposefully lose to someone just for money. Don't you know his master? Do you think the CEO of the Dainippon Bank lacks money? Katsumi raised his hands helplessly and nodded. Sorry, my bad. If he thought about it carefully, he also didn't believe that Kano Agito would lose purposely since Kano Agito's master was the CEO of the Dainippon Bank, one of the biggest banks in this country. There was a lot of money in the bank that someone might not have possibly spent on them, so why should Kano lose purposely for money? Especially when the fight between Shishio and Kano was held to decide who would get a massive investment project with 10 billion yen of worth, so who would dare to lose purposely in this battle? Still, without a doubt, Katsumi, Dapo, and Retsu were quite curious about Shishio Oga since this 15-year-old boy could defeat the undefeatable champion of the Kengan match. They had seen the 17-year-old champion at the underground arena, so they didn't feel that much surprised with the 15-year-old champion of the Kengan match. However, as a martial art, they had their own pride, and they didn't think they would lose to anyone. While they were in the middle of their thoughts, they heard hurried footsteps coming closer and closer, and when they were wondering who ran on this place, they heard a familiar voice. Retsu, your match has been decided. Wednesday night. Can you fight? Tokugawa shouted loudly as he panted since he had been running for a while, but even so, he still stared at Retsu with reddened eyes, waiting for his response. Retsu felt that his blood was boiling at that moment, and he stood up without hesitation. Bowing his head toward Tokugawa to show his thanks, and said, "Thank you." His eyes were full of fighting spirit, and he couldn't wait to fight Shishio Oga. After Tokugawa said those words, he then didn't hesitate to announce the fight between Retsukaio and Shishio Oga, and without a doubt, the underground arena was going to be boiled with the intensity of their match. The night passed quickly, and the morning was coming. The members of the literature club had promised to each other to cook their own bento for lunch before so they could eat it together in the club room. As a member, Shishio also cooked a bento too, but this time, he made a lot of them so he could share them with everyone. Shishio is in his class right now, talking with USA and Tegami. You have joined a soccer club, Tegami. Of course. Tegami nodded without hesitation and said, by the way, Oga, do you know the manager of that club is so cute? Shishio was speechless and asked, why do you need to mention this matter to me? What do you want me to do? Hearing Shishio's response, Tegami understood the meaning behind Shishio's words. Shishio had a girlfriend after all, so what was the use of telling him this? Tegami felt an arrow strike his chest. Ugh. USA laughed when he saw Tegami's reaction. Are you interested in her? Shishio asked curiously. Yes. Tegami nodded, regained his excitement, and said, her name is Iroha Izhiki. She's at 1-5 class. Then go after her, Shishio said simply, and his expression didn't change much when he heard that name. Tegami blushed and said, it's easy for you to say that, but I'm so nervous when I meet her. USA nodded and agreed. If you need help, then I will support you. Rather than talking about a girl, isn't it better to talk about the sport test that we'll do tomorrow? Nana then joined and said, I'm going to bring him back. Looking at Shishio, who was pulled by Nana, USA and Tegami side and thought that it had always been a hoe before bro. Nana was in a hurry since there was something that she needed to ask Shishio, especially when she learned that Shishio was going to fight in a match. So she moved closer toward him and asked in a whisper, are you really going to have a match on Wednesday? Yes. Can I come too? Why not? Then I will come. Nana nodded without hesitation and asked, by the way, Miu-senpai doesn't know about this matter, right? Are you planning to tell her? Shishio didn't answer Nana's question first but looked at her and asked, what do you think? Should I tell her? It isn't about whether you need to tell her or not. Nana looked at Shishio and said, she's your girlfriend, and she has a right to know what you are going to do. Unless it is an important secret such as a country secret or company secret, then there was no need to hide it, right? But that isn't the case, right? If so, then you won't tell me, Saki, and Mashiro, right? That's true. Shishio nodded and said, thank you, Nana. You're so smart. Nana smiled and hugged his arm without hesitation. I have always been smart. Cough. Cough. Can you not flirt in class? Meiko and Maya looked at Shishio and Nana helplessly. Shishio and Nana didn't think too much and sat on their seats naturally as if nothing had happened. Meiko and Maya. By the way, do you remember about yesterday's plan to cook a bento to have lunch together? Maya asked Shishio curiously. Of course, I remember. Shishio nodded since there was no way that he could forget since he had an enhanced memory. Oh? Did you cook your own bento, Shishio? Nana asked curiously since she didn't know that Shishio could cook. I cooked the bento on my own. Shishio nodded, but then Maya laughed, which made him confused. Why did you laugh? Maya patted Shishio's shoulder and said, don't worry, I cook a lot so I can share some with you. Shishio looked at Maya speechless, wondering whether this girl thought that his cooking skill was shit. If only this girl knows. Shishio shook his head and didn't refute Maya's words since the fact was better than words, and he was also a bit afraid that he might be afraid to hit their confidence when they knew the truth. They continued to talk to each other until the teacher came, but then all of them were anticipating lunchtime since, during lunch, they would start their feminine appeal battle to show who was the strongest girl among them. But at this moment, they didn't even know that the feminine appeal that they were proud of had been defeated by Shishio. 268, Shishio's feminine appeal is high. As the break came, Nana, Maya, and Meiko took out a mysterious box that they had kept hidden inside the bags before they stared at each other. Somehow, their gazes caused a spark that couldn't be hidden, and from their eyes, they knew that they were about to fight to show who was the strongest among them. Maya stared at Nana and Maya and said, it's time to settle the best among us. That's true. Nana nodded. Let me show you the difference between us. Nana, you might have beaten us by getting a boyfriend, but this battle, I won't lose no matter what. Maya showed confidence that she had never shown before. Oh ho? Interesting, are you going to challenge me? Nana asked arrogantly. If I don't challenge you, then I can't beat the shit out of you. Maya said with vigor. Shishio, who was on the side, could see go. 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 Words behind them and the intense fighting spirit that told him that they couldn't lose to this battle no matter what. Shishio could only roll his eyes, and he ignored them for now and talked with Nanami since he knew they were busy with their confrontation. Shishio-kun, I have received the script in my email, Nanami said with a bright expression. Have you read it? Shishio asked. Nanami nodded and said, after I received it last night, I read it from until late at night. She had to admit that the script of Misaki's anime was interesting, so she couldn't help but read it until late. Was that why you were late before? Shishio asked. Nanami blushed, but she nodded. But the script is amazing. I didn't expect that Kamiagasa-senpai is also an amazing scriptwriter. Shishio didn't fix Nanami's misunderstanding and said, I'm happy that you like the script, but you should take care of your health. You live alone, right? If you get sick, isn't it quite inconvenient to you? Thank you for your concern, Shishio-kun, but I know my own body. Nanami said after a moment of hesitation since she needed to prove her ability to her father, and she couldn't afford to take it easy. Shishio could see that Nanami was quite stubborn and said, I see, then I won't force you, then what about our talk before? Have you thought about it? He had invited her to live in Sakurasua before, so he was wondering what her decision was. Nanami also wanted to live in Sakurasua since it was easier for her to talk about an anime, and she also didn't mind living together with Shishio, or rather she would be more than happy. Still, at the same time, she was wondering whether it was all right. If Shishio knew what Nanami was thinking, he thought this girl was really stubborn in a strange place. Is it all right for me to move to Sakurasu? Nanami asked hesitantly. Are you afraid that someone might think of you as a weirdo? Shishio asked. No, I don't care about that. Nanami didn't care much about those kinds of things as long as Shishio was with her. So what's the problem? You know, if you don't want to move, then I won't force you. If Nanami didn't want to move, then that's it. Shishio would give up asking her since there was no point in forcing someone. He just wanted to help her, but she thought his help was a burden, so he wouldn't do it. Nanami looked at Shishio and asked, Shishio-kun, can I ask why you help me so much? Shishio raised his eyebrow and asked in doubt, did I help you? You have helped me a lot. Nanami was speechless when she heard Shishio's words, but at the same time, she sighed and thought that it might be part of his charm. Really? I never thought of it. Shishio didn't think too much and asked, was it unnecessary? No, I'm happy, but... I'm not sure whether it is all right for me to receive your kindness all the time, Nanami said truthfully. She knew that she was troublesome, but she just couldn't understand why Shishio was so gentle toward her, and it was also because of this reason that she just couldn't give him up. Watching him so close with Nana every day, she just wanted to be in Nana's place and stay with him all the time, but with how close both of them were, she was wondering whether it was possible. Nanami had to admit that she might have fallen for Shishio, but she knew that this feeling was unrequited, which was why, if possible, she just wanted to maintain this distance neither too close nor too far. Nanami also knew that if she was too close to Shishio, she might not be able to control her feelings anymore and might confess to him directly. That time, she would be rejected, and their relationship would turn awkward, so they might not maintain this relationship. Nanami loved the feeling when she sat right in front of him and talked about many silly things together. It might sound a bit stupid for some people, but for her, this might be the light that she had found after she lost it before. She was on a difficult time, and she just needed someone to become her spiritual support, which was why she didn't want to lose it again. If you are not comfortable with receiving my help, then how about thinking of it as my way to repay you? Shishio asked. Hey? When did I help you? Nanami was dumbfounded and confused, wondering when she had helped him. You have helped me a lot. When? Every day. Shishio looked at Nanami and said, you have helped me by covering me from the teacher's vision, so they won't see me reading a book during the lesson. Nanami was lost for words and then pouted. I'm not joking, Shishio-kun. Shishio thought for a moment, and when he wanted to say something. Shishio. We should go. Shishio turned and saw Nana, Maya, and Mako had ended their conversation, but he couldn't say anything since he saw that their illustration arts had changed, and somehow there was a feeling that they had become a JoJo character. Let's talk about this later. See you later, Nanami. Shishio then took out his bento box left with Nana, Maya, and Mako. See you later. Nanami showed a bitter smile, but at the same time, she was just wondering why Shishio was so gentle toward her. If this continues. Looking at his back, she let out a long sigh as she wondered what she had to do about this feeling. As for Nana, Maya, and Mako, they forgot about their fights before and looked at the huge bento box on Shishio's hands and thought that even if they lost to other girls, they definitely wouldn't be defeated by this guy. As they arrived at the literature club, everyone was also inside, and they also brought their bento box, except for Ritsuo and Shina. Yesterday, they talked about bringing each other's bentos and ate them together during lunch. Shishio had never thought too much about this promise, but for the girls, they knew that it was a battle to show their female appeal. It was a time to show their skill that they were the best girls among everyone in the literature club by showing their cooking skills. Except for Shina, the rest of the girls on the literature club had an experience with cooking. Even Ritsu, who had always read a book, could also cook, but compared to Shishio, she knew that her skill was only so-so, and in the end, she gave up, and it was better to enjoy Shishio's food since she knew how good it was. Shina and Ritsu might forfeit this match, but it was different from Saki, Miu, Nana, Maya, and Meiko since they would show their cooking skills to Shishio to show that they were the best girl among them. Well, compared to Nana, Maya, and Meiko, Saki and Miu didn't think too much, and they didn't have much intention to compete. The two of them were just happy that they could eat with Shishio, that's all. However, Nana, Maya, and Meiko were burning with fighting spirit. Maya was good with household chores since she usually took care of her younger siblings, and even though it might sound arrogant, she didn't think she would lose to Meiko and Nana. Meiko might not seem interested in cooking, but she had received Spartan training from her mother, and there was also a saying, the way to a young boy's heart is through his stomach, which was why she believed that she was the best. As for Nana, she might have the potential to be the best among them. She was the smartest among all the girls, except for Shina since Shina was practically a genius. She also received training from the most motherly figure in this novel from her childhood since she was the little sister of Ayaka Sunoera. Therefore, it could be said that she had the potential to be the best among everyone. Alright, let's start our female appeal battle. Nana shouted. Oh. 2x. Saki, Miu, Shishio, Ritsu, and Shina. While Nana, Meiko, and Maya showed their best dishes on their bento, Saki and Ritsu could only shake her head. What's wrong, Saki, Ritsu? Miu asked with a confused expression. No, I just want to know what kind of reaction they get when they know that Shishio's bento, Saki said with a sigh, and feeling a bit dejected when she thought that Shishio was even better than her in the household chores. Hey! Miu was quite surprised and asked, Shishio-kun, are you good at cooking? Well, I'm not that bad at it, Shishio said in a perfunctory manner. Liar! Ritsu rolled her eyes. Shishio, even though I love you, I won't lose this battle no matter what. Nana said without hesitation. What? Ritsu was dumbfounded when she heard Nana's words, but she didn't have a chance to ask this question since the female appeal battle was about to start. Show me your bento. Nana didn't care much and asked Shishio to show his bento. Shishio didn't say much and opened the bento box slowly and caused a golden light to envelop the entire room. Wah! His female appeal is better than ours. This. Is he really a boy? Maya, Meiko, and Nana were shocked. Shishio stared at the three girls blankly, wondering whether he should show his penis to prove that he was a boy to Meiko since this girl's question was too rude, right? Wait, it might just be an appearance. The taste might not be good. Meiko quickly said. Nana and Maya nodded, and without hesitation, they started to taste Shishio's bento, and when they ate it, they showed a blissful expression. Looking at their reaction, Miu was quite surprised and asked, Shishio-kun, can I taste it too? Sure. Shishio nodded and asked, should I feed you, senpai? Shishio-kun. Miu blushed and didn't expect that she was being teased so suddenly. Of course, if they were alone, then she might not mind, but there were many people here. I was joking. You should try it, or else, you might not get a chance to eat them, Haru said since Saki, Ritsu, and Shina also joined the banquet. Miu was a bit overwhelmed when they saw everyone's reaction, which made her even curious, but when she tasted Shishio's food, she understood everyone's reaction now. As they finished their lunches, they realized that Shishio's female appeal was stronger than they thought, making them slightly depressed. Still, it made them happy when they saw him eating the bento they cooked with relish since they had eaten all of his bento without leaving anything. Shishio helped Shina to eat since she was so sleepy at that moment and sighed inwardly, but he didn't say much and thought that he should let her rest later. Mashiro-chan, why are you so sleepy? Meiko asked curiously. She was drawing manga last night, Shishio said. I see. Meiko nodded and didn't say much, but she thought being a mangaka while being a student must be hard. You work so hard, Mashiro-chan. Shina opened her eyes slightly and rolled her eyes, but she didn't say much. She somehow understood why girls often rolled their eyes at him since this guy was so shameless. However, she had to admit that it felt so good, and his room had become soundproof, making it even more enjoyable since she didn't need to hold back her voice. Miu, Nana, and Saki, who were sensitive to this matter, looked at Shishio and Shina and knew what they were doing, which somehow made them quite jealous of Shina. Still, unlike them, Shina lived together with Shishio after all, which made their relationship closer. By living on the same roof together, a lot of things could happen, including cough. Cough. Anyway, Nana had made up her mind to live alone, so she knew that there should be a lot of chances to do it in the future. As for Miu and Saki, they wanted to ask Shina about her experience, and at the same time, they also wanted to do it too, which made them wonder when they would have that chance. Still, where did you learn cooking, Shishio? Maya asked. I learned it in Kyoto, Shishio said naturally as if he was saying that it was natural to learn how to fly an airplane in Hawaii. Well, since we have eaten, there's something that I want to ask all of you here, Shishio suddenly said. Hey! What's wrong? When Shishio suddenly said those words, everyone also focused on him, wondering what he wanted to ask. Have you heard about a community forum? It might be possible for him to popularize his community forum on his own, but he needed to do it fast, which was why he needed everyone's help at this moment. 269, Secret Plan. Shishio then explained to everyone his intention to create a community forum inside the school. If he had to give an example, what kind of community forum that he was about to create, then it was similar to 2channel. 2channel is Japan's most popular online community, with around 10 million users accessing it each day. It had a level of influence in the society described as comparable to traditional mass media such as television, radio, and magazines. If Shishio wasn't wrong, in his previous life, because of the story of Densha Otoko, the 2channel became more and more popular among Japanese people. There might not be 2channel in this world, but there was something similar, which was why it was quite easy to explain to everyone. Nana, Miu, Meiko, Maya, and even Saki were familiar with the community forum since they could see the forum inside their phones, which was why it was quite easy to explain what community forum was, but at the same time, they were shocked when they heard that Shishio was planning to create a community forum inside their school. Wait, you want to create a community forum? Meiko asked. I have made them. You can try to open it on your phone. Shishio then told the forum's website, and everyone also checked it on their phones, which surprised them when they saw that he had made a community forum. They tried it for a while, asking about the function to Shishio, and had to admit that it was easy to use and so comfortable in their eyes. They also had a feeling that this community forum was going to be popular sooner or later, which made them have to admit that he was amazing. When did you make it? Nana asked curiously. A few days ago. Shishio was lying without changing his face. Why did you decide to create it? Miu asked. This was the most important question since they didn't know why Shishio had created this forum community. Do you want to hear the real reason or public reason? Shishio asked. What's the difference? Maya asked. If it's in front of the public, then I'll say that it's for everyone so they can share anything fun, whether it is their favorite foods, tips and tricks to study, etc. Shishio said fluently, telling them the benefit of this community forum as if a salesman tried to sell his goods to a customer. He was a businessman in the past, and a businessman must be a good salesman, which was why he was quite accustomed and was so good at promoting his product. Hearing Shishio's words, they nodded and felt that the forum community was a good thing, and it would be beneficial to everyone. What about the real reason? Shina asked curiously. The real reason is so that we can protect ourselves, Shishio said. Protect ourselves. Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard it. You know, a lot of people often talk about rumors, right? Whether there is a truth or not, as long as it has become a talk on everyone, it'll become the truth. As a consequence, some people become isolated, and even though some people don't care and ignore the rumor, it tires them out when they hear about the rumor about themselves, right? What is the most hated thing in high school? Without a doubt, it is a rumor. When they asked where the perpetrator got the source of the rumor, the perpetrator who talked about it would say that they heard the rumor from everyone. As long as they used the word everyone, the perpetrator could be saved from anything, and if the person shared the first rumor was found, they would say that they were joking, and all, before they laughed. It might be a joke for those who did, but for those who received the rumor, it was far from a joke. I don't want us to receive a strange rumor, which is why I want to create this community forum so if there's a rumor about us, I can react fast and erase them, and I can also find out who has caused the rumor. After his explanation, everyone's expression started to change. They were all girls, and they knew how dangerous and troublesome rumors were. Even though they didn't care much about it since they weren't the ones who received the rumor, they knew that it would be so troublesome and annoying once they received it. Someone who hadn't done anything would receive slander from someone who they didn't know, and those perpetrators would hide in the dark, like a rat on the sewer. The victim couldn't do anything and could only receive an injustice, silently, bitterly without being able to do anything. However, if Shishio's forum community was successful, then without a doubt, they would be able to react when they received a rumor about them, and at the same time, they would know who had caused that rumor, which was something amazing. They also thought that the reason why Shishio decided to create this information forum was to protect them, which made them move. They knew how dangerous girls' jealousy was, and of course, they knew that many people were jealous of them. Luckily, their status in high school was quite high. They were beautiful, fashionable, and smart, so no one would trouble them, but what about the future? They weren't sure, but it wouldn't be bad to have something to protect themselves, right? It was like when some women brought a self-defense device like pepper spray or a taser. Even though they hoped that they wouldn't use these tools, it wouldn't be bad to have them since no one knew what would happen in the future. Okay, don't look at me with that gaze. Shishio could see an amazement gaze from everyone and said, you know, my idea isn't new, and even if I don't do it in the future, some people might create one in the future, and that is dangerous since we can't do anything if there's a strange rumor about us. He told how this form could protect them and also told them that he would also erase the strange rumor without any basis, creating a healthy community without any strange discussions. Still, on Swime, which was a place where many students were studying hard, he felt that they wouldn't be so free enough to think much about a rumor. Probably. I think it is a good idea. Nana nodded without hesitation since she also didn't want her friends or the people she knew or even herself to receive a strange rumor. If they could control this form, then they would be able to protect themselves and, at the same time, attack the person who caused a rumor, but when she looked at everyone, she knew that everyone didn't realize it. Looking at Shishio, she knew that Shishio also realized this, but she didn't say anything since she knew that it was better to leave something unsaid and feel how reliable he was, which was why she fell even deeper in love with him. But what can we do to help you? Saki asked. No one was also sure what they could do to help Shishio since they didn't know much about programming. Firstly, Nana, Maya, and Meiko, I hope that you can help me to popularize this form to everyone in the first grade by subtly telling everyone that there's a good form. Shishio knew that Nana, Maya, and Meiko were good at communication, and he wanted them to promote this form to everyone. He also did the same and would try to promote this form with everyone later, especially Tegami and USA, since they were good at talking and had many friends. Okay. Meiko nodded. There's a sport tomorrow. It is also a good chance to talk about this form with everyone. Don't worry, leave the publication to us, Maya said without hesitation. Should we start later? Nana asked directly. Nana, Maya, and Meiko might often stay together, but the truth was, they didn't lack a friend, or rather they had a lot of friends in this school, so it was quite easy for them to share about the forum. With that said, Shishio, Nana, Maya, and Meiko were in charge of the promotion and shared this forum with everyone at the school. How about us? Saki asked. Miu and Ritsuo also looked at Shishio since she was eager to help. Saki-senpai, Miu-senpai, Ritsu-senpai, can you help me to write a discussion there? Shishio asked. Discussion? Shishio nodded and said, it can't be anything. You can write about your top books this year, how to get love, or anything that catches your interest. Even though it was possible for him to write, it was better to add more people that way so the forum would be more lively. Saki, Miu, and Ritsu nodded at the same time. Shishio, what about me? Sheena asked. Everyone. They looked at Sheena at the same time, and they weren't sure what to say. They knew that Sheena was a talented painter, but other than that. Well, Mashiro, you can help me at Sakurasu. Shishio said unnaturally. Hearing Shishio's words, Sheena blushed unnaturally but nodded regardless. What's happening? However, Nana, Saki, and Miu thought that Shishio and Sheena might have. Still, Shishio, what are you going to do with the second and third grade? We can do something about the first grade, but the second and the third, we can do nothing, especially when. Nana looked at Saki, Nana, and Ritsuo and didn't continue her words. Saki, Nana, and Ritsuo also understood Nana's words since the three of them weren't good at communication, and it was impossible for them to introduce the forum to all of the second grade students. Shishio thought for a moment and said, you don't need to worry about the second grade. As for the third grade, let's just ignore them since they'll graduate sooner or later, and they're also busy with the entrance exam, so I don't think that they have time to play around. They nodded when they heard Shishio's words. Lastly, I want to remind everyone that it is better to keep everything that we have said here as a secret, Shishio said. Why? Meiko asked innocently since she didn't understand why they needed to keep this matter a secret. She felt that Shishio was amazing since he could create a community forum for the school, and he should be proud of it, which was why she didn't understand why he didn't want anyone to talk about this matter. It's troublesome. Shishio shook his head and said, I don't want to become even more popular. Everyone. I was joking, but really, I don't think that it is necessary to let someone know about this matter since what I have done isn't something to be proud of. The real reason why Shishio didn't want his name to be announced as a creator of this forum was that he didn't really want trouble to come to him since he knew that not everything that was discussed on the forum might be a good thing, or rather, a lot of them might not be a good thing, which was why it was better to hide his identity so it wouldn't cause him trouble. Shishio might not want trouble, but in the girls' eyes, they thought of him as humble and down to earth, which gave them a plus point in their hearts, especially Saki, Miu, Nana, and Sheena were proud, thinking that he was their boyfriend. Then they continued to talk to each other until it was time for them to go back. Saki was about to go back, and at the same time, she wondered why she recalled her talk with Shishio about her promise to wear a secretary uniform, and when she thought about it, she suddenly heard his whisper. Do you remember our promise, right? Saki blushed and recalled their conversation in the past, and at the same time, she thought that Shishio was serious. Saki remembered that Shishio wanted to create a business so he could see her wearing a secretary uniform, but she didn't expect him to be serious. She wanted to say something, but he had already left with Nana, Maya, and Meiko. There was still a blush on her face, and she took a deep breath and tried to calm herself. What's wrong, Saki? Miu asked curiously since Saki's reaction was quite strange. Saki looked at Miu for a moment and said, Miu, after the club, don't go back first, alright. Miu tilted her head and wondered what was happening. 270, Post-Graduation Plan Survey. After he returned to his class, Shishio continued with his class, but then he looked at Nanamai and thought that he needed to talk with her sooner or later, so after the school ended, he decided to tell her that he wanted to hire her, but before the class ended, Koharu, his homeroom teacher, had something to announce first. On Friday, the school will give you a post-graduation plan survey. Hearing Koharu's words, some students' expressions didn't change, but some of them started to change. After all, even though Swimei might be one of the prestigious schools with a lot of students entering the top 10 universities in Japan, and most of them would enter top 30 universities, there were also some students who became black sheep who weren't so lucky or just didn't want to improve. Shishio wouldn't say who these black sheep were since everything was their choice. High school was only 3 years, and whether they would play around or use this chance to study hard so they could get their future, it was all their choice. I know that you might be too early for you since it has only been a few weeks since you have become a high school student, but I think that you also need to prepare this early and talk about this matter to your parents if you are unsure since we're talking about your future. You can also consult me about your future since I'm always welcome, that's all. Koharu didn't say much on the announcement, and after saying some encouragement to everyone, she stopped the class and told everyone that they could go home. Shishio then looked at Nanamai, who prepared to return, and asked, Nanamai, are you going on a part-time job? Yes. Nanamai looked at Shishio and wondered how many times that their conversation would stop so suddenly. She wanted to talk with him, but her part-time job was about to start soon. Sorry, Shishio-kun, I can't talk with you for too long. She also wanted to talk with him, but she needed money to take care of her life in Tokyo. When does your part-time job end? Shishio asked. Nanamai thought for a moment and said, it should end at 7:30 in the evening. Shishio nodded since he knew that the school had a rule that a student was limited to work for 5 hours a day and 3 times a week, but he knew that this girl might have broken the rule and worked more than the limit. Then, when you finish your part-time job, I'll visit you. Let me know where you work. Nanamai was dumbfounded. Is that not okay? Shishio asked. No, it's alright, but... Nanamai was quite unsure whether it was really alright to meet Shishio at night, but she didn't really mind it. It feels quite uncomfortable to stop our conversation just like this, and I think we have a lot of things to talk about, Shishio said as he stared at Nanamai. Nanamai also looked straight into Shishio's eyes and couldn't help but blush. She then nodded shyly and said, then after I have finished my job, let's talk again. She was quite shy and also had little expectation about what they were about to talk about later. Then they talked for a moment, and Nanamai told Shishio where she worked before she hurriedly went to her part-time job since it would start soon. Looking at Nanamai's ponytail dangling right and left, Shishio somehow really wanted to cheer this girl up. Falling in love. Shishio then looked at Nana, who was staring at him. He then nodded and said, I fell in love with the girl right in front of me now. What should I do? Nana blushed and said, how about you confess to her now? Shishio showed an unsure expression and asked, if I confess to her, will she accept my feeling? You won't know until you try, right? Nana quickly encouraged Shishio with a smile. Then, Shishio took a deep breath, and he stared at Nana. I love you, Nana. Will you be my girlfriend? Nana nodded without hesitation and hugged Shishio without hesitation. I love you too, Shishio. Shishio patted Nana's back, feeling her big breasts on his chest, which made him sigh, and wondered how it felt to rub his face on those huge things. However, he awoke when he saw Maya and Meiko, who stared at both of them blankly. He coughed and said, don't jump so suddenly. What if you fell? Nana nodded. Thank you for your help, Shishio-kun. Maya and Meiko. Can you not flirt here? Meiko complained. Yeah, do you want to torture us every day? Maya snorted. Even though Maya and Meiko might only have an interest in the young boy, they had to admit that they were so envious of the relationship between Shishio and Nana. Shishio and Nana could only awkwardly laugh, but then Nana asked, Shishio, have you thought about your post-graduation plan survey? Hearing Nana's question, Maya and Mako also looked at Shishio curiously. Shishio also nodded and said, I have thought of it. Oh? Which university are you going to? Tokyo University. Maya asked. After all, the three of them knew that Shishio was the smartest in the first grade, and it wouldn't be surprising for him to enter the best university in Japan. As for why they thought that Shishio would enter the university rather than work, it was because Swime was an exam-oriented school, and all the students would enter the university. Only some of them would decide to work. Still, it was quite rare since the prospect of working directly after a student graduating from a high school wasn't good and their future would be limited, which was why everyone on the Swime would continue to study at the university. No, I'll enter Kyoto University, Shishio said as he shook his head. Kyoto University. 3x. If many people said that Tokyo University was the best university in Japan, then Kyoto University was the second best university in Japan, but of course, some of them couldn't accept it and think of Kyoto University as the best. Why? Mako frowned when she thought that she would part from Shishio in the future. I'm from Kyoto. Shishio knew that even though there might not seem discrimination, there was an intense conflict between Kasai and Kanto. His family originated from Kyoto, and he knew that he didn't need to enter Kyoto University, but if he thought about his future, the best choice was to enter Kyoto University, especially when he wanted to become a prime minister. As for his business, Shishio felt that it didn't matter whether he did it in Kyoto or Tokyo since it was all the same. He could change the headquarters of his company to Kyoto, but he also had to admit that Tokyo was more convenient for him. My family is from Kyoto, and they have a considerable influence there. I want to enter politics, so I'll have to go there, Shishio said calmly, lying to them without changing his face. Hey? You want to enter politics? 2x. Maya and Mako were dumbfounded, but then they nodded at the same time. You have a good bullshitting ability. I think it is good for you to enter politics. Shishio. Then I'll enter Kyoto University too, Nana said without hesitation. Shishio raised his eyebrow and asked, Are you sure? Yeah. Nana nodded. It is a good university, and I also want to live in Kyoto too. She was also curious about where Shishio was living and thought that it might be good to enter Kyoto University in the future. As for the faculty, frankly, she didn't care much, but she thought to enter a science faculty, and she knew that Kyoto University had a good science faculty. However, Nana's answer caused both Maya and Mako to feel a bit sad and knew that they would separate after high school, but that was what life was, right? When there is a meeting, there is also a parting. It is inevitable, but even if they part, it doesn't mean that their bonds will break, right? Are you sure that you'll go to Kyoto University, Shishio-kun? Maya asked with a sad expression. Do you want me to enter Tokyo University? Shishio asked. Yes. 2x. Maya and Mako nodded without hesitation. As for Nana, she just smiled since it didn't really matter whether she entered Kyoto University or Tokyo University. Shishio thought for a moment about his future plan if he entered Tokyo University. There were a lot of reasons why Shishio decided to enter Kyoto University, but the most important point was that Kyoto was his family's turf. His family originated from Kyoto, so he knew that his development would be smooth if he stayed there. However, Shishio felt that it wouldn't be bad to create new turf in the future. Shishio knew that his family's influence wasn't that good in Tokyo since they focused on the Kansai area. Shishio rubbed his chin and thought that he needed to think about this thoroughly. Looking at Shishio, who was in deep thought, Nana, Maya, and Mako didn't disturb him, but they smiled inwardly, thinking they could change his decision, which made them happy. Oga-kun, let's go to the club. USA called Shishio and also Nana, Maya, and Mako to go to the club. Shishio's thought was broken, but he nodded and said, Let's go to the club first. We can continue to talk there. Hearing Shishio's words, they nodded and walked toward their club room. As for what they were talking about during the trip, neither talked about the post-graduation plan survey nor the monthly exam since it was practically a troublesome thing. USA also wanted to forget about the post-graduation plan survey and had fun at the club, spending his time with Ritsu happily, but you all will have a monthly exam soon, so we should stop our activity until we meet again after Golden Week, Kiria said without hesitation. USA suddenly felt that he was pushed to the cliff, falling, unable to do anything. He was happy to join the literature club because he could see Ritsu, but if there wasn't any club activity, what should he do to meet with Ritsu? However, except for USA, no one had too much reaction since they had expected this since a monthly exam was an important exam, considering it was their first exam after they entered high school. You feel happy, Shishio-kun? Kiria suddenly asked. Huh? Why should I feel happy? Shishio was confused. You don't really like to join the club activity, right? Kiria asked with a smile. Shishio thought that Kiria was still unhappy that he had skipped the club activity twice. Of course not. I'm unhappy that we can't do our club activity. Is that so? Then why don't you help me to write down an article? Kiria asked. Shishio was lost for words and knew that this was what this teacher was going to ask him. I don't mind, but is there an example of the articles that were written last year? There should be a lot of them, right? Ashihara-kun. Kiria asked while looking at Miu. Let me get them for you, Shishio-kun. Miu then quickly searched for last year's articles, collecting all of them before she put them on the table. Shishio took the articles, flipped them casually, and thought the content was quite simple. Looking at Shishio, who was reading, they had to admit that he was so handsome since the wild aura around him started to change into a scholar-like aura, which gave him a soft, intelligent, and comfortable feeling. Shishio saw that the article was about the observation of the sophomore students about the new students, understanding the structure, and thought that he should write an observation of the new students to their senior. However, he knew that it wouldn't be enough, and he needed to add some beautiful sentences and some haikus to his article later. Is it only me who writes the article? Shishio asked. No, everyone has also written the articles, but you didn't enter the club twice last week, so you're the only one who hasn't written them, Kiria said bluntly. Shishio was speechless and looked at everyone who gave him a nod with a grin. He didn't complain and nodded. I'll write the article tonight and send you the article tomorrow in the teacher's room. Good. Kiria nodded with a smile and said, well, enough of that, there isn't much activity or something we do today, but if you have something to talk about or ask, we can discuss it now. Hearing Kiria's words, everyone started to relax, and they also began to prepare tea and snacks so they could enjoy the club activity. Shishio, who saw this, felt that his club might not be that different from K-On. In the future, since everyone might spend their time drinking tea and eating snacks during the club activity. But before that, Miu suddenly raised a question, I want to ask everyone. We have been told that we'll receive a post-graduation plan survey on Friday, right? So what's your plan for the future? 271, the furthest distance in the world. As Miu's question fell, everyone also looked at Miu. Senpai, did your teacher also tell you that you would receive a post-graduation plan survey later on Friday? Shishio asked. Of course. Miu nodded. What is your plan after graduation, Shishio-kun? Everyone was looking at Shishio at that moment, showing a curious expression, which made him twitch his lips. Shishio also didn't hide anything and said truthfully, since he didn't really hide the fact that he was going to Kyoto University. I'd thought about entering Kyoto University. Kyoto University. Maya, Meiko, and Nana didn't feel surprised, but it was the first time Miu, Ritsu, Saki, USA, and Shina had heard of it. Shina didn't think too much since she would follow him. As for Ritsu, Miu, and Saki, they thought that they would change their post-graduation plan survey to Kyoto University later. The most complicated one would be both Maya and Meiko, since they thought that they would be separated from Shishio. Now that you mention it, that you are from Kyoto, right? Shishio-kun. Kiria asked. That's right. I'm from Kyoto, sensei. Shishio nodded. Kiria thought for a moment and said, with your grade, it shouldn't be difficult for you to enter the best university like MIT, Oxford, Stanford, Harvard, etc., right? Have you ever thought about going there? What? Everyone was dumbfounded. Sensei, even if you're my teacher, if you try to tempt him to enter a university outside of the country, then I'll beat you up. Nana quickly raised her fist. Saki also did the same and wanted to beat up Kiria. If it was inside the country, then Nana had confidence that she could enter no matter which universities were, but if it was outside the country, she didn't think she had the confidence to enter. Everyone, except for USA and Shina, also wanted to beat up Kiria at this moment. USA was a male, so he didn't think too much, and he only thought that Shishio was smart, that's all. Even though it might be difficult for him to enter a prestigious university like Kyoto University or Tokyo University, it was still possible for him to enter the top 30 universities in the country as long as he worked hard. As for the best universities in the world like Harvard, Oxford, MIT, etc., he had never had an idea to enter those universities since he felt that it was too far, and with his level, he also didn't think that he could enter. As for Shina, she didn't think too much since originally she was coming from Britain, so even if Shishio was moving to the United States or Britain, she would just follow him since there wasn't much difference. Maya and Meiko were startled by Kiria's words and thought that they wanted to beat Kiria too. However, they also started to think that the distance between Kyoto and Tokyo wasn't that far. Instead, they felt that it was better to enter Kyoto University than a university outside of the country. However, unlike everyone thought, Kiria didn't feel scared when the girls glared at him and said, "What are you afraid of? It isn't like he's going to another world. He's just going to the other side of the world. If mere geographical distance defeats your love, then that kind of love isn't worth it." He wanted the girls to prepare themselves. If mere distance could make them feel that their love couldn't be maintained, then it was simply impossible for them to maintain their harem-like relationship, and he wanted them to realize that. Kiriya knew that he was pretty cruel, but he wanted them to realize reality. Compared to the love separated by a geographical distance, it was harder to maintain a harem-like relationship. Probably. However, it was normal since Kiriya had never experienced a harem-like relationship after all. In conclusion, he just wanted to remind them since they were young, but once they had become older, something might change, and they needed to prepare. There would be a lot of problems, and if just a mere distance could break their relationship, it would be better to stop their relationship now. Hearing Kiriya's words, they were stunned, and they started to reflect on themselves. Is geographical distance a problem? Of course, it is a problem. The majority of the girls came from middle-class families, and even though they didn't have trouble with their daily lives, their families couldn't support them to go to another country for university. The tuition for someone to enter a university was expensive, especially when someone wanted to go to a university outside of Japan. Nana thought for a moment and thought that if she studied hard, then it would be possible for her to enter Oxford, Harvard, MIT, etc. As for tuition, she knew that her parents didn't have trouble sending her, so she should be able to go. She thought about it for a moment and thought it might not be bad to go to another country since they only stayed there during university time and could return to the country after they graduated. As for Maya and Mako, she felt sorry for both of them that she might not be able to meet both of them, but it wasn't like they wouldn't meet forever. Nana looked at Shishio and made up her mind secretly that if Shishio decided to go to university outside of Japan, she would follow him no matter what. Saki fell in silence and thought that even though she felt a bit uncomfortable relying on Shishio all the time, she was already his, and rather than separated, she wanted to stay with him all the time, so if he decided to go to another country, she would also try her best to follow by learning hard. As for tuition, she knew that with the salary that he got from Shishio, she should be able to have enough money. However, the most complicated ones would be Ritsu and Miu. Neither of them knew about Shishio's family condition, nor did they know how rich he was, but even if they knew how rich he was, they still felt uncomfortable relying on him all the time. Shishio observed everyone's reaction and didn't say anything for a while. He sighed inwardly and felt glad that he had a lot of money. Okay, calm down. I am not interested in going to a university outside of Japan. Still, even if I decide to go to a university outside of Japan, I think that geographical distance is a trivial matter. We're not at the beginning of the 20th century where there's no handphones or internet, and most people still use a letter to communicate with each other. With the advance of technology, a lot of things will be more convenient, and we can talk anytime, and if you're still worried. He thought for a moment and said, how about I tell you a poem? Poem. When they heard Shishio's words, even though they felt reluctant, they knew that even though they separated, it didn't mean the end of the world, but girls' feelings were complicated, and they wanted to stay with their loved one no matter what. They understood Shishio's logic, but they felt uncomfortable. They knew that Shishio was talented, he shouldn't be trapped inside a small country like Japan, he could go further into the world, and if that was his dream, they would support him. But even so, it was hard to accept it. If Shishio had trouble with money, then it would be difficult for them, but he didn't lack money, so even if he brought all of his harems to other countries, it was perfectly fine, but he didn't really want to show off his wealth that much. It was better to be low-key, but at the same time, he also knew that he needed to show some of them so it would give them peace of mind. However, before that, Shishio knew that he needed to calm them down, and he knew a perfect poem for this situation. Poem. Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard Shishio suddenly wanted to tell them a poem. Looking at everyone who closed their mouths, Shishio started to recite his poem. The furthest distance in the world is not the distance between opposite sides of the world. It is that you don't know that I love you when I stand in front of you. The furthest distance in the world is not that you don't know I love you when I stand in front of you. It is when I cannot say I love you when I love you so madly. The furthest distance in the world is not that I cannot say I love you when I love you so madly. It is that I have to bury it in my heart, despite the unbearable yearning. The furthest distance in the world is not that I have to bury it in my heart despite the unbearable yearning. It is when we cannot be together, even when we love each other. The furthest distance in the world is not that we cannot be together when we love each other. It is when we turn a blind eye to it, despite knowing true love conquers all. The furthest distance in the world is not the distance between two distant trees. It is when branches cannot depend on each other in the wind, despite growing from the same root. The furthest distance in the world is not when branches cannot depend on each other in the wind. It is when the trajectories of stars cannot cross, even when the blinking stars look at each other. The furthest distance in the world is not when the trajectories of stars cannot cross. It is when they are unable to find each other after crossing trajectories. The furthest distance in the world is not being unable to find each other. It is when we are doomed not to love, even when we coincidentally meet. Everyone was quiet, and they were looking at him in a daze. The gloomy atmosphere turned gentle which mixed with melancholy in an instant. No one had ever heard Shishio's poems, and they thought that he composed the poem on the spot, which made the girls' eyes brighten and mesmerized by him. Finally, at the end of the stanza, Shishio used his deep voice to recite it slowly. The furthest distance in the world is the love between the bird and fish. One is flying in the sky. The other is swimming in the sea, gazing into each other yet, unable to get close. Everyone was shocked by this poem, and it was their first time hearing such an interpretation of distant love. It was hard to describe their feelings, but one thing for sure, they had to admit that Shishio was so handsome at that moment. 272, Shishio's days are far from peaceful. Compared to the love between a flying bird and a swimming fish, the geographical distance is a trivial matter, right? Shishio said with a smile. It might be because it had been a while since they saw him, smiling, and they couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, looking at him in a daze. After receiving an enhanced smile, Shishio tried not to smile since he knew that his smile was dangerous and would be troublesome if he received more love letters. USA was in a daze after he heard this poem, then he looked at Ritsuo and couldn't help but recall one of the stanzas of Shishio's poem. The furthest distance in the world is not the distance between opposite sides of the world. You don't know that I love you when I stand in front of you. USA was in love with Ritsuo, but he knew that Ritsuo didn't know about his feelings. He sighed and wondered what he should do to convey his feelings without being rejected. He didn't want to be rejected since if he was rejected, it would be awkward to enter the club room again, but if he didn't do anything, he felt that their distance might become further and further. Ugh, what should I do? Good poem. Kiria's eyes brightened, and he wanted to hug Shishio at this moment, but he held back. Still, he recited this poem again on his mind, feeling enlightenment about the meaning of love. As for the girls, it was better not to talk about them since their gazes on Shishio had changed, and if possible, they just wanted to hug him right away, especially Shina, Nana, Saki, and Miu. As for Meiko, Maya, and Ritsu, they also wanted to try the same thing, but they knew they couldn't do anything since the person they had. Alright, let's end this chat. How about we study since the monthly exam is about to start soon, Shishio said. Hearing Shishio's words, they nodded and agreed since the exam was nearby and they needed to prepare since they didn't want to have a bad result. As for going to the karaoke, they didn't have time now and thought that it was better to go to the karaoke after the end of the exam later. So the club activity ended shortly after they studied and they went back. Shishio looked at Shina and thought that he might need to give her some preparation since he knew that this girl's way of thought was unique. Shishio, let's study again tomorrow. Is that all right? Meiko asked. Yes, studying with you is better than studying by ourselves, Maya also said. Shishio. USA also looked at Shishio with a hopeful expression. The three of them realized how good it was being taught by Shishio and felt that their understanding of the lesson increased so fast, which made them so addicted to this feeling. Studying is fun. The three of them got that feeling. Shishio didn't feel surprised since the key to someone who could become smart was to have fun. If someone didn't have fun studying, their progress wouldn't be as fast as someone who had fun. Looking at the expression of the three of them, he ignored USA and looked at Meiko and Maya, who showed an abandoned puppy-like expression. Shishio looked at the three of them and said, let's talk again tomorrow. I have something to do today. He then looked at Ritsuo and Shina and said, Ritsuo-senpai, Mashiro, sorry that I can't go back with you too. If there wasn't Ritsuo, then he would bring Shina, but Ritsuo was there, and it would be quite sad if he invited Shina and let Ritsuo go home alone. Shina nodded and didn't think too much since she knew that Shishio needed to talk with Miu about his match tomorrow. As for Ritsuo, she felt a bit unacceptable since she felt that he was hiding something from her, but she also knew that their relationship was just a friend, a senior, and a junior. As for something further, it was impossible since he was already dating something. She nodded gently and said, okay. What could she say? Nothing. Shishio then looked at Nana, Saki, and Miu, who also gave him a nod. After that secret nod, he then said goodbye to everyone and left. Looking at the four of them who left, they let out a long sigh. Kiria looked at everything that happened and could only shake his head. He was just a teacher, and besides giving his students advice, there was nothing that he could do. Besides, it was already outrageous enough to have 3 girlfriends. Should he add more so no one would be sad? Wait, not 3. Should it be 4? Still, Kiria had to admit that Shishio had a way with a word. He also really loved the poem that Shishio recited before. The furthest distance in the world, hey. Looking at Shishio's back, maybe the gender between the two of them was also the furthest distance in the world. He then shook his head and wondered whether he could use that poem in his book in the future. But before that, I need to ask his opinion. As Shishio, Miu, Nana, and Saki walked next to each other, Miu looked at Shishio and asked, what do you want to talk about, Shishio-kun? She knew from Saki that Shishio had something to talk about, which made her quite curious. Let's search for a place to talk first. Shishio thought for a moment and asked, should we go to Vanyeria? Saki didn't think too much since she had been on Vanyeria before. Vanyeria? 2x. Nana and Miu were dumbfounded. Have you been there before? Shishio asked. Who didn't know about that place? Nana rolled her eyes, especially when there were a lot of unique waitresses in the restaurant. It's a unique restaurant, but the taste of the food is good, Miu said with a smile. She had visited Vanyeria before with her family, so she didn't feel surprised by the uniqueness of this restaurant. If you know that place, then let's go there, Shishio said. You'll treat us? Nana asked mischievously. Okay. Shishio nodded. Let's split each other's bills, Nana said without hesitation. Saki and Miu also nodded at the same time. Shishio looked at his 3 girlfriends and thought that they were so cute. Okay, okay. Let's go now since there's something that I need to talk about with you about, Miu-senpai. Me? Miu was surprised, but then she nodded. No, we also have something to talk about with you too, Shishio-kun. You want to ask me something? Shishio looked at Nana, Miu, and Saki, who gave him a nod. He nodded and said, okay. Let's have a lot of talks there. As the 4 of them walked, they arrived at Vanyeria. Shishio looked outside of his restaurant and felt slightly moved since this place was simply a legend among the neighborhood since each of the employees was so unique, but at the same time, he also didn't need to worry that someone would vandalize or rob this restaurant since a lot of employees inside could do self-defense. As the automatic door opened, a sound of a bell rang, telling that someone had entered the restaurant and a small and cute waitress came, greeting them with a smile. Welcome. She then looked at Shishio in surprise and then smiled. Oga-kun, it has been a while. It's just a week or so, right? By the way, is there an empty seat for 4 people? Shishio asked. Yes. Popura nodded with a smile, then looked at Nana, Saki, and Miu with a curious expression. Your classmates, Shishio-kun. Shishio was about to say something, but Nana hugged his arm and said, we're his girlfriends. Popura opened her mouth wide and stared at the 4 of them with a dumbfounded expression. Looking at Popura's reaction, Saki knocked Nana's head and said, don't joke too much. Even though she didn't mind sharing Shishio with them, it didn't mean that their relationship could be accepted in public. Miu blushed, but she didn't say much. I'm not joking, though. Nana murmured while rubbing her head. Tanshima-san, can you guide us to our table? Shishio asked, but he neither agreed nor disagreed with Nana's words. Popura quickly nodded, realizing that she was quite rude, but still, she was looking at the 4 of them curiously. Something like a romance was too far from her, considering her petite body, and she also had never thought of it before. In her mind, she just wanted to become tall first, and she could think about the rest later. Shishio followed Popura and glanced at the restaurant and didn't see much of change, but at the same time, he sighed since he knew that there should be more heroines in this restaurant. If possible, he wanted to meet them so he could get more rewards. Popura guided the 4 of them to their seats which were located on the edge of the restaurant where there weren't many people there. This time, Miu sat next to Shishio, and Saki and Nana sat next to each other. Looking at the place where they sat, Popura looked at them curiously, wondering whether the 4 of them were dating each other. What's wrong? Do you have something to ask, little sister? Nana asked with a smile. Shishio and Saki. I'm not a little sister. I'm a sophomore in high school. Popura quickly reacted and denied that she was a little girl. What? You're my senior. Nana was dumbfounded. Miu was also dumbfounded. That's right. I'm your senior. Popura somehow showed a smug expression. Nana was amused and asked, can I call you senpai? Senpai. Popura felt an electric current jolting her body, and she was so ecstatic. She nodded several times with an excited expression and patted her chest, which caused her boobs to undulate up and down. Yes, you can call me, senpai. Miu looked at Popura, whose body was like an elementary school, but her chest was so huge. On the other hand, Miu looked at her chest and somehow felt quite depressed. Shishio glanced at Miu, but he didn't say anything since it was better to tell her that she was charming even though that place was small. Big or small, it doesn't matter. What's important is the reaction. Still, Shishio wouldn't say it out loud, and he sighed and thought that he might be Boob's man, considering he often sucked Sheena's. Let's think about this later. If he got excited, then something that shouldn't be awakened would wake him up, and it would be quite troublesome to calm it down. Then the 4 of them started to order, one by one, and all of them ordered a parfait since they still wanted to eat dinner at their homes. Alright, please wait for a moment. Popura bowed her head with a smile and forgot to ask about their relationship. Nana looked at Popura's back and said, this restaurant is so unique. Right. Shishio smiled. You somehow like this restaurant so much, Shishio, Saki said. Well, I like this restaurant. Shishio felt that it was a bit troublesome to explain that this restaurant was his, and he knew that if he explained too much, they might not be able to proceed with their conversation since many things needed to be talked about right now. Shishio then looked at the three of them and asked, "You have something to ask me, right? How about you ask that question first?" Hearing Shishio's question, Miu, Nana, and Saki looked at each other before Nana and Miu looked at Saki simultaneously. Saki sighed and called his name softly with a blush. Shishio. Did you have sex with Mashiro? 273, it's funny on the story, but if it's happened on reality. This question was so sudden that it threw him a moment. Shishio observed Miu, Nana, and Saki then nodded. We had sex. There was no need to hide it since he didn't think that it was shameful, and he knew that sooner or later, he would have sex with three of them. Having a fivesome was his dream now. The three of them were lost for words, but then their faces quickly covered in blush. They noticed Sheena's change after seeing her yesterday, and they were quite curious, but it was hard to ask her a question, which was why they asked Shishio, but they didn't expect that he would tell them without hiding anything. Guess your order is ready. Yes. 3x. Miu, Nana, and Saki panicked and didn't realize Papura, who was coming. Papura was also quite confused at why they showed such a reaction and then looked at Shishio curiously. Thank you, Tanshima-san. Shishio nodded. Yes. Papura nodded and didn't think too much, then gave them all the parfaits they had ordered. Miu, Nana, and Saki looked at their parfait for a moment, and they were in silence. As for Shishio, he was already eating his strawberry parfait. Looking at the red strawberry jam that was combined with soft white cream, he had to admit that it was so delicious. Well, I can do better. Nana also started to eat then asked, can I ask again? Sure. Shishio nodded, then looked at the time. But let's limit it to 6 in the evening. We shouldn't go home too late. He couldn't send all of them back since he was alone and there were 3 girls. If he brought a car, then it was possible. Unfortunately, he didn't, so he shouldn't let them go home so late. Japan might be a safe country, but even so, there were mean people in this country, and when they saw a beautiful girl, they might do a strange thing. If Shishio could feel lustful toward a beautiful girl, then what about other guys? Shishio thought to call his bodyguards to send 2 of them back, but then, he knew that it was a bit too much, considering there were so many people on the street, so they should be safe, walking back to their home. Hearing Shishio's words, they nodded and agreed. Then how many girls have you experienced? Miu asked boldly. Shishio looked at Miu and asked, how many girls do you think that I have ever done with? 20. 15. 8. Shishio was lost for words and said, I only have an experience with 2 girls. Really? 3x. They were surprised when they heard it. 2 girls. They thought that one of them must be Sheena, but who was the other one? They wanted to ask him, but Shishio couldn't waste his time since there was something that he needed to talk about with them. What are you surprised about? Shishio was speechless and said, you know, we can talk about this matter in the future. But, right now, there's something more important that we need to discuss. Nana and Saki nodded, but Miu was confused since she didn't know anything. What's wrong? Miu could tell that she was the only one who didn't know anything, which was why she quickly asked, wondering what Shishio wanted to ask. She was sitting next to Shishio, blinking her beautiful eyes, looking at him curiously. Wait, let me ask you one last question. Nana raised her hand without hesitation. Shishio stared at Nana blankly and wanted to slap her butts at this moment. He sighed tirelessly and nodded. Go on. When did you do it with Mashiro? And did you still do it with her? Nana asked. That's 2 questions. Shishio was helpless. Please let us know. After all, it is hard to ask that question in the clubroom or the classroom, and we'll be quite busy in the week, right? There's no better chance than now. Nana said in one breath. What about on the weekend? Shishio asked. Didn't you promise me to search for an apartment? Nana said. Saki and Miu weren't surprised by Nana's words and knew that she planned to live alone, but they had to admit that they felt a bit jealous of Nana. Shishio looked at Nana and glanced at the kitchen for a moment before he said, we did it last Saturday. The 3 of them blushed and became dumbfounded again. Are you still doing it? Saki asked in a quiet voice. We did it every day after that. Saki looked at Shishio up and down and couldn't help but reprimand him, you're going to wreck Mashiro's body. Shishio didn't have any words to refute since he knew it was wrong to do it every day. After all, unlike him, Sheena's stamina wasn't good, and she was busy with school and her manga. She might be a genius, but she still needed a lot of time to draw her manga, and he knew that it was quite too much to do with Sheena every day if he thought about her body. However, Shishio had always had some measure, and he didn't have sex until Sheena fainted, or rather he did it to help her sleep better since he often did that with his girlfriend in his previous life. Shishio was good at sex, and of course, he had a lot of techniques, but even so, he knew that sex was an arduous exercise, and Shina, who was busy with manga and school and also had limited stamina, would be so hard to handle a beast like him. Shishio knew that he needed to limit the number of times they did, but when he thought how soft it was to hug Shina every night, he just couldn't help it. That's true. Shishio nodded. Thank you for reminding me. It's all right. Saki nodded and wanted to tell Shishio that he could do it with her, but she was too shy at that moment. Well, let's talk about what you want to say first, Shishio, Nana said and was satisfied with Shishio's answer, but at the same time, she thought that after she got her own apartment and lived alone, then they could. Cough. Cough. Shishio nodded and was about to say something, but then he noticed Miu, who moved closer while eating her parfait naturally. Miu noticed Shishio's gaze and tilted her head. Shishio just wanted to kiss her here and right away, but he knew that he was in public, so it was quite hard to do it. He then looked at Miu and said, Miu, you might not believe what am I about to tell you, but for now, please just listen and believe me. Miu looked at Shishio with a straight face and nodded. Yes. Shishio then started to tell Miu about the underground fighting arena and also his experience fighting there. Miu, who listened to Shishio's story, was dumbfounded since his story was similar to the story of a manga or something, but looking at his serious expression, she knew that he wasn't joking, and she was even more shocked since she didn't expect him to be a fighter. When Shishio finished his story, Miu showed a complicated expression and had a bad feeling, but even so, she asked, just, why did you tell me all of this? I'm going to fight tomorrow, Shishio said. Don't go. Miu said without hesitation. I'll go even if you stop me, and I just want to tell you, Shishio said without hesitation, ignoring Miu's concern and opinion. He was happy that she was worried, but he had made his decision and he wouldn't back down with just a few words from his women. Looking at Shishio, who didn't care about her opinion, Miu looked at Nana and Saki then asked, Nana, Saki, are you alright with this? Nana wasn't sure since she hadn't seen Shishio fighting, but from what Saki had told her, she knew that Shishio was so strong. I believe in him. Saki didn't answer immediately since even though she knew that Shishio was strong, she didn't want to see him fighting and getting hurt. Miu, I know it is hard to accept it, but this guy is so stubborn, even if you stop him, he'll still go. Miu's eyes reddened, but she also could tell that Shishio's personality was strong, and he loved to dominate someone. He might respect her decision, but she knew that she couldn't change his decision. Can I go with you? Sure. Shishio nodded. Miu. The reason why I've told you this is that I want to ask you whether you want to follow me or not, Shishio said. You two will go too. Miu asked while looking at Nana and Saki. Mashiro will also go, Nana said. That means 4 of us, including Roberta, right? Saki looked at Shishio while asking. Shishio nodded, but Miu and Nana were confused. Roberta. 2x. I'll introduce you to her tomorrow. Let's meet again here later at 6:30 in the evening, is that all right? Shishio asked. Hearing Shishio's words, they nodded and decided to use this place as a meeting place. Shishio then told them what kind of clothes they should wear and told them that they should wear a cap if possible. They nodded, listening to his words, and after that, they decided to go back. Shishio didn't let them pay for their order, so he stood in front of the cashier and naturally treated them so they would accept his treat. However, he was surprised when he saw the girl that was at the cashier. He had been waiting to meet all the heroines in this restaurant, but he didn't expect this sudden meeting. It's not bad. Shishio thought. The girl was trembling, her face flushed, but she still told Shishio how much he needed to pay. Miu, Nana, and Saki wanted to pay their parfaits, but Shishio paid their parfait before they could react. Wait, Shishio, let me pay myself, Nana said. No, I'll pay for it. You don't need to worry, Shishio said and gave the money to the short-haired waitress in front of him, coincidentally touching each other's hands, but I can't handle a man. The girl then screamed then sent out a fist toward Shishio. Miu, Nana, and Saki were dumbfounded, and they were too late to react, especially when they saw a fist that was about to hit Shishio's face. However, Shishio tilted his head to the right slightly to dodge the punch and looked at the fist that was packed with power. He stared at the girl in front of him speechlessly since he was shocked by this girl's power. If a normal person receives this punch. The girl was also surprised since it was her first time that someone had dodged her fist, so she was stunned. Inami-chan, what are you doing? Papura, who saw all of this, was shocked and quickly approached them and pulled Inami away directly. Inami didn't react and let herself be pulled by Papura since she was too shocked. I'm sorry for the trouble that our employee has caused. Todoroki Yacho, who was the floor master of the restaurant, realized the seriousness of the matter and quickly apologized. Shishio didn't think too much since he knew Inami's condition, but Nana was quite dissatisfied and asked, is it normal for your waitress to punch a guest? I'm sorry, but she has androphobia. Todoroki bowed her head and apologized again. Androphobia. 3x. Miu, Saki and Nana were shocked, but at the same time, they were wondering why this restaurant could hire someone with androphobia and why the woman in front of them had a katana on her side. Was this woman trying to scare them? Humph. They didn't feel scared at all. Still, Miu, Nana, and Saki were hiding behind Shishio at this moment since they felt reassured, standing behind him. Is she still a boxing champion? She has a strong punch, Shishio said helplessly. It was funny when he saw the story, but when it happened in reality, especially when this restaurant was his, Inami was simply a walking bomb. If he didn't get a lot of rewards from this restaurant's heroines, he might as well fire them since it wasn't good to hire such abnormal employees. No, she's a normal high school student, Todoroki said helplessly. If Inami punched the employees, then it wouldn't cause trouble, but she almost punched a guest, which made this into a huge problem. Oga-kun, I'm sorry for Inami-chan's action, but please don't hate her, alright? She's just had trouble with a man. I'm sorry for the trouble that she has caused. Papura, who had pulled Inami away, also quickly apologized to Shishio since she knew how dangerous Inami's punch was, and luckily, he could dodge it. Shishio looked at both Todoroki and Papura, who bowed their heads and said, I will be lying if I say that it is alright since if that punch really hits someone, then that person will enter a hospital and worst case, this restaurant might get into trouble. Shishio's words made the heart of Todoroki and Papura almost stop at this moment. Just watch her over from now on since it'll be troublesome if she hits someone again. By the way, can you handle my payment? I haven't received my change yet, Shishio said calmly. Ah, yes. 2x. Todoroki and Papura quickly reacted, but a woman with a different uniform came and said, guess, you don't need to pay. Our waitress has caused you trouble, so think of it as an apology, and the next time you come, you won't need to worry since we won't make the same mistake again. Shishio looked at the manager and felt a bit strange to see this woman's reaction since usually, she was so lazy. Is that okay? Yes, please. Kyuko, the manager of Vanyeria, said without hesitation. Then I'll accept it. Shishio nodded and had to admit that he was quite satisfied with this result. You don't need to worry. The food here is good. We'll come again in the future. He then left with Miu, Nana, and Saki. Thank you very much. Looking at Shishio's group who had left, they bowed their heads again and sighed in relief that the problem was solved so smoothly, but if Inami's punch really hit Shishio, then... They thought that they nodded to do something about Inami's condition or else. Suda Takanashi, who was at home and on a break from his part-time job, wasn't sure why, but he was shuddering, wondering whether something might happen to him in the future. 274, the preparation has been completed, now. As they walked out of the restaurant, Nana couldn't help but say, Shishio, that punch was dangerous, right? She couldn't help but feel amazed when she saw how fast Inami's punch was, especially when she heard the sound of whistling wind around Inami's punch before. If any of you got punched by that girl, you might pass out directly, Shishio said with serious expression since Inami's punch wasn't a joke. That's serious. Miu was dumbfounded. Luckily, she will only punch a guy, right? Saki said with a sigh. You mean, is it alright for me to be punched? Shishio's lips twitched. If you were defeated by that girl, then it was better for you to give up fighting tomorrow, right? Saki said with a smirk. Also, we're lucky that we don't need to pay, right? Nana also said with a smile. Miu didn't say anything, but she also smiled. Shishio couldn't say anything, and luckily he had an autopilot, so even if he didn't do anything, he would dodge all the danger that would come to his body. Well, I could dodge her punch easily, right? Still, Miu, Nana, and Saki had to admit that Shishio was amazing that he could dodge Inami's punch by tilting his head slightly to the right, and his expression was calm as ever when he was punched, which made them think that he was strong. I'm quite curious about tomorrow's match. Even though Nana was worried, she had to admit that she was quite curious about Shishio's match. You will see my match tomorrow. Let's go back now, Shishio said. 3x. After that decision, Miu and Nana left in the direction of their home. As for Saki and Shishio, both of them were walking in the same direction, so they went back together, which made both Miu and Nana feel that they should ask Shishio to go home with them in the future. As Shishio's group left, Kyuko looked at Sumahirumi, the chef, who sighed in relief, and knew that the trouble that was coming by punching Shishio wasn't something that she could handle. Is he really that dangerous, Suma? If it was a troublesome guest, then she could ask her junior during her delinquent time to cause trouble to Shishio's group, but she knew that the fault was at Inami, who punched Shishio so suddenly. Even though she was selfish and unreasonable, she was still a law-abiding person. Probably. Luckily, you apologized, or else, You might be fired directly, Kyoko-san, Suma said with a serious expression. That's serious. Kyoko was dumbfounded. Suma, you're not serious, right? The employees in the restaurant looked at Suma with a surprised expression since they didn't expect him to say those words. However, they also knew that Suma's words had a lot of credibility. Even though Suma's character was quite dubious, his ability at information gathering was top-notch. Inami, who was crying since she suddenly punched a guest, was also dumbfounded by Suma's words. Looking at everyone's reaction, Suma could only shake his head and said, I know that you might be surprised by my words, but even at the most basic of hospitality service, there won't be any waitress who will punch a guest, right? They couldn't say anything. After all, were there any waitresses who would punch their guests? Of course not, right? So Inami-san, let's be this a lesson for you or else. Suma didn't continue his words since he wasn't that cruel. Right now, Inami really hated her fear of men since it had caused a lot of trouble to everyone, but what could she do besides crying and apologizing? I'm sorry, everyone. Papura caressed Inami's shoulder and said, if Oga-kun comes again, you should apologize to him, alright. Inami also knew that she was so rude since she ran away without saying anything before. Alright, let's stop this depressing talk. Kyoko clapped her hands so everyone would end their talk. Kyoko-san. Inami looked at Kyoko timidly. What's wrong, Inami? Kyoko asked. As for their bill before, can you deduce them from my salary? Inami asked. Are you sure? Kyoko asked. Yes. Inami nodded without hesitation. Everything was my fault after all, if I didn't punch him, then I wouldn't cause everyone trouble. Kyoko looked at Inami for a moment, then shook her head. No, it was also my fault for not thinking about your condition before I had sent you as a cashier. You shouldn't think too much, and it is better for you to try to fix your fear of man as soon as possible, alright? Yes. Inami was so depressed at that moment. Also, if he comes again, try to apologize to him, Kyoko said. Yes. As the employees of the Vanyeria started their discussion, Saki and Shishio were walking together as usual. She had to admit that she loved this feeling when she monopolized him alone. Say, what kind of opponent that you'll fight tomorrow? Saki had seen Shishio fight twice, and she knew that each of them was powerful. One, who had the ability to turn off the feeling of pain, and the other one was a muscular man with 2 meters tall and a scary face, so now, Saki was curious what kind of opponent Shishio would fight. I'm not sure, but my opponent should be a master of Chinese Kenpo, Shishio said after a moment of pause. Chinese Kenpo? Saki thought for a moment and asked, now that you mention it, your martial art is also a Chinese Kenpo, too, right? Yes. Shishio nodded. I learned Bajikwan, which is part of Chinese Kenpo. He looked at Saki and explained. Chinese martial arts have 4,000 years of history. 4,000 years of history. Saki was surprised, then asked, what if you compare it with karate? Now that you mention it that you have learned karate before, right? Shishio asked. Saki nodded. But during a critical moment, I couldn't use it well. If Shishio didn't save her at that time, she wasn't sure what her future would be, but then she felt her hand was held tightly. Shishio. She looked at him, and he gave her a gentle smile, which made her heart thump uncontrollably. Shishio patted Saki's head and said, do you know that karate is created from the Chinese Kenpo? Really? Saki was dumbfounded. Karate has a history of 500 years, and Chinese Kenpo has a history of 4,000 years. As for who is stronger, it depends on the individual since sometimes, a technique is simply useless in front of overwhelming power. When Shishio thought about Hanmayuajiro, he knew that guy didn't even use martial arts. Instead, that guy used overwhelming power to defeat his opponent, either crushing their pride or killing them. He wasn't sure what that guy would do when that guy met him, but he knew that it wasn't something good to meet Hanmayuajiro, and that guy was simply a walking nuclear bomb. Can you win? Saki asked while looking at Shishio curiously. However, she didn't feel worried, or rather, she didn't think that someone could defeat her man. Of course. Shishio smiled and said, when I win, I'll get a house later, then we can. Saki blushed and felt shy, but she didn't hate his idea, or rather, she quite anticipated it. After he sent Saki back, Shishio returned to Sakurasu and cooked dinner before talking with Misaki about the anime script. He looked at the time, and there was still a time before he visited Nanami at the place where she worked, so he thought to handle Misaki first. As for Shina, she left for her room since she had to draw her manga. Shishio and Misaki were in the living room, discussing their anime. Have you read it, senpai? Shishio asked while looking at the character designs drawn by Misaki and had to admit that the protagonist, Noboru Taro, was quite similar to him. As for the heroine, Mikako Nagamine was a bit similar to Misaki, but with a flat chest, but he didn't feel surprised since drawing big boobs was more complicated than a flat chest. It might sound rude, but unlike the big boobs, there was no need to worry for a flat chest to undulate up and down because of a slight movement. Also, if the heroine had big boobs, it would turn into an ecchi anime rather than a romance anime, so Misaki decided to make the heroine's chest smaller. What's wrong? After he had given the anime script to Misaki in the morning before, she told him that she was going to read it before they discussed it later at Sakurasu when they returned. However, her expression seemed strange, and it was as if she was constipated or something. Did you get constipation? How rude. I'm not. Misaki was mad. So what's wrong? If you don't talk, then I won't know what the problem is, Shishio said. It's just. I just don't get the feeling. Misaki murmured. The feeling? I mean. Misaki tried to put her thought into words, then said, Noboru Tera, protagonist, and Mikako Nagamine, heroine, are separated by a very far distance, right? They can't meet each other, and they can only communicate with each other through text, but because of the distance, their text can only arrive in few years, right? I'm just not sure how to draw the expression when someone feels the feeling that Noboru and Mikako feel. Expression, hey. Shishio thought for a moment and looked at the character design that Misaki drew. He could see that the heroine and the protagonist showed various expressions, but somehow, it felt wrong to put those expressions on this anime. The theme of this anime was the feeling of two lovers being separated by years of distance, and the only thing that could connect them was a text from their phone that they could only receive by few years of time. Misaki had a hard time seeing what expressions they should show in those moments, which was why she had been watching a romance movie and anime to see the expressions of the actresses and actors. While she was thinking, she suddenly heard a voice that caused her heart to tremble. The time between Mikako and I drifts further and further apart. That is why I have made a goal, to make my heart harder, colder, and stronger. The door that I know will never open. I won't knock on it eternally. I will become an adult, even alone. His cold voice reverberated through the living room, and everyone in the living room could feel the sadness felt by this voice alone. Not only Misaki, who was the closest at Shishio, but Shiro-san, Mayumi, Chihiro, and Ritsu were dumbfounded by Shishio, who said those words with such a sorrowful expression as if he had given up everything. They wanted to say something to cheer him up, but they didn't know what to say until. What do you think? Have you seen my expression? Shishio asked quickly. Shishio-kun, are you acting? Ritsu asked with a strange expression. Yes. Shishio nodded, then looked at Misaki. I'll try to show what kind of expression the characters will show so you can try to draw or take a picture. Okay. Misaki was full of spirit and nodded without hesitation since she knew that her problem was solved. When Shishio and Misaki were doing their jobs, everyone was looking at Shishio in a daze. Everyone. This guy can act. They were dumbfounded, but then they thought that if this guy became an actor, without a doubt, he would be so popular. Chihiro stared at Shishio for a moment and said, by the way, don't forget about the monthly exam, all right? Yes. Misaki, Shishio, and Ritsuo answered at the same time. When Shishio let Misaki take a picture of him, he suddenly looked at Chihiro and said, Chihiro-ne, I'll go out a bit tonight. Where? Chihiro asked. My friend, Shishio said. Don't go back too late. Chihiro drank her beer in sorrow. By the way, Chihiro-ne. What's wrong again? I'll be out again tomorrow with Mashiro and Roberta until the next day, Shishio said. Why? Chihiro asked with an explicable expression. Manga. Shishio took out his ultimate weapon directly. Chihiro sighed and said, just don't forget to go to school the next day. She drank her beer again, sulking a bit. She felt that she wouldn't be surprised if Shishio suddenly told her that he would move out in the future. Still, she felt a bit sad somehow. Shishio had finished all the preparation, but he knew that there was something that he needed to do first and what he needed to do next was to do all the things that he needed to do. Still, he had to admit that his week was so busy, and he really anticipated Golden Week, the time where he could rest and enjoy a holiday. Shishio, don't forget to show the expression again, Misaki said. Wait a moment. Let's do it later since I have somewhere to go, Shishio said since it was almost the time for his appointment with Nanami, and he needed to prepare, right? Oga-kun, what do you think of this bondage technique? Shiro-san asked with a smile. Shishio almost forgot about this pervert just now. 275, how soft D-cup is. During her work time at the convenience store, Nanami's heart had been giddy when she remembered her conversation with Shishio before. He's going to come. Nanami looked at the clock from time to time and also looked at the entrance, wondering when Shishio was going to come. What's wrong, Aoyama-san? Do you have an appointment with someone? Nanami looked at her CO worker with an apologetic expression. So sorry. It's all right. The woman waved her hand and said, but from your expression, is it a boy? Do you have a boyfriend now? You have just become a high school student, right? Ah, I was so popular back then that a lot of guys sent me a love letter. Hearing her CO worker, who started to talk without stopping, Nanami could only smile bitterly. Her CO worker wasn't bad, but she might be frustrated since her husband had been on a business trip, which caused her CO worker to feel frustrated. However, her CO worker had taken care of her several times, so she couldn't treat her so badly, and she was also grateful for her. Still, she was embarrassed when her CO worker told her how sexually frustrated she was since her CO worker hadn't done it with her husband in few years. If it's Shishio. When she thought about Shishio's body, Nanami couldn't help but flush and thought that if Shishio married her, they might have sex every day. Still, she listened to her CO worker's story quietly since she learned a lot of things from her, especially the life of a housewife. Luckily when Nanami's CO worker talked, there weren't any customers, and there were only the two of them, so even though their conversation was slightly vulgar, they didn't need to worry that someone might hear them. They also talked quietly in case a customer entered the store. Ding, ding. The sound of the automatic door was heard and Nanami and her CO worker greeted the customer at the same time subconsciously. WEL2X. Nanami and her CO worker stopped since they Shishio right in front of them. It was Nanami's first time to see him, wearing casual clothes, and she had to admit that he was so handsome. As for Nanami's CO worker, she was already flushed when she saw Shishio. Are you still working, Nanami? Shishio asked. Ah, yes, wait a moment, Shishio-kun, my work will end soon, Nanami said with a flustered smile since she felt relief when she saw Shishio. Nanami CO worker. You don't need to be in a hurry. I have come so soon after all. I'll buy something first, then wait outside. Shishio picked a warm lemon tea then paid for it, talking with Nanami for a while before he walked out. Looking at Shishio, who walked out of the convenience store, Nanami looked at the time, and there was still 15 minutes before her work ended, but it didn't mean that it was over since she still needed to put a half-priced sticker on the bento, but before that, she needed to say something to her CO worker since her CO worker's eyes were too frightening. Shishio opened his warm lemon tea then sat on his motorcycle. It was a bit chilly, but his lemon tea warmed him up. He remembered that there were still 15 minutes before Nanami's work ended, so he thought to do something first. He took out his phone and scrolled the list of contacts on his phone before he found the number of the person that he needed to talk with. However, before that, he decided to text her first. Shishio, sorry for bothering you, Ebina-senpai, it's me, Shishio Oga. Can I call you? I want to ask you something. Shishio thought that he would wait for Ebina's response for a while, but he didn't expect her to reply to him so fast. Without hesitation, he called her number and talked about his plan to create the community forum on the Swime. Hina Ebina was studying in her room and read a BL manga during her break from time to time, but she was more into her manga than her study since the plot was so interesting. Her breathing was quite heavy, and she was so excited, but at the same time, she also knew that she couldn't show this side of her to someone since they would think of her as disgusting. She knew that she was an otaku and she was also a fujoshi, and at the same time, she also knew how society would view her hobby, and it was also the reason why she didn't have an interest in a relationship. Still, when Ebina thought about a relationship, she couldn't help but sigh when she thought she had given her contact number to Shishio. Still, until now, he didn't even contact her, and she also had heard that he had gotten a girlfriend. Still, it might not be a girlfriend, but a boyfriend. When Ebina thought about Shishio and Kiria, who were walking next to each other so closely, her imagination, at that time, she couldn't help but become so excited. Ha! 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 She then quickly pulled a tissue and wiped her nosebleed. How dangerous! She felt that Shishio's handsomeness was too destructive, and at the same time, it was really unfortunate that he didn't show an interest toward her best friend, Yumiko Miura. She was a bit disappointed, but there was nothing that she could do since no one could control the matter of the heart. Still. Right now, Ebina's mind was preoccupied with the release of the new BL manga that would be released on Thursday night. However, the location of the release was troublesome since it was located in Ikebukuro. If it was during the day, then Ebina didn't need to worry, but it would be held at night. There was a huge difference between Ikebukuro during the day and at night. During the day, Ebina didn't care and could even come to the Ikebukuro alone, but at night, she knew she would just attract a lot of trouble. Even though she knew that she was fujoshi, she also knew that she was a cute girl, and she knew that there were a lot of guys that might pick her up or annoy her during her pilgrimage. She also had heard that there were still many gang colors. In addition, there were many strange rumors on Ikebukuro, such as the headless rider or even the dollars. Sometimes, it'll be great if I have a boyfriend. If only she had a boyfriend that wouldn't just be her hobby and could accompany her to the Ikebukuro, then she would be so happy, but she knew that it would be hard since she knew that a lot of guys would be disgusted by BL. She wondered whether she could only read the new BL manga at the weekend, which made her a bit depressed since she wanted to read it as soon as possible. When Ebina felt depressed, suddenly her phone vibrated, which made her raise her eyebrow when she saw an unknown number, but then she saw a name on the text. She couldn't help but smile and directly replied. Ebina, sure, hurry up and call me. Shishio then called her, and both of them talked for a while. Even though their relationship wasn't particularly close with Shishio's way of speaking, it was only a matter of time before Ebina felt comfortable. Then he went straight to the point, telling her about his plan to create the forum community. Ebina thought that Shishio had asked her help to get close to Yumiko, but she was dumbfounded and didn't expect him to ask him to popularize the community forum that he had created. Hey, you ask me? I don't have many friends, you know. Ebina had to admit that Shishio's plan was amazing, and she knew that with this forum, there were many things that she could do, and she could even create a Fujoshi community on the school. But, more importantly, she didn't need to be scared that someone might create a rumor about her, especially when Shishio was the founder of this forum. If there was really a rumor about her, then Shishio would help her and erase the rumor, which was a great thing. Yes, I can tell that you don't have so many friends. Can you not be so blunt? Ebina was speechless. It isn't something so embarrassing, and I think that you don't need so many friends. It's alright just to have one or two, then be friends with them for the rest of your life, right? Ebina couldn't help but smile when she heard Shishio's words and said, you sure have a lot of ways with your words. I wonder how many girls that have fallen with you. I hope that you're not included on that list, Ebina-senpai. In your dream. Ebina laughed and said, well, there's a lot of girls who are falling for you in my class, but of course, I'm not included in it. You know, we have moved so far away from our topic of conversation. Now that you mention it, why did you ask for my help? As I've said before, I don't have many friends, you know. Ebina said truthfully. If she could help Shishio, she would help him, but she couldn't, and she was also quite introverted. But Miura-senpai is your friend, right? Isn't Miura-senpai popular and has a lot of friends? How about you talk with her and tell her subtly about this forum? By then, you'll leave it to the snowball effect where Miura-senpai talks to her other friends, and her other friends will talk again to their friends again. By then, all second years will also use this community forum. Ebina was dumbfounded and couldn't help but slap her forehead. You're right. I almost forgot about this matter. So, can you help me? Hearing Shishio's request, Ebina thought for a moment and said, I can help, but can I ask for a request? What? Can you accompany me to the Ikebukuro on Thursday night? What time? After 6 in the evening? I'll wait for you at the station, Ebina said. Isn't that a bit too late? An Ikebukuro? Isn't that place dangerous? Shishio had heard a lot of rumors about Ikebukuro, especially about the gang killers, yakuza, and even drug dealers. There were a lot of crimes in that city, which was why if a girl wanted to go there, it was better during the day, and it was better not to go there alone. It was also the reason why he was quite confused about why Ebina decided to go there. That's why I ask you to come with me. Ebina pouted then asked, can you? Why did she ask Shishio? It was because she could tell that he didn't have an interest in her, and it was also good to talk with her. As for whether her hobby as a Fujoshi was being known, she could buy something secretly by then, asking him to wait while she bought her new BL manga secretly. I don't mind. Shishio thought for a moment and asked, should we go there with a motorcycle, senpai? Eh? You have a motorcycle, Shishio-kun? Ebina asked in surprise. I have it, but don't tell the teacher, alright? Ebina laughed and thought that Shishio was really a bad boy. Don't worry, don't worry. Your secret is safe with me. By the way, I haven't been to Ikebukuro. Do you know a parking park for motorcycles there, senpai? I know. You don't need to worry. Ebina patted her chest and said, I have been on the Ikebukuro for my entire 16 years. Can you go there when you're still a baby? Enough about me. Where do you want to pick me up? Ebina asked. Nearby station? Near your house? Shishio asked. Ebina thought for a moment and said, just come to near my house. She felt that it didn't matter if Shishio knew about where she lived since she believed in him. She also had his secret, after all. Here's my address. Okay, see you on Thursday night. See you, Oga-kun. They talked for a moment before they ended their conversation shortly after. But then Ebina realized what she was doing, and her face was slightly red at that moment. Isn't this a date? However, when she thought about her Fujoshi hobby. No way, right? As he ended his call, Shishio looked at Nanami, who walked out from the back door of the convenience store. Her face was quite cute since she was blushing, and strangely enough, when he saw her wearing a school uniform at night, there was a sense of disobedience, which caused him to see her in a lewd image. He then started to recite Phi so quickly that he could calm himself. Sorry to make you wait, Shishio-kun. Nanamai said with a light blush. No, I didn't wait too long. Shishio shook his head. If you don't mind, how about we talk at my apartment? It isn't that far from here, Nanamai said. Is that all right? Shishio asked. I don't mind. Nanamai lowered her head shyly. If it was someone else, Nanamai might hesitate, but the one who came was Shishio, so she didn't really mind. Still, she was quite shy at that moment. Then should we go now? Shishio asked. Yes. Nanamai nodded, then suddenly asked, by the way, have you eaten, Shishio-kun? Shishio wanted to nod, but when he saw her expression, he shook her head and said, not yet. There's still a lot of half-priced bentos that are sold on the convenience store. Do you want me to bring you one? Nanamai asked. Is that okay? Shishio asked. Of course. Nanamai nodded without hesitation. Should I get them for you? What type of bentos do you want? Shishio listened to what kind of bento was sold at the convenience store and told her his choice. Nanamai then walked back to the convenience store before she returned with 2 half-priced bentos in her hands with a red face. Shishio didn't say anything about this and said, thank you, Nanamai. No, it's all right. Nanamai shook her head, but then she only noticed his motorcycle. This motorcycle? It's mine. Shishi gave a helmet to Nanamai, and she subconsciously caught it. It's troublesome to walk around this area, so I got a motorcycle. Is that all right? Nanamai asked curiously since she knew that Shishio was the same age as her, so he shouldn't get his driving license yet, right? It's all right as long as you don't tell anyone, right? Shishio said with a smile. Looking at this smile, Nanamai was in a daze again and thought that this smile was too cheating, right? If you always show me this smile. Nanamai shook her head and felt a bit depressed right now. As for the matter of whether Shishio had a driving license, she forgot about that matter now. Let's go. It won't be good if we're too late, right? Shishio started his motorcycle, waiting for Nanamai to sit on his back. Then, excuse me. Nanamai was a bit shy, but she sat on Shishio's back and clutched into his jacket timidly. It was her first time being so close with a guy before, but before that. Wait a moment. Wear this. Shishio took off his jacket and gave it to Nanamai. Nanamai was startled. It's a bit cold at night. You might not get used to it, so wear it, Shishio said. But wear it. Nanamai pouted, but in the end, she wore it. It's Shishio's smell. Her face was so red, and she somehow wanted to sniff his jacket, but she knew that she couldn't do that. Are you ready? Yes. Nanamai held part of his t-shirt before she saw the motorcycle moving slowly. As the motorcycle moved, she had to admit that it was a bit chilly. Luckily, he had told her to wear his jacket, but then she was worried about Shishio, and as expected, she saw his body trembled slightly. What should I do? Nanamai knew that Shishio lent her his jacket so she wouldn't feel cold, but in exchange, his body was cold right now. She thought for a moment, and in the end, she hugged him directly. Nanamai was so nervous when she hugged him so suddenly, wondering how he would react. Still, she hoped that he wouldn't say anything since she was dying of embarrassment at that moment. Luckily, he didn't say anything, and at the same time, she sighed in relief when she saw his body stop trembling. After a moment, Nanamai also felt comfortable hugging him, so she relaxed and rested her head on his shoulder, smelling his musky smell. It's nice. As for Shishio, he was a gentleman, he wouldn't reject someone, but he wouldn't invite someone openly. As for indirectly, he definitely wouldn't admit that he indirectly caused Nanamai to hug him right now, but he had to admit that the feeling of D-cup size on his back was so good. 276, Shishio is being seduced. As he parked his motorcycle near the apartment area, Shishio looked at the apartment where Nanamai was living, and he had to admit that this apartment was a bit too old, right? Nanamai didn't notice Shishio's gaze, but she still said, sorry that this apartment is a bit too old. She tried to choose the cheapest apartment that she could find around the nearby area, and she found this place. It's all right. Don't you remember that I lived in Sakurasu? This place isn't that much different, Shishio said, but the truth, Sakurasu was several times better than this place. Even though Sakurasu's building might seem old from the outside, the inside was clean, new, huge, and comfortable. Shishio wasn't sure how it was inside this apartment, but he could tell it was pretty cramped. But, more importantly, many people were living on Sakurasu, so the security was better than this place where there weren't any automatic lock systems or other security systems, so the tenant could only lock the door by using a key. But Sakurasu isn't that bad, right? Nanamai said. Yeah, which is why you should move to Sakurasu, Shishio said without hesitation. Nanamai looked at Shishio and asked, you really want me to move to Sakurasu? Yes. Shishio nodded without hesitation, without looking away from Nanami's gaze. Nanami blushed once again, wondering whether Shishio really wanted to live with her. If possible, she wanted to live with him in an apartment together, but she knew that it was unrealistic. Sakurasu. How about we enter first, Nanami? Shishio asked since he had to admit that it was pretty chilly. Nanami also realized that Shishio's body trembled a bit and quickly said, then come on. Let's enter my apartment first. Thanks. Nanami guided Shishio to her apartment that was located on the second floor of the apartment building. She then opened the lock on the key, then opened the door. Please enter Shishio-kun, but I'm sorry that it is a bit too small. No. Shishio wanted to say no, but he had to admit that Nanami's apartment was really cramped. Nanami's apartment is a 1LDK apartment. There is one room in addition to a living, dining, and kitchen area. Even though there was a kitchen area, Shishio wasn't sure whether he could call it that since there wasn't even a stove in this place or microwave there. Luckily, the bathroom was inside, or else. When he saw this apartment, Shishio had to admit that it was better for Nanami to live in Sakurasu at this moment. Shishio-kun, don't look too much. Nanami's face was red, feeling so embarrassed when she saw Shishio was looking at her apartment intently. Sorry. Shishio apologized and closed the door of the apartment before he took off his shoes. Looking at Shishio, who took off his shoes, Nanami blushed and realized that it was her first time to bring a boy into her apartment, and at the same time, she felt that was quite bold. She knew that Shishio was Nana's girlfriend, yet. Nanami shook her head and decided to forget about that matter, especially when she thought about her conversation with her CO worker before. She also thought about the thing that her CO worker gave before she went back and couldn't help but blush. What's wrong, Nanami? Shishio asked. No nothing. Nanami shook her head hurriedly, then said, Shishio-kun, can you help me to take out the bento in my bag? I want to change my clothes first. Sure. Shishio nodded and received Nanami's bag before he entered Nanami's room. Nanami hurriedly took some of her clothes before she went to the bathroom to change her clothes. Shishio glanced at Nanami and thought about her choice of clothes. Does this girl want to seduce me? He shook his head and took out 2 bentos that she bought and could feel that it was still warm. He knew that this girl should warm up the bento on the convenience store before they went back to her apartment. He took it out slowly so it wouldn't mess up the bento, but then he was dumbfounded when he saw a familiar box inside her bag. He took it out without hesitation, staring at the familiar box for a moment, and his expression was a bit weird at that moment. Does this girl want to seduce me? Nanami changed her clothes slowly and shyly in the bathroom, staring at her reflection in the mirror. She turned her head right and left, looking at her ponytail from time to time, wondering whether it was messed up or not. Even though Shishio didn't say anything, she was quite sensitive toward his gaze, and she could tell that he often gazed on her nape. She didn't know if he did it subconsciously or deliberately, but she wouldn't say much and thought to make her ponytail better. However, suddenly Nanami realized that there was something wrong. She recalled that she had asked Shishio to take out the bentos from her bag, but inside her bag. Nanami, then without hesitation, opened the bathroom door and wanted to stop Shishio, but Shishio was sitting on the tatami floor while holding a box of condoms, looking at it curiously. That 2x. Shishio and Nanami looked at each other before tears shed out of Nanami's eyes. Okay, stop crying. I know that it isn't your fault. Everything was the fault of your CO worker who put that thing into your bag, right? Shishio patted Nanami, who was sobbing after he took a box of condoms from her bag. Even though he felt weird at first, he knew that this girl was still a virgin, and she hadn't tasted that forbidden pleasure. How could he be so sure that Nanami was a virgin? Nanami was one of the heroines on the harem protagonist story, and it was the #1 rule that the heroines on those stories must be a virgin, and was a bit stupid since they could fall for an indecisive, normal, and dull harem protagonist. Still, such a stupid girl was the cutest. Nanami stopped sobbing, but her eyes were still red. You do not misunderstand me. Yes. Shishio patted Nanami's head gently and said, I can't pretty much tell that you don't have an experience in this thing. He picked the box of condoms in front of Nanami, which caused her face to redden. It's the guy's job to buy this thing. Not a girl. Looking at how calm Shishio was, Nanami somehow couldn't help but ask, you have experienced Shishio-kun? Shishio put down the thing in his hand and said, how about we eat dinner first? I'm famished. Nanami looked at Shishio for a moment, but she didn't say anything afterward. Well, let's eat. She nodded since she was also quite hungry. Wait a moment. I'll pick up some barley tea. Shishio opened the bento, then looked at Nanami and wondered why this girl let her guard down so much. If his mind wasn't sane and he was someone with a lot of experience, his heart might be beating so fast when he saw this scene. Nanami's clothes were quite skimpy. She wore a white tank top, which showed off her D-cup perfectly, and her boobs almost spilled out, showing how dangerous her D-cup was. 2 white straps were also visible from her shoulders, telling Shishio that she was wearing a white bra under that tank top. She also wore a short skirt that fluttered around, making it hard for him to put his eyes on since her appearance was just so dangerous right now. Nanami might not be wearing makeup, or rather, she was quite plain right now since she wouldn't go out anywhere. Still, Shishio had to admit that this girl was cute, and he might always have seen high-class women with makeup and elegant appearance in his previous life that made a girl like Nanami become quite refreshing and attractive in his eyes. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Nanami blushed when Shishio was staring at her from up to down. Nanami, you should put something on your like a jacket or something since I'm not sure where to put my eyes, Shishio said helplessly and looked away. Looking at Shishio, who seemed embarrassed, Nanami was a bit stunned since it was her first time to see this side of him, but at the same time, she thought that he was pretty cute and she wanted to tease him somehow. Sorry, it's a bit hot. Still, when she realized what she was saying, her face was so red since she was too bold, right? Shishio then looked at Nanami, whose face turned red, and that redness gradually spread into her neck, ears and smooth, white mounds. I can tell that it is pretty hot from how red you are. It's a bit cold now. I'll wear my jacket on. Nanami couldn't handle this ambiguous atmosphere and took a jersey jacket on her shelf. That's a great idea. Shishio nodded without hesitation. After Nanami wore her jersey jacket, they started to eat while talking about a normal exam and the script he had given before. Shishio had printed the script for Nanami so she could read it at him since he knew that this girl didn't have her own printer. Reading her script quietly, Nanami stopped eating and focused all of her attention on the script. You're not eating, Nanami? Shishio asked. After I read this. Nanami said absent-mindedly since it was her first time to be given a task to become a CEO in an anime, so she wanted to give her best, but... Take it down. Shishio grabbed the script directly from Nanami's hands. Nanami was dumbfounded. Eat first, Shishio said. I... Eat first. Nanami pouted and started to eat before she complained. You're always like this, Shishio-kun. If I don't do this, then when are you going to eat? Shishio looked at Nanami helplessly and asked, or rather, have you prepared for the monthly exam? Have you studied? Ugh. Nanami couldn't look at Shishio straight, and she showed an awkward expression. She couldn't even tell Shishio the truth that she forgot about the monthly exam, or rather, she might escape and ignore this matter since she knew that her result would be bad. Shishio looked at Nanami for a moment and knew how this girl was an ordinary girl. She ran away from her home in Osaka to Tokyo to follow her dream to become CEO, but because her father disagreed with her dream, her father gave her a minimum of pocket money so she would give up her dream. However, she was stubborn, and in the end, she decided to work a part-time job so much that she even broke the school rules. He knew that this girl was working hard, but at the same time, he knew that this girl was stupid. Working hard is good and all, but it is better to work smartly. Shishio knew that he might be cruel to say this, but he just couldn't help but feel that this stupidness was a bit cute, and he just wanted to keep her with him as a pet somehow. Joke aside, Shishio knew that unlike him, who was coming from a wealthy family and had a system, Nanami didn't have all of that, so... Nanami. Nanami was still nervous, wondering what Shishio was going to say, but... How about I hire you as my maid? Out of all of the things in her head, Nanami had never thought of this in her life. 277, Mathematics is important knowledge. What? Nanami was dumbfounded. Shishio didn't feel surprised by Nanami's reaction and said, I want to hire you as my maid. What? Maid. Shishio was calm and explained Nanami plainly. Maid is a helper that helps the needs of her master. I know that. Nanami's emotion was so complex at that moment. She thought of several plots on her mind where there would be a lot of tears, drama, then a happy ending, but she had never expected this plot. I want to ask why you want to hire me as your maid. Nanami couldn't control her emotions and even raised her voice right now. Right now, of course, she was quite disappointed since what had happened was different from what she had imagined, but she wanted to know why Shishio asked him to become his maid. I'll give you this much each month, Shishio told Nanami directly about her salary and how much she would get. Nanami was dumbfounded. Should I give you your salary now? Shishio asked. If before Nanami was doubtful by Shishio's intention to make her become his maid, right now, she understood what his intention was. He wants to help me. Shishio knew that she was troubled by money, but it was impossible for her to receive money for him without any reason. But what if she worked under him? But a maid? Why a maid? Nanami turned rosy in an instant, and she thought of various things on her head, thinking that Shishio might have a maid fetish, and at the same time, she thought about various orders that he might have asked her when she worked under him. Pervert. Why? Shishio was speechless. But why a maid? Nanamai asked with a blush on her face since Shishio hadn't answered her question before. Besides being a maid, what can you do? Shishio asked bluntly. Ugh. Nanamai felt an arrow pierced into her chest, and she didn't have any words to refute. She was just a student, and her skill was limited. Besides a household chore, was there something that she could do? I'm not doing this because I pity you or something, but I really need someone to help me, Shishio said with a sigh. Looking at how troubled Shishio's face was, Nanamai thought that Shishio was really in trouble, so she couldn't help but ask, trouble? You know that I'm from Kyoto, right? I'm not used to household chores, or rather I might not have time to do it, so I want someone to help me, Shishio said with a sigh, lying without changing his face. Shishio had a household mastery, and it was so easy for him to take care of the household matter from cleaning, washing, cooking, and more. Still, if he had to say whether he wanted to do it or not, then without a doubt, he would say that he didn't want to do it. Shishio wanted to help Nanamai, but this girl was quite troublesome, and she was so stubborn. He felt that a gentle method was good, but it was too long, and he was quite impatient to see the result, so he was going to do it on his way, or else this girl might pass out during her work sooner or later in the future because she forced herself to work hard. Nanamai's problem was something that could be solved by money, and it was simply child play for him to solve Nanamai's problem. Nanamai was a hard-working girl, and she was very diligent. Shishio knew Nanamai's personality, and that was also the reason why he could trust her. After a moment, Nanamai asked, why me? You don't want to? Shishio asked. No, I don't mind. Nanamai felt that she didn't really mind working as Shishio's maid, but she just couldn't help but think of a perverted order that he might ask. Of course, she knew that she should hate or reject him if he really asked such a perverted request, but strangely enough, she might anticipate it. Also, frankly, Nanamai also felt that the salary given by Shishio was good, and by getting that salary, she didn't need to do her part-time job anymore. When Nanamai saw Shishio's expression, her maternal instinct also awoken, and she felt that he wanted to take care of him too, which made her not really hate the idea of becoming his maid. Then what's the problem? Shishio looked at Nanamai and asked, let me ask you again, Nanamai. Let me hire you as my maid. Nanamai had to admit that Shishio might be the most handsome guy she had ever seen in her life, especially when he looked at her straight. She took a deep breath and said, let me think about it. No. Shishio didn't want to wait and said, I won't wait. Give me an answer now. Whether you want to do it or not, since if you don't want to, then I won't mention it to you again. He might be forceful, but this girl might not make her decision right away if he didn't do this. Nanamai was stubborn, but at the same time, she was also indecisive. However, as long as she was pushed to the corner, she would give a quick answer. Nanamai didn't expect Shishio's answer, and somehow it reminded her of the time when she talked with her father about her dream before. However, the situation was different now, but the question that she asked was similar. Why? When she asked her father why he didn't allow her to chase after her dream, even though she knew that he did this for her future, she didn't want to follow it and chased after her dream. However, Shishio wasn't Nanamai's father, so he could say, because I want you to stay by my side. Nanamai was stunned for a moment before a blush gradually covered her face and neck. Huafh. Can you? Her heart was beating fast, she was happy, but at the same time, she knew that Shishio had a girlfriend. What about Sunoera-san? If Shishio was single, then she could agree happily right here and now, but it was different when. Is there a rule that someone has to have one girlfriend? Shishio asked. Nanamai was too dumbfounded. However, Shishio told the truth. It might be impossible for him to marry more than one girl, but he was free of many girls since it wasn't a crime. According to the plot, Nanamai should slap Shishio since he was a scumbag, but she just chuckled and said, Shishio-kun, tell me the truth, why you want to help me? It's the truth, Shishio said softly. Nanamai's heart was beating so fast, but she knew that this guy wasn't serious, so she kept staring at him and didn't say anything. Can I just say that I just want to help you? Shishio asked. Nanamai wanted to say something, but she was cut by Shishio. Before you ask why do you need to ask that question? Can you just become my maid? And I just want to see you in a maid uniform. Pervert. Nanamai retorted with a red face. She took a deep breath and sighed. I just didn't expect that the most handsome guy at school would be a pervert. She thought that Shishio would be a serious and gentle guy, but she didn't expect that he was a pervert. However, she had to admit that this side of him was quite interesting, and she didn't really mind wearing a maid uniform. Oh? Do you feel disillusioned? Shishio asked with a smile. Not really, but... If I live on the Sakurasu, you won't be able to see me wearing a maid uniform, right? Nanamai smiled and asked, is that all right? Her tone was full of teasing, watching him curiously. Sakurasu was a dorm, and many people lived in that place, including his aunt, Chihiro. If Shishio asked Nanami to wear a maid uniform in that place, there would be a lot of trouble. He rubbed his chin and started to think about this matter seriously. Money wasn't a problem for him, and he could take it out anytime. Even if he spent it for Nanami for free, he didn't really mind it since he had received a music mastery from her. The worth of this ability was simply negligible compared to the money that Shishio would give to Nanami. Still, hearing her tone, which was full of tease, Shishio could tell that Nanami didn't mind wearing a maid uniform for him. Oh? So you don't really mind wearing the maid uniform for me? Nanami felt that her face was scorching since she was so shy at that moment. Just why are you helping me so much, Shishio-kun? You know, I'm not that beautiful. Compared to Nana, who was so stylish, Nanami felt quite inferior, and she had to admit that Nana was more beautiful than her, which made her wonder what made Shishio attracted to her. Even if I wear a maid uniform, is it good? But then, her chin was lifted, which made her surprised, and she saw him right in front of her. Nanami couldn't look away from Shishio and felt that her heart was thumping so fast right now. Am I going to be kissed? Nanami closed her eyes, waiting for Shishio to kiss her, but she wasn't kissed, and she only heard his voice. Really? I think that you're cute. Shishio had to admit that compared to Nana, Shina, and any other girls he knew, Nanami was quite plain, or rather, Nanami was quite similar to Miu. However, Nanami had a bigger bust compared to Miu since her D-cup wasn't for nothing since he had felt how soft it was before. Still, no matter what, she was still one of the heroines in the story, so her face was more beautiful than a normal high school girl. Don't tease me. Nanami couldn't look straight at Shishio, lowering her head shyly. Shishio sighed and said, you know, you're so stubborn. Can you just let me help you? He couldn't help but rub her head, thinking why this girl was so stubborn. Nanami didn't say anything and also wondered why she was so stubborn. She could just accept Shishio's help and became his maid, getting a lot of salary by working under him, but she just couldn't give him a nod. If Shishio was just pitying him, she would reject him without hesitation, but she knew he didn't feel that way. Feeling the pat on her head, Nanami didn't say anything and looked at Shishio, who was so close right beside her, and somehow she could only sigh, feeling envious of Nana. She looked at him again and asked, Shishio-kun, you want to hire me to become your maid, right? Yes. So, what will I do if I become your maid? Nanami asked curiously, wondering what she had to do. Well. Shishio thought for a moment and said. Cooking. Nanami nodded. Then. Cleaning. Then. Washing. Okay. Including my underwear, is that okay? Nanami blushed, but then she nodded. Okay. You don't need to force yourself, you know, Shishio said and thought that this girl was really working hard. No, it's all right. I can wash your underwear. Nanami said without hesitation and asked, then what should I do next? Do you want to do more than that? Shishio asked. As long as I can do it, I'll help. Nanami said without hesitation. Then. If I ask you to help me with that need, is that all right with you? Shishio asked curiously. That needs. Nanami's face was burning once again. What kind of needs? Well, the thing on your imagination, Shishio said subtly. Pervert. Hey? What did you imagine? Shishio asked curiously. You're teasing me again. Nanami pouted. Shishio smiled happily and asked, do you agree? Nanami looked at this smile and felt that this smile was too cheating, right? Nanami nodded and bowed her head slightly, which caused her ponytail to move slightly. Please take care of me from now on, Shishio-kun. Then please take care of me too, Nanami. Shishio then looked at Nanami, used his mathematics mastery to calculate her body's size, and thought to make her maid uniform later. He had asked Roberta to get him a sewing machine, and all he needed to do next was to buy fabric. What are you thinking about, Shishio-kun? Nanami asked suspiciously. I was just thinking about the mathematical formula, Shishio said with a serious expression. He wasn't lying, and he was telling the truth, but even so, why did Nanami look at him with a doubtful expression? It seemed that Shishio needed to educate her on how to act in front of her master in the future. 278, Sport Test. As Wednesday was coming, the sport test started, and as usual, Nishikata quickly told everyone to prepare and not to waste time since the time was limited. Nanami, who had changed into her PE uniform, still thought what had happened yesterday was a dream. She looked at Shishio, who was talking with his friends and couldn't help but pout, thinking that this guy was bad. However, from now on, he would become her master, and she would work as his maid. I'll need to ask the teacher to move to Sakuraso later. Even so, Nanami had planned to move to Sakurasa so she could stay with him. Still, she had to admit that Shishio's family was full of mystery, and besides coming from Kyoto, she didn't know much about him. Some people thought of him as a member of a big clan or something, but it was just a rumor. Nanami was curious and wanted to ask Shishio, but at the same time, it was also because of this that she couldn't concentrate on the PE lesson, especially when she thought about last night. She felt that her face was hot. As for Sorita, his existence might have been forgotten in the past few chapters, but he was still in the same class as Shishio and Nanami, so he also needed to do this sport test, even though he felt a bit lazy. As for Nanami, he didn't feel that worried about her since even though Nanami was quite close to Shishio, it was impossible for both of them to be together since Shishio's girlfriend, Nana, was right in their class too. Sorita also felt that his relationship with Nanami was still close, which made him happy. As for whether he loved Nanami or not, it was a different matter, or rather, he still had a feeling toward Shina, even though he knew that it was impossible. As for Shishio, if he knew what Sorita was thinking, then he could only stare at him in silence. He didn't do anything with Shina last night and just slept together after he gave her a good massage so he could sleep better. Even though he didn't know much about massage, his knowledge of orthopedic mastery along with other martial art abilities, it was simply a child's play for him to make Shina's body feel better. Shina had always maintained a similar posture for a long time when she drew something, so of course, it was necessary to fix her posture, or else, there might be a problem in the future since it wasn't rare for a mangaka to have a problem with their lower back. Shishio then thought about tonight, the day that he would have a match on the underground arena, and strangely enough, he quite anticipated it. What's wrong, Tegami? You have been depressed for a while. Hearing USA's voice, Shishio turned his head and looked at USA, who seemed worried, and Tegami, who seemed depressed. He thought for a moment and asked, "Did you get rejected?" Ugh. Tegami felt that an arrow pierced into his chest at that moment. Tegami. USA quickly caught Tegami, who was about to fall. Oga-kun, please have mercy. Shishio ignored USA's words and asked, "Did you confess to that girl, who was her name again?" Iroha is Heiki. Even though Tegami was depressed, he still answered Shishio's question. "Did you confess to her yesterday?" Shishio asked. Tegami nodded with a sigh. "You were too reckless, Tegami." USA sighed and said, "You have only known each other for a moment. Why were you so hasty?" "I can't help it." Tegami sighed again and said, "Love is like a hurricane. It came so sudden, and I couldn't control myself." "Yes, love is a hurricane." Shishio wanted to laugh at Tegami, but he held it since he felt that it was too cruel. And just like a hurricane, it left everything in a mess after it came. Tegami and USA. Shishio patted Tegami's shoulder and said, "But wasn't it good that you got rejected?" "Hey? Why is it good?" Tegami asked with an explicable expression. "From the beginning, you'd never put your feelings too much when you confessed to her, right? So even if you got rejected, you would only feel depressed for a few days before you fall for a new girl." Shishio knew that a guy like Tegami had never thought too much when he confessed, and when Tegami saw a cute girl, this guy might confess directly as long as there was a chance, ignoring the fact that they had only known each other for a moment. However, Shishio didn't feel that surprised. Why? It was because Shishio had a similar experience since he was often confessed by a girl, even though they didn't know him well. Still, unlike guys who were afraid of humiliation and rejection, the girls were more open-minded toward rejection, and they might not give up even if they were rejected. What girls were afraid of the most was violence and being forced since they were weaker than guys, and even some girls were more powerful than guys. In an actual situation where something happened to them, they wouldn't be able to react, and they wouldn't be able to bring out their powers. Ugh. Tegami couldn't refute it since he just thought that Iroha was cute, and he felt that he was falling in love at that moment, so, in a moment of heat, he directly confessed, and as expected, he was rejected splendidly. He gritted his teeth and looked at USA. "Enough about me. How are you, USA? Have you confessed to that senior?" "Hey." USA blushed and couldn't help when he was mentioned. "Oh ho? From that expression, is there a development between you?" Tegami asked with interest. USA couldn't say anything and became depressed when he heard Tegami's question. Shishio patted Tegami's shoulder and said, "Tegami, have mercy." "Sorry." Tegami sighed and didn't expect that he would hurt USA's fragile heart. It's all right, we have started to talk to each other even though it was only a few words." USA tried to show his smile. Tegami and Shishio. Shishio shook his head and wondered why USA had to fall in love with Ritsu. If USA were to fall for background characters that wouldn't trigger his system, then he wouldn't think too much. Unfortunately. Tegami patted USA's shoulder and said, "Just confess and get rejected." "Hey. Why am I being rejected? Don't you think that there's a chance that she'll accept my confession?" USA complained. You couldn't even maintain a conversation with her. Why do you think that she'll accept you? Tegami was cruel even though USA had tried to help him before. USA. USA then looked at Shishio and wanted to say something, but... Stop it. Shishio cut USA's words and said, I don't like to help someone else's love life. It's troublesome, but... 2x. If you get rejected, I'll treat you to ramen. Shishio patted USA's shoulder and said, let's go. Nishikata-sensei is calling everyone. Oh. 2x. By the way, I have been rejected. Can you treat me to ramen, Oga-kun? Tegami asked. Nishikata was about to start the sport test, but suddenly someone came and called his name. Nishikata-sensei. Nishikata turned his head and saw the new coach of the baseball team. Todoroki-sensei, what's wrong? Todoroki Reizu is the coach of the Swime Academy High School baseball team. Reizu was wearing a jersey, looking at Nishikata with a smile, and asked, sorry for disturbing your class, but can I join you? He was like an average middle-aged man in his 40s with a slightly unkempt appearance, but his body was quite well built since he was a professional baseball player in the past. I'm okay with it, but why? Nishikata asked curiously. Reizu looked around, and his eyes locked into one person on the field. I have heard that there's a monster in this class. Monster. Nishikata was speechless, but he knew who Reizu meant. He isn't a monster but a prodigy. Do you want to invite him to the baseball club? If he's as good as the rumor said, then I will invite him. After all, I want our school to win the Koshin. Reizu stared at Shishio, and he then saw Shishio looking in his direction, which stunned him. Even his face smells of money. He had to admit that the world was unfair, but that life was. Sometimes someone is born with fast legs, a smart brain, a powerful body, and a lot more. However, it was Reizu's first time seeing someone born with everything, whether money, body, or appearance. Even if you try to invite him, he might not agree, you know. Niskayuta said. If you don't try it, you won't know, right? Reizu smiled and said, Nishikata-sensei, how about you start the sport test since everyone is waiting now? He couldn't wait to see Shishio's performance right now and wondered whether it could surprise him or not. Oh, right. Nishikata almost forgot. Everyone gathers here. Girls and boys are separated. Hearing Nishikata's words, everyone started to get ready since the sport test was about to start. Shishio, try to massacre everyone, Nana said with a smile. Is that something you should ask your boyfriend? And should you say something so scary with a bright smile? Shishio rolled his eyes. But I want to see how good your sports test is, Nana said with a cheerful expression. Well, all I can say is that I'll try to do my best. Shishio wouldn't do his best since if he did his best, he would have broken the world record easily, and he was too lazy to attract too much attention because of it. Everyone lines up. Shishio patted Nana's shoulder and said, see you later. However, his arm was grabbed, and he heard his whisper. If you get first place, I'll reward you. Shishio took a deep breath and said, don't worry, I'll get the first place. His eyes were burning, and he wondered whether he should show 10% of his power in this sport test. Nana chuckled, but at the same time, it made her feel relieved since she was quite nervous when she thought that Shishio would fight tonight, so she thought to encourage him, but she didn't expect that the effect would be so effective. Leaving Nana, Shishio lined up with everyone. 100-meter sprints, softball throws, long jumps, chin-ups, and 1,500 m run that in order. Give it your all. Nishikata shouted. Shishio felt that it should be pretty easy, but then, he wondered why an old man was looking at him with a smile. However, he ignored this old man and prepared for his test, and at the same time, he tried to recall each of the world records for the test so he wouldn't do something that attracted too much attention. Being exceptional is sometimes difficult. Shishio thought that matching everyone's pace and staying in the group was too troublesome, but that was how a human was. They lived in a group, and everyone would single out the one that attracted too much attention. There was even a saying in Japanese, the nail that sticks out gets hammered. We live in a society that tells us to be different, then ridicules you when you are. As for this problem, Shishio didn't have a solution, or rather, even if he had a solution, it was only working for him. As for the other people, he didn't care much and it might not be working since they weren't exceptional enough. He knew that he was selfish, but being a good guy was the last thing that he would do since being a good guy would always bring trouble. Shishio then prepared for his first sport test, which was 100-meter sprints. He was in his position and recalled that the world record of the 100 meters dash was being held by Usain Bolt with 9.58 seconds. As for the others, they were staring at Shishio's without blinking away since they were curious about his result. On your marks. Set. Shishio took a deep breath and thought that he should aim for 11 seconds. Go. Shishio then ran, leaving everyone behind smoothly, and arrived at the goal. Shishio looked at Nishikata and asked, Nishikata-sensei, what are my times? Nishikata stared at his stopwatch for a while and said, 11 seconds. Some people might say that this number might be normal, but even so, it was difficult for people to reach this number since most of them would get either 12 seconds or 13 seconds. More importantly, he knew that Shishio didn't even get serious and Shishio could even get faster and it was 11 seconds without plus or minus, a perfect 11 seconds. Nishikata took a deep breath and asked, you're not a secret weapon of Japan in the Olympics, right? Shishio felt that being exceptional was difficult, but he didn't care since he was waiting for the reward that Nana would give him later. 279, Study X Study. As the sport test ended, as expected, Shishio created a record again. Of course, his score wasn't as exaggerated as the Olympic athletes, but even so, he still became the number one in the entire class. Shishio might be a bit excited since Nana told him that she was going to reward him so, at the last moment, his score almost matched an Olympic athlete, and Nishikata directly gave him a full score, telling him not to worry about the PE class since he would give him a full score on the report this semester. As Shishio was talking with Nana, Maya, and Meiko, he knew that it was impossible to ask for his reward now, so he talked about something else until suddenly he was approached by a middle-aged man who had been watching him for a while. Shishio Oga-kun, can we talk for a while? Yes. Shishio looked at this old man and raised his eyebrow since the old man's gaze was too hot, right? Excuse me, but are you a PE teacher of a different class? My name is Todoroki Reizu. I'm the new coach of the baseball club. Reizu looked at Shishio with excitement and asked, Oga-kun, are you interested in money? They were in silence when they heard Reizu's words. Sorry. Shishio couldn't understand what Reizu wanted to say. I mean, are you interested in baseball? Reizu quickly changed his words. Baseball. Shishio only knew that baseball was the most popular sport in Japan. Unfortunately, he didn't know much about it. Sorry, sensei, I'm not that knowledgeable about baseball. He didn't even know the rules of baseball. So how could he have an interest in baseball? Really? You don't know? Reizu was dumbfounded and wasn't sure what to say for a moment. Shishio looked at Reizu and asked, Sensei, just what do you want to tell me? Hearing Shishio's words, Reizu nodded and said, then I will be straight with you. I hope that you can join the baseball club. Nana, Maya, and Meiko were dumbfounded, and they looked at Shishio curiously, wondering what they were going to say. They knew that Shishio's physical prowess was crazy, or rather, they might have never seen someone whose body was as powerful as him. However, even though he was powerful, his body was still slender from the outside, so no one really knew how powerful he was. So only someone like Nana, who had rubbed his body, knew how well built the body was, and someone like Reizu, who was an ex-professional baseball player, who had seen a lot of professional bodies there, knew how scary Shishio's body was. Even though his body was slender, it was packed with power, and all of his muscles were concentrated and didn't create an exaggerated bulge, which gave him natural feelings and a sense of beauty. Sorry, sensei, but I have to reject your invitation, Shishio said after a moment of thought. He felt that it would be too rude if he rejected directly, so he rejected after a moment of hesitation since he faced an elder, and unlike Tokugawa, who invited him to have a fight on the underground arena, Reizu invited him to the baseball club, which was practically harmless. If someone treats him well, then he will also treat that person well. On the other hand, if someone screws him, then he screws that person back. It is as simple as that. Why? Reizu was dumbfounded. Even if you ask me why, I don't even know the rules of baseball, why do you think that I'll agree? Shishio asked back helplessly. But you can get rich. Reizu became excited and said, with your body and face, it is only a time that you will become the strongest baseball player. Money, women, and status, all of them are in your palms. Shishio wanted to say that he had all of them already, money, women, and status, but he wouldn't say it. He rubbed his temple and said, Sensei, I have to admit that my performance in sport is slightly better than most people. Slightly better than most people. Nana, Maya, and Meiko wanted to roll their eyes when they heard Shishio's words. However, it doesn't mean that I will become a talented baseball player even if you say that I'll become one. Your words mean nothing if I don't have talent, hard work, and self-sacrifice. You also haven't seen me playing, right? How can you be so sure? Shishio said calmly. He felt that he should be able to become the best baseball player, but he was too lazy to become one since he didn't want to be forced to practice. Then you should come to the baseball club. I believe in my eyes. I believe that you have a talent to write history. Reizu said passionately and didn't give up since he was searching for students with a chance to become powerful baseball players since he wanted this school baseball club to win the Koshin. Shishio looked at Reizu and knew what kind of type this guy was. He knew that this type of guy was selfish and wouldn't hear what the other people said, and at the same time, This guy wouldn't easily give up, which was practically annoying. If he was a pushover type of guy and had an interest in baseball, then he might agree, but he wasn't. Todoroki-sensei, once again, I'm sorry, but I have to reject your invitation. You might not know, but I need to get the first rank on the next monthly exam to maintain my scholarship. I have been busy with studying and also I don't have time to join another club. You have also told me that your goal is to win the Koshin, and I don't want to disappoint you by joining the club with half-assed feelings since I'll disrespect you, so I can only say I'm sorry, Shishio said in one breath. He then looked at Reizu and finally said, also, if I decide to focus on baseball, can you be so sure that I can maintain my scholarship and become a professional baseball player that has enough money to feed my family in the future? Even though Reizu knew that he wanted Shishio to join the baseball club, he couldn't force him and heard that Shishio needed to maintain first rank to maintain his scholarship. He thought that Shishio's family's condition wasn't good, which somehow gave him a balance that this perfect guy wasn't so perfect after all, but at the same time, his eyes were red, and he was almost in tears, thinking that Shishio was working hard to study, but he also couldn't blame Shishio. After all, being a baseball player was gambling. If someone wanted to become a professional baseball player, they needed to sacrifice their youth, using all of their time to train from morning to night so they would become better. Even so, it didn't mean that their hard work would be paid since no one could be sure whether they could become a professional baseball player. Working hard, sacrificing their youth for the entire 3 years, but even so, they might not get a result. On the other hand, Shishio could get first rank by studying hard and could enter a good university, getting a stable job, which was pretty much the dream of every student in this country. Even if Reizu was impulsive, he also knew that he couldn't ask Shishio to bet his youth on baseball. He then sighed and patted Shishio's shoulders. Well, study hard then, but if you're free, how about you visit the baseball club? If I have time, then I'll visit. Shishio nodded, but whether he would visit it or not in the future, it was a different matter. Reizu didn't say much and left since he failed. Looking at Reizu's back, Shishio shook his head and thought that he might need to research how people in Japan viewed baseball since if it helped him become a prime minister, then it might be good. Jokes aside, he might try to get to know baseball since he was quite unfamiliar with this sport. Shishio, are you studying hard? Meiko asked curiously. Well, I study hard, Shishio answered in a perfunctory manner. Nana, Maya, and Meiko. They realized that this guy was lying. You're too bad, Shishio. Nana laughed hard at this moment. Stop. Don't laugh. Shishio quickly stopped Nana, who was laughing. He's still nearby. What if he hears your words? Nana blushed when Shishio's hand was on his mouth, but then she couldn't help but smile and lick his palm. Shishio thought that he needed to spank this girl's butts. Still, why did you reject his invitation? You might have talent in baseball, you know. Maya asked curiously. Nana and Meiko also looked at Shishio curiously. I might have a talent, or I might not have a talent, but you should know that by joining the baseball club, my time will be limited. You know that I have 4 girlfriends, and if I decide to join the baseball club, then I have to spend my morning and night training every day. If I do that, then I might as well break up with all my girlfriends since I don't have time to spend with you, right? No. Don't join the baseball club. Nana hugged him without hesitation, telling him not to join since if Shishio really joined, then he really might not have time to spend with her. Okay, I won't. You don't need to worry. Shishio patted Nana's back then whispered, don't forget what you've said to me before. Nana blushed and hammered his chest. Pervert. Shishio wanted to complain about who the pervert was. Nana offered him a prize, and Shishio naturally asked his prize, wasn't that natural? What do you want? Nana asked shyly. Shishio thought for a moment and asked, it can be anything. Nana's face might be tan, but her blush was so noticeable at that moment. I'll save it later, alright. Shishio wanted to kiss this cute girl, but they were in public, so he couldn't be noticeable to flirt with Nana. As for Maya and Meiko, they only hoped that Nana and Shishio would stop flirting in front of them since it was too painful for them to watch it anymore. With all of that, the sport test ended, and after a short break, they started on the next class. Right on the break, after Shishio had lunch with his girls, he went to the teacher's room to give the article that he had written last night. He was about to enter, but he didn't expect to meet Yuki Nashida along the way. Yukino-theta-senpai. Yuki Nashida looked at Shishio in surprise, but she also greeted him with a light smile. Oga-kun. Are you also going to the teacher's room? Shishio asked. Yes, I have something to do there. Yuki Nashida looked at the paper in Shishio's hands and asked, what are you going there for? Did you cause trouble? Shishio's lips twitched, and he asked, what kind of trouble will I cause? Like entering the girls' changing room. I'm not that kind of pervert. Shishio was able to see his girlfriend's naked body, so why should he commit a crime? So you admit that you're a pervert? It seems that you need to join the service club before you are caught by the police, Oga-kun, Yuki Nashida said with a smile. She wondered why she had always been on impulse and tried to taunt him from time to time, but she didn't really hate this kind of banter between them. Senpai, if you like cats so much, why don't we go to the cat cafe sometimes? Shishio asked. He knew that Yuki Nashida wanted him to enter her club sincerely, but he pretended he didn't see it, thinking that she invited him because she wanted to see a cat photos. Yuki Nashida was stunned when Shishio suddenly invited her to go out to the cat cafe. Shishio also realized that he invited Yuki Nashida on a date so naturally. Sorry, I'd invited you so abruptly without much thought before. Let's just forget it. But, still, it's a great place, and I want to show it to you if possible. Still, it wouldn't be bad to go to the cat cafe together with her. Yuki Nashida wanted to say something, but she closed her mouth again since she didn't know what to say, and she also knew that it was wrong to go out with Shishio, considering he had a girlfriend and all. Still, she didn't really mind going out with him to see the cat cafe since she was quite curious about it. It's alright. You mean, is it alright to go on a date with me? I mean, is it alright to go with you to the cat cafe, and when did you invite me on a date? Yuki Nashida looked at Shishio and wondered whether this guy had done this deliberately. You have a girlfriend, right? Or has my beauty stunned you? Senpai, has someone told you that you're so narcissistic? No, this is my first time, but I am cute, right? Well, even that's true. Shishio couldn't deny that this girl was cute. He rubbed his temple and felt strange whenever he talked with this girl. See? Shishio rolled his eyes. As they talked, they arrived at the teacher's office together shortly. Let's talk later since we have arrived at the teacher's room. You have something to do, right? Yuki Nashida said. Shishio nodded. See you later, senpai. See you later. Yuki Nashida nodded and looked at Shishio, who was walking in Kiria's direction before she also moved to Hiratsuka, but then she noticed Hiratsuka's gaze was a bit wrong, especially when Hiratsuka glanced at her and Shishio from time to time, which made her, wondering whether she should move back, right now. 280, two problem students. Kiria-sensei, I bring my article. Shishio walked to Kiria and gave the articles that he had written last night. I'd thought that you wouldn't come, Kiria said with a smile. I ate lunch with everyone before I came before. Shishio looked around and asked, can I sit here? He pointed at the empty seat right near Kiria. Sure. Kiria nodded. I have said that I would write, so of course, I would do it. If he had decided to do something, Shishio would do it, though, even though this thing was useless and sometimes wouldn't bring him a result, as long as he promised or felt that it was worth it. Let me read it for a moment. Then, Kiria directly read Shishio's articles without waiting for his response. When can I go back? Shishio asked. After I read this. Shishio looked around since he was bored and waved his hand gently at Hina, who was looking at him. Hina asked whether Shishio was being reprimanded by using a gesture. Shishio shook his head without hesitation. Hina didn't believe it and stuck out her tongue. Shishio looked at this woman, and even though she was older than him, her mental age might be younger than him. Cough. Cough. Hina was startled and quickly acted as if nothing had happened, but Shishio and Kiria turned their heads and looked at Hiratsuka, who approached them and coughed quite loudly. Kiria-sensei, can I borrow Oga-kun for a bit? Hiratsuka asked. Shishio didn't say anything and looked at Kiria. Why not? Kiria nodded at Hiratsuka, then looked at Shishio. Your article is good. I'll put it on the competition later. Shishio. Shishio stood next to Hiratsuka and asked, what's wrong, Hiratsuka-sensei? Hiratsuka didn't look away from Shishio and looked at him with a fierce expression as if she wanted to punch him. I have heard that you have a girlfriend. Well, I have a girlfriend. Shishio nodded and asked, if it was about my confess. Hiratsuka quickly wrapped her hand around Shishio's neck and covered Shishio's mouth with her hand. Her face was blushing, and she asked in a low voice, what the hell are you going to say? Shishio tried to say something, but he couldn't since his mouth was covered by Hiratsuka's hand. Still, he didn't hate this position since his face was pressed against two soft things on her chest. He sighed, wondering why there were so many beautiful teachers in this school. Don't say nonsense again, or you'll receive my 10.000 Divine Fists of the Dragon King. Hiratsuka threatened. Shishio. Answer me. Hiratsuka asked again with a threatening tone. Shishio tried to say something again, but he couldn't. Just give me a nod. Hiratsuka felt a bit tickled when Shishio talked with her hand on the top of her mouth. Shishio nodded gently, pressing his head against her chest naturally as if he had done it by accident. Hiratsuka's face reddened, but she didn't say anything since she knew that it was her fault to hug him by her arm, so she quickly let him go after he gave her a nod. Shishio rubbed his face and said, "Sensei, even though I have a girlfriend now, you're still my favorite teacher." Hiratsuka wanted to say something, but... Oga-kun, am I not your favorite teacher? Shishio and Hiratsuka turned their heads and saw Kiryu was looking at them before they ignored him, and he asked, "What's wrong, sensei?" Hearing Shishio's question, Hiratsuka sighed and felt a bit disappointed, wondering why she wasn't born 10 years earlier, but at the same time, she didn't feel that surprised if he had a girlfriend, considering how popular he was. However, what's your relationship with Yuki Nashida? Hiratsuka asked as she stared at Shishio. My relationship with senpai. Shishio looked at Yuki Nashida, who had been staring in their direction, then said, "She's my friend." Friend? Hiratsuka showed a dumbfounded expression. Shishio raised his eyebrow and asked, "Why do you show such a reaction?" Oga-kun. Hiratsuka grabbed Shishio's shoulders and asked, "Are you serious, Oga-kun? You have become friends with that ice queen. Sensei, I hope that you are not talking so rudely about me while I'm right in beside you now," Yuki Nashida asked with a displeased expression, staring at Hiratsuka and Shishio without looking away. Shishio observed Yuki Nashida's expression, and if he gave a metaphor that her expression was 10 points, then 5 points were displeased, but the other 5 points were a curiosity. After all, she was curious at how Shishio and Hiratsuka could be so close to each other even though Hiratsuka was a teacher in the 2nd grade. Sorry, but it surprised me that you two have become friends." Hiratsuka knew that Yuki Nashida was a loner and she would push everyone away, which was why she knew that she should be happy that Yuki Nashida had a friend, but when she knew that Yuki Nashida's friend was Shishio, she just couldn't think that their relationship would be just a mere friend and their relationship might be more than that. "Do you know Oga-kun, sensei?" Yuki Nashida asked curiously and didn't care much about Hiratsuka's words before. "Well, I have help." Before Shishio finished his words, Hiratsuka wrapped his head with her hand, pressing his face against her chest and covering his mouth again. Of course, he could dodge her so naturally with his autopilot, but why should he dodge it? Hiratsuka's smell was so lovely, even though it was mixed with tobacco, but even so, the softness of her breasts mixed with the firm texture of her laboratory coat, giving an unbelievable feeling against his face. However, he knew that he couldn't show enjoyment and needed to show his resistance even though he wanted to stay like this for a long time. Shishio patted Hiratsuka's arm several times and tried to escape from her arm lock, moving his head right and left, rubbing his entire face on her chest. "Do you want to taste my Gigaton punch?" Hiratsuka threatened again. Her meeting with Shishio definitely wasn't good, or rather, even though it was good for her and she even treasured the memory of their meeting, this couldn't be said to someone. After all, if someone knew that she was being carried by Shishio all the way to Sakurasu and almost being taken advantage of, how could she show her prowess as a teacher? Still, is this kid taking advantage of me? Hiratsuka's face was reddened since she could feel Shishio rubbing her nipple with his head. However, it seemed that it was just her imagination, and she also stopped his head with her other hand, so he didn't move around while glaring at him with a threatening expression. "Shishio and Yuki Nashida." Shishio shook his head helplessly. "Don't say some nonsense again." Shishio nodded, and Hiratsuka let go of him. "Hiratsuka-sensei, if you do that thing again, then I'll..." "What will you do?" Hiratsuka raised her chest and showed that she didn't feel afraid while wondering whether Shishio was going to block her technique with a defensive technique or a movement technique. "Then I'll report it to the principal that you have used your hands against your students," Shishio said calmly. "Hiratsuka. I was joking." Shishio was happy when he saw Hiratsuka's dumbfounded expression and said, "But I will use my Pegasus Meteor Fist to fight you back." Looking at this smile, Hiratsuka and Yuki Nashida could only look at him in a daze before blush covered their faces. Cough. Cough. Hiratsuka couched several times to hide her embarrassment and asked, "Yuki Nashida, you asked me how did I know him, right?" "Yes." Yuki Nashida nodded gently. "As you can see, even though he's a smart student and even a high-achieving one, he has often caused trouble. You can also say that he's a half-delinquent student," Hiratsuka said with a serious expression. "I can see that." Yuki Nashida nodded. "Shishio. So I want you to guide him. Can you do that?" Hiratsuka asked. "I don't mind." Yuki Nashida nodded. "You heard it there. You should join the service club now," Hiratsuka said as if everything had been settled and she wouldn't hear no for an answer. Shishio rubbed his temple, then looked at Chihiro, who wasn't so far away, giving him a thumbs up. "Sensei, I don't mind joining, but there's one big problem if I join now," Shishio said. "Oh? What kind of trouble?" Hiratsuka asked curiously. "I have a girlfriend," Shishio said. Hiratsuka frowned and asked, "What kind of problem is that?" She was wondering whether Shishio had done this deliberately since she was single. If she wasn't curious about his reason, then she might punch him since she hated someone who showed off that they had a partner in front of her. Don't underestimate a leftover woman, bastard. I mean, if I join that club, I'll have to spend time together with Yukinashita-senpai alone, right? Shishio could see that Hiratsuka started to understand his problem and said, I'm afraid that this might cause a misunderstanding. Can you just explain it to her? Hiratsuka frowned again and said, if your girlfriend has a problem entering a club just because of this small reason, then isn't it better for you to break up with her? Shishio raised his eyebrow, but he was too lazy to fight and said, Sensei, if the girl is plain and isn't that beautiful, then my girlfriend might be alright for me to join. But as you can see that even though Yukinashita-senpai's personality is a bit disappointing, she's beautiful, and her grade is also on the high side. It can be said every girl will be worried about their boyfriends if they stay with such a girl. Leave aside my personality, but I'm a perfect girl with both intelligence and beauty, so it is normal for his girlfriend to let him be alone with me. Yukinashita nodded in agreement. Shishio and Hiratsuka. By the way, it is my first time hearing your impression about me, Oga-kun. It seems that you need to join now so I can educate you well, Oga-kun, Yukinashita said with a sweet smile. Shishio. Hiratsuka thought for a moment and said, why don't you ask your girlfriend to join too? Why should I invite her to join? Shishio asked with a strange expression. Hiratsuka. I don't want to force her to join me on a whim. After all, she also has her own life, and I don't want to tie her with me all the time, Shishi said freely. Even though he had girlfriends, it didn't mean that he was going to force them to do something that they didn't want to do, and if they had a dream, then he would support them without hesitation since he had the power to do so. Still, if they became together from now on, then they had to put their family first, as for the rest, he was the one who took care of it. Looking at Shishio, Hiratsuka and Yukinashita had to admit that they were quite jealous of Shishio's girlfriend. As you can see, if you leave him alone, he might become a scumbag that seduces every girl in this school, so I want you to do something about him, Hiratsuka said. I can see that. Yukinashita nodded. Shishio. Still, be careful, don't fall for him, Hiratsuka said, trying to warn Yukinashita. You don't need to worry, sensei. Even if someone between us is falling in love, then it will be him who is falling for me, not on the other way around, Yukinashita said since she was confident in her charm. Shishio and Hiratsuka. As you can see, Oga-kun. She's such a girl, Hiratsuka said with a sigh. Shishio patted Hiratsuka's shoulder and said, I can feel you, sensei. Yukinashita. By the way, what time is the schedule for the service club? Shishio asked. Now that you mention it, you have joined the literature club, right? Hiratsuka asked. How did you know? Shishio wanted to ask, but in the end, he held it and nodded. No need to worry. The time for the service club to be held isn't going to clash with the literature club, Hiratsuka said as she patted Shishio's shoulder. What day? It's on Friday, Yukinashita said. Friday only. No, it's 2 times a week, Wednesday and Friday. Do you want to come today? Yukinashita asked. She thought of him visiting on Friday since she felt that it might be too sudden by telling him to come today. I'll try to visit it on Friday later. Welcome. Looking at how close Shishio and Yukinashita were, Hiratsuka felt a bit bitter, then said, well, I have an idea who can become another member in the club. Wait, I haven't said that I'll join, though, Shishio quickly said. Hiratsuka and Yukinashita stared at Shishio in silence without saying anything. So it's been settled. Shishio sighed as he looked at Hiratsuka and Yukinashita. If this wasn't at school, then he might push them to bed right now. After school, Shishio, Shina, and Roberta walked out of Sakurasu and went to Vanyaria since today was the day that he had his first match on the underground arena. Wearing a black hoodie over his white t-shirt, denim pants, pair of sneakers, and a black cap, Shishio didn't forget to bring his pomade since it was one of the most important things he needed to use during his match. Shishio. Shishio held Shina's hand gently and said, you don't need to worry, all right. Shina nodded. Let's go, Roberta, Shishio said. Yes, Shishio-sama. Roberta nodded, staring at Shishio and Shina, who were holding hands from the back mirror before she started the car and went to Vanyaria to pick up the rest of the girls. Still, Roberta wanted to hold Shishio's hand at that moment. 281, Tokugawa-chan is waiting for him. As they arrived at Vanyaria, they were welcomed by Popura again. Welcome. Popura greeted with a smile, but then she was surprised. Oga-kun. Shishio was wearing a cap, so she wasn't so sure. Hello, Tanshima-san. Shishio nodded and asked, is there an empty seat? I need 6 seats. Roberta didn't change her expression when she saw Popura, but Shina observed Popura quietly. 6? That's a lot. There's no empty seat. No, there's. Please follow me, Oga-kun. Papura then guided the three of them and didn't feel surprised by Roberta since she had seen her in the past, but then she was looking at Sheena, who was wearing a pink hoodie, pink cap, and tight black jeans, and sneakers curiously. She looked at Roberta and Sheena, then thought about Nana, Miu, and Saki that she saw yesterday and wondered why there were so many beautiful girls around Shishio. What's wrong, Tanshima-san? Shishio asked. You have a lot of beautiful friends, Oga-kun, Papura said with an innocent smile. Shishio, Roberta, and Sheena. Shishio wasn't sure what to say for a moment, but then he nodded and said, thank you. Papura somehow felt that this thank you was a bit weird, but she wasn't sure, so she didn't think too much. Please sit here. Thanks. Should I bring the menu? Papura asked. Sure. Shishio nodded since they hadn't eaten yet. When Papura left to bring the menu books, Sheena asked, Shishio, can an elementary school student work? Mashiro, she's a high school student and even older than us. Also, don't call her an elementary school student or else she might get angry, Shishio reminded Sheena and didn't feel surprised by her reaction. Sheena nodded and made a note on her head directly. There were 6 seats with 3 seats facing each other, but Roberta and Sheena directly squeezed him in the middle. Shishio. Shishio didn't think too much, then saw Miu and Saki, who entered the Vanyaria, and he quickly raised his hand, waving his hand toward them. Shishio-kun. Miu called his name with a smile. Saki didn't say much, but she moved toward Shishio faster. Saki and Miu then looked at Roberta and Sheena. Finally, they looked at Sheena, who was wearing similar clothes to Shishio but with a different color, which made them feel a bit jealous. As Shishio had told them before, they were wearing clothes that were easy to move and wore a jacket since it was a bit chilly. As for Sheena's clothes, Shishio had bought them by asking Roberta. Sheena loved them since her clothes were similar to Shishio and it also felt comfortable to move. As for Roberta, Saki had seen her, so she greeted her naturally. Roberta-san. Roberta only nodded and didn't say anything. However, Miu hadn't seen Roberta, so she wasn't sure who Roberta was. But... maid. Miu was wondering why a maid was sitting right beside Shishio. Is this a cosplay or a real maid? She had often thought that Shishio might be someone from a hidden wealthy family or something. Still, it surprised her when she saw a maid so suddenly. Shishio was about to introduce Roberta, but... Shishio. Shishio looked up and saw Nana. Nana. Nana quickly moved in Shishio's direction. She was wearing a parka jacket, a white t-shirt, jeans, and sneakers. However, when she arrived, she looked at Sheena for a moment, feeling that she should buy similar clothes in the future before she looked at Roberta. Why is there a maid here? Sit down first, and I'll introduce you to each other, Shishio said, but then... Shishio-kun, you really have a lot of beautiful friends, Papura said innocently. Hearing Papura's words, they weren't sure what to say for a moment, but looking at her innocent expression, they felt that they shouldn't tarnish her innocent. Let's order something first, Shishio said. They nodded and thought that they could talk later since they needed to send Papura away first since their conversation might corrupt the mind of that girl. An order. Papura shouted and put the order on Shishio's table. Oh. Junsato received the order, then looked in Shishio's direction curiously. He had to admit that he was curious, especially when he saw one man surrounded by 5 beautiful females. You're curious about their relationship? Hirumi Suma suddenly appeared beside Sato and asked. Don't come so suddenly, or I'll smack you with a pan, Sato said with a deadpan expression. How cruel. Suma wanted to cry, but then he said, however, it's better that you don't think too much about him. Why? Sato looked at Suma curiously and asked, you have told everyone before that we shouldn't annoy him so much before, but you have never told us. Why? Suma sighed and said, it's because it's the best for everyone not to know him and treat him like a normal guest since if you annoy him, then some of us might. He might have tried to get Shishio's information before, but suddenly his computer was blank and directly destroyed. However, before all of that happened, there was a message on his computer, and he still remembered that message so well. Ugh, it's better not to think about him, or else I might get thrown to the Tokyo Bay. Why? Sato even became curious. Suma thought for a moment and said, can you see his car? That's Land Rover, it is a luxurious foreign car and I can see that it is also bulletproof. Bulletin bulletproof. Sato was dumbfounded. SHHH. Suma's heart was beating so fast when he saw Shishio watching in his direction and quickly pulled Sato along with him. Don't scream so suddenly. It was Sato's first time to see Suma so scared, which made him also scared for some reason. That guy isn't a young master from a large Yakuza organization, right? His identity should be scarier than that, so it is better not to talk about him, alright. Suma said with a serious expression and opened his closed eyes directly. Sato, who saw Suma open his eyes, nodded without hesitation and felt that it was better to follow Suma's words without saying anything much. Shishio knew that Suma, the information broker for this restaurant, tried to search for his information, but it was impossible, and he gave him a warning. Still, he had to admit that Suma was so good at collecting information, which made him wonder whether he could use him. Shudder. Suma felt his entire body was cold and wondered if something might happen to him. Let me introduce you. Her name is Roberta. As you can see, she's my maid, Shishio said. Miu and Nana. A real maid? Nana asked. Real. Shishio nodded, then he introduced Nana and Miu. Roberta, they're Miu and Nana. Hello. Roberta bowed her head. Ah, yes. 2x. Miu and Nana subconsciously bowed their heads too. Nana looked at Shishio and asked, Shishio, is your family rich? Well, not bad. Shishio didn't tell a detail and said, by the way, what did you tell your parents? Study. 3x. Saki, Miu and Nana said without hesitation since they told their parents that they were going to stay at their friend's place and went on to study there since the monthly exam was about to come. They also brought their bags and uniforms since Shishio had told them that they were going to live in their house after the match. Unlike Saki, who had stayed at Shishio's house, Miu and Nana were a bit nervous since they wondered whether they were going to do the thing that a couple would do. By the way, this place is safe, right? There's no yakuza or anything, right? When Nana thought about an underground fighting arena, she couldn't help but connect it with the yakuza since she knew that it was illegal to do an underground fighting arena. It's safe since it is being held by the Tokugawa family, Shishio said. Tokugawa. Miu was dumbfounded and asked, Shishio-kun, which Tokugawa? Tokugawa, our shogunate before, is the one that appears in the history book. It's the current patriarch of that clan that manages this underground fighting arena, Shishio said. Miu's head was so dizzy at that moment. Nana rubbed her head and felt that the information that entered her head was quite too much. She then looked at Shina and Saki, who were still calm, and asked, what do you think, Mashiro, Saki? Shina tilted her head, showing a confused expression while eating her parfait. Nana. You don't need to think too much. You'll slowly understand when you see it with your own eyes, Saki said calmly since her state of mind was better since she had seen Shishio's match before on the Kengan match. Hearing Saki's advice, Miu and Nana nodded and it was better not to think too much until they saw it with their own eyes. Still, as they ate, they continued to talk about the underground arena and wondered about Shishio's opponent. After they ate, Shishio paid for the dinner, but then he saw Inami, who had hit him yesterday. Inami was so restless at that moment. Come on, Inami-chan. Popura patted Inami's back, trying to support her. If Shishio didn't know what had happened, he thought that Inami was going to confess to him, but he knew that she didn't. I'm sorry for almost hitting you yesterday. Inami said in one breath while bowing her head. Roberta and Shina were dumbfounded since they didn't expect that Inami was about to hit Shishio. It's all right. I received your apology yesterday, and I know that it takes all of your courage to apologize to me, considering your situation, so I accept your apology and do your best to cure your androphobia, Shishio said calmly. Yes. Inami bowed her head again with a blush on her face. Tha thank you. Shishio only waved his hand and left with everyone since he had received Inami's apology, especially when she had given him a boxing mastery. As for what would happen between them, nothing might happen since she wasn't his type after all, and he also didn't want to be punched by her all the time. Also, he had to admit that the MC of the Vanyeria wasn't bad, but it was better to stay away since that MC was also able to trigger his system. That's great, Inami. You're able to apologize. Popura said with a happy smile. Tanshima-san. Inami was also so happy since she could talk and apologize to Shishio. What she needed to do next was to cure her androphobia since she didn't want to be trapped by her fear of man forever. While Inami was doing her best to cure her condition, Shishio and his group had trouble. Shishio's car could only be entered by 5 people, but there were more than 6 people. Looking at everyone who was hesitant, Shishio sat on the passenger seat directly, which made them dumbfounded, before he patted his thigh and asked, do any of you want to sit on my lap? Standing outside of the Tokyo Dome, Tokugawa couldn't stay still and was waiting for Shishio. Tokugawa-sama, why don't you wait inside? The temperature is quite chilly. Isn't it better to wait inside? We'll take care of him and guide him inside. Yes, everyone is already inside, we. Shut up. Tokugawa roared. If you want to enter, just enter. I will wait for him here. If everyone had to beg him to fight on the underground arena, it would be his first time begging someone to fight, but he didn't regret it since he knew that he was about to see the new strongest human on earth. Tokugawa knew that everyone was already waiting, but so what? Tokugawa didn't care about them, and he just cared about that young man right now. Tokugawa's bodyguards looked at each other before they sighed since they didn't understand why Tokugawa was so obsessive with Shishio Oga and wondered whether Shishio Oga was really that strong, but then they saw a group of 6 people, walking toward their direction. What attracted them the most was the figure of the young man that walked in the middle with a black cap and black hoodie, but even so, they felt that his existence seemed to be in harmony with the world as if the world was created just for him. Tokugawa's eyes lit up and wanted to say something, but suddenly they felt a chill. Not only Tokugawa but all the people around him also felt a chill as if they saw a bloodthirsty beast right in front of them, and it was about to tear them apart. They couldn't move for a moment, and some of them were directly pissed on their pants. Shishio frowned when he smelled urine and told Shina, Nana, Miu, Saki and Roberta to wait for a moment before he walked to Tokugawa and pat Tokugawa's shoulder lightly. He smiled lightly and said, "Tokugawa-san, let's go." When Tokugawa and his bodyguards saw Shishio smiling at them, they had to admit that it was their first time to see someone as handsome as Shishio in this world. 282, Daddy Complex. In the waiting room, Retsukayo was meditating, trying to warm his body, optimizing his condition to the maximum. Doppo Orokai and Katsumi Orokai also stayed beside him, waiting in silence since they wanted to see this match, however. "Retsu-san, why did you decide to do this match? I don't think that he's worthy of having a match with you." A young man around his 19 to 20 seemed to be unable to accept that Retsu had decided to have a match with a 15-year-old boy. If Shishio saw this young man, without a doubt, he would realize that this young man was the son of the strongest creature on earth and the main character of Baki, Hanma Baki. Baki just couldn't understand why Retsu, the person that he respected, would choose to fight against a young man at 15 years old, just based on the rumor. Even Tokugawa Ji was also so excited to watch this young man, which made him feel quite unacceptable. Baki still remembered his first time entering the underground arena, and he had to beg Tokugawa before he slowly rose to become the champion of this place. However, Shishio Oga was different since everyone begged him to fight, and even Tokugawa made an exception giving him a reward just to have a fight on the underground arena, even though the rules of the underground arena had stated that there wouldn't be any rewards that would be given to any fighters who fought on the underground arena. Baki just couldn't understand why everyone seemed to worship this 15-year-old man, and he felt that they were too exaggerated. After all, Shishio Oga is only a 15-year-old boy. How strong can a 15-year-old be? Baki also didn't think that someone who was younger than him could be stronger than him, especially when he recalled the fierce training that he had endured in his childhood, and even so when he was in 15-year-old, he didn't think that he could defeat Retsukayo, the master of Chinese Kenpo, the martial art with a history of 4,000 years. Baki knew how strong Retsu was, and he just didn't understand why Retsu would decide to fight against this 15-year-old boy. "Just stop this fight. I don't think that this boy is worthy of fighting with you." Doppo and Katsumi also shared the same feeling as Baki, but they also knew how stubborn Retsu could be, so they didn't say anything. After all, as martial artists, they also had their own pride. They also thought that they were the strongest, which was why they felt that Retsu's fight against Shishio Oga was stupid. After all, everything was based on rumors, and there was no video of the fight between Shishio Oga and Kano Agito. Everyone could only hear the story from the people who watched the match since it was forbidden to record what had happened on the Kengan match. It might be that the people on the Kengan match might have exaggerated their words so everyone would know that there was a genius that appeared on the Kengan match. Baki, Doppo, and Katsumi felt that it was just hype, which wasn't worthy of rest's attention. Still, even though they thought it was hype, the owner of the underground arena, Tokugawa Mitsunari, was the one who set up this match and he even begged Shishio and even gave him a house as long as Shishio agreed to have a match on the underground arena, which made Baki, Doppo, and Katsumi feel inexplicable. After all, they also knew Tokugawa Mitsunari's personality. They knew how much this old man loved to watch a fight and how much obsession that he had along with the pride that he maintained the glory of the underground arena, which was why this match between Retsukayo and Shishio Oga made them confused. However, they felt that this fight wasn't worth it, and they felt that it was better for Retsu to cancel this match. Retsu opened his eyes calmly, staring at Baki in silence before saying, "Baki, the world is unfair. Shishio Oga might be an existence that matches Yujiro Hanma and someone who is born to be strongest, so before Shishio Oga reaches that level, I want to defeat him." Retsu's words were clear, and he told Baki that the existence of Shishio Oga was similar to the existence of Yujiro Hanma. Yujiro Hanma is the strongest creature on earth. Even Retsu didn't think that his 4,000 years of Chinese martial art could defeat Yujiro Hanma. Instead, Yujiro had shown that he was capable of defeating the greatest and renowned Supreme Grandmaster of Chinese Kenpo, the Kaiu of Kaius and current champion of the Raitai tournament over the last century Kaiu Keiku. In Retsu's mind, Shishio Oga's existence was similar to Yujiro Hanma. So before Shishio Oga reached the level of Yujiro Hanma, he wanted to exchange a fist with Shishio Oga. Retsu might have hidden his feelings before, but he also had similar feelings as Tokugawa Mitsunari since he also wanted to be part of the next strongest creature on earth. He had enough of everyone who talked about Yujiro Hanma and all and wanted Shishio Oga to become the strongest creature on earth, especially when he had heard that Shishio Oga's proficiency over Bajiquan had reached an extremity level. Retsu knew that learning Bajiquan was very, very difficult since the objection of this martial art was to become one with the universe. Chinese martial arts had a history of 4,000 years, and in those years, there were a lot of things that had gone missing. The only thing the people in the present could do to get all of that knowledge was through their teacher and ancient documents retrieved from various locations. Even so, it didn't mean that all of the knowledge of Chinese martial arts could be collected, and it was also impossible for someone to master the 4,000 years of Chinese martial art, considering how limited their time was. Human time is limited. There are only 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 30 days a month, and 365 days a year. On average, humans can also live for at least 70 to 80 years before they pass away, which means, on average, humans can only lie for 25.550 days to 29.200 days. But even so, the time they could spend training is limited since they also need to spend their time sleeping, eating, and doing other things in life. With that limited amount of time, it was impossible to master Chinese martial arts that had a history of 4,000 years. If someone wants to master it, then there is only one answer, and that is talent. Without talent, it was possible for someone to do something by working hard, but it might take a very, very long time. However, if someone with talent worked as hard as those without talent, then without a doubt, the result that they achieved would reach the level that someone couldn't imagine. Restu knew that he had talent, and that was also the reason why he was able to inherit the name Kaiha from his master. However, he also knew that his talent was small, compared to the vastness of this world, especially when he had seen the strongest creature on earth, Yujiro Hanma. He felt the brutality of that man's talent was something he couldn't even imagine in his life. If he had to give a metaphor, then it was like explaining a mathematic in front of a baby and an adult. He was a baby, and Yujiro Hanma was an adult. There was no need to compare them to each other. Yujiro Hanma simply crushed him. However, when Retsu heard Shishio's name, he felt that he saw a ray of hope to show that the Chinese martial art was the strongest martial art on earth. If Yujiro Hanma decided to learn Chinese martial art, then it was all good, but Retsu knew that man was too arrogant to learn it and believed in his body that no one in this world could defeat him. However, Shishio was different since Retsu had heard that Shishio could defeat the strongest champion of the Kengan match, Kano Agito, by using Bajiquan. Shishio was only 15 years old, and he was capable of learning Bajiquan to the level where it was enough to defeat Kano Agito. Retsu was sure that Shishio would become stronger and stronger in the future, especially when Shishio learned Chinese martial art. His talent was limited, but Shishio's talent was limitless. Even though it might be a rumor or an exaggeration, or even if there was only a 0,00001% or less chance that Shishio was as strong as the people said, he wanted to fight Shishio. He wanted to see Shishio become the strongest creature on earth. Even though Beiki might be a champion of the underground arena, his brain was relatively slow to process other things that weren't related in a fight, so he didn't understand Retsu's words, but he just didn't really like Retsu's words. What do you want to say? I mean, Shishio Oga has a chance to defeat Yujiro Hanma, Retsu said straight without hesitation, staring at Beiki. Beiki stared at Retsu with a dumbfounded expression. Beiki cleaned his ear, tilting his head as if he had misheard something. Beiki knew that Retsu was serious, and he didn't mishear anything. Beiki laughed so hard and said, "Are you serious?" He felt that he had heard the biggest joke from the beginning of the Big Bang. Retsu didn't say anything and kept staring at Beiki. Beiki raised the corner of his mouth and asked, "You're not serious, right, Retsu-san? Do you think that 15-year-old boy could defeat that monster?" Even though he wanted to revenge his mother and also harbored a deep hatred toward Yujiro Hanma, he also respected Yujiro Hanma's power, and he was also proud that he was Yujiro Hanma's son. Yujiro was Beiki's target. Yujiro was the only person in this life that Beiki wanted to defeat. Beiki worked hard his entire life, bleeding and even almost dying so he could defeat Yujiro. However, Retsu easily told Beiki that Shishio Oga's existence might even match Yujiro Hanma. "Are you kidding me?" Beiki shouted loudly, asking that question once again. His face was covered in anger when Retsu told him that Shishio could match Yujiro. "I'm not kidding," Retsu said calmly. However, Beiki didn't have any patience to talk with Retsu anymore and angrily walked out of the waiting room. Retsu didn't shake his head and didn't say much since he had naturally expected this result. "Retsu-san, I think that your metaphor is a bit too much, right? I know that you like Shishio Oga because he has practiced Chinese martial art, but you don't think that this Shishio Oga can defeat Yujiro Hanma, right?" Katsumi asked in a joking tone. Doppo didn't say anything since he was also the person who had tasted the terror of the Yujiro Hanma, so he felt that Retsu's words didn't have a basis, and Retsu was simply joking. Retsu didn't say anything about Katsumi or Dappo's remark. Instead, he continued to meditate and closed his eyes again since his match was about to start soon. Shishio Oga. Retsu really wanted to have a match against Shishio as soon as possible. Still, if Shishio watched their confrontation in the changing room, then he only had one comment. Unexpectedly Baki had a big daddy complex. 283, set ablaze. Shishio and his group entered the Tokyo Dome with Tokugawa's guidance. Tokugawa kicked some of his bodyguards out directly since he didn't expect some of them to piss on their pants, which was shameful. Still, Tokugawa looked at Shishio curiously, wondering what Shishio had done that he felt a terror on his entire body. However, even if Tokugawa asked, Shishio wouldn't answer him since he just had his pheromone control to scare Tokugawa and his goons. It might be his first time using this ability, but he could use it well. Still, he felt that using this ability was better to use sexual matters rather than to intimidate someone. After all, with this pheromone control, he could make any girl open their legs for him so easily. Still, he knew that there should be a lot more use of this ability, but he could slowly learn it later. Shishio and Tokugawa talked to each other, talking about his opponent since Tokugawa hadn't told him much about Retsukaio. As for the girls, they were dumbfounded, looking around the Tokyo Dome curiously, and then even became dumbfounded when they saw that there was a lift that would lead them to the underground arena. Entering the lift, the girls hadn't talked for a while since they were pretty nervous, and they could only stand near Shishio to calm their hearts, especially in front of Tokugawa, the patriarch of the Tokugawa clan. Even though this tiny old man seemed to be relatively harmless, they knew that identity of this old man wasn't something that they could afford to be rude with. After someone had preconceived ideas inside their mind, they would project those ideas subconsciously, showing their preconceived idea on their bodies. They knew that Tokugawa was the descendants of the Tokugawa clan. In their minds, they couldn't treat Tokugawa like a kind elderly man in the neighborhood, and his existence made them quite nervous, except for Shina and Roberta, of course. Tokugawa, who talked with Shishio, didn't think too much about the girls brought by Shishio. Everyone had their own hobbies, and Shishio's hobby might be a woman. Still, he had to admit Shishio was amazing since this 15-year-old boy had 5 women simultaneously, and he could also see the relationship between them were in harmony, which made him even more amazed. It was also why he sent a maid rather than a butler to take care of Shishio's needs before the match. However, Tokugawa could also see that they were pretty restrained in front of him, so he didn't stay here any longer since he had to prepare for the match. Your match is about to begin soon. I have to be on stage. Be careful. Your opponent is strong. Leaving such words, he left Shishio and his group, and as soon as he left, I was so nervous. Nana let out a long sigh. Her boobs were undulating up and down, showing how scared she was. Miu also couldn't stand up, holding Shishio's arm tightly since she was so nervous before. Calm down. You don't need to get scared, you know? Tokugawa-san is just a kind old man. Besides his dangerous hobby of watching martial artists fight each other, Shishio's impression of Tokugawa was quite good since that old man respected the strong. As long as someone was strong enough, Tokugawa would support that person no matter what. Tokugawa led them to the changing room, but they didn't enter the room and stood in the corridor outside. If they walked tens of meters away from the corridor, it would lead into the stage of the underground arena. Even from their location, they could hear the voice of many people from the corridor, which made them feel quite nervous. Saki, Shina, and Roberta were better, but it was different for Miu and Nana since it was their first time to come to this place. Take a deep breath, Shishio said while caressing the back of Nana and Miu gently. Miu and Nana took a deep breath at the same time, but they showed a considerable difference. If Nana's chest was moving up and down, Miu's chest didn't move, but if Shishio looked closely, he could see that her ribs were moving up and down. Shishio only realized it now, but it seemed that there were all kinds of sizes in front of him from A, B, C, D, and G, which made him appreciate them even more. Have you calmed down? Shishio asked with a gentle smile. Roberta, Shina, Saki, Miu, Nana, and the maid were staring at Shishio in a daze. Miu nodded shyly. You know, you should restrain your smile in the future, your smile is too dangerous, Saki said with a sigh. The rest also agreed with Saki's remarks since they weren't sure how many girls would fall for Shishio if they saw his smile. More importantly, Shishio, are you sure that you are going to be alright? That old man has told you that your opponent is strong. Nana reminded Shishio quickly as she calmed down. Shishio didn't answer Nana's question and looked at the maid that Tokugawa prepared. Even though this woman didn't trigger him a quest, he had to admit that she was beautiful, but this maid was still worse than his woman. Is Retsukaio strong? Hearing Shishio's question, the maid looked at Shishio for a moment, and she was still in a daze, especially when she saw his smile before. Still, then, she nodded with a serious expression and said, Retsukaio is a strong martial artist. He is the master of the Chinese Kenpo. She looked at Shishio worriedly and couldn't bear to see him get hurt. I know that my words are quite rude, but isn't it better to stop this match? You might get hurt. If you don't mind, can you tell us about Retsukaio? Miu asked with 3-point timidity, 3 points nervously, 3 points worriedly, and 1 point curiously. The maid nodded and told what kind of martial art Retsukaio was in front of everyone. Hearing the story of Retsukaio from the maid, everyone was dumbfounded. 4,000 years of Chinese martial arts? Being abandoned in the martial temple? Getting the name of Kaio, which was the title for the strongest Chinese martial artist? Using all of his life for martial arts? Hearing Retsukaio's history and accomplishments, they were all dumbfounded, and they were unable to say anything for a moment. Japan is a country that respects seniors. Retsukaio was older than Shishio, and of course, they thought Retsu must be stronger than Shishio. After all, Shishio was only 15-year-old, and they had never seen him fight, so it was normal for them to doubt him. However, Saki and Roberta didn't say anything since they believed in Shishio, and they also saw how powerful he was, so they thought he would be okay and win this match. Still, Sheena, Miu, and Nana looked at Shishio worriedly. What? You're worried about me? Shishio asked with a smile. This smile is too dangerous, right? Stop smiling for a bit, Shishio. Sheena couldn't concentrate when she saw him smiling. Okay, I know that you're worried, and I'm happy with your feelings, so when this is over. Shishio moved closer to Sheena and whispered something to her. Sheena blushed instantly and hammered Shishio's chest. Hey, what are you talking about? Nana pouted. Nothing, let's study for the monthly exam after this match since it is still a bit early, Shishio said. Hey. Do you think that this is a time to think about the monthly exam? You're about to have a match, you know. You might get hurt. Nana wanted to say something again, but her lips were shut by Shishio's lips. As their lips parted, Shishio looked at Nana and said, just shut your mouth for a bit and wait for me, alright. Nana couldn't say any words, and her face was so reddened at that moment. Her body was scorching, and she looked at him obsessively. The rest of the girls. Shishio could see they wanted to kiss, but he could do it later since he heard the announcement that the match was about to start. He took off his cap, hoodie, t-shirt, and sneakers, leaving only his denim pants. Everyone could see the 8-packs on his stomach, the V-line below his abs, and his well-built body that was sculpted as if a Greek god. They felt something warm dripped from their noses right now, but they didn't care about any of that and kept staring at Shishio. Then I'll go now, Shishio said with a smile before he walked toward the corridor. Looking at Shishio, who walked away, they looked at each other before they chased after him, so they could watch his match closely, but before that, they took Shishio's clothes that he put on the ground before they chased after him. As Retsu entered the stage, the audience cheered loudly in excitement, but he ignored all of them, and in his eyes, he stared at the passage on the opposite side of his direction, waiting for his opponent. As he stared, he felt that the noise around him disappeared as if there was only him and his opponent in this world. However, Tokugawa was full of excitement, shouting using the microphone as if he was afraid that no one would hear him. Come in, Shishio Oga. Some people were doubtful when they heard this name, some people were excited, and others showed eagerness. Still, even so, they wanted to see the appearance of this 15-year-old boy that had caused a considerable noise in the underground fighting circle. As they waited for him to appear, suddenly everyone was in silence, even though they didn't understand the reason. It was as if they felt something that made them shut their mouths. They didn't hear anything, but they knew that someone was coming from the dark corridor. Gulp. The audience subconsciously gulped the saliva on their mouths, and from the dark corridor, a silhouette of someone appeared. Ah, it's him. As he appeared, this thought appeared on everyone's mind. They knew that without a doubt, the young man that appeared right on the stage with a relaxed manner was Shishio Oga. When they blinked their eyes for a moment, they were dumbfounded when Shishio, who was near the stage's entrance, would suddenly appear a few meters right in front of Retsukaio. Even Retsu opened his eyes wide when he saw this magical situation. Nice to meet you, Retsukaio-san. My name is Shishio Oga. I hope that we can have a good fight. Hearing his well-mannered introduction, Retsu didn't lower his guard, or rather, he raised his guard and focused on the young man in front of him since he knew if he didn't do that, then, he might. Retsu took a deep breath, calmed himself, hit his fist against his palm, bowed his head slightly, and said, Nice to meet you, Shishio Oga-kun. My name is Retsukaio. I hope that we can have a good fight, but... He stared at Shishio, showed a fearless smile, and declared, but I'll be the winner of this match. Shishio might try not to smile, but at this moment, he couldn't stop it and smiled toward Retsu, showing his handsome smile to everyone on the underground arena, which caused all of them to be even dumbfounded. Then let's see whether you have that ability or not. Their fighting spirit was burning. They set the underground arena ablaze and caused everyone to scream subconsciously. Oh. Their scream sounded like a plea since they couldn't wait anymore that they pleaded to watch this match as soon as possible. 284, enough of play. The match between Shishio and Ritsu was about to start, the audience was full of excitement, thinking about what kind of match they were about to see. Still, some people who knew about Shishio could only sigh helplessly, thinking that this young man really could bring the excitement wherever he went. There were many familiar faces among the audience, and if someone had often come to the Kengan match, they would see those figures most of the time. Katahara Metsudo and Kurei Iryo, of course, sat next to each other, talking while waiting for the match to start. As they talked, Katahara looked at Kano, who was sitting next to him, and asked, "Kano, you have fought Retsu, right? What do you think of his chance to fight Shishio Oga?" Unlike everyone had imagined, even though he had lost, it didn't mean that he was annoyed by Shishio. Instead, he was happy since Shishio's appearance brought a lot of fun into his life. Naturally, he wanted to bring Shishio to Kengan match, but he knew that there weren't any fighters that could match Shishio right now, so he didn't feel surprised when he learned that Shishio would come to the underground arena. Kano, who had lost against Shishio, without a doubt, came to watch the match between Shishio and Retsu. With his loss against Shishio, he knew that he still could become stronger, and he wanted to watch Shishio's fight to see how strong Shishio was. Still, when he heard Katahara's question, he thought for a moment and said, "He's strong. He's the bearer name of Kyo." His memory of his fight against Retsu was still vivid, and it was so hard that he almost lost at that time. Fortunately, neither of them lost, and the fight was stopped before they lost each other's lives. Kano is right. Iryo nodded and said, "You should remember Kyukeku, right? If Retsu can get Kyo's name, then without a doubt, his strength is powerful." That old man, hey. Even though Katahara was an old man, Kyukeku was older than Katahara. If he was around 90 years old, then Kyo would be more than 140 years old. If there was a hermit or sage in this life, then Kyukeku would fit that description. Katahara thought that the fight between Retsu and Shishio would become a brutal fight since he also knew the level of a fighter on the underground arena was crueler than the Kengan match. The origin of the underground arena and Kengan match was similar since it was created during the Tokugawa shogunate, and they were also made by the Tokugawa clan, but they had different purposes. Kengan match was created to settle the conflict between two merchants. Then the underground arena was created with the purpose as fighters to express themselves during a peaceful era. Still, compared to Kengan match, the underground arena was older, and it had more prestige since no fighters were paid, and fighters had either to beg or do a test before they could enter the underground arena. So, will Shishio lose this match? Katahara asked. No, he'll win. 2x. Iryo and Kano said at the same time. Katahara looked at the two of them amusedly and asked, "You sure are in sync, but can you tell me why?" Iryo and Kano looked at each other, and Iryo, as Kano's senior, decided to explain this matter to Katahara. "Let me explain this." Kano nodded since he wasn't good at talking. "You might not know, but Shishio Oga hadn't shown all of his power when he fought Kano before," Iryo said calmly. Katahara was dumbfounded and looked at Kano. Kano nodded without hesitation. "Katahara-sama, you should remember his movement technique where he can suddenly appear right in front of me so suddenly." "Of course, I remember that." Katahara nodded without hesitation since his memory of Shishio's match before was still vivid in his mind. Still, instead of that movement technique, his punch that was able to send Kano to be thrown a few meters and crashing into the building pillar created a stronger impact on his mind. What's wrong with that movement technique? His movement technique is stronger than the blow that he used at that time, Kano said. Hey? Doesn't that movement technique use the moment the opponent closes their eyes? Kano shook his head and said, "It's more than that." "Just what do you want to say?" Kano thought for a moment, trying to consider how to explain this matter. He frowned, then said, "I think he can disappear." Disappear? Katahara was dumbfounded and asked, "You mean, it is like the invisible man on the adult video that I have made in the past?" Kano and Iryo. Yeah, it is like that. Iryo nodded helplessly. But how can that be? How can he turn invisible? Katahara was so jealous. If we know about it, why should I explain it to you? Even if you know, you might not be able to use it too, you know, Iryo said with a snort, thinking that Katahara's womanizer hobby had never changed. Katahara couldn't say anything. Even though Iryo didn't practice Chinese martial arts, his clan, the Kurei clan, originated from the Chinese, so it was obvious, he paid a lot of attention to the Chinese martial arts history and various other things. It might just be his conjecture, but instead of the inner power, Shishio might really be able to use chi and use it to minimize the noticeability and impact of one's existence. Somehow, he really had an urge to ask some of the descendants of the Kurei clan to become Shishio's woman right now. As long as this woman isn't my granddaughter or great-granddaughter, then it's all good. Iryo knew that there were still some single girls and the genes of the Kurei clan were also good, so he knew that they were also beautiful too. Let's try it. As they talked, Tokugawa started to announce the match, and Retsu entered the stage. Oh, he's strong, Iryo said and could see how strong Retsu was from Retsu's presence alone. Really? Can you do that? Katahara looked at Iryo suspiciously, but he didn't say anything since he also could see that Retsu was strong. Some people might think that it was hard to tell whether someone was strong or not, but that wasn't the truth. It was so easy to tell whether someone was strong or not by looking at the body of someone. If someone was huge, tall, and muscular, then without a doubt, that person was strong, right? Retsu might not be the tallest man on earth, nor was he the most muscular man on earth, but his reputation made people think that he was strong, even though some people had never seen him fight. His presence and expression were also other factors that made people think of him as a strong. As Retsu appeared, Tokugawa continued and asked Shishio to appear, but as his voice fell, suddenly everyone was in silence so suddenly, even though no one told them to shut their mouths. Kano, Iryo, and Katahara didn't close their eyes and saw the silhouette of someone from the dark corridor, and when Shishio Oga appeared, there was one thought that crossed their minds at this moment. He has become stronger. Kano, Iryo, and Katahara didn't understand, but they could tell that Shishio had become stronger, which made them dumbfounded. They kept staring at him until suddenly Shishio disappeared and appeared a few meters away from Retsu. Is this a technique that's capable of someone turning invisible? Katahara's lips twitched uncontrollably, and he just didn't think that someone could defeat Shishio right now. Fighters can only win a fight when their opponent is right in front of their eyes, but what if their opponent can't be seen with their eyes? What if their opponent disappears and turns invisible? Even the strongest creature on earth, Yujiro Hanma, was incapable of turning invisible. Katahara didn't say anything afterward, nor did Kano or Iryo say anything since they were afraid that they might lose sight of the scene that appeared right in front of their eyes. Even Doppo and Katsumi, who were looking down at Shishio, were also dumbfounded when they saw Shishio Oga appear on the stage. Tokugawa couldn't handle it anymore. He was full of excitement, his eyes were red, and he was panted. Everyone was in a similar state since they wanted to see how strong Shishio Oga was. Begin. With the loud sound of the gong, the MC screamed loudly on the microphone, afraid that no one would hear him, and the match between Shishio Oga and Retsu Kaiyo started. Shishio and Retsu heard the sound of the gong and the announcement that the fight would start, but neither of them put their fighting stance as they stared into each other. Why don't you put your stance? Retsu asked. You might think that I'm arrogant, but I don't think that your attack will hit me, Shishio said in a relaxed manner. After the announcement of the fight, the underground arena was in a solemn situation, and everyone was in silence, so when Shishio talked, everyone could hear his words, which made them dumbfounded. I don't think your attack will hit me. They had never heard such arrogant words before, but Retsu only laughed so hard before he kicked the sand, teeth and nails on the ground toward Shishio's direction to blind Shishio's eyes and moved so fast right in front of Shishio to punch him right on the solar plexus, but everyone was silent. The sand, teeth and nails that Retsu kicked hit nothing, and Retsu's fist also missed. On the other hand, Shishio suddenly appeared a few meters behind Retsu as if nothing had happened and threw 2 red hair ties to the ground. Shishio knew his autopilot was strong since he didn't need his brain to send a signal to his body, but his body had already reacted and dodged Retsu directly, which amazed him. Retsu was dumbfounded and quickly turned around, but then he realized that his ponytail was broken and his long hair was untied. Everyone. Well, enough of a play. Shishio's atmosphere started to change, and unlike what everyone imagined, they would see his magical Bajikun technique, but they didn't expect that he would fight in different kinds of martial art. Taekwondo. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw Shishio's stance since the one that he showed wasn't Bajikun, but Taekwondo. Taekwondo's fighting stance is quite particular. Commonly, the user will turn the body to the side to present a smaller target, slightly bent knees for balance and agility, feet about 2 shoulder widths apart, and hands down to maintain the balance. Shishio used such a stance, which made no one sure to say for a moment. Even Retsu was also dumbfounded when he saw Shishio suddenly show a Taekwondo stance. Even though he didn't say much about it, compared to the 4,000 years history of Chinese martial arts, all of those modern martial arts were just babies. However, Retsu also knew that everything depended on an individual. If a baby uses a gun to fight an adult who uses a tree branch, who will win? The answer is obvious, right? It is an adult. Even if a baby has a gun, it is still impossible for it to use it. On the other hand, even if an adult has a tree branch, the baby can't do anything. Retsu's mind was moving so fast. Unfortunately, he was still unable to react when Shishio appeared right in front of him, and suddenly he felt that his brain was shaking and felt the world was turning around before he fell directly to the ground. As Retsu fell to the ground, Shishio walked away toward where his women had been waiting. However, no one said anything and watched this scene dumbfoundedly since the match had ended. 285, there are only 2 results. Everyone was in silence when they saw Retsu fall on the ground, and Shishio walked away. This. No one was sure what to say in this situation since they had never encountered this situation. The common audience, who just followed the hype without knowing anything, was confused. After all, this match was too high level for them to understand, and if this match wasn't held on the underground arena, they would think that this was a fake match. The underground arena's prestige was without a doubt, and there was no money involved in this arena, so no one could pay someone so they could win the match, which was obviously different from other underground fighting organizations. Still, even so, the common audience understood that Shishio was fast. Miu and Nana were also dumbfounded since they didn't expect that Shishio's fight would end so soon. They thought that there would be a bloody fight that they couldn't bear to watch, but they didn't expect that match would end so soon. Just, what did Shishio do? Saki was confused since she felt that Shishio had become stronger. Kick. 2x. Roberta and Sheena said at the same time. Kick. 4x. Miu, Nana, Saki and the maid looked at Roberta and Sheena curiously at the same time. Roberta didn't continue her words and looked at Sheena. Sheena noticed Roberta's gaze and said, I don't know, but I saw Shishio kick that man's head 3 times. 3 times. Unlike the common audience who couldn't see anything, but those elite fighters, fighting maniacs and some audience that often watched the fight between fighters could see Shishio's kick, which was something that couldn't be done unless someone had practiced for a long time. Prodigy. Katsumi was often told that he was a genius, but when he saw Shishio defeat Retsu in an instant, he felt that his nickname was just sarcasm somehow. Even though he couldn't see it clearly and it might be an optical illusion, he felt that for a moment, Shishio's kick turned into 3 kicks and hit Retsu's right temple, left temple and the back of the head at the same time. 3 kicks at the same time. Doppo murmured. Dad. Katsumi looked at Doppo and asked, You could see it too, Dad. Doppo looked at Katsumi for a moment and nodded. I'd thought that it was only an optical illusion, but I guess his speed is so fast that it creates something like an afterimage like in the manga. Katsumi wanted to refute, but he knew that he couldn't. But how did he do that? How? Irio thought for a moment and said, That's a good question, but all I can say is that he's just good at kicking people, that his movement is so smooth, causing an illusion that he can do 3 kicks at the same time. That's all. Katahara looked at Irio expectantly. What do you want me to say? Irio was helpless and said, Do you want me to say that Shishio Oga has a similar technique from our family by forcibly opening up the limit of the body? Does he? No. He doesn't have that kind of power, or rather he might not need it since the power of his body is already so strong now. Katahara felt a bit disappointed, listening to Irio's explanation, and said with a disappointed sigh, I wonder whether the fight has ended now. How boring. It can't be helped. Irio's expression turned solemn as he looked at Shishio's figure. He has become stronger, after all. Shishio then looked in the direction of Tokugawa, telling him the match had ended. Tokugawa sighed and then looked at Retsu. Somehow, he felt that he should get a stronger fighter for Shishio since Retsu was too weak, right? Or rather, has he become stronger? If the match was held a week ago, it might have taken a while for Shishio to defeat Retsu, but now, with his physical strength being 3 times stronger than ordinary people, it was easy for him to defeat Retsu. Tokugawa nodded at Shishio and was about to raise his hand, but... Who told you that you could go now? Retsu, who had fallen, stood up once again as he shouted loudly. Shishio turned and looked at Retsu, who had stood up once again. He just stared at Retsu and didn't say anything. He knew that Retsu should have realized the difference between them, but there was no way for Retsu to give up so easily. After all, a martial artist was such a creature. Retsu stared at Shishio with a pained expression as he panted. His brain was still shaking, and he still felt dizzy, but even so, he just didn't want to lose like this. He had talked so big before, but he couldn't even touch Shishio's body, which made his pride unable to accept it. His name is Retsukaio. Retsu had lost his calm and there was only anger in his heart, and right now, he just wanted to break Shishio's calm expression. Sometimes when an emotion reaches a certain extent, it causes someone's power to increase substantially. For example, when a mother wants to protect her children, she won't feel anything even if she is splashed with hot water. This is what Retsu felt right now. His pride, hard work, and 4,000 years history of Chinese martial arts are put on this match. Retsu had told Beiki that he wanted to see Shishio's fight, and he wanted to see the next strongest creature on earth. However, as a martial artist, as a fighter, he just wanted to beat the shit of Shishio Oga right now. Shay. Retsu lowered his hips as if trying to accumulate all the power inside his lower body before he leaped in one go. Then, he raised his leg as if an axe that was about to split a log in a vertical line. Retsu had never felt this good before, and he had never thought that he could feel that his power also become even stronger. Everyone who saw Retsu's attack was full of excitement, especially Doppo and Katsumi, who were Retsu's friends, and they thought that this match would become more interesting. However, Shishio looked at this scene with a sigh inwardly, thinking that every fighter was sure to be selfish. He then changed his stance on boxing, raising both of his fists near his face, and as Retsu came, he used a left straight to punch Retsu, who sought death from him. Boom! Retsu was about to strike down Shishio with his kick, but he didn't know what had happened, and suddenly he was thrown tens of meters away, directly blasted away from the stage, and was thrown back into the corridor. He felt that his entire body was in pain, and he could also feel some of his bones were broken, but even so, he stared at Shishio's figure that slowly turned into a silhouette before he passed out. "Can you announce the result of the match?" Shishio asked as he stared at Tokugawa. Beiki, who had walked away from the Tokyo Dome, wondered how Retsu could say something so stupid before. How stupid? Beiki felt that Retsu's words were stupid, and he thought that he should forget it, but why he couldn't, and there was also irritation in his heart. Yujiro Hanma was the strongest creature on earth, and there was nothing that could defeat him. Even Retsu also had faced him, which was why Beiki was wondering why Retsu could say that someone could even match that monster. Even now, Beiki also didn't think that he could defeat his father. Instead, he became more and more desperate as the gap between them became clear to him. However, Beiki knew that he was strong. After all, if he wasn't strong, then he couldn't become the champion of the underground arena. Still, even so, Beiki still felt an irritation on his heart, and what made him even annoyed, he didn't know why he felt this feeling. However, what Beiki felt at this moment was extremely simple, and that feeling was called jealousy. Beiki had been working hard all of his life to defeat his father and give revenge on his mother. He had trained in the cruelest way possible and even defeated a lot of strong people, but even so, no one had ever thought of him would be able to match Yujiro Hanma. He was Yujiro's son, and he had the blood of Hanma on his heart. Even though he had never said it and always showed hatred toward his father, he was prouder of his origin and his father than anyone. Beiki was the son of the strongest creature on earth, and his dream was to defeat the strongest creature on earth. The job of defeating the strongest creature on earth was left for him, which was why Beiki couldn't accept it when he heard someone younger could be more talented than him and might even match his father. Looking at the Tokyo Dome, Beiki snorted before he went home since he didn't think that Shishio Oga was strong, and it was only a time that Shishio would be defeated by Retsu Kaiu. After they heard the loud blast of air, the sand, gravel, nails, and teeth were scattering in the air. This scene dumbfounded everyone. They didn't know that had happened, but one thing for sure, Shishio's attack was so strong that he was capable of creating a powerful jet blast of air just from the force of it. The stage was in silence since they felt that they were dreaming at this moment, but after they wiped their eyes several times, they knew that this scene was real and the winner of this match was obvious to all. Shishio Oga was standing tall, alone, showing his mighty to everyone. On the other hand, Retsu was thrown back into the corridor from Shishio's punch. Looking at the path that was created by Retsu on the ground when he was punched, the audience couldn't only stare at it in a daze. "Can you announce the match now?" Shishio asked. "Ah, yes." The MC was quite awoken and shouted, "The match is over. It's over. Shishio Oga is the winner." Along with the shout of the MC, the audience cheered so loudly. They cheered loudly, not because they were excited because of Shishio's victory. Instead, they cheered loudly since they were able to see his match, since they knew that from now on, this 15-year-old boy would become a legend. Now, Shishio was still young, he was only 15-year-old, but as he grew older, he would become stronger, and they were proud that they were able to watch his growth, and at the same time, they also hoped that there was a strong fighter that could become his obstacle so he could grow stronger. That's what everyone was thinking, but it was different from the fighters who saw this match. They felt a huge gap, the gap, which was known as talent. They trained hard for several years until they were full of blood and wounds, but all of that hard work was wrecked by something which was known as talent. Before, they doubted Shishio's ability, but now, after watching this match, they realized that they weren't even worthy of fighting him. However, some people were simply unable to accept this cruel fact, and in their minds, they had to fight him to show that their efforts weren't useless. Even so, Shishio didn't care about any of them since, in his mind, they were all just background characters that appeared in his life. They were just characters whose faces were too lazy to draw by the mangaka on their manga. What is important to Shishio right now is the group of girls waiting for him at the entrance of the corridor. He smiled at them gently and said softly, "I'm back. Welcome back. 5x. Before Shishio said something again, they threw themselves at him, and they were just glad that he wasn't hurt at this moment. "By the way, I have something to say to all of you," Shishio suddenly said. "What's wrong?" They looked at Shishio, wondering what he was going to say. "Thank you." Shishio looked at them with a gentle smile and said, "I know that I'm selfish, which is why I want to say thank you for letting me be selfish." He knew that he was selfish for bringing them here and letting them see him fighting, even though he knew that they didn't want to, and it was the reason why he was so grateful for them. They wanted to get angry at him before, but all of that anger disappeared, and they hugged him tightly. How about we go back now? Shishio asked. 4x. Shishio then looked at Roberta, who had been staring at him, and asked, What's wrong, Roberta? Nothing, Shishio-sama. Roberta shook her head gently and said, Should we go to your apartment? Yes. Shishio thought to sleep in his apartment tonight. Then you have to take your time in the bath so you can relax later, Roberta said. Shishio thought for a moment and remembered that he had only done a shower when he was in his apartment, even though there was a huge bathtub. That's a great idea. Hearing Shishio's answer, Roberta showed a rare smile before she returned to her cold expression. With all of that, his first fight on the underground arena ended, and Shishio had to admit that he had become even stronger, but the question now is, was it enough? Shishio wasn't sure how to answer that question, but if he wanted to become stronger, then he needed to add. Cough. Cough. Shishio tried to resist becoming a scumbag before, but he knew that he couldn't, so why not just enjoy it? Still, Shishio didn't know that he had attracted a lot of attention to him, but even so, it didn't really matter since the circle of the underground fighters was small, and even if someone wanted to fight him, there were only two results. The results that he mentioned weren't a defeat or victory. Instead, they either lost their confidence as a martial artist or became a feed for the fish on Tokyo Bay. 286, we never learn. Shishio was about to go back, but Tokugawa quickly chased after him. Shishio-kun, wait. Shishio and his group turned and looked at Tokugawa, who was chasing after him. What's wrong, Tokugawa-san? The match has ended, right? His match didn't take that much time to end, so the night was still young. However, he thought of teaching his girls to study since the monthly exam would start next week. They had told their parents that they would go study and if they went to study later, they wouldn't lie to their parents, right? It was just before they went to study. They went to some places first. Hey, I haven't congratulated you on your victory, and you haven't told me where you want your reward to be, Tokugawa said with a smile. My reward? Hey. Shishio thought for a moment and said, I haven't thought of it, but I'll tell you when I have made my decision, is that all right? Sure. Tokugawa nodded with a smile and said, By the way, there is someone who wants to meet you. Shishio sighed and said, Nana, Miu, Mashiro, Saki, can you enter the car first? What? The four girls were dumbfounded, but Shishio only looked at them and asked, Please, can you? Looking at Shishio's expression, they nodded, but they told him to be careful before they left. After all, they were worried about him, but they also knew that they couldn't help him much. Be careful, all right. Shishio wanted to tell them that there were almost no people who could defeat him. Still, if a prehistoric human suddenly appeared in this world, then this person might have a chance to cause trouble. Nana, Miu, Shina, and Saki entered the car, leaving only Shishio, Tokugawa, and Roberta. Shishio and Roberta stood next to each other, with Roberta holding a huge suitcase in her hands, staring at the two figures that slowly approached them. Wow, I never expected you to have your own maid. A man in his early 20s came in with a playful manner, but... Katsumi, if you make fun of him, then I'll be the first one who settles on you, Tokugawa said with a serious expression. Just a joke. Just a joke. I was just making a joke, Grandpa. The man in his early 20s was Katsumi Orakai, the son of the Doppo Orakai, and he was also known as the lethal weapon on the underground arena, showing how strong and dangerous he was. If there was no Baki and Shishio, then without a doubt, the name of genius would fall on him. Tokugawa-san, do you want me to fight them again? Shishio asked with a frown. No, no, they just want to meet you, Tokugawa said hurriedly. Shishio didn't look at Katsumi but instead at the bald, muscular man on the side of Katsumi. I have seen you on television before. Orakai Doppo-san, right? He had seen Orakai Doppo on the television before since Orakai's reputation was high in the world of karate. Haha, it's great that you know about me. Orakai smiled, and even though he was in his 50s, his body was still healthy, but even so, everyone could see the power on his body from how muscular he was. Still, why do you want to meet me? Shishio asked. Isn't the reason obvious? Orakai moved his neck to the right and left as he walked forward. I just want to fight with you. Oi! Oi! Orakai, this isn't what we're talking about. Tokugawa quickly tried to stop Orakai since he didn't want Orakai to cause trouble to Shishio again. Grandpa, let's just stay on the side and watch the fight, all right. Katsumi quickly lifted Tokugawa and moved to the side. Bastard, let go of me. Tokugawa tried to move around, fighting Katsumi back, but Katsumi was young, he was also about 186 centimeters, and there was no way a frail old man like Tokugawa could escape from Katsumi. Katsumi just lifted Tokugawa with both of his hands and then watched his father fight Shishio. He also had an urge to fight Shishio, but he let his father fight Shishio first. Why did both of them do this? It was because of Retsu Kyo. Retsu was their dear friend, and Katsumi and Doppo couldn't watch their friend being beaten so mercilessly by Shishio, and they wanted to teach Shishio a lesson by themselves. Their reason for picking a fight was as simple as that, or rather, this reason was still reasonable since most fights happened for an unreasonable reason. Shishio looked at Orakai calmly and asked, "Do you want to fight me? Have you not heard my words?" Orakai smiled arrogantly. "Then have you prepared my reward?" Shishio asked. "Your reward?" Orakai raised his eyebrow. "Tokugawa-san will give me a luxurious house as long as I have fought. If you want to fight me, then you have to prepare something for me," Shishio said calmly, and his expression didn't even change much from the beginning to the end. He sighed inwardly and felt a bit regret to bring Nana, Miu, Shina, and Saki since, with their presence, it was impossible to give this old man a cruel lesson. Orakai looked at Shishio with a stunned expression before he laughed so hard. "Do you want a reward? Then how about I give you my fist?" His expression started to change, and he dashed directly to Shishio. They were fighting, and there had never been a reward for the fight. The only reward that the fighters could get was an accomplishment that they felt after they won against their opponents. Tokugawa, who tried to escape from Katsumi, stopped and watched Orakai that dashed towards Shishio. Even though he was quite playful, Katsumi also knew how strong Shishio was, and he wanted to know who was stronger between his father and Shishio. Still, he believed that his father would win without a doubt. Orakai Doppo was a strong karate user, and it wouldn't be exaggerated to say that he was the god of karate in the modern world. However, bang, bang. Katsumi and Tokugawa opened their eyes wide when they saw the scene that appeared before them. Roberta, who had been silent, took out a gun from her suitcase and shot it directly right into Doppo. Doppo was also stunned and looked at his stomach, which was shot by a bullet. He didn't feel anything at first, but when he saw blood dripped from his stomach, he knew that he had been shot, which made him dumbfounded, and at the same time, he felt his stomach was burning in pain. Still, he looked at Shishio in a complicated gaze since he knew that if Shishio didn't move Roberta's hand, then the bullet would hit his head, causing his head to explode and killing him in a second. It wasn't that it was impossible for him to dodge the bullet with his experience, but Roberta was also an experienced soldier, and her movement was so sudden that he couldn't react. Doppo was secretly grateful for Shishio, so he didn't move at that moment and stayed in a place since she could tell that inside that suitcase, there should be more dangerous weapons. Still, it was normal for Doppo not to be able to react to the gun since Roberta's shot was so sudden and without hesitation. Even if he had fought someone in the past with a gun in the past, the one who wielded it wasn't someone with experience, and those people would have a mental breakdown whenever they aimed it toward someone, so their level was different from Roberta, who could kill someone without blinking her eyes. G-gun. Katsumi and Tokugawa were dumbfounded since they didn't expect that Roberta would take out a gun directly and shoot it at Doppo. Luckily, Shishio changed the direction of Roberta's aim so it would hit Doppo's stomach. Shishio-sama. Roberta looked at Shishio with a confused expression. "There are the girls here." Shishio didn't want Nana, Miu, Saki, and Shina to see the scene where Roberta killed someone. He could move Roberta's bullet and make it to miss Doppo, but he didn't do that and let her shoot Doppo's stomach since he wanted to teach Doppo a lesson. Luckily, Roberta was using a silencer, and it was quite dark, so the girls shouldn't have seen anything when Roberta shot Doppo with a gun. Roberta nodded and asked, "Should I kill him later?" Tokugawa had a shudder, hearing Roberta's cold voice, but Katsumi couldn't handle it when he saw his father was shot by a gun and directly made his move. Katsumi jumped and was about to send a flying kick in Roberta's direction, but then a rifle aimed in his direction. "Stop!" Tokugawa roared. He knew that it was the fault of Doppo and Katsumi for picking a fight against Shishio, but he couldn't beat to see two strong fighters like Doppo and Katsumi die by a bullet. If they had to die, then it should be in the ring with two fists, not with a gun. Shishio also stopped Roberta's movement and said, "Let me handle this." Hearing Shishio's words, Roberta nodded and stopped her movement. Their conversation was just a second, but in that time, Katsumi had arrived, and his kick was about to hit Roberta, but then Shishio punched Katsumi's legs joint directly and broke it. Arghug! Katsumi was in midair and screamed when his legs joint was broken, but then his face was punched, and most of his teeth were broken before he was thrown toward Doppo's direction. Doppo caught his son directly with both of his hands, ignoring the pain in his stomach. It wasn't his first time being shot by a bullet, after all, but even so, it was still painful. Looking at Katsumi's leg that had moved in a different direction and broken teeth, as a father, he was angry, but when he was about to say something, he was hit by a wave of terror from Shishio's direction. He saw Shishio approach him, and it made him subconsciously move back before he gritted his teeth and stayed in his place. "This is a fight that you pick, right? Then don't blame me for being cruel." Shishio stared at Doppo with a calm expression. Gulp. Doppo felt that he was right in front of the abyss, there was only endless darkness in front of him, and he didn't see any hope. However, his pride didn't allow him to bow down, and he kept staring at Shishio with an expression, if you want me to bow down, then you have to kill me. As for Katsumi that was in Dappo's hands, this guy passed out directly since the pain was too much for him. Shishio only stared at Dappo for a moment and had to admit that it wasn't pleasing to stare at an ugly old man. He flicked his fingers gently, causing something to enter through Dappo's wound, murmured in a voice that could only be heard by him, then said, Roberta, let's go back. Yes, Shishio-sama. Roberta didn't see the harm in Katsumi and Dappo and directly ignored them, and even if they might cause harm, she could eliminate them again in the future. Shishio turned around and said, Tokugawa-san, I'll go back. As for what they were about to tell him in the future, then it was already too late. Wait. Shishio-kun, wait a moment. Don't go back. I'll add more rewards so you'll forgive both of them. Tokugawa quickly screamed, but Shishio ignored Tokugawa and entered the car with Roberta before they left. Looking at Shishio, who had left, Tokugawa directly scolded Dappo, Dappo, are you stupid? Do you want to die that much? Dappo flinched at the pain in his stomach, but he said in a joking tone, what are you afraid of? We're just fighting. Why are you so exaggerating? He didn't think too much about what Shishio would do to him, or rather, they were just fighting, and he had lost, so that's all, right? Tokugawa felt that he was so exasperated at that moment, and his blood pressure was so high, wanted to smack Dappo's bald head. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, and said, this is the fight that you pick. Don't beg me if you regret it. He didn't stay any longer and left directly. If it was Shishio's family, he didn't feel scared, but Shishio's power on the economy was also so scary, and Shishio didn't lack someone who would help him kill someone. However, killing someone was just too simple, and he knew that Shishio would do something more. He didn't know what Shishio would do, but he knew that guy wouldn't be merciful toward his enemy. Wait. Take me to a doctor. Dappo quickly called out since he needed to remove the bullet from his stomach and his son also needed surgery. However, Tokugawa snorted and left directly. Just get there on your own. Hey, is that a word that you should say to someone who has just been shot? Dappo was so helpless at that moment, but then, he thought about one hospital and decided to go there. In the car, Shishio didn't show his fierce expression, only a warm smile that could make every girl fall. He was a switch type of person. He could change his state whenever he wanted to, so in front of his women. He became their perfect lover. He knew that he was lucky that they didn't see what had happened since the light on the parking park was dim. Tonight, stay at my house, alright? At 3x. Miu, Nana, and Saki were wondering whether they would become women tonight. Still, they didn't know Shina, who was sitting on Shishio's lap at that moment, was blushing as she felt something hard, poking her butts at this moment. Shishio didn't think too much about Shina's reaction and looked at Roberta, whose state was as calm as usual, before he looked at the window, wondering what he should do with Dappo. Shishio, what are you thinking? Shina asked after she made herself comfortable with the hard thing on her butts. I'm thinking about what I should teach you for the monthly exam later, Shishio said with a smile. Hearing Shishio's words, they were speechless. After all, they had just watched something so amazing tonight, but why did they have to learn? 287, Bloodhound of Florentia. As they arrived at Shishio's penthouse apartment, Nana and Miu were dumbfounded, staring at the scenery right in front of them. Shishio, is that Tokyo Bay? Yes, that's Tokyo Bay. It had been a while since he stayed in this place, and he had to admit that this place was comfortable, especially when there were so many people here. Can I go out to see? Nana asked curiously. Sure. Just go. Shishio nodded. Come on, Mashiro, Miu-senpai, Saki-senpai. Nana directly pulled Shina, Saki, and Miu to the terrace to see the scenery outside. Shishio only smiled when he saw the four of them, but then he heard Roberta's voice. Shishio-sama, should I take care of them now? Roberta asked in a low voice. Shishio understood who them was in Roberta's mouth. Let's take care of their organization first. Can you ask the media to fill Friday's news with all the scandals that their organization has? Yes. Roberta nodded. Leave it to me. She then left quietly to prepare everything. Shishio knew that, unlike Sorita or Mitaka, Dappo and Katsumi weren't something that he could take on lightly, especially when the two of them were the leaders of the biggest karate organization. However, because it was a big organization, there had always been a scandal in this organization, and he was going to reveal everything to the country. Shishio knew that with Dappo's connection and friendship with a lot of people, this matter could be solved, but what if Dappo didn't exist in this world anymore? Shishio, this place is amazing. Nana was amazed and really wanted to stay in this place. Really? Shishio smiled and didn't feel surprised by Nana's reaction since he got this luxurious apartment building from Nana in the past. How about you four take a bath then? There's a huge bath inside. Saki, can you help them? Sure. Saki nodded. After all, out of the four of them, she was the only girl that had stayed in this penthouse apartment. Still, her face turned red when she recalled that she had taken advantage of Shishio at that time, but now, she didn't need to worry about that anymore since they had dated to each other now. Watching the four girls that walked toward the large bath inside his penthouse apartment, Shishio also went to his room to take a bath since he wanted to relax now. Shishio washed his entire body with warm water under the shower, and somehow he started to think about what had happened before. He felt that fighting against a martial artist was the most troublesome thing since they were all egoists, and they didn't care about the consequence. They were different from businessmen who needed to consider their profit and loss and only cared whether they won or not, which made it troublesome. Moreover, if they lose, then they might try to get revenge, and if he didn't want to go on this revenge, they might try to bring their people to surround him, which made it even more troublesome. Shishio knew that Doppo was the head of Shinsekai Karate, and it was the biggest karate organization with 1 million members nationwide and overseas. With that many people, he knew that there were a lot of things that could be done, and they might try to attack his house or the people around him so they could fight him, which was why it was better for them to leave this world early. As for Tokugawa, Shishio didn't need to worry too much about him since he knew that Tokugawa was someone who feared death more than anyone in this world, and by showing what he had done to Doppo and Katsumi, he knew that Tokugawa wouldn't do anything to him. Instead, Tokugawa would keep his mouth in silence and didn't say anything. However, even if Tokugawa wanted to report him, there was no evidence since he had erased all of the evidence that he was on the underground arena tonight. Since you are the one who picked the fight, then don't blame me. Shishio sat on the stool as he thought about his revenge without showing his face and all of his trails behind, but then the door of his bathroom was knocked on. Shishio-sama. Shishio raised his eyebrow and asked, "What's wrong, Roberta?" "I have taken care of the rest. Thank you." Shishio had to admit that he was so glad to have Roberta beside him, but then suddenly, the door of the bathroom opened. He was startled and turned his head. "Hey!" He was dumbfounded when he saw Roberta open the door of the bathroom so suddenly, and he was even more dumbfounded when he saw her only wearing a white towel around her body. Shishio couldn't say anything for a while as he stared at Roberta and his mind was blank for a moment. It might be because she often wore a loose uniform that it was quite hard to see her figure, but when she took it off, her figure was amazing. Her bust was so big that it almost spilled out from the white towel, legs were so toned and straight, but it seemed so soft, but what made him quite interested was the toes of her feet, which were quite cute for some reason. Still, what he wanted to see the most were her stomach areas. Unfortunately, it was covered by a white towel, so he couldn't see it. As Shishio stared at her, Roberta also stared at Shishio. Her long purple hair was still tied in 2 long braids, and she also still wore her glasses. Her glasses might be covered by steam, but she could still clearly see Shishio's figure clearly. "Shishio-sama, should I wash your back?" Shina, Miu, and Saki entered the bathroom, but they couldn't help but show an envious gaze toward Nana since this girl's growth was too much, right? Wow! Nana could only say wow from the beginning to the end since all her vocabulary had been used when she watched Shishio's match, and she wasn't sure how to describe her feelings. She then looked at Saki and asked, "Saki, do you know what Shishio's parents do?" Saki shook her head and said, "I'm not sure, but this penthouse apartment isn't owned by Shishio's parents." "Eh? Really?" Miu was dumbfounded. Saki nodded. "Then where did he get this penthouse?" "Fighting?" Nana asked with a confused expression, wondering what her man was doing. "Stocks, investments and other financial-related matters," Saki thought for a moment, then said, "By the way, this entire building is also his." Still, Nana and Miu weren't sure how to describe their feelings when they knew their boyfriend's secret was slowly being revealed to them, but they were happy that he trusted him, and at the same time, it might be a way for him to reassure them not to worry about their future. "Still. How about we stop this conversation?" Nana asked. "Agree." 2x. Nana, Saki, and Miu felt that this topic was a bit too much for them, and it was better to enjoy the warm bath. Nana washed her body, but she felt that someone was staring at her. She turned her head and looked at Shina, who was looking at her chest, which made her amused. "Mashiro, are you interested in my breasts?" Shina looked at Nana and nodded. "Why is it so big?" She looked at her breasts, and even though it wasn't bad, compared to Nana, her size was simply small. "Mashiro-chan, you don't need to get jealous since." Miu looked at her chest and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Her chest size was modest, or rather, she might not have any. The only redeeming feature of her chest was probably her 2 cute pink nipples, but even so, she couldn't help but feel jealous when she looked at Shina, Saki, and Nana. After all, they also had 2 pink nipples, but their chests were bigger. Saki patted Miu's shoulder and said, "It's all right. That guy is a pervert. Whether it is small or big, he loves them all." Miu. That guy might say that. Nana nodded in agreement and laughter. Sheena looked at her chest and thought when Shishio sucked them vigorously, which made her face redden. She looked at Nana, Miu, and Saki and wondered whether she could go to Shishio's side. "What's wrong, Mashiro? Do you want to enter the bath now? Let's go together," Nana said cheerfully as she pulled Sheena to the large bath. Sheena looked at Nana in silence as Nana's breasts were undulating up and down. Somehow, she just didn't feel so good at that moment. "Is it feels good, Shishio-sama?" "Yes, it feels good, Roberta." Shishio wasn't sure what to say, but he could only say that it felt good since it was his first time to let someone wash his back. He might have had a lover in the past and also had taken a bath together, but even so, he only had taken a full body wash together, so it was his first time to have his back washed by someone. However, he also found out that it was part of the culture of this country, so he could only enjoy it. "Shishio-sama, why did you stop me before?" Roberta suddenly asked as she washed the soap on his body with water. Shishio stopped, thinking something perverted, and asked, "You want to kill him?" "Yes." Roberta nodded without hesitation. "That person is dangerous, especially his origin." When she knew about Dappo's origin, she felt that it was better to end that person's life as soon as possible since she knew that if they let him go, trouble would come toward Shishio. As his maid, she would eliminate all the threats that came toward him no matter what, so she felt that it was necessary to kill Dappo. "You don't need to worry about him since that person won't be able to live tomorrow," Shishio said. "Really?" Roberta was surprised. "Have you heard about succinylcholine?" Shishio asked. "That's what you have asked me before, right? If I'm not wrong, it should be used as an anesthesia, right?" Roberta asked. "Yes." Shishio nodded. "It is used as an anesthesia, but when it is used on a large amount, it'll cause someone won't be able to move, and by then, they won't be able to breathe as they pass away because of the lack of oxygen. We have a hospital, so we can use cardiac arrest as a reason. I'll use it from now on." Roberta nodded and felt that it was better to use succinylcholine since it was cleaner and no one could find a fault on it, but then asked, "Does succinylcholine work in delay?" "No, it works immediately, but I have used a capsule, so it might need a few hours before the capsule melts." Shishio looked at Roberta from the mirror's reflection, and he couldn't stop the heat on his body anymore. "I know that you can dye your body with blood to protect me, but even so, I hope that you can remain clean in front of the public, at least. I hope that you can live normally." He knew that Roberta could kill Dappo immediately, but he stopped her since if he let her kill him, then she might not be able to live normally again since there were many people who saw her murder, and he wouldn't let that happen since he wanted her to live with him and stay with him like always. "Shishio-sama." Roberta gently hugged Shishio from behind and softly said, "I'm alright living in the darkness as long as I can be with you, Shishio-sama." "Roberta." Shishio had to admit that he was moved by Roberta's words, but... "Wait, where did you touch me?" "Shishio-sama, Mashiro can't handle this big thing alone, so let me help you to take care of this from now on, alright?" Her soft fingers wrapped gently around his hardened shaft. The thickness was so thick that she couldn't wrap it fully, but even so, she stroked it up and down rhythmically and used her hand to massage his balls gently. Looking at his glistening glands, Roberta felt that her mouth was watery, and she opened her mouth wide, sucking it deeply, wriggling her tongue around, and creating a deep dent on both of her cheeks. SHH. Letting out a comfortable sigh, Shishio recalled that Roberta had a bloodhound of Florentia as her moniker. He didn't know anything about blood on her moniker, but the hound moniker was suitable since she was so good at licking. 288, just like that, nothing exaggerated. Looking at Dappo, who walked away with the car, Tokugawa couldn't stop the palpitations that he felt in his heart. He knew that there was no way Shishio would let go of Dappo so easily, but he didn't know what Shishio was about to do, especially when he knew that Shishio was also a ninjutsu user. He also knew that Shishio was also particularly smart, and he knew that if Shishio wanted to kill someone, then no one could stop him. Tokugawa had a chill when he recalled that Shishio could enter his house without anyone noticing. His entire body shuddered, and he wanted to say something, but in the end, he couldn't move his lips as he watched Dappo and Katsumi move away with a car that he had prepared. Dappo kicked the door of Tokugawa's car directly and brought his son to the hospital, ignoring the security, and quickly asked the staff to take care of his son since he knew that his son was in a critical situation. Luckily, he came at night, and there weren't that many patients, and he also went through a critical room passage, so no one stopped him. Dappo knew that Shishio's attack on Katsumi was vicious, and the only thing that he was afraid of was that his son might not be able to continue karate. If that really happened, then he couldn't forgive himself since he was the one who caused this to happen. If he didn't bring Katsumi to fight as usual, then this wouldn't happen, but at the same time, he wouldn't make Shishio feel better. After all, Shishio was the one who had caused this to happen. Dappo might be the one who picked the fight, and he also knew that it was his fault, but there were no rules that he couldn't get his revenge, right? After all, there were no rules on the fight. As long as someone dared enough, they could do it anytime, anywhere, and with any weapons as long as they wanted to. Sir, please follow us to the room so we can take care of your wounds. If you continue to do this, then you might die from blood loss. You must save my son first. Dappo grabbed the collar of the doctor who preached to him and stared at him fiercely. Yes, yes, please don't worry. Your son will be all right. But, for now, please follow me and let me take care of your wound. Hearing the words of the doctor, Dappo nodded for a moment since he felt so uncomfortable with a bullet on his stomach. Luckily, Shishio stopped Roberta from shooting him again since he was sure that if Shishio didn't stop her, his body might be riddled with bullets. However, this and that were different. If he was the one who was hurt, then Dappo didn't think too much, and he might even close his dojo since he had lost against Shishio. However, Katsumi was also hurt too. Even though Katsumi was his adopted son, without a doubt, he treated him and loved him like his real son, even though they usually treated each other like a competitor. Dappo followed the doctor as he watched Katsumi, his son, being brought somewhere with a stretcher since he knew that Katsumi was in critical condition. He then thought about Tokugawa, who didn't help him, and thought that he might also need to slap that elderly man's head after he had gotten better. As he was being pushed on the stretcher, Dappo was wondering how a young man could be so strong. Was my training for over a decade useless? Dappo couldn't help but think, especially when he thought about his son, who was defeated so easily. As he was in deep thought, he let the doctor take out a bullet from his stomach. Don't use the anesthesia, Dappo suddenly said. But... just listen to me. Dappo roared. The doctor gritted his teeth and did what Dappo asked, taking out the bullet without using anesthesia. Dappo gritted his teeth and flinched in discomfort when the doctor took out the bullet from his stomach. He wasn't being anesthetized and could feel the pain on his body, but even so, it was all good since it made him sober, and it also ignited his spirit so he could teach that bastard again after he had gone better. As for Shishio's revenge, Dappo didn't think too much. After all, in his mind, Shishio was just like a plant in the greenhouse. Shishio might be strong and beautiful, but that young man had never tasted the cruelty of the world, and because of that, he was going to teach him a lesson. Dappo touched the huge scar on his face and thought that it wouldn't be bad for Shishio to have a matching scar like him. When he thought about that possibility, his face became hideous, which caused the doctor to feel a bit scared. However, the doctor was quite professional since he was able to take out the bullet and sew his wound. It's done. You should take a rest first, DOP. Dappo ignored the doctor's words and walked directly out of the room to see his son's operation. The doctor was dumbfounded and quickly chased after Dappo. Wait. Wait. Don't walk around. You need to take a rest. You just have a bullet on your stomach. However, his words were ignored by Dappo. Dappo was about to walk out of his room, but then he stopped and asked, "Where's my son's operation room?" The doctor. The doctor gave up and guided Dappo to the room where his colleagues had surgery on Katsumi. Still, he had to admit that Dappo was really god of war since even though Dappo had just been shot by a bullet, Dappo could still stand and wait for his son's surgery. Moreover, he wondered what kind of crime organization or Yakuza group that Dappo had fought since he was quite curious, and since Dappo could walk to this hospital, then Dappo should have won, right? Still, if the doctor knew that Dappo had picked a fight against a 15-year-old boy and lost so badly, he would only look at Dappo in disdain. After all, it was shameless to see an adult beat up a youngster without reason. However, in this country, a lot of similar things happen, and a teacher or an adult often beats up the youngster in the name of education. Dappo ignored the doctor and kept watching the operation, but his face couldn't help frowning since they were too long, right? Hey, why is the surgery so long? What? I'm asking you. Just answer me. Dappo glared at the doctor with an impatient expression. Gulp. The doctor had to admit that even though he was amazed by Dappo's power, this guy's personality was too problematic. Even though he knew that Dappo was worried about his son, there was no reason to get angry at him, right? However, Dappo was too scared, so he didn't dare to complain and answered what he knew. I don't know much, but from what I know that he has several broken bones. You should wait until the surgery ends and ask the doctor in charge. I know that you're all right, so I won't accompany you since I still have a job. After saying such words, the doctor left without hesitation. Dappo didn't say anything and looked at the doctors in the surgery room, hoping that everything was all right. However, he knew that nothing was right, especially when he thought of Katsumi's limp body. The limping that he felt on Katsumi's body before, he knew that it wasn't a good thing, but even so, he still had a hope that everything would be all right. Dappo didn't say anything and kept watching the surgery for a few hours without moving away until the doctor in charge walked out of the surgery and he directly grabbed the doctor. Tell me about his condition. The doctor, who was tired after the surgery, was startled, but he calmed down and said, let me go first. I can't talk with you. Grab my collar like this. Dapo then let go of the doctor's collar and caused the doctor to fall on the ground. Cough. Cough. Hurry up and tell me. Dapo was so impatient at that moment. The doctor's mood wasn't good, but even so, he explained to Dapo. Your son is all right, but... He might not be able to walk anymore, the doctor said calmly. Dapo felt as if thunder had struck down his body. His face was so pale that he couldn't believe what he had heard. What? He looked at the doctor in disbelief and grabbed the doctor's collar again, raising him to the sky. You're lying, right? Tell me. Stop. Stop. Security helps me. The doctor screamed loudly, and his colleagues who heard him tried to help him by pulling him away from Dapo. Tell me that you're lying. He wasn't lying. Your son has a spinal cord that is injured, and he can't walk anymore. The other doctor quickly screamed so Dapo would let go of his colleague since he could see that his colleague almost died. Dapo let go of the doctor, ignoring the fact that he almost killed a doctor. His mind was in a mess, and he didn't know what to do. Cough. Cough. The doctor coughed several times, and his colleagues quickly questioned his condition. Are you all right? You should rest a bit. The doctor who was grasped by Dapo before didn't care about his colleagues' words and looked at Dapo in annoyances and said, wasn't everything your fault? If you didn't bring your son to fight, then this accident wouldn't happen, right? He knew that Dapo's condition wasn't right, and he was afraid that the next time this guy might beat them up to cure his son, so, with his quick mind, he quickly put all the blame on Dapo. My fault. Dapo was dumbfounded. Yes, it was your fault. The doctor then thought for a moment and said, I'll try to get a new doctor. I'm not sure whether he can save your son or not, but we should give it a try. He looked at his colleagues, and they also gave him a nod. They were just bluffing since they just wanted to get away from Dapo right now since they were afraid that they might be killed in an accident since Dapo's state of mind wasn't right. Dapo didn't stop the doctor, and the words that the doctor had told him kept repeating into his mind. If I didn't bring him. Dapo had never felt so guilty before, however. That bastard. Dapo thought that if Shishio wasn't so cruel, then this wouldn't happen, so even if he died, he would bring Shishio with him. He didn't care what would happen to him next, and he just wanted to see Shishio in despair. He then thought to visit Tokugawa to get Shishio's information, however. Ugh. Dapo clutched his chest and felt that his heart was beating so fast that he had trouble breathing, and he felt that everything was so painful. He wanted to scream, asking for help, but his voice couldn't come out as he collapsed on the ground. Dapo had never felt so helpless. Even if he fought against the Siberian tiger or Yujiro Hanma in the past, he had never felt regret since he was dying with pride. However, right now, he felt a boundless regret, especially when he had to leave his adopted son, his wife, and also all the members of his karate organization, especially when he had created a scary enemy for them. As a fighter, there had never been a regret other than dying in a place other than a battlefield. However, he was about to die now, dying in the hospital, without any opponents like any other people. There was no pride in dying by fighting someone strong. It was just a fear that he would lose his life like any other person. It's a fight that you pick. Don't regret it. Dapo had a chill in his heart, and right now, he had never felt so much regret in his life. However, there was no medicine for regret, and he knew that he would bring a big enemy for everyone when he passed away. He then closed his eyes, and his heart stopped beating. It wasn't until later that the doctor noticed him and they were dumbfounded when they knew that he was dying and the cause of his death was cardiac arrest. It was just like that, nothing exaggerated, nothing related, without any drama or anything, the one who was known as the god of war, the man-eater Orokai, and the tiger slayer, Dapo Orokai dead. 289. Even if there's a cruel scene, this is still a harem story. Shishio looked at Roberta, who was sleeping on his arm, with a mix of tired and comfortable expressions. Shishio opened the blanket for a bit and saw a cloudy liquid dripping from her nether region gently. His lips twitched when Roberta hugged his waist and made him unable to let it out outside. Luckily, he had gotten the enhanced testicles before, so he didn't need to worry that he would cause a pregnancy. Shishio let out a soft sigh as he stared at the time, thinking that it might be good to start his workout session early. Shishio-sama. Roberta opened her eyes slightly, showing how sleepy she was. Sleep first. Shishio smiled as he caressed Roberta's long messy wavy purple hair before kissing her forehead. Roberta smiled gently when she looked at his smile. She caressed his face gently before she closed her eyes as she received his kiss. She wanted to do it again, but she hadn't gone to sleep since dawn, so she was quite tired. She looked at Shishio's thing and asked, "Should I help you, Shishio-sama?" "It's all right." Shishio still caressed Roberta's hair gently and said, "You're still tired. Sleep more. I'll work out outside. Roberta nodded as she continued to sleep since she had to admit that Shishio was fierce and amazing. Looking at Roberta, who continued to sleep, Shishio didn't go to work out first but went to the bathroom to wash his body first. Inside the shower, Shishio knew that Dappo should have died now, and the cause of death had nothing to do with him. After all, he knew that Dappo's reason for death should be cardiac arrest. Why did it happen? It was because Shishio threw pethidine at the wound that was caused by Roberta's bullet. It was quite small, but he had enhanced the potency of the pethidine, so once it entered someone's body, it would cause a cardiac arrest to someone directly. Shishio might have told Roberta that he would use succinylcholine before, but he decided to use pethidine since it was more natural. If Dappo was on the street or a deserted place, he might use succinylcholine since it was more painful, but since Dappo was in the hospital and didn't want Dappo's death related to him, he decided to use pethidine. Pethidine might be widely used as an opioid in labor and delivery, but the thing that Shishio used on Dappo was scarier since he used it, so it would cause a natural cardiac arrest on Dappo. Shishio knew that what he had done was cruel since he decided to kill Dappo directly. However, he felt that it was necessary to protect his family, women, and the people he knew. Dappo, even though a lot of people worshipped him as a god of war in the world of karate, a lot of people were saved by him, and he might be someone's husband and someone's father. This guy was proud, and he definitely wasn't a gentle nor a kind guy, considering there was a lot of blood on this guy's hands, and this guy also had killed someone too. Shishio knew that even though he was powerful, his age was his weakness. He knew how troublesome this country's society was, especially when everyone was forced to respect their senior. If he just had to respect the senior normally, then he didn't care much, but sometimes, there were a lot of unreasonable things such as being told to lay low so the senior could show how great they were, being told to concede because so the senior could get all the achievement, and there was a lot more. As for his feeling toward this matter, he felt that it was useless to waste his time on such a troublesome interpersonal relationship. Shishio knew that even though Dappo might have lost, that guy would come back again, especially when Dappo had at least 10,000 loyal goons under his karate's organization. If they were all good guys and following the rules, then he might be merciful, but they were unlawful, and they wouldn't hesitate to use force. He even heard that some of them were even related to a yakuza. The law regarding a fight with a lot of people was the most troublesome thing. After all, if there were too many people, and even if he could get the help of the police easily, there was no way that the police could put 10,000 people into jail directly. He also felt that it was also a bit too much to kill 10,000 people too, but 10,000 people were, in the end, just a number without a leader. If Dappo was like Sorita or Mitaka, then Shishio would ignore him, but Dappo wasn't someone like that. Dappo was dangerous, so he decided to end this guy's life. After all, if Shishio was weaker, then what would his situation be? Without a doubt, Shishio would be riddled with wounds, and his face might be disfigured by Dappo. He might have been killed, too, since the law of killing someone in Japan was quite mild. Someone just needed to be imprisoned for a few years before they could walk out of prison, so why should they fear killing someone with such a small punishment? There were a lot of proverbs about how to handle the enemy. Even in the religious text, there was a lot of text that told someone to forgive the enemy. Even in the shonen manga, the main protagonist would usually forgive their enemy then become friends with each other. Shishio felt that there were a lot of such proverbs because those people, which were mostly normal people, might be asked to forgive the enemy because they might not be able to have the power to do anything to their enemy, so it was better to forgive them and treat them with kindness. Still, if your parents might be killed, or your women might be raped, then can you forgive your enemy? Shishio felt that the treatment of the enemy on the shonen manga was bullshit, and when someone had become an enemy, everything that they did wouldn't be pleasing to the eyes, and they would hurt each other without care. The only good enemy is a dead enemy. The sentence above might be cruel, but it was necessary since Shishio was realistic and pragmatic. Therefore, instead of waiting for the enemy to become his friend, it was better to kill them so they wouldn't cause him trouble, since that way, they wouldn't cause him trouble. As for his feelings toward killing someone, Shishio didn't think too much, or rather, he shouldn't think too much. However, there was one fact that he had always remembered: he could kill others, others could naturally come to kill him. Still, it wouldn't be easy to kill him, though. With that thought, Shishio then checked the rewards that he had gotten from Roberta last night. Shishio looked at his rewards and decided to accept the asset first, which was 67% of Iwami Heavy Industries. He wasn't sure what to say for a moment, but he had to admit that this reward was amazing, and it caused him convenience to deal with many things. Iwami Heavy Industries is one of the biggest industrial giants in the country, which deals in ocean, air, and space development. Among them, the project they invest most of their energy in is weapon manufacturing. The combination of this company and his private security company was simply a perfect synergy. Still, I have become Togo's boss, hey. Shishio felt a bit speechless, but he didn't think too much and continued with his rewards. Shishio then decided to accept flower gardening mastery since he felt that these rewards were a bit dull. Even though those skills seem mundane, once it has become a reward, it can become an amazing thing, Even though gardening might seem normal or dull, once it had become a reward on the system, it became an amazing ability. In the flower gardening mastery, Shishio was given an extraordinary skill in gardening but was only limited to flowers. He could plant and grow any kind of flowers and could manage them so expertly that they could grow and flourish beyond expectations. Shishio somehow wanted to grow a flower garden since it could be used as an ingredient for various things such as medicine, food, personal care, and other things. Shishio then decided to accept his last two rewards, enhanced sense of smell and enhanced durability. Shishio decided to accept the enhanced durability and could feel that even if he was hit by a truck, he knew that he would be alright and he wouldn't be teleported to another world. Still, even if this ability was powerful, it didn't mean that it was omnipotent since he would still die if he was hit by a bomb or hit on his head directly. However, he didn't have a hobby to take a hit, but it was better than nothing since it could become part of his protection in the future. Lastly, Shishio looked at his last reward and felt a bit doubtful, but in the end, he decided to accept his last reward. He accepted his reward and suddenly felt a lot of smells mixed in his penthouse, but it didn't feel as bad as he had imagined. Rather, he found an interesting way to use this ability, and it also made his food become better. Shishio then walked out of the bathroom, dried his body, then tried his sense of smell again. He had always thought that this ability was troublesome, but that wasn't the case since he could also shut down some of the smells that he didn't like. Well, since it has ended, let's start working out soon. Shishio then thought about Doppo, then Katsumi. He had made Katsumi lose his ability to use his lower body, and he knew that Katsumi wouldn't wake up soon since he had made it that way by using his orthopedics mastery. As for whether Katsumi would talk about his involvement in this matter or not when he had woken up, Shishio didn't feel that worried since he had used hypnosis mastery, making Katsumi forget his involvement and thought of it as a nightmare. Still, he needed to end Katsumi's life soon so no one would think of his involvement. Shishio didn't like trouble, but if trouble came to him, then he would solve it quickly. Somehow, it reminds me of the motto of one of the main characters in the story before. Shishio was doing his workout, but in the middle of a workout, he heard a soft voice that called out his name softly. Shishio-kun. Shishio turned his head and saw Miu was there. Good morning, senpai. He smiled at this cute girl, but at the same time. This smell. Shishio looked at Miu, whose face was flushed, and thought that his enhanced sense of smell was more amazing than he had thought. Let's try it on the group of housewives when I get back later. 290, do you hate a lewd girl? Ow. Miu felt her nose was uncomfortable, and she opened her eyes. Miu saw a hand on the top of her face, which made her frown, and she moved this hand from her face. She blinked her eyes and still felt quite sleepy. Where's this? She was a bit confused but then remembered that she was sleeping in Shishio's apartment together with Shina, Saki, and Nana. Miu looked at Shina, Saki, and Nana, who were sleeping beside her, and could see how each of them had a different kind of posture when they were sleeping. Saki was the calmest since her posture didn't change much, even though she had lost her blanket. Shina was like a cocoon, hugging the blanket tightly without letting it go. The wildest one would be Nana since this girl was sleeping in a messy posture, changing her posture several times. Miu looked at Nana and could even see her belly. She looked at Nana for a moment and had to admit that even without makeup, Nana was still cute. Still. Your posture is a bit too messy, right? Miu sighed and pulled Nana's cheek gently. HNHH. Shishio, don't touch that place. Nana showed a silly expression before she changed her posture again. Miu. Miu rubbed her temple before she stood up and walked out of the bedroom. Last night, she had seen the scenery around, and she had to admit that the scenery on the terrace of this apartment was amazing, so she wanted to see how good it was in the morning. I wonder whether Shishio-kun has woken up. If possible, Miu also wanted to sleep together with Shishio. After all, she still felt uncomfortable staying in this massive place so suddenly and sleeping while hugging the man that she loved would feel comfortable. However, she felt that sleeping with Saki, Nana, and Shina wasn't bad either. Miu was wondering whether Shishio had woken up and wondered whether she should wake up later so they could spend more time together. However, she didn't expect to meet him on the terrace, watching his figure, doing a workout and martial art practices. She couldn't look away, and her face flushed. She didn't cover her eyes but stared at him for a long time before she called him out. Shishio-kun. Senpai. Shishio stopped and looked at Miu, who had woken up. Good morning. You have woken up so early, senpai. Miu couldn't tell that she had woken up because her face was slapped by Nana's hand. She walked toward him and wasn't sure where to look since he didn't wear anything on his body except for shorts below. Shishio also wore a t-shirt that he tossed aside since he felt that Miu might pass out if he let her see his naked body. Senpai, you're a pervert. Shishio-kun. Miu's face was so red at that moment, but she didn't forget to deny Shishio. I'm not a pervert. I was joking, but even if you were a pervert, I don't really mind, Shishio said with a smile. Miu looked at Shishio's smile and had to admit that this smile was so handsome even though the words that came out from his mouth made her a bit annoyed since she wasn't a pervert. Humph. Miu pouted and looked away. Shishio didn't think too much and sat on the bench while drinking mineral water that he put on the bottle. Miu looked at Shishio for a moment and sat beside him, but Shishio moved to the side, which made her confused. Why you move away, Shishio-kun? She felt a bit hurt when he suddenly moved to the side, avoiding her. Sorry, I'm full of sweat. My smell might not be good, Shishio said simply. However. Really? Miu cast doubt on Shishio before she moved closer and smelled his smell with her cute nose. Her nose expanded and shrunk several times before her face turned red since his smell was just too intoxicated. Senpai. Shishio looked at Miu, who had held his chest and put her nose on his neck directly. It was a bit hard to control himself, especially when this girl was too bold. Still, she smells amazing. Shishio had to admit that his enhanced sense of smell was amazing since he knew that Miu would be alright even if he wanted to push her here and now. As expected, hearing his voice, Miu quickly awakened, but when she realized how bold she was, her face turned bright red again, and she panicked. I'm sorry, Shishio-kun. She covered her face with her hands since she was shy and knew that right now, she didn't have any words to deny that she was a pervert. Senpai, calm down. I'm not angry, Shishio said gently. Still, you're so bold. Ugh. Miu wanted to run away right now, but her thin waist was hugged, making her dumbfounded and subconsciously let go of the hands that covered her face. She was surprised when Shishio embraced her, and she was sitting on his lap at that moment. However, more importantly, she was kissed right now. HMNHM. Miu was startled, but then she accepted the kiss and grabbed into Shishio's t-shirt tightly without letting it go. They used their tongues, creating a lewd sound with each of their exchanges, and sucked each other's saliva. Miu had often imagined how it felt to kiss someone, especially when she often read them when she was reading either a romance novel or a shoujo manga. She thought that every kiss would be chaste and it was full of love, but she didn't expect that there would be many different kisses, and the kiss that she felt right now was a kiss full of desire and lust. Personally, she loved it. Shishio felt that Miu tried to fight back, but he knew that it was still too early for this girl to fight him, but even so, he had to admit that she was courageous, and at the same time, he realized that the quietest had always been the lewdest one. As they continued their kiss, Miu might be able to get oxygen by sucking oxygen from Shishio, but even so, Miu still lost her breath as they parted their lips. She panted, and she leaned her forehead on his chest. Senpai. Miu raised her head gently, staring at Shishio's handsome face, feeling the heat on her entire body. Her lips were so red that they seemed so delicious, her eyes were moistened, and there was a beautiful blush on her face. However. Shishio-kun. Miu was startled when she suddenly felt something huge and hard on her butts. This is too big, right? Sorry, senpai. Shishio was also in an awkward position. Even though he had come to a lot of times last night, his thing was still fierce. No, it's alright, Shishio-kun. Looking at the mix of depressed and awkward expressions, Miu wanted to laugh and couldn't help but pat his head. Still, she was happy that he showed such a reaction, and she would be troubled if he didn't show a reaction. I'm not angry, alright. Shishio looked at Miu, who patted his head, and had to admit that this girl was a bit too easy, right? Shishio pretended to show such depression and awkward expression before, and as expected, this girl decided to pamper him. Looking at her, he really wanted to bully this girl forever. So, senpai, can you help me take care of it? Shishio whispered as he held Miu's soft and small hand gently on his hand, rubbing the tip of her fingers and nails, and felt that he might be able to do this for his entire life. Miu was dumbfounded, her face was so red, but as she gazed into his eyes, she was so shy and embarrassed. However, she didn't refuse and just lowered her head. Should I use my mouth too? The quietest is the lewdest. Shishio had to remember these words in his head forever. However. Senpai, you're too crafty. Shishio and Miu turned their heads and saw Saki and Nana were there. Miu was so shy, and her face was so red before she ran away. Oh, no. Shishio wanted to cry at that moment. Everyone had woken up, and they ate breakfast together. The one who prepared breakfast was Saki, Miu, and Nana. The three girls showed their culinary skills and forced Shishio to taste all of the foods that they cooked in the morning. Shishio. If Shishio didn't have a sime-kikan, then his stomach would swell because of how full he was. He then looked at Sheena and hopefully that this girl didn't ask him to teach her to cook since even though she was often in a daze, she was quite competitive. As they ate breakfast together, Roberta also joined, and she didn't change her expression much as if what had happened last night was just a dream. However, Shishio knew that what had happened last night happened, and he still remembered her moan, which made him a bit hard. I wonder whether I can get something that can help me to calm down. Shishio-sama, here's today's newspaper. Roberta gave Shishio today's newspaper. Thank you, Roberta. Shishio wondered whether he could get something to calm himself, but he didn't want something like this. Shishio looked at the headline of the newspaper and didn't feel that much surprised. Not succumbing to the enemy, but succumbing to the disease. Doppo Orokai, the legendary karateka, has died of cardiac arrest. Shishio directly calmed down after he read the news. What's wrong, Shishio? Saki asked while looking at the newspaper curiously. It's unpleasant news, Shishio said and didn't hide the news from Saki. Doppo Orokai. Saki was surprised. After all, she also had practiced karate in the past, so of course, she naturally knew who Doppo Orokai was, which was why she didn't expect that he would die from cardiac arrest. However, she didn't think too much since Doppo was practically a stranger, and she also felt that it was unpleasant news. Put down your newspaper. Let's eat. Okay, okay. Shishio put down his newspaper and looked at everyone's reaction, but their expression didn't change much. However, it was normal, considering they didn't see Doppo when Doppo appeared, asking him for a fight last night with how dim the light was. In the end, except for Saki, no one really knew Doppo, so even if a legendary karateka had died, they didn't really talk about it, considering how depressing it was to discuss someone who had passed away, and they also didn't think too much about it. As for telling what he had done, it was better not to talk about it since there was no need for them to know his cruel side. Everyone has every side that they want to hide from someone, including their loved one. Shishio wasn't sure what other people's thoughts were, but he felt that this wasn't something that he needed to talk about. After all, what he had done might seem big or exaggerated to some people, but for him, it was nothing. After they ate, they went to the school together, stopped in the quiet neighboring area when there was no one before they walked together to the school. Ritsuo is sad, Shina said as they walked together, thinking that Ritsuo was lonely when Ritsuo walked alone without her and Shishio. Shishio patted Shina's head and said, we have always walked together. After all, so you don't need to worry too much. He wondered what he should do with Ritsuo, but he felt that he needed to tell her the truth about his relationship with everyone since he knew that being left out was uncomfortable. Shishio had told Maya and Mako about his relationship. Even Mai also knew about it. He might not need to tell Ritsuo, but he just wanted to tell her. As for how she would react, he could pretty much tell that she might slap him or ignore him for a few days. Still, if he didn't try, he wouldn't know the result, right? Also, if he didn't do this, he knew that their relationship wouldn't progress. Shina nodded. However, Saki, Nana, and Miu looked at Shishio and wondered whether Ritsuo might become their sister in the future. Right, Saki, can I visit your class later? Shishio suddenly asked. Hey. Saki was surprised and asked, why? Well, I was just curious since I'd never seen your class, Shishio said. Okay. Saki nodded and felt a bit excited when she thought that Shishio would visit her class. Still, Shishio would have never expected that he would meet someone unexpected during the break when he was about to visit Saki's class. When he was about to approach Saki's class, he saw someone familiar, eating lunch alone in the class next to Saki's. He was a bit dumbfounded and rubbed his eyes several times, but he knew that this girl had appeared in his school. Hey? Ruine. 291, Chihiro read the moving application to Sakurasu before she looked at the girl in front of her. Aoyama-san, do you want to move to Sakurasu? Yes, sensei. Nanami nodded without hesitation. Chihiro looked at Nanami for a moment and asked, do you know what kind of place this is? It's a special dorm with a lot of talented people, right? Nanami asked. Chihiro was a bit surprised, but then she nodded. You're not wrong, but since you understand the situation of the Sakurasu, you should understand how hard it is to live in Sakurasu. You're in the same class as Kanda, right? You should ask him how he felt after he moved out from Sakurasu. She didn't really want to see someone hurt or move out in the middle because they realized the difference in talent and how cruel reality was. No, sensei. Shaking her head, Nanami said, I have made up my decision, and I. Her face flushed when she thought about her agreement with Shishio. After all, she would become his maid, and then. Cough. Cough. No, Nanami. You can't think of something perverted. Chihiro looked at Nanami, who seemed to be preoccupied with strange things on her head. She then looked at Nanami's class and asked, say, Aoyama, do you know Shishio? Looking at Nanami, whose face turned red, Chihiro rubbed her temple and felt she needed to talk with her nephew. Ruine. Rui, who was eating alone on her desk, turned around and was also surprised to see Shishio. Shishio-kun. Shishio didn't hesitate to approach Rui, who was in the second-year class, and sat on the chair right in front of her desk. Did you transfer to this school? Why didn't you tell me? Rui's bleak mood quickly turned into happiness, but she still maintained her blank expression and said, surprised. It's the first time I've heard such a plain surprise in my life. Shishio was lost for words and looked at Rui's class curiously. He could see that almost all the students in this class were looking at both of them curiously, wondering about the relationship between the two, but he just ignored them. You're not happy? Rui asked. I'm happy. I'm happy. I'm super happy to know that you have decided to transfer to this school, Shishio said plainly. Why can't I see that you're that happy, though? Usually, Rui would see Shishio smiling, but this time, he didn't smile, which made her frown a bit. Well, there was a situation. Shishio didn't want to smile in Rui's class since it was troublesome and directly changed the conversation topic. Still, there aren't any of your classmates who are curious about you, Rui-ne? Isn't the transfer student usually being surrounded and being asked a question? Even though some of the questions that were asked to the transfer student by other students might be insensitive, it was normal since they were just teenagers. They didn't have enough interpersonal skills that could make anyone feel comfortable. Still, it was necessary to answer those questions since they didn't mean anything bad, and in the place where the transfer student knew no one, the classmates who came and asked them a question could be the first acquaintance on the school where they were transferred. Still, if someone was a lone wolf and felt comfortable being alone, then it was their freedom to not engage in interpersonal matters inside the class. However, the price of freedom was huge, and that price was being alone. Shishio looked at Rui and could see that she wasn't ready for that, and she wanted to get along with her classmates. Well. Rui lowered her head a bit and said, there are some people on the first break before, but the crowd thinned out. Well, it isn't surprising since you often talk as if you are picking a fight with someone, Shishio said with a nod, showing his understanding. Rui stared at Shishio, and if stare could kill, then it would be her stare at this moment. Still, I'm a bit curious, how you mess up, can you tell me, Rui-ne? Shishio asked curiously. Rui rolled her eyes, but then she started to tell how she messed up her first conversation with her classmates. Listening to Rui's story, Shishio had to admit that this girl was a little too blunt, and at the same time, this girl was also quite selfish. He looked at this girl and understood that this girl had a low EQ. Being blunt was alright, and there was nothing bad about being truthful, but it wasn't good to hurt someone. Rui had never considered the feeling of the other party that she talked with, thus resulting in her situation now. Still, Shishio felt that this side of her was cute, but it didn't mean that other people, especially girls, understood this side of her. Has it been this way? Rui was a bit depressed, but she nodded as she explained her difference with Hina. Hina, who was Rui's older sister, had always been so good with people, and she had a lot of friends, considering how friendly she was. On the other hand, Rui, who had always been so blunt and had never thought too much about the others people's feelings, blindly mimicked her surroundings without thinking too much and caused a lot of mess here and there in her interpersonal relationship, especially toward friends and classmates. It can't be helped. But, seeing how messed up you are, let me put you under my special training, Rui-ne, Shishio said with a smug expression. Ha! Rui stared at Shishio with a blank expression. Okay, stop with that expression. Shishio pointed his finger at himself and said, in other words, we'll try to practice how to talk with your classmates. I'll pretend to be your classmate and speak to you, and you'll answer me, okay? Let me see how you communicate with your classmates. I'll also tell you how to talk with your friends so this situation won't happen again. Rui stared at Shishio with a daze, and there was also a tint of blush on her cheeks. Got it. Go for it. Rui said with a blaze in her eyes. Shishio coughed then tried to mimic a girl's voice. Hey, Rui-chan, what do you do on your holiday? Rui was dumbfounded and said, if you wear a wig, woman's clothes and use that voice, no one can tell that you're a boy. Can we not change the topic of our conversation? Shishio was speechless. Rui realized that she was in serious training, so she nodded. On the holiday. She thought for a moment and said, I guess I read books more often than not. Hey, what kind of books? I'm afraid that you wouldn't know even if I told you, Rui said with a blank expression. Shishio's expression was almost broken, but he still said, let's say that you ask the same question to someone and that someone answers the same question as you. What will you feel? What will I feel? Rui thought for a moment and said plainly, I don't care much. Shishio looked at Rui's blank expression and wanted to knock this girl's head somehow. Still, even if they don't know what kind of book that you read, it is necessary to continue the conversation, at least, don't stop in such an awkward situation. Rui nodded, then said, I like Gas, Earth and Hope by Tanaka Meijao. Shishio rubbed the bridge of his nose and said, I can probably guess that the girls wouldn't know what reaction to take, but well, don't worry. Still, what's important is that you should try to smile. He then continued to act as Rui's female friend and said, I see I love writers such as Kamimura Kiraha, and I often read his work. Ah. Rui showed a forced smile and said, those half-assed literary novels where a highly educated Raijuyu agonizes over love. You know, if I'm really your female friend, then I might flip your table directly, Shishio said with a sigh and thought that this girl was really bad at talking, but at least, this girl could still be saved. Is that bad? It's quite bad, but not that bad. What's so bad about it? I'm just being blunt, right? Shishio looked at Rui and said, being blunt or truthful in conversation is good and all, and I don't tell you to be someone else or act so you can integrate with your classmates, but... You should mind your words a bit so you won't hurt the feeling of the other party. I won't hurt the other party. Rui murmured, then asked, like how a customer on cabaret shop talks. Why are you mentioning a cabaret shop right now? Shishio looked at Rui with a confused expression. Still, he didn't really understand what was so good about the cabaret shop, and what he knew about that shop was only a place for someone to talk and a drink, which made him quite confused why someone needed to pay to talk with someone. Still, he knew that this girl was joking. I am trying hard to talk with you now. Can you at least give me a tip? Rui asked. Why should I give you a tip? Then I'll bring the man in black to beat the crap of you. Why did you bring the man in black? What am I? Alien. Please pay up, sir. 100,000 yen. 100,000 yen? Just to chat with you? Why don't you just sell my limbs? What? Are you slandering my club? Are we going to continue with this joke? Hey, men in black, come over here. Don't call them. Shishio was wondering why there was such an uncouth girl in this world, but... Ha ha ha. Rui turned her head and was confused when she saw a lot of her classmates were laughing hard. Hey. Shishio nodded secretly and didn't feel that surprised by this situation. What's with you, Tachibana-san? You're so good at jokes. What was the short skit that you just had? The cabaret girl and her customer? That's hilarious. What were you practicing, Oga-kun? Shishio looked at Rui's classmates and asked, how do you know my name? Ah, you're quite famous in the first grade, after all, so I call your name subconsciously. Is that not okay? The girl asked shyly. Rui. I don't mind, senpai, Shishio said politely. Then what were you practicing before? No, she said that she wanted to make friends, so we were practicing how to talk, Shishio simply told the truth. Then it somehow turns into such a joke. What? Rui-chan, you wanted to talk. We certainly thought you wanted to be all by yourself. Then let's hang out from now on since we also wanted to hang out with you. Rui looked at her classmates in a daze, showing a shy expression, before she lowered her head and said, ah. I don't mind. They laughed and showed a happy smile when they knew Rui's true personality. Looking at Rui's classmates who tried to talk with Rui, who was so shy at this moment, Shishio also didn't stay here any longer and walked out naturally without causing too much of a scene, but then, he was a bit dumbfounded when he saw Saki was there, staring at him. Shishio didn't hesitate and approached Saki. Sorry, I was late. I can see that. Saki nodded, then looked at Rui. She's cute. You're cuter, Saki, Shishio said with a smile. Saki snorted and wanted to pull this bastard's ear somehow. Let's go. I'm starving waiting for you, talking with a beautiful girl in a different class. What a coincidence, me too. Still, it's great that we're alike since we're getting hungry at the same time. If you say that, then you also do alike with all the girls in this school, right? Do you want to create a harem with all the girls in this school? Saki asked. I have heard that the cafeteria has a new menu. How about we try it? Shishio said with an awkward expression. Looking at his awkward expression, Saki snorted, but she didn't say much. Still, Saki's mood was better after she was coaxed by Shishio, and she forgot to ask who that girl was. However, Shishio didn't realize that there was someone who had been watching when he had a conversation with Rui before, and the expression of this someone was so complicated, but in the end, this someone didn't say anything and returned to his class. Still, this person felt as if he had lost something important somehow, even though he didn't know what it was. When Shishio and Saki were walking away, Rui talked with her classmates and got used to their cheerfulness. Her expression returned to her usual deadpan expression until suddenly, one of the girls suddenly asked. Rui-chan, do you know Oga-kun? I know him. Rui nodded and didn't think too much about this question. Still, she didn't expect that someone would suddenly drop a bomb on her. By the way, Rui-chan, do you know that Oga-kun has a girlfriend? At 292, Scumbag is made. Shishio didn't expect that Rui would transfer to his school so suddenly, but even so, it didn't mean that he was going to focus on her. After all, even though they had lost their virginity together, he had girlfriends in this school, and he needed to give his priority right. It's just. I wonder how she'll react. Shishio shook his head and thought that it was better to think about this matter later. What's wrong, Shishio-kun? Ritsuo asked. It just feels like it's been a while since we've been home together, Shishio said. Well, that's true. Ritsuo also felt that it had been a while since they had gone back together, even though they often went home together. Still, this change made her quite lonely even though she had expected this matter. Bye, Miu, Nana, Meiko, and Maya. Let's go back, Shishio, Ritsu, Saki, Shina said. Looking at Shina for a moment, Shishio thought that this girl didn't come to his room last night, but because of that, his relationship with Roberta became even closer. However, he just wasn't sure how to explain this matter yet. Still, unexpectedly, they might accept this matter quickly since they might think it would be weird if Roberta didn't have a relationship with him. If so, Shishio was happy that they could accept his relationship with Roberta. However, he felt conflicted about their image of him since he was sure that they saw him as a scumbag. Still, he wasn't going to pretend or be a hypocrite that he wasn't one. What's the use of reputation compared to their happiness? Shishio felt that it didn't really matter, even if he was known as a scumbag as long as he could make all of them happy. They were about to part to go back, but suddenly someone called his name out. Oga-kun. They turned their heads and saw Tachibana Hina, who came, waving her hand toward him. Looking at her boobs that were moving around, each of them had a different kind of reaction. Still, Nana was bigger. What's wrong, Tachibana-sensei? Shishio asked curiously. Hina didn't think too much when she saw that Shishio was surrounded by many girls and asked, Have you met Rui-chan? I met her on my break earlier. Shishio nodded. Really? Then please take care of her, alright? She's quite awkward after all, Hina said. Still, she felt that Shishio was working too fast, right? She didn't tell him that Rui had transferred to this school before, which was why she didn't expect that they had met each other. I think it is a bit hard, sensei. After all, we're from a different grade, and don't you believe in your little sister, sensei? Shishio said. It wasn't that he didn't want to help Rui, but there was a time and occasion, right? If he agreed directly in front of his girlfriends, it would be troublesome to explain what was going on between him and Rui. If he was free, it was all good, but he had something to do after this. That's true, but you can even befriend a lot of beautiful girls like this, Hina said as she observed all the girls around Shishio for a moment. So, what's the problem with befriending one more girl? Shishio. Alright, that's all. Thank you, alright. Hina left with a cheerful tone. Shishio stared at Hina and thought that this woman was sharper than he had thought, but at the same time, he was wondering whether this woman came to give him trouble. Shishio, who is this Rui? Nana asked as she wrapped her hand around his neck. Shishio could see that everyone was looking at him, but even so, his expression didn't change much, and he said, Did you remember a week ago when I told you that I was going to help my friend? Still, once again, he realized how big Nana's size was when her two melons were pressed against his arms. You mean that friend is this Rui? Saki asked with a frown. She might be the only one who had seen Rui, and at the same time, she just wanted to know why there seemed to be something special between Rui and Shishio, even though they were just friends. Yes. Shishio nodded. That friend is Rui. How did you know her? Miu asked. Shishio thought for a moment and said, How about we talk as we walk? They nodded directly since it wasn't good to talk while they were still in the shoe locker area, and there were many people who passed this area, so if they stayed there for a long time, they might cause trouble. As for being the center of attention, even though some people still stared at them, especially girls since they were looking at Shishio, most of the students had gotten used to their group, so they didn't say much. They either went to the club or went home directly since they were just practically strangers. Still, Hikigaya Hachiman had to admit that the world was really unfair since Shishio's life was practically a sultan in real life. If Shishio was the protagonist, then he was just a background character whose face was too lazy to be drawn by the author. Well, it's not like we will get to know each other. Considering how he was at school, Hikigaya didn't think that he would know Shishio in life, so he didn't think too much and went home since he didn't want to stare at his group any longer. It wasn't that he hated Shishio or anything, but he was just jealous. Taking out his phone, Hikigaya then decided to check the school forum that had just appeared a few days ago, and he had to admit that this forum was quite interesting. With how much free time he had, this forum was a good way to spend his free time. Should I create a discussion about Go Explode, Raijuyu? Hikigaya thought that it was a good idea. Shishio had to admit that as long as it would create convenience for the harem protagonist and his heroines to meet or talk to each other, Adding more settings nearby the school had always been a common thing. Shrine, convenience store, karaoke, arcade, bench, beach, and any other places were always added to the setting of the story, depending on the situation. Still, it was impossible to add a beach since they were at Shinjuku, which was a landlocked area, but it was still possible to add a park. Shishio was sitting on the bench, looking at the girls who chose a drink from the vending machine. He looked at Shina, who was sitting next to him, sipping her drink silently. What did you drink, Mashiro? Apple juice. Shina looked at Shishio and asked, what about you? Pepsi. Can I try? I don't mind. Shina took the Pepsi from Shishio's hand and sipped it gently. Her expression turned weird since her tongue was a bit uncomfortable because of the frizzy feeling from the Pepsi. You don't like it? Shishio asked with a laugh. Still, looking at her red and cute tongue, his pants were a bit tight. Shina was a bit unhappy when she heard his laugh, but looking at this smile, she decided to forgive him. Do you want to try mine? Is it delicious? It's okay. Let me try it then. Shishio sipped Shina's apple juice and could feel the artificial sweetener on his tongue, and there wasn't any real apple on the beverage, but even so, it was alright and tasted quite good. Okay, enough flirting since we have an important discussion here. Mako's words made everyone focus on the matter that they were about to talk about. Well, you're curious about Rui, right? Everyone nodded, and they were just wondering who Rui was. Of course, it might be only their instinct, but they felt that Shishio treated Rui a bit special, which made them curious and slightly jealous. Nana, Miu, Saki, and Shina didn't feel jealous since they were Shishio's girlfriends, but Maya, Mako, and Ritsuo felt slightly jealous, even though they didn't know reason. However, if they had to say the reason, it might be because some girl they didn't know suddenly got close to him. They might not understand why they felt this feeling, but they just didn't really like it. If the girls had a big status like Nana, Yuki Nashida, Shina, or Sakurajima Mai, they might not say much, but Rui was a normal girl with a cute face. If they talked about who was cuter, then Mai and Mako felt that they were cuter. Ritsu wasn't as narcissistic as Mai and Mako, but she was also quite curious about Rui since she also had heard about the new cute transfer student from the next class. Still, they knew that their feelings were quite unreasonable and they shouldn't have these kinds of feelings. But even so, they hoped that Shishio could take care of their friends dearly and not befriend other girls randomly. As I have told you before, Rui is my friend, but she's my first friend in Tokyo, Shishio said. First friend. They were surprised when they heard Shishio's answer. Shishio then told them his first time meeting Rui and how they became friends with each other. As for how they lost their virginity together, he decided to keep that matter a secret for now. It wasn't that he didn't want to tell them, but this matter also included Rui, and he felt that it was too selfish to tell this matter directly without Rui's consent. Hearing their answer, they somehow felt relief since Shishio's relationship with Rui wasn't something that they had imagined, and at the same time, they also understood why the way he treated Rui was a bit special than others. However, if they knew the real reason, then they might not be surprised by Shishio's treatment. Unfortunately, it might take a while before they know the real reason. With this matter resolved, they decided to go back since Shishio had something to do, and he returned to Sakurasu with Saki, Shina, and Ritsu. Are you going somewhere tonight? Saki asked. Yes, I'm going to Ikebukuro, Shishio said. Ikebukuro. 3x. Shina, Saki, and Ritsu showed a different reaction. If Saki and Ritsu were surprised, then Shina was confused since she didn't know what kind of place it was. What are you doing there? That place is dangerous, you know. Saki asked with a frown. I have heard that there is a color gang, drug dealer, kidnapper, yakuza, and various other strange people there, you know. Ritsu said. Shina pulled Shishio's sleeve off his sweater, thinking that he was doing something dangerous again. You're so exaggerated. This is Japan, you know? We're in one of the safest places on earth. While it is true that Ikebukuro might have been dangerous in the past, it has become a peaceful place now. Also, next time, don't show such prejudice against something. We might need to be careful against something if we hear something bad about them, but it doesn't mean that everything about it is bad. You might see something unexpected there, Shishio said. Ritsu was a bit unacceptable that she was being reprimanded, so she asked, oh? For example? What is the unexpected thing that you can see from something bad? Shishio looked at Ritsu for a moment and said, it's you, Ritsu-senpai. Hey? Me? Ritsu was bewildered. Yeah. Shishio nodded. Remember the first time we met each other? You were so rude at that time that you directly told me to move away. You ignored a lot of people so you could read your book. You even hit my nose at that time and caused me to have a nosebleed. I can list a lot of your bad points, but you might not be able to accept it if I list all of them. Still, if this girl wasn't cute, he wouldn't even bother to talk with her. Unlike guys who could still work hard by getting a lot of money or tried to work their talents so they could become famous people, even if their appearance wasn't good, as long as they had either of them, they could still get a beautiful woman. However, if a woman had an ugly appearance, it was over. Even if they had money or talent, the guys wouldn't love them fully. It was cruel, but the world was like that, and it was also the reason why a lot of women's products such as makeup and other things were profitable. Still, there had always been an exception, though it might be quite hard. Ugh. Ritsu couldn't say anything, and her face was a bit sad when she heard that Shishio had a lot of bad opinions about her, especially when he still remembered when she hit his nose on the riverbank before. Shina and Saki didn't say anything since they were quite interested in their conversation. Still, after we got to know each other, I see a lot of wonderful things about you, Shishio said. Hey. Ritsu was startled again. First, you're gentle. Even though you're so awkward and aren't good with people, you often try to help them in your own way. Second, you have a cute reaction that it is fun to see you react. There are also... Stop. Stop. Ritsu's face was so red, and she tried to cover Shishio's mouth. Shishio still tried to talk even if his mouth was covered, which made Ritsu even more embarrassed. Shina and Saki rolled their eyes, but neither of them said anything since they weren't blind. But what are you doing there? Saki asked. Shishio moved Ritsu's hand away, ignoring Ritsu, whose face was so red when he held her hand, and said, You know about my form, right? When they nodded, he let go of Ritsu's hands to her disappointment, then continued with his explanation. I have made a deal with someone from the 2nd grade to help me promote the forum, so repay this person. I have to accompany this person to Ikebukuro. As for whether this place is dangerous or not, you don't need to worry, alright. They nodded, but then Ritsu asked, Shishio, why you're so fixed with this forum? You know, even if you don't make a deal, this forum is bound to be popular sooner or later. You don't need to be in a hurry, right? Shishio wasn't surprised by Ritsu's question, but he needed this forum to go viral as soon as possible. However, he couldn't tell the reason, or rather, he wasn't sure whether they could believe him since his reason to make this forum go viral as soon as possible was to help a girl. Well, you know, I have another plan after I have finished with this forum. Another plan? 3x. They looked at Shishio curiously, and somehow they wanted to see the inside of his head since he had too much of an idea, right? I'll keep it a secret for now since it won't be fun, alright. Shishio didn't tell them too much and returned to Sakurasu, changed his clothes, and read to pick up Ebonahina before they went to Ikebukuro, but before he walked out, Chihiro suddenly stopped him. Shishio, can we talk for a bit? Shishio was wondering how many times Chihiro had asked him to talk. 293, Ebona-senpai is too rotten. Shishio was on the top of his motorcycle, looking at Chihiro, who suddenly called him out. Well, I don't mind. He was about to step down from his motorcycle, but she stopped him. It's all right. You don't need to step down from it. Chihiro looked at Shishio and asked, Are you going somewhere? Yes. Where? Shishio thought for a moment and said, Gym. Gym. Chihiro raised her eyebrow and asked, Why? She looked at Shishio's body was already good, so there was no need to make it bigger, right? I just bought shares in the gym chain, so I thought I'd check it out, Shishio said calmly. Chihiro rubbed her temple somehow and let out a long sigh. If only he wasn't my nephew. If Shishio wasn't her nephew, then she wouldn't let him go and aid him directly. Well, just don't go back too late. Don't worry. I won't go back so late. Shishio looked at Chihiro calmly and asked, Is that all? No, I want to ask you about Aoyama Nanami. Do you know her? Chihiro asked. I know her. Shishio nodded. She's my classmate. It's good that you know each other, so can you help her move out tomorrow? She's going to be a new resident of Sakurasu, Chihiro said. Alright, I'll help her tomorrow. Shishio agreed without hesitation, but then he saw Chihiro's expression was a bit weird. What's wrong? So your relationship is close. With who? With this Aoyama. Chihiro looked at Shishio and knew that this guy was simply a nuclear weapon. As long as a girl or a woman was around his vicinity, they would be hit by his radiation. Shishio looked at Chihiro and asked, Is it important? It's important. Chihiro nodded. You have a girlfriend, after all. Don't you think that you need to watch out for your relationship with other girls so your girlfriend won't misunderstand you? Shishio didn't answer Chihiro's question and stared at her for a moment. What's with that stare? Chihiro's face slowly reddened. Still, she felt a bit annoyed that she stuttered at this moment, which made her feel that she had lost to her nephew. I just realized that our relationship is pretty close too, Chihiro ne. I wonder if my girlfriend will misunderstand our relationship, Shishio said with a joking tone. I'm your aunt, bastard. Chihiro knocked Shishio's head lightly. Don't knock my head, Chihiro, nay. If I become stupid, can you take responsibility for me? Shishio asked as he rubbed his head. Even if you're stupid, it's you who should take responsibility for me, not the other way around. Chihiro corrected Shishio's words with a serious tone. Suddenly the atmosphere between the two became quite subtle. I think that I should go now since it's better for me to go early so I can go back early. Shishio broke the silence. Oh. Oh, be careful. Chihiro turned around to hide her blush. I'll go first. Bye, Chihiro, nay. Shishio smiled as he said goodbye. Be careful, all right. Chihiro also smiled and couldn't look away from his smile. She didn't enter Sakurasuo and watched his back that slowly became smaller before she covered her face with her hands, feeling a bit embarrassed by their banter before. What was that? She slapped her cheeks several times and tried to remind herself. Come on, Chihiro. You're his aunt. When she recalled what their relationship was, her hand that was waving toward his direction awkwardly fell before she entered Sakurasuo with mixed feelings. Ebona was waiting right outside her apartment building with a large bag on her shoulder. She was sitting on the bench, waiting for Shishio to come. Now that you've mentioned it, it might be my first time going out with a boy, hey. Ebona rubbed her chin and felt a bit shy that Shishio took her first time. Her friend had tried to introduce her to guys in the past, but she ignored them since she knew it was impossible for a guy to understand her hobby. As for making an otaku as her boyfriend, she had never thought of that possibility since even some otakus were disgusted by BL, boys love, related things. Well, it doesn't really matter. Ebona knew that Shishio was more interested in Yumiko, and if possible, she wanted them to be together. However, she knew that Shishio had a girlfriend. I wonder when he's going to break up with his girlfriend. She thought for a while then suddenly saw a motorcycle stop right in front of her. She couldn't react for a while until she saw the person on the motorcycle take off his helmet. Should we go, Ebona-senpai? Ebona had to admit that if there was BL manga with Shishio as the model, she would buy it without hesitation. Ikebukuro is a commercial and entertainment district in Toshima, Tokyo, Japan. While not as large or well known as Akihabara, Ikebukuro is also a center of otaku culture. However, unlike Akihabara, Ikebukuro caters more to a female clientele with butler cafes and anime, manga, and cosplay-related shops such as Animate, Mandarake, and K-books. The center of the female otaku scene is located along Otome Road, just north of Sunshine City. It is also said to be a good place to find doujinshi, or self-published manga or novels, especially those produced for women. How could Shishio know all of that even though it was his first time in this place? It was because Ebona had been talking non-stop, introducing him to an ikebukuro during their trip. When Ebona saw that Shishio didn't have a prejudice against otaku and even asked her curiously, she didn't hesitate to introduce him to a lot of things about ikebukuro culture. She even told him why she asked her to come to accompany her. If I come at noon, then it is all right, but at night, it is a bit dangerous. Ebona sighed, wondering why the new BL manga that she had been waiting for would be released tonight. If it's on the weekend. Not that she had anything to complain about, though, since she could get her manga faster. Isn't that obvious? You're a girl. You're quite a cute one at that. If you walk at night alone, isn't that dangerous? Quite a cute one? Can you just say that I'm cute? What's quite a cute one? Ebona couldn't help but complain slightly, but she was full of smiles when she heard his praise. Yes, you're a cute girl, Shishio said in a perfunctory manner. If Ebona wasn't afraid that an accident might happen, then she might slap Shishio's head at this moment. As they arrived at the Ikebukuro, Shishio could see a bustling city that wasn't even close to Shinjuku. He had to admit that compared to Kyoto, the number of people in Tokyo was so huge, and it made the air quite thin, especially when he had to compare it to Iwafune before. Still, he understood why Ikebukuro was called a commercial and entertainment district at this moment. Shishio found a parking park near the Ikebukuro station and when he parked his motorcycle, Ebona, who had stepped down from the motorcycle, suddenly called his name out. Oga-kun. Welcome to Ikebukuro. Shishio looked at Ebona, who was still wearing a helmet and carrying the backpack that he had brought before. On his hand, there was a huge bag that Ebona had brought since they exchanged bags with each other so they could ride the motorcycle better. Thanks, but you should take off the helmet now. Oh. Ebona nodded quickly and wanted to take off the helmet, but it was quite difficult. Come closer. Let me help you, Shishio said. Ebona didn't think too much and moved closer towards Shishio, letting him help, taking off her helmet, but she felt a bit regret, letting him do this since it made her heart race so fast and her face blush. She felt his fingers on her chin and cheeks until she heard the click sound, and the helmet on her head was taken off. Shishio put 2 helmets on his motorcycle and also stepped down from his motorcycle. Shall we go now? Hearing Shishio's question, Ebona quickly reacted. Yes. Still, on Ebena's head, she tried to imagine the scene where Shishio helped her to take off the helmet on her head, but the one that he helped wasn't her. Instead, it was a man, and she had to admit that scene was hot. Ebena-senpai, do you need a tissue? Shishio took the tissue that he kept on his backpack as he looked at Ebena, who had a nosebleed. Ah, yes, thank you very much. Ebena took the tissue naturally and cleaned up her nosebleed. Her glasses were shining, and she was staring in one direction. She knew that her battle would begin sooner or later, and she was ready for it. Let's go, Shishio-kun. Let me show you the battleground known as the Ikebukuro. Shishio could only watch her antics speechlessly at this moment. Come on, Oga-kun. Oh. As they walked together, Ebena realized Shishio was simply walking limelight since whenever he walked, there were many people, especially girls, staring at him. Unlike other famous commercial districts such as Shinjuku or Shibuya, most of the people on the Ikebukuro came from Saitama. Even though it sounded quite cruel, compared to Tokyo, Saitama was a countryside, so they had never seen someone as handsome as Shishio. Still, even in entire Japan, it might be hard or impossible to see someone as handsome as him. Ebena took a face mask that she brought and gave it to Shishio. Shishio, wear this. Thanks. Shishio didn't reject Ebena's kindness and accepted the face mask. Looking at Shishio, who wore the face mask without much complaint, Ebena sighed in relief, but even so, he still attracted a lot of attention, considering how tall and good his body was, but it was still several times better than before. Even though his clothes are so normal. Shishio was just wearing a black-colored hoodie, white t-shirt, black jersey pants, and sneakers. He didn't wear strange clothes, and he was just normal clothes, but when he wore them, it gave off a different feeling. Shishio looked at Ebena, who was wearing a sweater, shirt, jeans, pants, sneakers, and red-framed glasses, and asked, Ebena-senpai, should we go to Anime or Otome Road? Otome Road, a center for otaku culture and a shopping district for anime and manga aimed at women. As most people expected, this district sold a lot of BL, shoujo, and other otaku-related goods aimed at women. On the other hand, Anime was a retail store of anime, video games, and manga. In conclusion, this store would sell most otaku-related goods. Shishio knew that Ebena wanted to go to either of them, though he wasn't sure which one that she wanted to go to. However, her reaction was unexpected since she suddenly stopped so suddenly. What's wrong? Why do you think that I want to go to Otome Road? Ebena asked. You seemed to be so excited when you told me about Otome Road, so I thought that you wanted to go there, Shishio said. You know what kind of goods are sold in that place, right? Ebena asked. Shoujo manga, Otome game, BL, and other things, right? What's wrong? Shishio was confused since Ebena's state was a bit wrong. Do you think that is okay to like such a thing? Ebena asked. Okay. Shishio raised his eyebrow and asked, you mean to like something like BL? Ebena nodded. What do you think of BL itself? BL, hey? Frankly, I'm not good at it, but it doesn't mean that I can't accept the person who loves it since I don't think there's something wrong with pursuing something that you love. Also, even though I'm not good at it, I think that BL is just a shoujo manga with a different gender character. Shishio explained, but Ebena suddenly became excited. That's right. BL manga is just a shoujo manga. What's wrong with it? Everyone should love BL manga and not judge the people who love it. Looking at Ebena, who suddenly became excited, Shishio quickly calmed her down and said, I know that you are all excited, but calm down. Not all people in this world are all open-minded like me. You should know the image of otaku in the eyes of most people, right? Even though he didn't think that there was anything wrong with pursuing something you loved, he also wanted Ebena to see the place and occasion since they were in the middle of the street right now. Ebena ignored Shishio's words and said, Shishio-kun, how about we embark on the BL path together? I think that you have talent on this path. How about Kiryu-sensei? I think he has always seen you differently from other students, right? I'm not happy at all with that praise. Shishio wanted to smack this girl's butts, but he held himself and directly pushed this girl's back to move forward. Also, don't talk more nonsense. Let's go, or your manga will be sold out. Still, what do you think of Kiryu-sensei? That's not a funny joke. Still, if I have to choose between a BL lover girl or a guy, then I'll choose a BL lover girl without hesitation, Shishio said without hesitation. After all, the BL lover girl was still a girl, and Ebena was also a cute girl. Lastly, it was several times better than dating a guy. Ebena blinked her eyes as she stared at Shishio's handsome face with a stunned and blush on her face. Luckily, it was night, so her blush wasn't so noticeable. What's wrong? Shishio asked curiously since this girl suddenly stared at him blankly, but Ebena quickly reacted and let out a sigh, showing her disappointment. Unfortunately, Shishio-kun. If you like a guy, Shishio knew that Ebina was a Fujoshi, but this girl was too rotten, right? 294, Ikebukuro isn't just a normal district. After their talk before, Ebina didn't hide her desire and bravely walked toward Otome Road. Senpai, I don't need to enter, right? Shishio asked unsurely. He knew that Ikebukuro might not be a peaceful place, but no gangs or yakuza would enter an Otome Road, right? Ebina laughed when she heard Shishio's question. You can wait here then. Give me my bag, by the way. Shishio gave Ebina's bag, and she also gave him his bag, but when they were about to do it, someone called Ebina's name. Ebina she. Shishio and Ebina turned their heads and saw a group of 4 people with 3 men and 1 woman. Erika she. Wow. It's Ebina she. It's rare to see you at night like this. Did you come for that? Yes, Erika she. I have been waiting for that, and I can't wait for it. I understand how you feel since we need to wait for 2 months for this to work. Then Ebina and the girl, whose name was Erika, started to talk with words that Shishio and 3 men couldn't understand and didn't want to join no matter what. Shishio and the 3 men looked at each other and could only show a wry smile to each other, and somehow they understood each other's feelings at this moment. Shishio looked at Ebina, then looked at Erika, who was dressed in a black cheongsam and a black newsboy cap. He could see that she had brown eyes and brown hair tied in a braid. He looked at this girl and knew that he had seen this girl in his previous life. Shishio didn't say much and only looked at the night sky in silence since the conversation between the 2 girls wasn't something he could join, nor did he want to. Kya, I can't wait to get it. Ebina squealed in happiness. Let's go. Let's go. We're not the only ones who are aiming for it. It'll be terrible if it sells out. Erika was also excited and wanted to enter the store directly. Okay. Okay. Let's go. Ebina also couldn't wait any longer either. Wait, senpai. You forgot your bag. Shishio quickly reminded Ebina. Oh, right. Thanks, Oga-kun. Ebina stopped, and they exchanged bags with each other. She looked at him and asked, I'm going to enter the battlefield. Are you not coming? Thank you, but I'll wait here, Shishio said and felt speechless. What a shame. Ebina sighed and said, wait here then, it won't be long. Let's go, Erika she. Ah, yes. Erika nodded as she looked at Shishio curiously, and when Ebina moved closer, she whispered and asked, is that your boyfriend? I'm so jealous that you can have a boyfriend that can understand your hobby. What was the biggest problem with Fujoshi? They wanted a boyfriend, but they didn't want an otaku boyfriend since they also had a prejudice over otaku, thinking that they were disgusting. It might be weird. After all, Fujoshi was also disgusting since they loved to see BL-related goods, but before they were Fujoshi, they were also a girl. They still dreamed of having their prince to fuck them, not fat and sweaty otaku who always wore a silly t-shirt. Ebina's expression was a bit unnatural, but she didn't answer Erika's question, showed her bright smile, and quickly said, come on, Erika she. It won't be good if we don't get the goods. Come on. Erika nodded without hesitation with burning eyes. Shishio looked at the back of Ebina and Erika, and he could see go, 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 go. Onomatopoeia behind them, which made him speechless. He then looked at the 3 men that came together with Erika and gave a polite nod. Hello. Hello. 3x. Shishio didn't think too much and started to talk with the 3 of them, and he knew that as expected that they were the van gang from the Durarara. Shishio knew that there were a lot of characters in this world, but he didn't expect that there would be so much. It seems this world is deeper than I'd thought. Still, he didn't think too much since compared to the existence of Yujiro Hanma, the scale of Durarara was smaller since it only revolved around Ikebukuro, and he didn't live on Ikebukuro, so everything that happened in this district had nothing to do with him. As Ebina and Erika went to the battlefield, the 4 men talked to each other. Shishio knew the names of the 3 men in their 20s were Kyuhei Kadota, Walker Umasaki, and Saburo Togasa. Still, he had to admit that the 3 of them gave him a different impression. Walker Umasaki was the usual otaku with fox-like eyes. Saburo Togasa was like a laid-back guy that often picks up a girl on the street, but deep inside, he was an idol chaser. Kyuhei Kodata was like a genuinely good guy. Still, the 3 of them gave him quite a deep impression. The 3 of them also had a good impression of Shishio since he was polite and didn't have prejudice over Fujoshi. Oga-kun, are you Ebina-chan's boyfriend? Umasaki asked with a smile as if he was about to hear the hottest news this year. Fujoshi wasn't uncommon on the Ikebukuro, especially on the Otome Road, but someone as cute as Ebina Hina was rare. Shishio had to admit that Ebina was cute, and if she wasn't cute, then there was no way that Yumikomi Yuro would befriend her since usually a cute girl would attract another cute girl. It was like a stand user would attract another stand user. Still, the girl's friendship was more complicated than the meeting between stand users since if 2 stand users couldn't accept each other, they would directly fight with each other, beating each other to a pulp, but girls were using the underhanded techniques, gathered a crowd, creating a rumor, and doing various things to take down their opponents with a vicious method. Somehow Shishio felt that he was glad that he was born as a guy. Hey, Yumisaki, don't be so rude. Kodaka couldn't help but remind Yumisaki since this guy was quite rude. Sorry, but I'm quite curious, you know? Ebina-chan is the pearl on the Otome Road after all, Yumisaki said sheepishly. Pearl of the Otome Road. Shishio was wondering whether Ebina was really that famous. It's alright, Kodata-san. I don't mind answering Yumisaki-san's question. Sorry about that, Oga-kun, Kodata also apologized. Ebina-senpai isn't my girlfriend. She's my senior, Shishio said. Senpai? You're younger than her. Saburo looked up at Shishio and felt the malice of the world. Shishio was younger than him, but his height wasn't that different from Kodata. I'm a freshman in high school this year. Shishio didn't hide his identity since he knew that the three of them weren't bad guys. So you're coming to accompany her? Kodata asked. Well, yeah, and I'm also quite curious about Ikebukuro since it is my first time here, Shishio said. Oh? Your first time? They were quite surprised by Shishio's words. How come it is your first time? Saburo asked weirdly. After all, Ikebukuro was a famous commercial district, and it would have been weird if someone hadn't come to the Ikebukuro. However, when he observed Shishio again, he felt that it wasn't that weird since even though Shishio might dress normally like them, he could see that Shishio seemed like someone born from a royal clan or something. He wasn't that sure, though. Are you coming outside of Tokyo? Kodata asked. I'm from Kyoto, Shishio said. Kyoto. 3x. The three of them were surprised when they tried to observe Shishio again. Shishio looked at the three of them, who looked at him as if an alien and could only shake his head since they were too rude, right? Even though it might be rare to see someone from Kyoto, it didn't mean that it was okay to stare at someone so rudely like this. Cough. Cough. Shishio coughed to remind them. Kodata was the first one who realized how rude their reaction was and quickly apologized. I'm sorry for the rudeness. He then slapped the heads of Saburo and Yumisaki since they were still staring at Shishio. Don't be rude to him like that. Sorry, but the last time I was in Kyoto was during my high school trip, and as expected, Kyoto's people really had an elegant aura around them. Saburo said in amazement. Not all the people in Kyoto like me. Please don't put such prejudice over Kyoto's men, but thank you for your praise, Shishio said calmly. Sorry. Saburo quickly apologized since he knew he was quite rude, but the atmosphere didn't feel awkward since Shishio didn't make it that way. What a shame, if you're a little older, then I'll bring you to a good place. Yumisaki sighed regretfully. Fun place. Shishio was curious. That place. Yumisaki pointed his finger at the nearby animate. I don't need to be an adult to enter an animate, right? Shishio asked weirdly. No, the place that I want to bring you might be inside the animate, but... Yumisaki moved closer and whispered, there's a really fun place inside. Yumisaki's whisper was like a voice of the devil that tried to tempt a human. Shishio somehow understood the meaning of Yumisaki's words, and as a man, there was no way that he didn't understand where Yumisaki wanted to bring him. Isn't that all right? With my height and face mask, who will think that I'm underage? Yumisaki smiled when Shishio quickly caught up. That's true. Should we go now? I'll introduce you to the new world. New world. Shishio would be lying if he wasn't interested since he only saw the culture of this country through a convenience store, and he hadn't entered a specialized store like Animate. Still, I'm afraid that Ebina-senpai might go back. You don't need to worry. It might take a while for them to come back since they need to get a lot of things and also a signature from the author, Yumisaki whispered like a devil again. Shishio still hesitated, but Yumisaki quickly added, Kodata-san and Saburo-san can wait here and tell them that we're going to the toilet for a while, right? Kodata and Saburo. Shishio looked at Yumisaki for a moment, bowed his head slightly, and said, please take care of me, Yumisaki-senpai. Okay, Oga-kun. Follow me. Let me guide you to the new world. Yumisaki smiled brightly then looked at Kodata and Saburo. Please take care of the scene, alright, Kodata-san, Saburo-san. Let's go, Oga-kun. Oh. Shishio and Yumisaki didn't hesitate and walked toward the forbidden area of the animate under the speechless stare of Kodata and Saburo, who could only shake each other helplessly. 295, this Fujoshi isn't cute. With a crossed 18+ sign written in red font behind the black background, Shishio stared at the forbidden area he shouldn't enter. He knew that he shouldn't enter, but there was a strange force that told him to enter this area no matter what. Shall we enter, Oga-kun? Yumisaki still maintained his fox-like smile, waiting for Shishio to follow him. Shishio nodded without hesitation and entered the place that he had never been with Yumisaki. He knew that he shouldn't enter, and if he entered, there should be a consequence that he needed to pay, but even so, he knew that he should be alright, especially when he had ninjutsu mastery. Welcome to the new world, Oga-kun. Yumisaki said with a smile as he spread his arms wide. New world. Shishio murmured as he observed the surrounding areas curiously. The area wasn't that big, and it was divided by several aisles with various immoral goods placed on the shelf. Teacher, big sister, little sister, maid, robot, harem, cat ears, elf, princess, MILF, and various things are inside this place. You can search for anything you want here, and you might even find a beast that you don't know hiding inside you are hiding here. Yumisaki's speech was passionate. He was like a pious pastor who guided the lost lamb in front of him. Even if you search for something extreme such as tentacles, it is still possible. Or rather, should he be a devil who introduced an innocent kid to this kind of wretched thing? Shishio wasn't sure, but he decided to take Yumisaki's hand, and he didn't regret it. Instead, he took a deep breath and calmed himself for a moment. Then without hesitation, he activated his zone, which caused his eyes to gleam in purple lights. In this state, Shishio's reading speed became faster, and with just a glance, he could read all the titles on the first row of the shelf, and reading all of that in just a single glance, he realized the deep malice in this world and how humans' imagination could be so vile. Shishio then closed his eyes and let out a sigh, feeling a bit tired somehow since there were so many interesting genres that he didn't know which one should choose first. Looking at Shishio's reaction, Yumisaki also understood his situation, so he patted Shishio's shoulder gently. I understand your reaction. There are too many things inside. Unfortunately, we have limited time for our adventure, so let me help you this time. Senpai. Shishio was moved. Tell me what kind of genre that you love, Oga-kun? With my long years of experience, it'll only take me a second to find the best work of your favorite genre. Yumisaki said with confidence as he patted his chest. Shishio looked at Yumisaki for a moment, but his mind was running fast. There were so many genres that he wanted to check, but he only had a limited time since he didn't want Ebina to know about their endeavor. Just a maid. Maid, was it? Wait a moment, according to my database, then the best maid works are. After Shishio told Yumisaki about his maid lover, Yumisaki showed why he could be called the Fox of Ikebukuro. No one really named him that way, but Shishio wanted to name Yumisaki that way since his way to hunt down the treasures was just like a fox and that smile that wanted to show him the best maid-related goods, he didn't feel regret to call him his senpai. Follow me, Oga-kun. Yes, senpai. Yumisaki's small back seemed bigger. As Shishio followed that back, he had a blast tonight. Ebina and Erika also returned from their endeavor, and their expression was as if they were warriors that had returned from the battlefield. What they wanted to do right now was to return to their family to enjoy the fruit of their hard work. As they walked together to go back, they saw Shishio, Yumisaki, Kodata, and Sabura talking as if an old friend was on the side of the street, which surprised them. Senpai. When Shishio noticed Ebina, he waved his hand toward her. Ebina smiled and walked directly toward him. Sorry to make you wait. No problem, I'd have fun talking with Kodata-san, Yumisaki-senpai, and Saburo-san, Shishio said. Yumisaki-senpai. Ebina felt a bit weird by how Shishio called Yumisaki, so she looked at Yumisaki, who only smiled sheepishly but didn't say anything before she looked at Shishio, who still maintained a calm expression. Shishio quickly reacted and looked at Ebina's huge bag filled with a lot of books. You sure have bought a lot of things, senpai. Ebina nodded with a smile and said, there's a lot of interesting books there, so I can't help it. When she thought of all the new books that she saw, she couldn't stop her hands and directly grabbed all the books to her limit. Let me carry it for you. Shishio took Ebina's bag naturally and held it on his arm. By the way, have you eaten, senpai? Ebina, whose bag had been taken by Shishio so naturally, couldn't react for a while before she shook her head. I haven't. How about we eat first? I'll treat you. Still, she sighed inwardly since his casual gentleman act was too dangerous for a virgin like her. It's all right. You don't need to. No, I'll treat you, Ebina said without hesitation. Well, then thank you, senpai. Shishio decided to accept Ebina's treat. So, what do you want to eat? Ebina asked with a smile. It's a bit chilly here. I want to eat something warm, Shishio said. How about udon? I know a good place nearby, Ebina said as she tapped her chin. Then should we go there now? Shishio asked. Sure. Ebina nodded, then looked at Erika, who had been staring at her with a knowing smile, which made her a bit embarrassed. I'll go back first, Erika she. Sure, have fun, you young-un. Erika nodded with a smile. Kodata-san, Yumisaki-san, Saburo-san, I'll go first. Ebina also knew Erika's group, so she naturally said goodbye to the three of them. Shishio also did the same and also said goodbye to everyone, but Yumisaki dropped a bomb. Ebina-chan, did you know that Oga-kun has bought a maid genre 18+ books? Yumisaki reported Shishio's deeds without hesitation. Everyone. Yumisaki, why? Shishio didn't expect that Yumisaki would betray him so suddenly. He had treated him like a senior, but this guy dared to betray him? If Yumisaki didn't show him such a wonderful world, Shishio would beat up Yumisaki directly at this moment. Yumisaki looked toward the distance, putting both of his hands on his back, and said, Oga-kun. I think that it is unfair for you to know Ebina-chan's secret yet she doesn't know about your secret. I know that what I have done is cruel for you, but it is also for the future of the two of you. Still, as my junior, I believe that you can handle this storm. He then turned his back toward Shishio as he walked away. Don't thank me. Let's go, Kodata-san, Saburo-san, Erika-san. Let's leave the two of them alone. Erika gave a thumb up to Shishio before she followed Yumisaki. Kodata and Saburo could only look at Shishio with a sympathetic gaze and also walked away since they knew that they couldn't do anything in this situation. Shishio looked at the four of them, leaving him alone with Ebina before he turned toward Ebina, who was looking at him with a smirk. Oga-kun, do you like maids? It was his first time tasting such a swift betrayal, and somehow, Shishio hated himself, who was so naive at that moment. Inside the Yuden restaurant, Ebina curiously looked at the 18+ books with a maid picture on them. Senpai, can you put that down? Shishio asked helplessly. It's all right, right? If you feel it's unfair, how about you check what I've bought too? Ebina said with a smile. Shishio looked at the vast amount of BL books that had been bought by Ebina and could only sigh before he stared at Ebina's face. Ebina, who was looking at Shishio's maid books, noticed Shishio's stare, which made her a bit embarrassed. What are you looking at? I'm looking at you, senpai. Oh? Am I cute? Ebina asked with a smile. You're cute, senpai. Shishio nodded without hesitation. Ebina didn't expect Shishio to be so blunt. Still, even if you're cute, it doesn't mean that you can read that book here. Shishio still reminded Ebina since it wasn't good to read such a book in this restaurant. That's true. Ebina nodded, but then she asked, still, what is your favorite maid outfit? Can we not talk about that now? Even though Shishio's face might be thick, he also could get embarrassed, alright? Ebina laughed when she saw his reaction. However, she didn't tease him anymore and put his book in his bag. Shishio sighed in relief, then asked, by the way, senpai, how is the forum? Have you talked to your friends? That's right. Ebina only remembered this matter now and took out her phone. Can you see it, Oga-kun? Your forum has already become so popular. Shishio looked at the forum that was opened on Ebina's phone and didn't expect it would become popular so soon. He hadn't had time to check it before, and Ryu Anosuk didn't tell him anything, so he didn't think too much. However, looking at the result, he could see that at least 55% of students on the swim had entered the forum, which made him gratified. Shishio looked at Ebina and said, looking at the result of the forum, I should be the one who is treating you, right? It's all right. It's all right. I also want to thank you for bringing me to Ikebukuro and protecting me here. Also, if I have trouble, you should help me, all right? Ebina said with a smile. Don't worry. I'll help but don't tell your friends about this, all right? If you need my help, just call my phone. Shishio felt that the fewer people knew about this matter, the better it was. Okay, okay. You don't need to worry. Ebina nodded with a smile. As they talked to each other, their order came, and they started to eat their udon, and as they talked to each other, they also became closer, but even though they were close, it didn't mean that they would become a lover since their relationship was more like a comrade who understood to each other. That's how Shishio believed in their relationship, but he wasn't sure what Ebina was thinking since this girl's personality was quite extreme. If she was having fun, she would let go of all of her breaks without hesitation, but if there was something that she wasn't good with, she would show a fake smile and just nod before she directly left the person that she wasn't good with. Like when Shishio suddenly talked about the Otome Road to Ebina, and if his answer wasn't good at that time, she would directly ignore him and stay away from him since she was afraid for him to see her in a weird light, considering her hobby and all. Ebina knew that for most people, her hobby was disgusting, and she also knew how people saw her as a weirdo after they knew her hobby, but even so, she wouldn't stop, and it was also the reason why she also had an inferiority complex too. However, Ebina was also easily satisfied since as long as no one judged her and she could enjoy her hobby, she was alright to be with that person. Ebina suddenly asked, Oga-kun, no, Shishio-kun, can I call you that? I don't mind, but should I call you Hina-senpai now? Shishio asked. Ebina felt her heart trembling for a moment before she nodded. Just call me that. So what's wrong, Hina-senpai? Shishio asked curiously as he ate his udon. Ebina wanted to ask about Shishio's thoughts about Yumiko and also about his girlfriend matter, but in the end, no words came out of her mouth. Senpai. Is your mushroom udon good? Ebina asked curiously. It's okay. Then I'll try your mushroom. Ebina took Shishio's mushroom with her chopsticks and ate it with relish. Your mushroom is good, Shishio-kun. Shishio. You should thank the chef, not me, alright. Also, my mushroom is several times bigger than that, Shishio thought but didn't say it aloud. Try my curry udon. It's delicious too. Let me try it. As they ate, they continued to talk again until they finished their dinner before they walked out of the restaurant. Ebina stretched her hands high, showing a comfortable expression, then asked, What do you think of Ikebukuro, Shishio-kun? It's not bad. There's a lot of interesting things going on here, Shishio said since he had to admit that it wasn't bad to go to Ikebukuro. Right. Ebina smiled and asked, So will we go here again? If I go to this place with you, then I don't mind, Shishio said as he looked at Ebina. Ebina looked at Shishio for a moment, then smiled. Well, if that's the case, I'll bring you to the cosplay store so you can see me, wearing a maid uniform. What do you think? Shishio blinked his eyes, staring at Ebina for a moment, and asked, I wonder, what should I say in this situation? Why don't you thank me since I have brought your wish to reality? Ebina said smugly. Thank you very much. Shishio said helplessly. You don't need to get all embarrassed, alright? The night is still young. Let's go and walk around first. Ebina wanted to walk again, but then her hand was held. She was stunned and looked at Shishio in surprise. Let's hold hands. I'm getting nervous, letting you walk like this, Shishio said without changing his face, but he just wanted to hold her hand, feeling that it would be a shame if he didn't do this. Still, there was a large crowd in front of them, so it wasn't weird for them to hold hands with each other, right? Ebina nodded, feeling his big hand, wrapped her hand tenderly, and felt a bit embarrassed. Still, she had to admit that it felt good, especially when Shishio led her and protected her from the crowd. By the way, Shishio-kun. How about you hold Kiryu-sensei's hand next time? Ebina said with a smile, trying to hide her embarrassment. Shishio wondered whether he should really go to Ikebukuro with Ebina next time. 296, one chapter with various problems. When Shishio came back to his room, he felt so relieved somehow since he must admit that walking out with Ebina was dangerous. He felt that his mind was constantly tested since this girl often talked in words that he couldn't understand sometimes, or rather, he didn't want to understand. However, this girl also understood that he didn't really like something related to BL, so she didn't tease him that much and guided him through the Ikebukuro, introducing various places such as Sunshine 60 and Tokyo Metropolitan Theatre, and Westgate Park. Still, neither of them would expect that they would really meet a color gang during their trip. Some people might be confused, but what is a color gang? In simple terms, color gang is a gang group that wears something like clothing, accessories, or tattoos of a specific color to represent their gang. Blue squares, yellow squares, dollar, etc. There were various gangs on the Ikebukuro, but as long as they stayed in the crowded place, they wouldn't be bothered that much. If Ebina was alone, then she might be troubled. Luckily, she came with Shishio, and it reassured her, and she felt that she was protected by him. Still, if she was asked, who would trouble her the most in the Ikebukuro? Instead of the color gang, then it should be a persistent pickup guy. She was cute, after all, and it was normal for guys to stare and want to talk with her, but by holding Shishio's hand, it told everyone that she was off limits and she was his. Ebina must admit that she didn't hate this feeling, but once again, she was Fujoshi, so she had always refrained from falling in love with someone since it was impossible for a guy to accept her hobby unless they were homo. Still, she wasn't asking for a guy who could accept her hobby, but she was looking for a guy who could tolerate her hobby and let her do what she loved. She had found the boy, but she wasn't sure what he thought about her. Still, Ebina wasn't sure how the future would lead them, and she just wanted to have fun tonight. After staying on the Ikebukuro for a while, Shishio sent Ebina back and returned to Sakurasu. He was sitting in his seat, looking at the screen on his laptop while talking with Claudia Hodgins, Shishio's head of the holding company. Claudia told him to come and set up a meeting about the development of his company, especially the new development that was about to begin. Shishio had business mastery, so he could create various improvements in his company just with the data that he received from Claudia. Even though he didn't need to come directly, he knew that there were some projects that he needed to lead by himself. Still, he wasn't in a hurry now, but he also knew that he needed to come sooner or later, especially on Sony, since he attached great importance to this company. Still, after his talk with Claudia, there was something that he needed to do first, and that was to read the books that he had bought earlier in the Ikebukuro. Shishio must admit that he was wasting his time right now, so he used his other hand to create manga drawing software for Sheena so she could draw better. He could make a better computer and drawing pad later as long as there were parts, but it took him a lot of time to create software. However, there was one thing that he needed to check first, and as expected, when he put the keyword on his browser, he saw the news about the death of Doppo Orokai on the internet, but it didn't become hot news, considering the majority of people didn't have an interest in karate. Still, with the death of Doppo Orokai, everyone lamented the development of karate in this country since there was no one who could be called a pillar that could represent karate to the world, but at the same time, there were a lot of people who were happy about his death too, thinking that Doppo wasn't suitable to become the pillar of karate, considering his personality, which was arrogant and reckless. People don't care whether that person is black or white, as long as that person has power. Shishio knew the truth about the world and knew that there was no way Doppo's hand was clear as a baby, and he was sure that there was a lot of blood on Doppo's hand. However, Doppo had the power, so no one could say much. However, Doppo had died, and everything crumbled since he had no one that could be called a successor. Even if Shishio didn't do anything, he was sure that many people would bite Doppo's reputation to death since Doppo had offended a lot of people, especially him. Moreover, the fire had already been lit, and he was just pouring gasoline there, so the fire would be even more intense. As for his involvement in this matter, no one could find it for sure. Knock, knock. Suddenly the door of his room was knocked on. Enter. Shishio turned and saw Roberta enter his room with somehow a serious expression. What's wrong, Roberta? Roberta didn't answer Shishio's question and closed the door. She stared at Shishio for a moment and said, Shishio-sama, I have something to talk about with you. Shishio didn't say anything and only nodded, wondering what Roberta wanted to say. Roberta took a deep breath and said, there seems to be a problem with your semen. Shishio rubbed his temple and wondered what kind of problem he would face, but he didn't expect to face this kind of strange problem. Roberta knew that Shishio had let out a lot of semen inside her womb, and it wouldn't be weird if she got pregnant since he had let out so much, so she decided to check whether she was really pregnant or not. However, she didn't, and it made her curious about the condition of his semen, which was why she decided to bring his sample to his private hospital, but she didn't expect that he would have trouble with his semen. It seems that you have azoospermia, Shishio-sama, Roberta said with a serious expression since if Shishio had azoospermia, then he couldn't have a child. Even though she didn't mind, it would be terrible if he didn't have an heir for his industry. Still, with the development of technology, I'm sure that it'll be alright in the future, and we can have children too. Still, she was a bit surprised to see Shishio was relatively calm and wondered whether he didn't understand her words. Roberta, let me tell you. Shishio didn't expect Roberta's head would be so wild to think that he would have azoospermia, so he decided to explain that he had found a martial art technique so that he didn't need to worry his girls would get pregnant if he let out his segment inside. Roberta stared at Shishio in a daze and asked, really? Do you want to check it? You can send it to the hospital later to check it. Even though the system had told him that with his enhanced testicles, he could control whether his semen would make someone pregnant or not, he still wanted to check it. Anyway, he had a hospital on his own, so it was simple to keep this matter a secret. Well, it'll be even great if I have a pharmaceutical company. Then I'll check it. Roberta didn't waste them and pulled Shishio's shorts directly, looking at his soft penis. Even though it is big, it is cute. It's like an elephant's trunk. Shishio wasn't sure how to describe his mood at that moment. Still, her warm breath and her soft hand that wrapped around his penis caused it to react quickly and caused it to become bigger. It's amazing no matter how many times that I have seen it. There were many things that Shishio wanted to say at that moment, but he decided to keep his mouth to enjoy the pleasure that he felt at that moment. Roberta wiped her mouth and looked at the large amount of semen that she had put on the 2 containers. It's sure amazing. She could see that the amount didn't even decrease even though Shishio had let it out twice. You're going to the hospital now? Shishio asked. Yes, Shishio-sama. Roberta nodded and was about to go, but she hugged him. Shishio-sama. It's a bit unfair for me to be the only one who feels good. Let me do something for you. Shishio carried Roberta directly to his bed and slipped into her skirt, entering the different world that was separated by a piece of fabric. With that said, the room was filled with Roberta's moan and plea. Luckily, his room was soundproof, or else. Are you alright? Do you need me to send it to you? Shishio asked. I'm not so weak, Shishio-sama. Please wait for my return, Roberta said calmly as she tidied up her disheveled maid uniform. Her face was flushed, but she still maintained her robot-like expression. See you tomorrow. Shishio kissed Roberta's lips as she responded to him vigorously. Still, they couldn't do it for too long since if they continued, she might not even have time to go out to the hospital. Looking at Roberta, who had walked out, Shishio sat in his seat again, continued with his work until midnight, and thought to remind Sheena not to work too late. However, he noticed his door was open, and Shina entered his room. Mashiro. Shina walked toward Shishio and sat on his lap directly, showing a relaxed expression. Shishio hugged her waist gently and asked, "How is your manga?" "It's almost done soon. I'll be ready with the first chapter, but before that, I might need to meet with my editor," Shina said. "Should I go with you?" Shishio asked. Shina nodded without hesitation and asked, "What are you doing?" "I'm making software so you can draw better." "Software?" "Yes." Shishio nodded. "The feeling of drawing on the computer and paper is different, right? There's also a lot of things that can't be done by using a computer, so the result of the drawing isn't going to be the one that you want to do." Even though Shina had gotten used to drawing manga on the computer, there were a lot of things that she couldn't do, which made her a bit troubled. "I'm going to do something to fix that, so be patient, alright? It should be done after the monthly exam," Shishio said. Even though it seemed that he was only flirting with girls most of the time, he was quite busy since there were a lot of things that he needed to do. "Thank you, Shishio." Shina smiled and kissed him. "You can thank me with something else, right?" Shishio asked with a smile. "Pervert." Shina blushed, but then she said, "Shishio. Did you have sex with Roberta?" Shishio looked at Shina, who was looking at him, and she hadn't waited for his answer, and she started to bite him, but he didn't do anything and let her bite him as much as she wanted. Still, she didn't bite him too long and said, "I won't let you sleep tonight. Please forgive me, Mashiro." Shishio pretended to be pitiful. Shina laughed, hearing his response, then said, "I'll forgive you, but you must do something tonight." "What?" Shishio asked curiously. "Shishio, can we not use a condom tonight?" Shina asked as she stared at Shishio. "You might get pregnant, you know." Shishio was speechless. "You don't want me to get pregnant?" Shina asked. "Well, we have a lot of time in the future, right?" Shishio said, but Shina's reaction was unexpected, so. "But I want to try." Shina said softly. Shishio might have hesitated if it was before, but now, he didn't hesitate and carried Shina directly to the bed. Still, out of all the rewards he had received in the past, Shishio was glad that he had gotten household chores mastery since it was easy for him to clean up all the traces of his wrongdoings. "It's too late to run away now. I'll win against you." Shina said nervously, but her eyes were full of fighting spirit, or should it be lust? Especially when she saw his fiery gaze as he stared at her body, which made her body hotter and hotter. Shishio didn't care much and decided to show Shina how deep his feeling toward her was tonight. So then they started their fight, and as expected, the result that Shina had utterly lost. Still, she was satisfied and knew that Shishio loved her so deeply. She could feel her womb was so warm and comfortable. Still, she had to admit that it was impossible to defeat him and she was so sleepy, but before she slept. "Shishio. I love you." Shishio looked at Shina for a moment, smiled, and said softly, "I love you too, Mashiro." Hearing those words, Shina's heart bloomed, and she thought that it had always been nice to stay with him, doing perverted things together, but she knew that she couldn't take care of him alone, so she knew that she needed an ally to help her to take down this beast. Still, she had to admit that there was a big difference when he used a condom or not, and it was several times better when he didn't since she could feel the heat of his body. Shishio kissed Shina's forehead and saw her sleeping on his arm directly. Still, he had to admit that she was quite wild, especially when he had several bite marks on his body from her, which made him a bit helpless. "I wonder whether this girl is trying to mark me." Luckily, Shishio had an enhanced recovery, or those bite marks wouldn't disappear tomorrow. Looking at her sleeping face, he wondered when he could have a threesome. Jokes aside, Shishio looked at Shina's sleeping face for a moment before he decided to sleep while wondering how to clean Shina's body in the morning since she was stained with a lot of cloudy liquid. On the next day, there was no incident, and everything was so smooth, but Shishio was looking at the service club's room that he was forced to join a few days ago. Still, he decided to enter anyway. Knocking the door twice, Shishio heard a familiar voice from the inside. "Enter." With that said, Shishio entered without hesitation and thought about what would happen during his first day as a member of the service club. 297, "Can I make a request?" "Enter." Yuki Nashida closed the book in her hand and saw the service club's room door was opened. Shishio entered the room and noticed that Yuki Nashida was looking at him. "What's wrong, senpai?" "Nothing." Yuki Nashida shook her head and said, "I'm surprised that you have come. Are you still holding a grudge over that past?" Shishio asked helplessly since he didn't come to this clubroom in the past. Still, the fault wasn't his, considering Yuki Nashida made a one-sided appointment forcefully. "Yes," Yuki Nashida admitted generously. Shishio didn't say anything and picked up the chair and desk on the back, then put it near Yuki Nashida. When he set up the chair and table, he saw that she stood up and walked toward the single student desk right on the side, before she brought him a cup of tea and a package of senbei, Japanese rice cracker snack, before putting them on the desk that he picked before. Here you go. Thanks, senpai. Shishio picked the cup of warm tea and sipped it gently. While sipping the tea, he wondered why he had to spend the end of the Friday with Yuki Nashida. He had 4 girlfriends, and he felt that it was better to spend his time with either Miu or Saki since their relationship might progress further if he spent time with either of them. As for Nana and Sheena, Shishio didn't need to worry too much, considering Sheena lived with him. As for Nana, he would go out with her tomorrow to search for an apartment for her to live in alone. No problem. Yuki Nashida sat down on her seat again and picked up her book to read. Shishio looked at Yuki Nashida and asked, "So is there something that we'll do today?" "Nothing. Nothing." "Yes. There's nothing." Yuki Nashida didn't lift her head and kept reading as she answered Shishio's question. "As long as there isn't any request, then we have nothing to do." Hearing Yuki Nashida's answer, Shishio felt that it was better to skip the club room today. "However, I won't let you skip the club," Yuki Nashida said. "Why?" Shishio asked. "Because this is my order as the leader of this club," Yuki Nashida said while looking straight at Shishio's eyes. Shishio looked at Yuki Nashida and asked, "Senpai, can I ask you a question?" "What?" Yuki Nashida drank the tea that she had just brewed slowly, but suddenly. "Do you like me so much?" Shishio asked. Cough. Yuki Nashida suddenly coughed the tea that she had just drunk. "Senpai, are you alright?" Shishio quickly patted Yuki Nashida's back gently so she would feel better. Yuki Nashida coughed several times, then looked at him with a grudge and hint of blush on her cheeks. "Oga-kun, has someone told you that you're so narcissistic?" "No, this is the first time I've heard of it, but you're so persistent at me, so I can't help but misunderstand your feelings toward me," Shishio said calmly. "Still, could it be that you were confessing to me just now? I'm sorry it won't work out. You're all beautiful legs and..." "Oga-kun." Hearing Yuki Nashida's icy voice, Shishio stopped and asked, "What's wrong, Yuki Nashida-senpai?" "Shut up." "Yes." Yuki Nashida pinched the bridge of her nose and said, "Oga-kun, can I ask you a question?" She waited for a while, but she didn't hear her response. "Why didn't you say anything?" She looked at Shishio with a confused expression. "Didn't you tell me to shut up before?" Shishio asked. Yuki Nashida kept staring at Shishio, and if a stare could kill someone, then it was her stare at this moment. "You can talk now. Do you want to ask me something again, senpai?" Shishio asked. "You like my legs, right?" Yuki Nashida asked while staring at Shishio. "Why do you think so?" Shishio's expression was almost broken at that moment. "Oh, nothing." Shaking her head gently, Yuki Nashida sipped her tea slowly, then said, "It's just, you have glanced at my legs 4 times earlier." Shishio knew that girls had always been sensitive toward a gaze, but he didn't expect that they would be so sensitive that Yuki Nashida noticed his secret gaze. "You have also said my legs are beautiful too, right?" Yuki Nashida somehow showed a proud expression as if she had won. Shishio felt that he was a criminal that had been caught red-handed by the police. He wasn't sure what to say in this situation, and he racked his brain so hard. Still, he wondered why he told her that her legs were beautiful. Luckily, he was saved by his luck. The door was opened, and a voice was heard. "Yuki Nashida, is Oga-kun here?" Shishio and Yuki Nashida saw Hiratsuka appear in the clubroom of the service club. "I'm here, sensei." Shishio looked at his savior with a smile, but Yuki Nashida had an unpleasant expression. Hiratsuka wanted to say something, but she was stunned when she saw Shishio's smile, and somehow she also recalled when she saw him half-naked when she stayed on the Sakurasu before. "Sensei, I've told you to knock before you enter, right?" Yuki Nashida said with a sigh. Sorry. Hiratsuka apologized in a perfunctory manner and looked at Shishio. "I'd thought that you would skip the club." "If I skip, what will you do?" Shishio asked curiously. "Well, I'll drag you here," Hiratsuka said simply. Shishio looked at Hiratsuka and asked, "Hiratsuka-sensei, you know, I'm not really a problem student, and even though I don't mind joining this club, you should also know that I have a lot of important things to do, right?" "Important to do?" Yuki Nashida looked at Shishio curiously. Hiratsuka dragged a chair to the side and put it right in front of Shishio's desk, facing right in front of him. "Well, Oga-kun, I know that you're quite busy, but you should know that you're a student now. Even though I know that what you do is important for your future, you have only 3 years of high school. Even though high school isn't all of your life, there's something that you can only do at a school. So you think it is wrong to work hard toward a future, sensei?" Shishio asked. "I don't think that it is wrong. Instead, I think that it is admirable, but I think that you should have fun too." Hiratsuka looked at Shishio's handsome face and said, Do you want to become a boring adult that only knows how to work? After all, you have come so far from Kyoto to Tokyo, right? Well, I come from Kyoto to Tokyo, so it'll be easier to manage most of my business. As for my life, you don't need to worry since I work hard, and I also play hard too, sensei, Shishio said calmly. Still, isn't it better for me to work hard, sensei? Why? Hiratsuka was confused by Shishio's answer. That way, I can marry a certain teacher when I graduate shortly from high school, Shishio said with a gentle smile. The heck, are you trying to seduce your teacher for, little bastard? Hiratsuka was mad, trying to hide her embarrassment. Yukinashita. My bad, I was just kidding, Shishio apologized with a smile. Still, with that said, I'm happy that you are worried about me, but sensei, you should also understand my position too. There should be a day that I can't come to the school because of some business, but it is inevitable. After all, my energy is limited and I'm only one person. However, as you have said before, I have only 3 years of high school, and even though school isn't all about my life, there are things that I can only do in high school. While I work hard for my future, I won't forget to have fun while I'm a high school student. It's good that you understand. Hiratsuka was still blushing, then she coughed and said, well, since you understand, I'll go out now. If you have trouble, then you can come to me. Oh? Can I come to you from now on, sensei? Shishio asked with a hint of interest. Hiratsuka somehow felt that Shishio's words were quite misleading, and she also felt that Yukinashita's stares started to hurt her. Isn't that obvious? I'm a guidance counselor at this school. Anyway, I'll have to go now. Also, don't cause trouble. She then ran as fast as possible, escaping since she was afraid that Shishio might seduce her. Looking at Hiratsuka, who was running away, Shishio turned his head toward Yukinashita, who kept staring at him with complex emotion. If he had to describe her expression with 10 points, then it would be 3 points sadness, 3 points confusion, 3 points discomfort, and 1 point curiosity. Oga-kun, I'm not impressed that you try to seduce your teacher while you have a girlfriend, Yukinashita said coldly. Still, she also felt uncomfortable since she didn't know anything about him. I was joking before, and do you think that Hiratsuka-sensei will take my words seriously? We're a teacher and a student, you know. Shishio said. Yukinashita only realized the difference of status between Shishio and Hiratsuka. Strangely, she felt relieved at that moment. Still, what was that about? She didn't really want to talk about the relationship between Shishio and Hiratsuka since it made her uncomfortable, but there was something that she wanted to ask him. Well, I don't mind telling you, but don't tell someone, alright? Shishio said. He knew that Yukinashita didn't have a friend, and it was impossible for her to tell someone about his matter, but even so, he still said those words. You don't need to worry, Yukinashita said calmly, closed her book, and looked at Shishio curiously. Shishio also didn't mind and told her what he was doing, but he didn't tell her the truth and only told her that he was helping a family business in Tokyo and Hiratsuka was worried about him who might be busy with his family business. Shishio didn't really like to show off, and he also felt that it wasn't necessary. Also, instead of owning a business on his own, it was more believable to tell her that he was helping a family business and as expected, she believed his words so easily. I see. Yukinashita nodded and didn't expect that Shishio would be so busy. Still, it wasn't uncommon to see children from a big family manage a family business, but she was quite amazed by Shishio since even though he was younger than her, he had already been entrusted to manage the family business. Now I understand why it seems that you seem reluctant to come to the club room. You don't like to waste your time, right? Strangely, Yukinashita felt uncomfortable right now, even though she didn't understand the reason. She knew that it was better for him not to come to this club room, and she also shouldn't force him to come, considering how busy he was, but she just didn't want to say that he shouldn't come and quit the club. Senpai, I don't think that it is a waste of time to come to the service club even if we don't have anything to do, Shishio said. Oh? Why? Yukinashita looked at Shishio curiously and felt a bit stupid, wondering the reason why he decided to come. Even if we have nothing to do, I can stare at your legs, right? Shishio said with a smile. Yukinashita. Sorry, I was joking. You didn't need to look at me with that cold expression, right? Senpai, I was joking so, please don't call the police. Yukinashita stopped the movement on her hand and looked at Shishio helplessly. Still, inwardly, she wanted to laugh and said, still, if you're busy, then you don't need to force to come, but tell me beforehand first, alright? Sure. Shishio nodded. Still, if that's the case, our chances of the meeting will decrease, right? What? Could it be that you were confessing to me just now? I'm sorry it won't work out, Yukinashita said cheerfully. Shishio rubbed his temple and asked, Senpai, can I ask a request? Wait a moment. I'm not going to make a perverted request. What is the request? Yukinashita asked as she stopped her movement on her phone. So, is it possible for a member to make a request? Shishio asked. It's possible. Yukinashita nodded and put down her phone. So, what do you want to ask? Well, I haven't explored the school that much, and there are a lot of places that I don't know. Can you show me around? Shishio asked. Why not? Yukinashita nodded, but then the door was knocked on again, and the door was opened. Yukinon, Oga-kun, are you here? When Shishio and Yukinashita were about to go out, they saw Momo enter the clubroom together with a girl. Kashiwabara-san, can you stop calling me Yukinon? Yukinashita sighed. Why? Isn't it cute? Momo asked with a smile. Yukinashita looked at the girl beside Momo, but she didn't know who the other girl was. However, Shishio was surprised to see Rui was there. Rui-ne. Shishio-kun. Momo and Yukinashita looked at the two of them and wondered how the two of them knew each other. 298. The difficulty of a scumbag. Shishio and Rui knew each other was unexpected for Yukinashita and Momo, but Shishio explained that they were friends. Momo and Yukinashita nodded, and they didn't force them to talk since it might be too rude if they asked too much, and they knew that Shishio had a girlfriend, so they didn't think too much. However, they wondered whether Rui was his ex-girlfriend, considering Rui's expression was a bit complex when Rui saw Shishio. Shishio also wondered why Rui's expression was a bit complicated when she saw him. If he gave a metaphor of Rui's expression as 10 points, then it would be 3 points unexpected, 3 points surprised, 3 points curious, and 1 point uncomfortable. He didn't understand why she felt discomfort toward him, but if he had to choose one reason, then could it be that she knows that I have a girlfriend? After all, Shishio hadn't talked to Rui about the fact that he had a girlfriend. Even though he knew that he didn't need to say anything to Rui since their relationship was just friends. However, there was this little strange feeling inside his heart that made him feel uncomfortable if he didn't say anything to Rui. He had taken her virginity, and he felt a bit responsible toward her, especially when he told her that he didn't have an interest in having a relationship with a girl. It felt like he was lying to her. However, everything was unexpected and he had never thought to meet a lot of wonderful girls, so his plan to stay single during high school changed. Still, if he told the truth to Rui, he knew that he would feel relief, and he wouldn't have this strange uncomfortable feeling again. He knew that he would feel alright, but he wasn't sure how Rui felt at that time. Will she be uncomfortable? Still, if he wanted their relationship to develop, he needed to tell the truth. Looking at her usual deadpan expression, Shishio wondered what this girl was thinking right now. So, is there something that I can help with, Kashiwabara-san? Yukinashita asked while looking at Momo and Rui, who were seated in their seats. Geez. Yukinon, you should call me Momo. Momo pouted. So what's wrong, Kashiwabara-san? Yukinashita asked again without changing her expression. Well, it's okay for now, but I'll make you call my name in the future. Momo didn't give up and wanted to make Yukinashita call her first name. Still, it seems that you want to go out before. Yes. Yukinashita nodded. Oga-kun has made a request for me before. Really? Momo looked at Shishio and asked, what kind of request, Oga-kun? I want to ask Yukinashita-senpai to guide me throughout the school, Shishio said. Really? What a coincidence. Momo was surprised. Coincidence? 2x. Yukinashita and Shishio looked at Momo curiously. Yes, the reason why I brought Rui here is to ask you for a request to help her show her around the school, Momo said excitedly. Rui. Yukinashita looked at Rui with some confusion since it was her first time seeing her. Ah, Rui is a transfer student from my class, Momo said. Hello. Rui nodded and said, my name is Tachibana Rui. She looked at Yukinashita and wondered what Yukinashita's relationship with Shishio was. Is she his girlfriend? She looked at Yukinashita and had to admit that Yukinashita was flawless. Beautiful face, long silky black hair, white skin, thin waist, long legs, and Rui had to admit that Yukinashita might be one of the most beautiful girls that she had seen in her life, but she didn't think that she had lost to Yukinashita, especially when her boobs were bigger and she was also the one who took Shishio's virginity. Hello. Yukinashita nodded. My name is Yukinashita Yukino. Nice to meet you, Tachibana-san. Nice to meet you too, Yukinashita-san. I want to confirm with you whether your request is similar to what Kashiwabara-san has said before. Yukinashita asked. Yes. Rui nodded. It has been 2 days since I have transferred to this school, and I'm still unfamiliar with this school, so I'd thought to ask Momo to show me around, but she suddenly brought me here. So what kind of place is this? Momo didn't explain anything to her and directly brought her to this place, which made her confused. However, she didn't regret it since she didn't expect to meet Shishio in this room either. You didn't explain it to her. Yuki Nashida looked at Momo with doubt. Teehee, Momo smiled cutely. Yuki Nashida sighed, then she looked at Shishio. Oga-kun, as the new member of this club, why don't you explain to them what our club's activity is? Shishio was speechless and asked, isn't it a duty of the president of the club to show an example to the new member? Yuki Nashida thought for a moment and nodded. That's true. Still, I have explained to you what our club is doing before, right? If you can't even explain it, then as the president of this club, I'm a bit disappointed in you. As a new member, I'm also a bit disappointed in you since it feels like I have caught a glimpse of the reality of society, leader. Shishio looked at Yuki Nashida and said with a sigh. Oh? What kind of reality have you learned? Yuki Nashida asked curiously. The leader takes credit for his subordinate's good deed. The subordinate takes responsibility for his leader's blunder. That's what I feel right now, Shishio said sadly. Yuki Nashida was speechless, but she couldn't say anything in refuting since she felt that this might be what Shishio felt right now. Still, she wasn't going to go down like this, but when she was about to say something, Momo and Rui started to laugh somehow. Ah, sorry for laughing, Yukinon, but you two seem to have fun, Momo said with a smile. Did we? Shishio was speechless and sighed. It seems that no matter what the subordinates do, it'll seem like a joke in the eyes of others. Now you realize how stupid you are trying to fight me, right? Yuki Nashida asked with a smile. Well, I'll treat you like a god now, Shishio said as he prayed to God Yuki Nashida. If I had such a rude worshipper like you, I'd have already cursed you already. Yuki Nashida let out a long sigh. How cruel. Yuki Nashida smiled and wanted to say something, but Momo laughed again, making her blush and shy. Sorry for showing you something unsightly, Shishio apologized. It's all your fault, right? Yuki Nashida rolled her eyes and said, but still, as he has said before, sorry for showing something unsightly. He's still a new member, so he still has some problems with his attitude. She ignored Shishio, who rolled his eyes, and looked at Momo and Rui, and apologized to the two of them since she knew that their banter was quite rude, especially when they ignored Momo and Rui for a moment. It's all right. It's all right. You two are dating, after all, right? It's normal for you to flirt with each other, Momo said with a smile, but she had to admit that she was quite jealous of Yuki Nashida. She might be single right now, but she had some ex-boyfriends in the past. However, she had never had such fun banter as Shishio and Yuki Nashida did since all her ex-boyfriends were losers or scumbags who were just lustful for her body. She dated them because she was lonely, but now, she knew that she needed to choose her boyfriend wisely. Still, if possible. Momo shook her head inwardly since she wouldn't grab her friend's boyfriend. Rui didn't say anything, but she kept maintaining her deadpan expression, feeling quite uncomfortable inside. However, the reaction of Shishio and Yuki Nashida was quite weird when they heard Momo's words. Shishio didn't say anything and looked at Yuki Nashida. Yuki Nashida also noticed Shishio's gaze, and she knew that she needed to fix the misunderstanding. You're wrong, Kashiwabara-san. We're not dating. Eh? Really? Momo was surprised, then looked at Shishio directly and asked, then Oga-kun, are you single? Yuki Nashida and Rui looked at Momo at the same time, and they could see unhidden excitement on Momo's face, which made them frown. However, the one that was the most conflicted at this moment was Shishio since he was attacked by 3 girls from a different direction. He knew that many girls' friendships were destroyed because of a man, and he wondered if it would happen to the 3 girls in front of him. Still, what conflicted him was that the reason for all of that was him. I have a girlfriend, Shishio said clearly and didn't hide anything. What's her name? Rui asked quickly and sighed inwardly. Nana Sunoera. She's in the same class as me. His public girlfriend was Nana, so he told Nana's name without hesitation. As for his other girlfriend, Shina, Saki, and Miu, it was better to keep it until he was found out. After all, he didn't have an obligation to tell them about this matter. Same class. They suddenly lamented since they knew that it was Nana's advantage that they didn't have. Nana spent every day with Shishio, sitting next to him, and of course, many things could happen during that time. Rui was a bit curious about who Nana Sunoera was and wanted to see what kind of girl. Anyway, shouldn't we do the request now? If we don't do it now, then we might go home quite late, Shishio said since he didn't really want to talk about his girlfriend in front of all of these girls. He was afraid that they might stab him since their eyes were a bit wrong. That's true. Let's do it now. Yuki Nashida also agreed without hesitation since she didn't really want to talk about Shishio's girlfriend since it gave her a bit of trauma, wondering why the world was so unfair. She looked at her chest which was as flat as Kanto plane and then punched Shishio's arm lightly. Shishio looked at Yuki Nashida with some confusion. That's true, but Oga-kun, you have been at this school for a while, right? Haven't you known most places in this school? Momo asked. Inwardly, she felt a bit disappointed to know that Shishio had a girlfriend, but she quickly cheered up. After all, unlike Rui, who had just transferred a few days ago, Shishio had been in this school for a few weeks, so of course, Momo felt a bit weird. She didn't really mind, though. I know most of the places, but I have only been to a common place such as the classroom, cafeteria, or any other places that are commonly visited by everyone, so I wonder whether Yukinashita-senpai knows some unexpected or unique spots in this school, Shishio said. Sorry, I don't know much since, similar to you, I have only come to such a common place in this school, Yukinashita said without hesitation and didn't feel afraid to acknowledge her shortcomings since she didn't really know a unique spot in this school. If that's the case, how about you leave it to me? Momo suddenly said. Everyone. What's with that stare? Can you believe me? I'll show you a lot of interesting places in this school. Momo said as she patted her chest, causing two large masses on her chest to tremble. Shishio's expression was calm since Yukinashita and Rui were staring at him. What do you think, leader? Shishio asked. Yukinashita stared at Shishio for a moment, then sighed. Then I'll leave it to you, Kashiwabara-san. She then looked at Rui and asked, is that all right with you, Tachibana-san? Yes, I don't mind. Rui nodded. All right, with that said, let's start our adventure. Momo said excitedly. Oh. Shishio said excitedly too, but... Yukinashita and Rui were in silence and stared at Shishio and Momo in silence. Momo and Shishio had to admit that even though Yukinashita and Rui were good girls, they weren't good at having fun. However, it was alright, or rather, that personality made them charming. Then Kashiwabara-senpai, please guide us. Leave it to me, Oga-kun. Momo patted her chest again, causing two large masses on her chest to bounce around again. Shishio still maintained his calm expression, since once again, Yukinashita and Rui were staring at him at this moment. 299, Deja Vu. Shishio looked at Momo, who had decided to show them around the school curiously, wondering what kind of places she would show. Rui and Yukinashita also didn't say much and let Momo show them around the school. Still, Shishio noticed something strange when Momo led them to the first place. This is the infirmary, Momo said while looking at Shishio. Why are you looking at me like that, Kashiwabara-senpai? Shishio asked with some confusion. Do you know this place? Momo asked. I have been here before, Shishio said since the infirmary was the place where he confessed to Nana before. As for having sex like on the hentai manga on the infirmary, he felt it was impossible unless the school doctor was his woman or his subordinate. After all, unlike the school doctor in the story, they had always gone from time to time. The school doctor in this school was quite strict and had always stayed in the infirmary. As for his case at that time, it might be an exception, not that he cared about it. How about the next place? Yukinashita asked. Impatient, aren't we? Then let's follow me. Momo said as she showed them to the next place, but... This is a female changing room, Momo said with a smile. Everyone. Well, Rui-ne needs to know this place, right? Shishio said to dispel the awkwardness. That's true. Rui nodded. How about the next place? Yukinashita asked. She felt slightly strange with the place that Momo had shown, but she didn't say anything since she couldn't point out which part was strange. Okay. Momo smiled then showed them the next place. This is an empty classroom that's rarely used. Everyone. What about next? Shishio asked. Okay. Momo nodded, then showed them the PE storage room, which made them a bit confused. Why are you showing all of this place? Finally, Rui couldn't handle it anymore and asked. Momo was a bit shy and said in a blush, I'm giving priority to all the places that guys would get excited hearing about. She then looked at Shishio shyly, waiting for his answer. What do you think? Are you happy? Yukinashita and Rui also did the same and stared at Shishio. Why are you all looking at me? If they were alone, then his answer might be more expressive, but there was Yukinashita and Rui around him, so... It's interesting, but it troubles me if you ask that kind of question. Shishio was speechless, then said, how about the next place? Luckily, the next place that Momo showed next was quite normal such as the classroom, cafeteria, rooftop, and other important places before they went under the stairs of the special building of the school. Shishio noticed Yukinashita's expression while looking around curiously and asked, haven't you been here, Yukinashita-senpai? No, I haven't been to the strange places in this school. Then, Yukinashita looked at Momo and asked, what are we doing here, Kashiwabara-san? Phew. Momo opened her hands wide with an exaggerated pose. This is my secret and my favorite place. Tate. Shishio, Rui, and Yukinashita looked at Momo's favorite place and felt quite surprised. Oh? There's an ice cream vending machine, Shishio said in surprise. Right? Isn't it surprising that our school has this kind of thing here? Momo said proudly when she saw their expression. How about we buy some? They agreed and decided to buy ice cream. Momo showed an example first by buying a vanilla ice cream. Rui bought chocolate ice cream, and Yuki Nashida bought strawberry ice cream. Momo nodded with a smile when she saw Rui and Yuki Nashida bought ice cream, then looked at Shishio and asked, "What are you going to buy, Oga-kun?" "I thought I'd get a unique flavor that can only be gotten in this vending machine," Shishio said while looking at the flavors of ice creams that were sold on this vending machine. "Oh? You're such a challenger." Momo smiled, then pointed her finger, and said, "How about this? This is banana choco mint Hawaiian flavor." Banana choco mint Hawaiian flavor. Shishio was in a daze and didn't expect that there was some unique flavor in this vending machine. Yuki Nashida licked her ice cream gently while sitting on the nearby bench, but then she said, "Don't buy something weird. What if you can't finish it?" "It's okay. I can finish it." Shishio didn't hesitate and chose banana choco mint Hawaiian flavor directly. He wanted to sit on the bench, but Rui and Yuki Nashida sat next to each other, and the free spaces were either on their sides, which made him speechless. Rui and Yuki Nashida also noticed this, but they didn't say anything and ate their ice cream while looking at Shishio. "You're not sitting down?" Yuki Nashida asked. "Yeah, you can sit down, you know." Rui said. "Thank you, but I'll stand up," Shishio said calmly as he opened the package of the ice cream. Momo laughed, hearing Shishio's answer, but Rui and Yuki Nashida didn't say anything and continued to eat their ice creams. Shishio just wanted to eat ice cream, but he didn't expect that he almost caused a war, which made him helpless. Luckily, he was quite witty, so he decided to enjoy the fruit of his victory right now. He put his ice cream on his mouth and raised his eyebrow. Momo, Yuki Nashida and Rui didn't say anything and stared at Shishio's expression, which had eaten such a strange flavor of ice cream. "How is it?" Rui asked curiously. "It's okay." Shishio ate his ice cream calmly and didn't feel that the taste of his ice cream was that bad, but it was pretty unique. "Is it good?" Momo asked. There's a sweet, bitter, and the combination of both. Somehow it reminds me of life," Shishio said with a frown. "This is the first time I've heard of such a deep-flavored ice cream," Yuki Nashida said speechlessly. "Can I taste it?" Rui asked. "Why not?" Shishio didn't overthink and gave his ice cream to Rui. Rui didn't take Shishio's ice cream and licked his ice cream gently from his hand. "How is it?" Shishio asked. "You're lying." Rui frowned and said, "This tastes strange." "I never said that it tasted good anyway," Shishio said speechlessly. Rui and Shishio didn't think too much when they had an indirect kiss since they had kissed and had sex in the past, but Yuki Nashida and Momo, who saw this, were stunned since they saw that Rui and Shishio were too intimate, right? "Oga-kun," Yuki Nashida suddenly called Shishio. "What's wrong, senpai? Why do you show such a scary expression?" Shishio looked at Yuki Nashida with a weird expression. "You have a girlfriend, right? Is it alright to show such intimate action with another girl?" Yuki Nashida asked with a frown. Shishio looked at Yuki Nashida and understood why she showed such a reaction, and he only realized now that an indirect kiss might not seem much for him and Rui, but it was different for Yuki Nashida. He was about to say something, but Momo suddenly licked his ice cream. Momo blinked her eyes as she tasted Shishio's ice cream. "The taste isn't that bad." She looked at Shishio and said, "You know, I'd never had the courage to buy that weird flavored ice cream, but trying a new thing isn't a bad thing." "Right." Shishio nodded. "Also, Yuki-nan, you should be that angry. After all, they're just tasting ice cream, right? If you want to taste it, why don't you try Shishio's ice cream too?" Momo said as she looked at Yuki Nashida. Yuki Nashida blinked her eyes and wondered whether high school students nowadays were so bold. "It's all right. I'm afraid that my stomach might hurt from eating such weird flavored ice cream." Still, she looked at Shishio and thought that this guy might become a scumbag if she didn't watch him over. Also, she blushed with the thought of having an indirect kiss. Luckily, no one noticed her reaction at that moment. Still, now Oga-kun, Rui, you two are so close, right? Don't tell me, you two are. Unlike the harem story, where there would be suspense, BGM, and the MC would be so nervous when someone revealed his relationship. Shishio and Rui were so calm that their expressions didn't change much when Momo looked at them with an expression as if a detective had solved the murder case. Rui is Oga-kun's ex-girlfriend, right? Momo said with confidence. Really? Yuki Nashida was surprised. However, if that was the case, she didn't think it was weird. Still, she was wondering why she had been feeling uncomfortable for a while, but she decided to ignore this feeling. "Why do you think so?" Shishio asked curiously. Rui didn't say anything and looked at Momo. "You might hide it by saying that you two are friends, but Rui has been staring at you from time to time, and your relationship is quite intimate. Also, Rui is a transfer student, and she has only been in this school for a few days. So you might have met each other in the past, right? Momo said as if she had solved the case. You know, we might be close because we're childhood friends, right? Shishio said. Eh? You two a childhood friend? Momo asked in surprise. No. Shishio wondered whether Momo was smart or stupid, but he had heard that girls' IQ was lowered when they were together with the men they fell with. Then sex friends? Momo asked. Shishio, Yukinashita, and Rui. No, Shishio said so there wouldn't be an awkward silence. Then what's your relationship? Momo asked curiously. Shishio had to admit that it was hard to maintain a balance in a relationship. If he was too close, they might misunderstand him, and if he was too far away, then they might be sad and think that he hated them. Looking at the three beautiful girls in front of him, he could only sigh inwardly, feeling that he was really a hypocrite. If he didn't have an interest in them, he should just cut their relationship right away so they wouldn't entangle each other in the future and should feel satisfied with the 4 girls that he had right now. Let's just follow the flow, for now, to see where our relationship will develop. As for actively chasing after them, Shishio wouldn't do that since it would be wrong to do that in his position. Shishio thought he was really a scumbag and there was no need to hide it, but suddenly Rui interrupted his thought. Shishio-kun, let me explain this, Rui suddenly said. Rui nay. Shishio was surprised, but when he saw her expression, he nodded. As for whether this girl would drop a bomb or not, he didn't feel worried since he had met a more troublesome situation. Our relationship is just a friend, but if you feel that our relationship might seem closer than mere friends, then it is because I'm his first friend in Tokyo, Rui said. First friend? 2x. Momo and Yukinashita were surprised. Yes. Shishio nodded. On the first day, I came to Tokyo. I was quite worried about my future, and I happened to meet Rui Ne by chance at the convenience store. He told how he met Rui, but at the same time, he was quite surprised he didn't meet the bloodbath situation, which made him glad somehow. By then, we'd become friends with each other. Rui also told them how she met Shishio. However, neither Shishio nor Rui told Momo and Yukinashita about how they lost their virginity at the same time. Momo and Yukinashita nodded and understood why the relationship between Shishio and Rui was so close. They didn't talk about this matter again and continued to talk until they decided to go back. Right, do you want to go somewhere after this? Tomorrow is Saturday. How about we go to karaoke or something? Momo asked with a smile. Sorry, I can't, Yukinashita said without hesitation. Me too. I have to go back, Rui said without hesitation too. Momo somehow had expected this, but she didn't give up and looked at Shishio. Shishio smiled wryly since he had become a center of attention again. Sorry, I have something to do after this. What are you going to do? Rui asked curiously. My classmate is about to move to my dorm, so I have decided to help, Shishio said. They nodded, and Momo's plan to invite everyone to play for a while failed, but she didn't force them and told them that they should go together again if they had a chance. Rui, Yukinashita, and Shishio didn't make a promise, but they would play with Momo if they had a chance, which made her happy. Looking at Momo, who kept smiling, Shishio looked at the scrunchie she wore on her left wrist, but he didn't say anything and decided to go home, but... Shishio-kun. Shishio looked at Rui, who had followed him, and asked, What's wrong, senpai? Did you forget about something? Can we talk for a bit? Rui asked. Shishio was wondering why he felt that he had seen déjà vu. 300, threesome? Rui didn't talk immediately but invited Shishio to the nearby convenience store. Wait here for a moment, Shishio-kun, Rui said as she entered the convenience store. Shishio didn't have a chance to talk and saw Rui enter the convenience store, so he didn't say anything, leaning his back against the wall pillar of the building while looking at the scenery in front of him. The sky was still bright, but even so, there weren't any students in front of him, even though this place was located near the school. Well, they might have already gone home or are still at the club. While thinking such a thought, Rui walked out of the convenience store while bringing something in her hand. Did you buy something, Rui ne? Shishio asked. Rui showed 2 boxes of freshly fried carrot and gave one of them to Shishio. For you. Is that okay? Shishio asked. Yes. Rui nodded. I bought it for you after all. Shishio observed Rui's deadpan expression in her stretched hand that wanted to give him a box of freshly fried carrot. He could see the stream from the carrot, which caused his stomach to rumble. Thank you, Rui ne. Looking at Shishio, who took the carrot, Rui nodded with a smile, then said, Move to the side a bit. Shishio didn't overthink and moved to the side a bit, but he didn't expect that Rui would also lean on the pillar of the building next to him. The pillar of the building was quite small since most of the front area of the convenience store was covered in a glass wall, so when Rui leaned back on the pillar wall next to him, their arms were touching each other. A whiff of a sweet scent, causing him to remember his first day in Tokyo when they had sex on her apartment, so without hesitation, he moved away slightly so they wouldn't be so close to each other since he was afraid of the beast inside him would be awoken. Still, Shishio also knew that it wasn't good to talk so closely to Rui since they were near the school, and it wasn't good if some students saw them together so closely, especially when he had an official girlfriend. Rui saw Shishio's expression, but she didn't say anything and asked, "You have something to do after this?" "Yes." Shishio nodded. "I'm helping my friend move out. Do you mind helping your other friend move out?" Rui asked. "Another friend?" Shishio was confused. "Me?" Rui looked at Shishio and said, "I'm going to move out to the new house on Sunday. Can you help me?" Shishio looked at Rui for a moment and wondered if she hadn't heard anything from Hina that he would help her family move out. Although, frankly, he was quite lazy to help them out since he wanted to spend a lazy day on Sunday, but since he had made a promise and he wouldn't break a promise. "By the way, you can't reject it since you have eaten that carriage, so you have to help me," Rui said without hesitation. Shishio's lips twitched, feeling that this girl was a bit too cunning, right? "I don't mind, but I might be late, you know? I can only come in the afternoon," Shishio said. "It's okay. I'll send you the address of my new house in the text later." Rui then gave Shishio her box of carriage and said, "You can have it." Feeling the warm temperature of the box of carriage, Shishio asked, "You don't want to?" "I'm full." Rui walked away and said, "I'll go home now. See you next Sunday, Shishio-kun." "See you." Shishio looked at Rui's back and knew that he would need to face another showdown on Sunday, but he had faced many similar situations, so he didn't feel that nervous, and what he needed to do now was to eat 2 boxes of warm carriage before they got cold. Shishio returned to Sakurasu, and Chihiro welcomed him. "How was it?" Chihiro asked. "What? I mean, how was the service club? Did you repent yourself?" Chihiro asked with a smile. "Did you think that the service club is in a church or a shrine?" Shishio asked speechlessly. "Anyway, how was it?" Chihiro asked. "It's okay. Hiratsuka-sensei came, and we talked before students came and asked a request to help them," Shishio said. "That's all." Chihiro asked weirdly. "What do you think will happen? Do you think that some unexpected dramas or something will happen?" Shishio was speechless. "How boring." Chihiro sighed with a disappointed expression. "Well, I'll go back to my room. Tell me when dinner is ready," Chihiro said as she walked away, but Shishio slapped her butts. "WH." Her face flushed, and she looked at him with an annoyed gaze. "What are you doing?" "I'm not your chef, Chihiro-ne." "Still, even if I'm your chef, isn't it normal for you to pay me something?" Shishio asked. "Oh? Do you want me to pay?" Chihiro asked while raising her eyebrow. "I don't lack money, but I just don't have the motivation to cook, so I'd thought whether you could do something to motivate me." Shishio showed a lazy expression, and he wouldn't move until Chihiro gave him his reward. "That slap before, don't you think that is a reward itself?" Chihiro asked with a smile. "Shishio? Or do you want to rub my butts?" Chihiro asked with a teasing tone. Shishio's lips twitched, looking at Chihiro, who was looking at him with a teasing smile. "You're testing me, woman." He moved forward slightly, closing his distance with Chihiro. "Well, I don't want to, but since you have offered, it is rude to reject." Chihiro's lips twitched, and she had never expected that her nephew would be so shameless. Still, if she backed down, then there was no way that she could uphold her prestige as his aunt again, so she didn't hesitate to provoke him again. "Come on. Try to rub it." Shishio stared at Chihiro for a moment and didn't hesitate to rub Chihiro's butts. He moved his palm gently up and down, trying to feel her soft butts that were covered in tight jeans. He could feel that her butts were still tight and bouncy, which made him think that the blood of the Sengoku family was amazing. Chihiro was a bit stunned when she saw Shishio really dared to rub her butts, but looking at him, who had a serious expression on his face, she felt a bit amused and asked, "How is it?" Still, her face was red, and her body felt as if being electrocuted, causing her to bite her lips so she wouldn't let out a weird voice. "It feels amazing." Shishio murmured and wanted to rub her inner thigh, but Chihiro pulled his cheek. "Ouch! Ouch! It hurts, Chihiro-ne." "Okay, stop here, little pervert." Chihiro snorted then said, "Don't forget to make dinner, all right." She then hurriedly walked away before she holed up in her room. She jumped into her bed and covered her red face with a pillow. "What the hell am I doing?" Shishio rubbed his forehead for a moment and wondered what he had done before. Still, he then went to Chihiro's room, but he didn't enter and stood right in front of the door of her room. Chihiro-ne, I'm going to help Aoyama Nanami, who is going to move out today. Okay, okay, I almost forgot. Quickly go home, alright. Chihiro's voice was heard from inside. Okay. Shishio then called Roberta to help him, but he didn't expect Sheena to join. Still, it was a perfect time since he knew that Chihiro needed to calm down, considering her smell was so intense right now. Inside the car, Shishio looked at Sheena, who was sitting on the back. You're coming with us too, Mashiro. Sheena nodded. I want to help too. Okay. Shishio nodded and didn't say much, but then Sheena found a document on the side and asked, Shishio, what's this? Now that you mention it, what's that? Shishio, who was driving to Nanami's apartment, also wondered what documents were held by Sheena. That's Shishio-sama's sperm checkup, Roberta said naturally. Shishio. Sheena didn't hesitate to read the document and saw that there were 2 documents, but the 2 results were different, which made her confused. What is this? Roberta didn't hesitate to explain that Shishio could control his sperm whether his sperm would impregnate the girl or not. Sheena was surprised and said excitedly, then we don't need to wear a condom anymore, right? Shishio was speechless and could only nod. Still, he asked, you don't like it when I wear a condom? Sheena thought for a moment and said with a blush since she recalled what had happened last night, I know that a condom is important, but when you don't wear it, I can feel your skin and heat directly. Also, the feeling when you are close to ejaculation, your penis begins to swell, and it lodges into mine before you splurt all of your white things inside is so amazing. Her face flushed, and she didn't hide all of her lust towards Shishio. Hearing Sheena's words, Roberta also flushed, and her hand moved slightly to Shishio's thigh, caressing it gently since she remembered that exciting time too. Shishio smelled 2 intense smells from Roberta and Sheena, which made him speechless, but at the same time, he felt a bit conflicted that he had made them into perverts. Still, there was one thing that made him roar inside. Is it possible to do a threesome tonight? Shishio wasn't sure, but he knew there was a possibility. Oh, right, Shishio. I want to tell you something, Shishio-sama. Sheena and Roberta suddenly called him out at the same time. What's wrong? Shishio asked Roberta and Sheena. I'm on my period. I'm on my period too, Shishio-sama. Shishio thought that the world was so cruel. Nanami was waiting for Shishio in her apartment since he said he would bring a car to help her move out. She still couldn't believe that she would become his maid, but at the same time, she wondered who Shishio was. Knock, knock. Nanami, I'm here. Shishio-kun, wait a moment. Nanami was surprised, but she quickly moved to the entrance to open the door for Shishio. She smiled brightly when she opened the door and saw Shishio, but then she was surprised to see Sheena. Sheena-san. Mashiro. Sheena-san. Call me Mashiro, Sheena said. Mashiro-chan. Nanami looked at Sheena with a helpless expression and said, you can also call me Nanami, Mashiro-chan. Sheena nodded. Nanami smiled but then noticed Roberta. Who's this? Nanami looked at Roberta, who was wearing a maid uniform, and wasn't sure who Roberta was. Oh, this is Roberta. She's also my maid, Shishio said after he noticed Nanami's gaze. Hello. Roberta gave a gentle nod. Ah, yes. Nice to meet you, Roberta-san. Nanami also quickly gave a polite bow since Roberta would be her colleague, but at the same time, she asked, Shishio-kun, you have a maid, right? But why did you hire me? She might be my maid, but she's so clumsy at household chores, and I need someone to help me with that, Shishio said without hiding anything. Shishio-sama. Roberta's face flushed when her weakness was revealed. Really? Nanami was dumbfounded since it was her first time knowing that a maid couldn't do household chores. Then why did Roberta-san do? Well, there were many things, such as being a bodyguard and taking care of his sexual needs, but Shishio felt that it wasn't the time to tell all of that. I'll explain to you later. How about we move your things to my car first? Ah, yes. Nanami quickly nodded. Oh, right, Nanami. I almost forgot to say something. What's wrong, Shishio-kun? Nanami looked at Shishio. Welcome to Sakurasu, Shishio said with a smile. Nanami was in a daze, staring at Shishio's smile at that moment, but then she also showed a warm smile and said, yes, thank you, Shishio-kun.